Chapter 286. When Fang Yuan stood on the battle stage, he had already gotten rid of all the chaotic thoughts in his mind. He concentrated and sized up the opponent in front of him. Tang Xiong. He was 8 feet tall, his shoulders were wide and his waist was round, his arms were as thick as Fang Yuan's thighs. His chest was covered in black chest hair, emitting a valiant aura. "Little bastard, you're the one who killed my brother. Today, I will bury you with him." Tang Xiong stared with furious eyes, staring at Fang Yuan, his eyes burning with hatred. The surroundings were steaming hot, as if it was the afternoon of July or August, under the scorching sun. The ground was boiling hot, black and red colors intertwined. This was a lava terrain. This was a mid-sized battle stage. There were tens of people standing outside, sparsely scattered. Most of them were here to see how Tang Xiong would take revenge. As for Fang Yuan, although he had won 2 rounds, he had not made a name for himself yet. The Tang brothers depended on each other since young. Now that Tang Qing is dead, only Tang Xiong is left. I will watch how Tang Xiong tortures this kid. What is this kid's name? I think he is called Guiyue Fangzheng, a nameless person. This kid is too insensible, breaking the rules and killing 2 people in 2 rounds. This should be a demonic Gu master who just came from outside. Sigh, he doesn't know how to behave at such a young age. If he had shown mercy, he would not be here today. The spectators discussed. Most of them did not think well of Fang Yuan. Wei Yang put on a disguise, staring at the battle stage with shining eyes. Tang Xiong also walked the strength path, rank 2 peak stage, but he could burst out with the strength of 3 bears, and even fought his way into 4th inner city. To the current Fang Yuan, he was not a weak opponent. Clang! A clear bell rang, and the battle stage officially began. Tang Xiong roared, moving his legs like a raging bull, charging towards Fang Yuan. The ground of this battle stage was made of dark red lava rocks. Even though Fang Yuan was wearing leather boots, he felt hot when he stepped on it. But Tang Xiong was barefooted, he did not care. Bang, bang, bang. Tang Xiong's feet stomped on the lava. Every step he took gave off a muffled sound. At the same time, the lava splattered everywhere, leaving deep footprints in the ground. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Despite Tang Xiong's menacing aura, he wasn't afraid at all. A trace of a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth as he brazenly charged towards Tang Xiong. Is he crazy? He dares to play hard with Tang Xiong? He can still live if he drags on, but he's courting death. When the onlookers saw this, they all shook their heads. Fang Yuan was still a teenager and his physique was not even half as strong as Tang Xiong's. The 2 of them approached each other rapidly, like a lamb colliding with a bull. Bang! The 2 of them collided fiercely, and the huge force sent them both flying. Tang Xiong retreated 6 steps, his face filled with shock. How could this brat be so strong? Fang Yuan, on the other hand, took 3 steps back, and the white armor covering his body shook. The result of the collision caused the spectators to be shocked. Some of them opened their mouths, while others blinked their eyes, not expecting Fang Yuan to have such strength at such a young age. My strength is actually lower than his? No wonder my brother died in his hands. Tang Xiong's expression changed, looking at Fang Yuan for the first time. Fang Yuan shook his numb arm, his expression still cold. The result of the collision was not out of his expectations. He had the strength of 2 boars and 1 crocodile, and had been using brown bear innate strength Gu recently, thus he needed to increase his strength. And Tang Xiong only had the strength of 2 bears. Grand Bear Gu. Tang Xiong suddenly roared, the muscles on his body visibly expanded, his whole body became twice as big, temporarily gaining the strength of 1 bear. Bear Paw Gu. His palms and feet were covered in a ball of light yellow light. After the light faded, his hands and feet became 3 times bigger, turning into thick bear paws. Whoosh! He pounced forward and fiercely swung his right palm towards Fang Yuan. Before the bare paw hit Fang Yuan, a strong wind blew on his face, causing his clothes to flutter backwards. Fang Yuan was not afraid. He clenched his left hand into a fist and punched. The fist and palm collided, creating a muffled sound. They were evenly matched. But immediately after, Tang Xiong's arm swept horizontally, his other palm also came. Fang Yuan countered attack with attack. Bam bam bam, the fist and palm collided, causing the wind to howl. Seeing Fang Yuan fighting Tang Xiong without any disadvantage, the surrounding spectators showed strange expressions. To be able to fight with Tang Xiong like this youngster has some skill. What is his name again? This is a tough one. Tang Xiong is in trouble. Grand Bear Gu has a time limit. Once it disappears, he will be at a disadvantage. But right at this time, suddenly, a bear's roar resounded. Behind Tang Xiong, a phantom image of a black bear opened its bloody mouth and roared towards the sky. Beast Phantom. Tang Xiong had a stroke of luck, using the Beast Phantom. What was originally an extremely ordinary slap actually contained the strength of a bear. Fang Yuan could not dodge in time, he could only raise his arms to block. Bam! With a loud sound, his whole body was sent flying. After the white armor flashed, it suddenly dissipated. His arms were numb, he could not exert any strength for a while. He tried his best to stabilize his balance in the air, twisting his waist and landing on the ground. He activated the canopy Gu, and the white armor appeared again, but it was even more weak and transparent. Its defense was far weaker than before. That is a bear strength phantom. Tang Xiong is going all out. Bear strength specializes in smacking. Tang Xiong has attacked so many times, it is normal for a bear strength phantom to appear. It was a deadlock, but just one bear strength phantom caused that kid to panic. Tang Xiong has already gained the upper hand. According to the statistics, he can use bear strength phantom 5 times in every battle. If that kid does not have a countermeasure, he will definitely be in trouble. Outside the battle stage, everyone was discussing. It was noisy. Once the Beast Phantom appeared, it opened up the situation and aroused the passion of the spectators. I have the strength of 2 boars and 1 crocodile. Boar strength is good at charging, crocodile strength is good at biting, and bear strength is not developed yet. Using fists and palms, I cannot use the Beast Phantom. Moreover, the canopy Gu is not good at defense and close combat. If I suffer another 1 or 2 attacks from the Beast Phantom, I might be destroyed. Fang Yuan's mind flashed, and he decided to change his battle tactic. Jumping grass. He chanted in his heart, and spring-like grass grew on his soles, drilling through the bottom of his boots. Tang Xiong rushed over, and Fang Yuan jumped away like a frog. At the same time, his left palm aimed at Tang Xiong's direction. A bright red crescent blade suddenly flew through the air and landed on Tang Xiong's body, causing the defensive halo on his body to tremble. Although the Blood Moon Gu's attack was weak, it was still a rank 3 Gu. Tang Xiong was stunned for a moment, before pouncing towards Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan used the same tactic, only shooting the Blood Moon blade from afar, changing his battle tactic and not engaging in close combat with Tang Xiong. Tang Xiong could only use his movement Gu, and started a chase with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan fought and retreated. It was not that Tang Xiong did not have long-range methods, but compared to close combat, they were too weak, and could not threaten Fang Yuan at all. Tang Xiong roared in anger, cursing and provoking Fang Yuan, and the surrounding spectators also booed. They wanted to see a passionate close combat. But how could Fang Yuan be provoked so easily? He did not have a complete set of Gu worms, his close combat was not developed yet, and his long-range combat was barely passable. As time passed, the primeval essence of both sides continued to fall. Fang Yuan's advantage was becoming more obvious. He had rank 3 initial stage light silver primeval essence, while Tang Xiong only had B-grade aptitude red steel primeval essence. Even though strength path Gu masters expended little primeval essence, they could not endure using it continuously. When Fang Yuan's blood moonblade goo caused 5 to 6 wounds on Tang Xiong's body, the latter had no choice but to admit defeat. His healing goo was not outstanding, and could not stop the blood from flowing out of his wounds. "Just you wait, one day I will smash you into minced meat." Tang Xiong covered his wounds and retreated from the battle stage. He came with a fiendish expression, but when he left, his face was pale and his steps were weak. To think that fourth inner stage Tang Xiong lost. What is that goo? It can form blood moonblades, and cause wounds that bleed non-stop. Why haven't I seen it before? This kid is not an ordinary person. In no time, he will rise to fourth inner city's battle stage. Winner takes all. The spectators' gazes were focused on Fang Yuan. Thus, Fang Yuan obtained his third victory, and according to the rules, he took that grand bear goo from Tang Xiong. This was the most valuable goo in Tang Xiong's possession. Once this goo was gone, Tang Xiong would only be left with the strength of 2 bears, his battle strength would fall by 30%, and there was nothing to worry about. But Fang Yuan was not happy. If the legendary goo was not in the stellar stone, where could it be? Could it be that it was not this stepping stone, but another one? But when Fang Yuan returned to the gambling den, the counter's foot had already been repaired. Or maybe it was not this gambling den at all. Fang Yuan shook his head inwardly. Stellar stone, counter, gambling area, these factors combined together, there could only be this gambling den. If I did not have the legendary goo, I would not have any advantage walking the strength path. In the olden antiquity era, strength path was popular, but now, it has already declined beyond recognition. After losing the legendary goo, if I want to walk the strength path again, I would need at least an ancient strength path inheritance. Unfortunately, I only have 3 ancient strength path inheritances, one is in Eastern Sea, one is in Central Continent. Although the third one is in Southern Border, it has already been occupied by Wu clan. But now, it was already occupied by the Wu clan, and they had been mining since a few years ago. Speaking of which, Empress Wu Ji of Wu clan also walked the strength path. It was because of this ancient inheritance that she was able to stabilize her throne as the number 1 battle strength in Southern Border. Of course, the number 1 throne here was only referring to the mortal world. Rank 6 goo immortals had already transcended the mortal world, they were not included. Fang Yuan spent another 7 to 8 days investigating in secret, but there was no progress. Sigh, there is only one clue left, if there is no other way, I can only give up. Fang Yuan thought, he was not a person who would waste time on a problem. Chapter 287. Although Fang Yuan had the purple thorn token, he could not investigate openly. But in his memories, Li Ran also participated in the battle stage. After obtaining the legendary goo, he went on a killing spree, sweeping the battle stage. That was easy. Fang Yuan had the authority to forcefully challenge others, thus he used this excuse to go to the special reception. There were 3 Li Ran who signed up for the battle stage. 2 males and 1 female. The female was excluded, the rumored Li Ran was a male. Of the remaining 2, one was an old man in his 60s, he had some fame. Rank 3 Cultivation, he had charged into 3rd Inner City battle stage a few years ago, but his condition was not good these years, he dropped back to 4th Inner City. This was obviously not the case, the Li Ran in his memories was not doing well. The other was a middle-aged man in his 50s. Rank 2 Cultivation, he had been in Shang Clan City for close to 10 years, but was still roaming around 5th Inner City battle stage. He liked to gamble on rocks, and lived a poor life. He had once married and had children in Shang Clan City, but the couple did not get along, and had separated. Fang Yuan investigated secretly, and found that this person was the one he met at the gambling den when he first opened the rock. After following him for a few days, Fang Yuan found that this Li Ran lived a poor life, sometimes he could not even eat his next meal. But this did not mean he had no ability. He was in 5th Inner City battle stage, fighting to obtain Yuan stones to make ends meet. Fang Yuan checked his battle record, and found that he won more than he lost. Logically speaking, he should not have to worry about food and clothing. But this person liked to eat, gamble, and visit prostitutes, spending money lavishly, without any sense of moderation. To gamble on rocks, he would use all of his yuan stone, and for the next half a month, he would have to borrow money from people, and eat the lowest quality food to survive. Similarly, to have a good meal, he would go to the highest class restaurants, and spend most of his money. He had even dined and dashed before, and now he still owed several restaurants money for his meals. This person should be the owner of the legendary goo in my previous life. But if he does not know how to control his desires, so what if he has the legendary goo? No wonder he was like a shooting star in my previous life, shining for a while, but vanishing after a while. Fang Yuan shook his head. He obtained the legendary goo in his previous life, will he get it again in this life? Following him like this is not a long-term solution. The day of discovering the legendary goo was approaching. Am I really not fated with this legendary goo? Fang Yuan frowned. Tracking Li Ran over the past few days had wasted a lot of Fang Yuan's time and effort. If he used this time to cultivate, he might be able to improve even more. More importantly, Fang Yuan wasn't sure if he would gain anything by following Li Ran. Moreover, if they followed him for too long, they would be discovered. Fortunately, Wei Yang had an important mission and would only come when Fang Yuan was practicing. Otherwise, Fang Yuan would not be able to track Li Ran. If Wei Yang found out that he was investigating Li Ran, how would he explain it? The biggest question now was why was the legendary goo not in the Star Stone. This did not match the rumors. Fang Yuan couldn't figure it out. This was simply unimaginable. All the factors matched up, but the most crucial point was that something went wrong. Maybe it was because he was overthinking things, but Fang Yuan felt that Li Ran's actions were strange. But he couldn't tell what was strange about it. It was just a feeling, vague and vague, even Fang Yuan wasn't sure. More than 20 days passed like this, and Fang Yuan fell into deep trouble. That strange feeling was getting stronger, but Fang Yuan didn't know where it originated from. Li Ran's actions were not inappropriate at all. He had lived in Shang Clan City for close to 10 years, if there was anything wrong with him, others would have noticed long ago. I am already in a rut, thinking too much. At this time, I need someone else's point of view to enlighten me. Fang Yuan had a clear understanding of his situation. But he only trusted himself, even though Bai Ningbing swore an oath with him, Fang Yuan didn't trust Bai Ningbing at all. He was only using her to cultivate, the bone-flesh unity goo was much better than the liquor worm. With no one to help him, Fang Yuan could only rely on himself. But he was used to relying on himself, and liked to do things by himself. Thus, he went to a shopkeeper, do you have a flash of inspiration goo? Fang Yuan asked several shops, but they didn't have it. Finally, one shop had it in stock, but when he asked for the price, it was 29,000 yuan stone. A flash of inspiration goo was a rank 3 consumable goo, it could be used up after one use. Who would spend so much yuan stone to buy such a thing? But the truth was, there were many people who used it. These people were recipe masters who specialized in deducing goo refinement recipes. When they met a bottleneck, and were just a step away from success, they would choose to use this goo. Once this goo was used, it would give them the most crucial flash of inspiration, allowing them to break through the window and deduce a new recipe. The value of a new recipe was far more than 29,000 yuan stone. Thus, a flash of inspiration goo was priceless. If not for Fang Yuan having the purple thorn token, the shop would not sell it to him. Similar to a flash of inspiration goo, there was also immortal finger goo. But the latter was Tai Clan's exclusive grass goo, it was not available in the market. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, buying this flash of inspiration goo. This goo was like a sapphire tadpole, small and exquisite, it swung its tail and swam around. Fang Yuan activated his primeval essence, and this goo immediately entered his mind, turning into a white light, and like a bolt of lightning, it cut through the dense fog for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with brilliance. He finally found the source of this strange feeling. Right, this Li Ran's life is decadent, he has no control, it looks like a mess, but there is a hidden pattern. He goes to a restaurant 7 times every 3 days, a gambling den twice every 7 days, and a brothel once every 5 days. Moreover, every 10 days or so, he would go to a restaurant called Wuxia Xianxia. The messy and complicated information, under the effect of the flash of inspiration goo, revealed the pattern within. This was the strange part. If he really had no control, and did not think about the future, his life would definitely be rotten. How could there be such a pattern? 3 days later, Wuxia Xianxia restaurant. Waiter, pay up. Li Ran retracted his gaze from the window, shouting. Coming, Lord Li Ran, this is a total of 5.5 yuan stone. Here are 6, keep the change. Li Ran threw out 6 yuan stone. Thank you Lord, take care. Thud thud thud, Li Ran went down the stairs, walking out of the restaurant, until his figure disappeared at the corner of the street. Upstairs, Fang Yuan's gaze was eerie. He called the waiter over, pointing at Li Ran's previous seat. The scenery here is too bad, I want to move to that table. According to his understanding, every time Li Ran came to this restaurant, he would sit near the window. This was really strange. No problem. The waiter laughed, a gentleman likes to sit here. What do you mean? Fang Yuan's brows raised slightly. Don't you want to see Qin Yen Brothel's red card, Lady and you? Hee, from that seat, you can see Lady and you's room, if you are lucky, you can even see her figure. Earlier, that Lord Li Ran sat here every time, to satisfy his craving. I reserved the seat for him every time, it only costs half a yuan stone each time. The waiter said sneakily. Oh, is that so? Fang Yuan did not deny it, sitting at Li Ran's seat. Through the window, he could see Qin Yen Brothel 2 streets away. Qin Yen Brothel had 8 floors, the leading lady, Lady and you, was a rank 2 gu master, her room was at the top floor. She had an extraordinary beauty, and her identity as a gu master could incite men's desire to conquer her. It was said that a single night's company would cost over 10,000 yuan stone. With Li Ran's wealth, he could not afford such a huge sum, but was he really here to peep at Lady and you? From his experience in brothels, he was not a person who was infatuated. Fang Yuan looked outside. There were many restaurants around Qin Yen Brothel. Why did he choose this one? If he had an investigative gu that could increase his vision, it would make sense. But as far as Fang Yuan knew, he did not have such a gu. From this distance, even if Lady and you stood by the window, he would only be able to see a blurry face, right? This is. Fang Yuan's gaze focused. He saw a tofu shop across the street. A mother and son were packing up the shop, preparing to close for the day. Fang Yuan recognized this mother and son. They were Li Ran's wife and son. Don't tell me, Li Ran's true motive is to look at them? Fang Yuan could not help but think. He narrowed his eyes and recalled the topographic map of this street in his mind. To peep at Lady and you, there were many better places than this. But to observe this mother and son, this was the only place with the best scenery. If Li Ran really wanted to observe this mother and son, why did he do it secretly? According to my investigation, he abandoned this mother and son a few years ago. Could it be that he felt guilty? Strange, if he felt guilty, and wanted to care for his wife and son, he could have shown himself. Why did he need to hide? No, it could be that he felt ashamed, and did not have the face to see his wife and son. But if he really felt guilty, why did he not repent? This is strange. He seems to be living a rotten life, without restraint, but the truth is that his decadence is very regular. This regularity shows that he has great self-control. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with an eerie light, countless thoughts flashing in his mind. He took a mouthful of food and chewed. but could not taste it. He felt that he was getting closer to the truth, like a person groping in a dark room, getting close to the door. All the clues, all the suspicious points, flashed through his mind in a frenzy. Such rapid thinking caused his eating speed to slow down. He slowly put down his chopsticks, and slowly picked up the wine cup. The wine in the cup was clear like amber, emitting a rich fragrance. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's black pupils dilated. The wine cup in his hand was raised halfway, and his entire arm was suspended in midair, motionless, like a stone statue. It was as if a bolt of lightning had exploded in his mind. So that's how it is. I understand now. He shouted excitedly in his heart, and a flash of light that was as dazzling as lightning flashed in his eyes. The fog of his past and present life disappeared, and all the suspicious points were connected. Fang Yuan found the answer. Chapter 288. Wu Ran, if you have to sacrifice your future for the clan, are you willing? I am willing. Wu Ran, if you have to sacrifice your reputation for the clan, are you willing? I am willing. Wu Ran, if the clan needs you to sacrifice your life, are you willing? I am willing. I was not wrong about you, Wu Ran. From your grandfather to your father, to you, you are all loyal servants of Wu clan. Now, the clan has a mission for you. This mission requires you to sacrifice your future, your reputation, and even your life. Lord Clan Leader, for the clan, I am willing. Bright light shone in the darkness. Li Ran opened his eyes. Huff. He let out a breath of air, sitting up on the bed, muttering, I dreamed again. This dream was not fake, it originated from the deepest part of his memories. Li Ran was his fake name, his real name was Wu Ran. The surname Wu had a huge meaning in Southern Border. Because it represented the number one overlord of Southern Border, Wu clan. 11 years ago, Wu clan leader Empress Wu Ji personally met with Wu Ran, giving him a secret mission, enter Shang clan's higher-ups. For this, he concealed his identity, roaming outside for 3 years, before settling down in Shang clan city. He concealed himself for 8 years. 8 years, it has been 8 years. Wu clan's clansmen must have forgotten about me already, right? Wu Ran is dead, there is only Li Ran left in this world. Li Ran sighed in his heart. He had concealed himself for too long. So much so that he almost forgot his real name. Here, he wore a mask, living for 8 years, pretending to be a wastrel, an ordinary bottom-rung gu master. Even to his wife who loved him deeply, he did not reveal anything. During this period, he would go out every half a year, contacting Wu clan once. It was always a one-way contact, he used his concealment skills to the extreme. Until a year ago, the person he met told him. The clan was going to use this chess piece of theirs. The excitement he felt back then could not be expressed in words. After 8 years, it is finally used, everything will be different. Li Ran sighed. He willed and took out a mischievous rock from his storage gu. This stone was Fangjing square, like a brick, and its surface was dotted with starlight. It was a star stone. If Fang Yuan were here, he would definitely notice that this stone was very similar to the stepping stone in the gambling den. Li Ran gently stroked the stone with both hands. His brows furrowed slightly. As a spy, he spent nearly 10 years in hiding. By creating an absolutely transparent past, he would definitely be able to win the trust of the merchants. However, just trust was not enough, he still needed extraordinary talent to dominate the battle stage of Shang clan city. That was why he was chosen by Shang clan and promoted, eventually becoming an external clan elder like Wei Yang, holding authority in Shang clan. The appearance of this talent had to be natural. It couldn't be too sudden. For this, Wu clan leader, Empress Wu Ji, personally chose a gu worm for him. This was a gu that was filled with the colors of legends. Obtained from an ancient strength path inheritance, in the current world, it could be said to be an extinct precious gu. With this gu, Li Ran would be able to stand out and dominate the battle stage. How to get this goo? In order to not arouse suspicion, Wu clan had already arranged it. That was rock gambling. Luck was the most inaccurate thing, and it was normal for an ancient goo to be sealed in the stone. Demonic goo master Wei Shunjing. Empress Wu Ji had already secretly taken him in. Forging a low-grade stone was an easy task, he was not afraid of being seen through. Li Ran spent some effort to make others believe that this was a stone from the gambling den, and not his own. He purposely chose a stepping stone in the gambling den. This stepping stone had been there for many years, with people coming and going, no one noticed it. Li Ran first communicated with Wu clan, and asked Wei Shunjing to forge a similar stellar stone. Next, his plan was to switch this stellar stone with the stepping stone when no one was paying attention. He was a goo master, and had been scouting for half a year. He naturally knew when he could switch without anyone noticing. When he unravels this stellar stone, everyone in the gambling den would testify for him, proving his good luck. After he obtains this goo, he would turn over a new leaf, and act out the story of a prodigal son turning over a new leaf. He would rise up, find his wife and son, become an external elder of Shang clan, and complete his mission, bringing his wife and son back to Wu clan. When he thought of his wife and son, Li Ran's heart surged with guilt. He loved his wife deeply, she was so kind and strong. At the same time, as a father, he wanted to give the best things in the world to his son. Originally, he was only making use of her, but as time passed, love grew, and he was unable to free himself from it. His son's birth made him even more worried. But in the end, because of the mission and his special identity, he had to leave temporarily. You must hate me now. I've done too many things to disappoint you. But no matter, soon, I will be used, I will bring you happiness. Li Ran clenched his fists, a resolute light flashing in his eyes. Tomorrow, he would go to the battle stage and have a battle. The day after, he would bring this stellar stone to any gambling den, and put on a good show. I had planned to use that stepping stone as a cover, but life is unpredictable. That stepping stone was actually chosen by someone else. That guy is truly an idiot, choosing a stellar stone of such quality. But, the day after tomorrow, I will also be an idiot. Li Ran laughed, storing the stellar stone back into his storage goo. Although his plan had a setback, it was not a big deal. It was just a small accident. He had expected this possibility. He laid down again, and in a while, fell into a deep sleep. This time, he did not dream. When he woke up the next day, he felt great, full of energy, and full of hope. He felt like he was a traveler in a dark valley. After a long journey, he finally saw the light in front of him. He saw the exit of the valley. 8 years of perseverance had finally paid off, everything was so beautiful. Everything would become even better. With such a belief, he came to the battle stage. This time, he had already investigated his opponent. It was a rank 2 peak stage goo master. He spent most of his time in 5th inner city's battle stage. He was a familiar face. Even the weakest goo master, to be able to stay in the battle stage for so long without falling, he had his own strength. Li Ran did not have a trace of contempt in his heart. The goo in his hands were somewhat rotten, their quality was not high. Furthermore, he had to disguise himself. He could not fight too fiercely, thus, the outcome of this battle was uncertain. As expected, the battle continued, as Li Ran expected. From probing to clashing, both sides were evenly matched, they were in a deadlock. The scene of the battle was very ugly, and the few spectators outside the arena were all hissing. Suddenly, Li Ran's eyes flashed with an obscure light. Chance. He acutely found a flaw in his opponent, and was about to attack. Suddenly, he felt pain in his heart, his body stiffened, he was counterattacked by his opponent, and was sent flying. Li Ran suffered a heavy blow, and groaned in pain. His body was pushed back by more than 10 steps, before he managed to stop. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. However, the injuries on his body were completely incomparable to the shock and fear in his heart. My flower bud goo. My flower bud goo. Why did I lose contact with it? Inside, there are stellar stones. At the same time, in Li Ran's residence. The bedboard was lifted, revealing a secret compartment. Fang Yuan stood beside the secret compartment, holding a flower bud goo. This goo was a rank 2 goo, used to store things. It was shaped like a flower bud, light blue in color, but had a crystalline texture, sparkling and translucent. Although it was Li Ran's goo, under the spring-autumn cicada's aura, it was instantly refined. Fang Yuan's consciousness swept over it. The flower bud goo contained many miscellaneous items. There was a bag of rice, oil, salt, vinegar, low-quality tea bricks, 30 to 40 yuan stone, and a few stubborn rocks. This is it. Fang Yuan's mind shook. He activated his primeval essence, and a black light shot out from the flower bud goo. The black light landed on Fang Yuan's palm, turning into a stellar stone. It was of extremely poor quality, squarish like a brick, and very similar to the stepping stone. The moment the stellar stone appeared, the whole world seemed to have quietened down. Fang Yuan's pupils dilated. Thump 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 thump, his heartbeat accelerated, clearly entering his ears. Everything in the surroundings, including this simple and crude hut and the bustling sounds of people outside the hut, faded away, leaving only the person below and the star stone in his hand. He held the heavy stellar stone in his hand, and felt a clear cold sensation from the surface of the stone. Fang Yuan's eyes gradually emitted a heated gaze. At the same time, the corners of his lips gradually curled up, revealing a trace of a smile. This smile widened, as he opened his mouth, letting out a soundless laughter. The legendary goo is finally in my hands. He shouted excitedly in his heart. Just as I guessed, this Li Ran is a spy sent by another clan. At Qingmao Mountain, I had once used rock gambling to conceal the origin of the liquor worm. He had the same plan. No wonder there was no goo in that stepping stone. The rumors in my previous life were all a show he put on. Today, he is going to the battle stage to fight. Regardless of whether he hid his strength or not, according to his previous battle results, his opponent's strength is about the same, thus it is hard to determine the victor. The stellar stone containing the legendary goo is so important, it is inconvenient to fight with it on him. With his cautious nature, he would not hide it in a storage goo. Because if he lost the battle, one of his goo worms would be taken by his opponent. Chapter 289. I admit defeat. Li Ran half knelt on the ground, shouting loudly. The opponent stopped his charge and stopped in time, not wanting to force Li Ran into a desperate situation. This was not beneficial to either side. Li Ran spat out a mouthful of blood, standing up shakily. To leave the battle as soon as possible, he purposely took a few hits from the opponent. The hosting goo master walked onto the battle stage, announcing the result of the battle. Li Ran was already anxious. After retrieving the Vine information goo, he pretended to signal to the host and walked out of the battle stage. He hastily took care of his injuries and hurriedly rushed back to his residence. Damn it, why did this happen? What happened? Why did I lose contact with the flower bud goo? Li Ran's heart was shrouded in a heavy dark cloud. The flower bud goo was refined by him. The moment it was refined by Fang Yuan, he immediately sensed it. Usually, there are only two possibilities in this situation. One is that the flower bud goo was destroyed, the second is that it was refined by someone. Could it be that I've been discovered? No, the situation might not be that bad, it might just be that my house was robbed. Damn it, I have lived in Shang Clan City for 8 years, I know all the thieves here, to think that someone would be interested in my lousy place. Li Ran walked quickly. The stellar stone was extremely important. Even with his temperament, he could not help but feel anxious. He regretted it. He should have hidden the flower bud goo in a more secretive place, and not just put it in the secret compartment under his bed. But the truth was, this was not his fault. He lived alone, to hide himself, he had no friends, and had not seen his wife or children for several years. The brothels, gambling dens, and restaurants that he frequented were filled with people. It was not a good place to hide things. He could hide it in a pawn shop or a bank, but to openly hide a trash rock, that was too strange. When Shang Clan investigates, this would be a huge problem. In Shang Clan City, there were all sorts of people. There were many Gu masters who were thieves. But to unravel the flower bud Gu, he needed a rank 3 Gu. But ordinary rank 3 Gu masters would not be interested in his lousy place. Li Ran had been in hiding for half a year, and even he had almost forgotten about the past. When he had the hidden flower bud Gu, he was very confident, but now his confidence had turned into self-blame. Let's hope this matter can be salvaged. Uneasily, he hurried back to his room. The door was unlatched. He pushed open the door and saw that the place was in a mess. I've really been robbed. This thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Being robbed wasn't scary. As long as his identity wasn't exposed, there was still room for redemption. That's right. Li Ran consoled herself. Every time I contact the Wu family, it's a one-way line. There was no evidence left in his hands at all. That legendary Gu was also wrapped in the stellar rock. If one did not open the rock, who would understand its value? As long as I find the thief, with the connections I've built up over the past 8 years. With this in mind, he gradually steadied his emotions and eliminated the panic in his heart. Should I report it to the police? Borrow the power of the city guards to help me arrest the bandits? No, it was better to use peaceful measures before resorting to force. It would be best if he could safely retrieve the Star Stone. The city guards aren't reliable either. They won't do their best for a nobody like me. Maybe I should hire a Tai Clan Gu master. This is... At this time, his eyes narrowed as he discovered a Gu on the bed board that was flipped open. Heart Sound Gu. This Gu was rank 2, greenish-black, about the size of a baby's thumb. It was like a snail, one end was big and the other small, and there were whorls on the surface. Heart Sound Gu is a set of 2 Gu masters. It can allow 2 Gu masters to communicate using their thoughts within 100 steps. Don't tell me, this was left behind by the thief for me? Li Ran's eyes flashed with hesitation, but he gritted his teeth and stuffed the Heart Sound Gu into his ears like earplugs. Who are you? Li Ran injected his primeval essence and activated the Heart Sound Gu, concentrating his thoughts and asking in his mind. Who am I is not important. The important thing is, this name Li Ran should be a fake name, right? He. Soon, Fang Yuan's voice resounded in Li Ran's mind. In an instant, Li Ran's pupils shrunk to the size of a needle. As if he was struck by lightning, he stood on the spot in a daze. Oh no, he found out my identity. Li Ran was inconsolable. The situation had developed into the worst possible outcome. But he was a spy who had been undercover for 8 years. Even with such a huge change, he still managed to calm his mind, concentrating his thoughts and asking Fang Yuan in his mind, fake name? What fake name, what do you mean? As he spoke, he carefully tiptoed and walked around the simple room. Next, he leaned against the wall and looked at the street outside the window. Heart Sound Gu's effective range is only 100 steps, this mysterious man must be near me. He quickly thought of a plan. Heart Sound Gu required one to concentrate their mind before they could converse. Ordinary thoughts and thoughts wouldn't be transmitted out. But Fang Yuan had already predicted his mental state. He laughed lightly. You don't need to pretend, Li Ran. I am not your enemy, I am only your partner. To express my sincerity, we can meet. Meet? Li Ran was stunned. Next, Fang Yuan's voice resounded in his mind. Walk out of the room now, turn left. Why should I listen to you? Li Ran shouted in his mind. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Don't test me, I will always know more than you can imagine. How about this? I will count to 5, you can think about it. 1. Fang Yuan counted. Li Ran thought rapidly. Even if the flower bud goo landed in the enemy's hands, he had no evidence to prove that he was a spy of Wu clan. He had been undercover for 8 years, how could he have evidence? 2. Fang Yuan's voice was calm. If he listened to Fang Yuan's threat now, it would be seen by people with ulterior motives, then it would prove his identity as a spy from another angle. But if he did not listen to him, what about the stellar stones? 5. Fang Yuan's voice continued to resound in his mind. Li Ran panicked, he cursed in his mind, damn it, do you know how to count? He, it seems you have thought it through. Fang Yuan laughed. Li Ran breathed heavily, his hands clenched into fists as he gritted his teeth and left the room. He walked out of the door, arriving at the busy street, before turning left. After 50 steps, Fang Yuan's voice resounded in his mind again, turn right, go to the 3rd fork, turn left. He can see my movements, he must be beside me. Which one is it? Li Ran's gaze was sharp, like an eagle, he looked at the people around him. I advise you not to look around, this is not your usual style. TSK, after 8 years of undercover work, don't let it go to waste now, don't you agree? Fang Yuan's voice resounded. Damn it. Li Ran gritted his teeth, Fang Yuan's threat made him lower his head, staring ahead. Under Fang Yuan's guidance, he made many turns before Fang Yuan told him to stop. Turn around. Fang Yuan said, in your vision, you can only see a restaurant. Go to the 3rd floor of this restaurant, I'll wait for you there. Li Ran turned around, and his heart skipped a beat. This restaurant was the rich auspicious restaurant that he frequented. Could it be? He immediately felt a strong sense of foreboding. The other party had so much information that he felt like he had been stripped naked and was standing in a world of ice and snow. He walked into the restaurant. A familiar waiter saw him and greeted him warmly, Lord Li Ran, you're here. Please come upstairs. Li Ran's expression was solemn as he forced a smile and walked up the stairs cautiously. He was only halfway up the stairs and had yet to reach the 2nd floor. Wait, Fang Yuan said. Li Ran stopped and asked in his mind, what is it? Go downstairs and leave, Fang Yuan ordered. Li Ran harumphed, then turned around and went downstairs. The waiter saw him again and was puzzled, so he hurried forward, what's wrong, Lord? You don't want to eat? Li Ran waved his hand to dismiss him, then walked out of the restaurant. There's a Xiaobing vendor across from you. Go buy a few Xiaobing, Fang Yuan continued. Li Ran's eyes twitched, but he still listened to Fang Yuan's instructions and bought the Xiaobing. All right, return to the restaurant and come up to the 3rd floor, Fang Yuan said. Veins popped up on Li Ran's forehead as he returned to the restaurant with the Xiaobing. When the waiter saw him again, he looked at him strangely, Lord Li Ran, if you want to buy Xiaobing, just let us know. We'll run errands for you. Get lost, Li Ran cursed, scaring the waiter so much that he shrunk his shoulders and hurriedly shut up. He walked to the 3rd floor and stopped at the top of the stairs. Keep walking. Turn left after 2 or 3 steps, and you'll see me, Fang Yuan transmitted. Li Ran obeyed, turning around a pillar, he finally saw Fang Yuan sitting at his usual spot. Next, he saw Fang Yuan waving his hand at him, inviting him to take a seat. At the same time, a voice sounded in his mind, please. Li Ran did not speak, he walked to Fang Yuan and sat down, staring at Fang Yuan without blinking. The truth was, Fang Yuan's young face gave him quite a shock. In their conversation earlier, Fang Yuan had him completely in the palm of his hand. He subconsciously formed his impression of Fang Yuan, a cunning middle-aged man, or perhaps old, wearing a hood and hiding his face in the darkness. But the truth was very different. The voice of the heart sound Gu was the same, one could not tell his age, or even his gender. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, Li Ran would not have thought that this mysterious person was so young. The fire in Fifth Inner City shone on Fang Yuan's face through the window. His face was ordinary, but his eyes were black like ink, deep and unfathomable. Li Ran engraved Fang Yuan's appearance in his mind. Although this was the first time he had seen Fang Yuan, he believed that he would never forget Fang Yuan's appearance. Chapter 290. On the dining table, the fragrance of food and wine permeated the air. Some of the guests were drinking, some were reciting poems, some were joking around. The atmosphere was relaxed and cheerful. Fang Yuan and Li Ran sat facing each other. They looked calm on the surface, but the truth was that they were in a state of mutual hostility. Li Ran's heart was filled with killing intent, while Fang Yuan looked relaxed, but he was on guard against him. "Who are you?" Li Ran used heart sound gu and asked. "I said, this is not important. Give me the cake." Fang Yuan used heart sound gu to reply the first half, but spoke the second half directly. Li Ran was stunned. He pushed the paper bag to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan opened the bag and took out the cake. He took a bite and nodded, smiling lightly. "This is the taste. I have troubled you, sorry." Next, he used heart sound gu. "Do you know, I followed you a few times. I happened to be hungry outside this restaurant, so I bought a cake. It is very delicious, why don't you try it?" Li Ran did not have the mood to taste the cake. He snorted in his heart, transmitting, "Are you not afraid I will poison it?" On the surface, he smiled, "It is nothing, no trouble at all. Look at our relationship." He. Fang Yuan laughed, looking at Li Ran with deep meaning, transmitting in his heart, "Do you think I don't know what gu you have?" Li Ran's smile became wider, but his heart sank. "He is trying to warn me." "That's right, the enemy is in the dark while I am in the light. He followed me but I did not sense it. They should have investigated me thoroughly long ago. If I fight him, I will be in trouble. Thus, he is using this cake to warn me." Fang Yuan saw that Li Ran did not speak. His gaze was flickering. He knew he had succeeded, and took out the stellar stone. Li Ran's gaze was immediately drawn to it, but it was immediately forcefully shifted away. At the next moment, Fang Yuan's voice resounded in his mind, "No need to pretend, I know the all-out effort gu is sealed in here." "What?" Li Ran felt like he was struck by lightning. His mind shook. Even if his acting skills were profound, his face couldn't help but change at this moment, revealing panic and fear. He had been hoping that the secret of the Starstone would not be exposed. After all, it was created by Wei Shunjing, it was flawless. But to think that the situation was so dangerous, the other party actually knew that the all-out effort gu was sealed inside. Wait, only a few people know about the all-out effort gu. I also just got it from the contact not long ago. How did he know? Things are getting complicated. I am confident that there are no flaws on my side. It is highly possible that this information was leaked by the main family. If the main family can send a spy like me, then the other family can naturally send someone to the main family as well. The southern border's first-rate clans have infiltrated each other, the various sects have spies. This has long been a matter of mutual understanding. Otherwise, how do you explain the fact that they know about the all-out effort gu? That's right, I've been so cautious, so how could he possibly catch hold of me and arouse suspicion? It's just that the main family has actually been infiltrated to this extent. It's truly terrifying. But maybe that's not the case. In this world, there are too many peculiar gu. Fang Yuan gave Li Ran plenty of time to think. He was a smart person. The more he thought, the more bewildered he became. Subconsciously, he would think of Fang Yuan as stronger, more mysterious, more terrifying, and his confidence would become weaker and weaker. Fang Yuan caressed the starstone, and waited for a while, feeling that it was about time. He transmitted, "I want the all-out effort gu." Li Ran was stunned, not understanding Fang Yuan's deep meaning. "But I know, if I take away this gu, I will be attacked and retaliated by your family. Thus, I need your cooperation." Fang Yuan's gaze was eerie. To be able to scheme against Shang clan, it was definitely a large clan of the same level. If Fang Yuan forcefully took away the all-out effort Gu, he would become enemies with this force. This starstone was like the bait on the hook. Fang Yuan wanted to eat this bait, but at the same time, he had to prevent the hook from hooking his mouth. Li Ran could not help but show a mocking smile. You want me to cooperate with you? What a joke. On what basis? On the basis that I do not want to be enemies with you, on the basis that I have the purple thorn token, but do not want to expose you, on the basis that I am the same as you, I have people I want to protect. Fang Yuan said to Li Ran in his mind, as he looked out of the window. At the same time, he said, I heard that shop's tofu tastes good. Li Ran squinted, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. He shouted in his mind, Are you threatening me? Fang Yuan shook his head, his eyes were like drifting clouds, revealing a trace of complex emotions. Li Ran immediately captured the sadness, sorrow, helplessness, and nostalgia in this emotion. Are you still not clear of your situation? Fang Yuan said in his mind, people like us, sandwiched between two forces, our lives are like walking on a tightrope, suppressing our true emotions in the deepest part of our hearts, we might lose our heads at any moment. Since we chose this path, we have to walk it. For the sake of our family, we have no regrets. However, some people are clearly innocent, so why should they bear the risk and be implicated because of us? Li Ran's heart trembled, and he looked at Fang Yuan in disbelief. Are you also a spy? Fang Yuan smiled helplessly, his smile bitter. What do you think? Seeing this smile, Li Ran's eyes shone brightly as he stared at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's expression did not show the slightest hint of unnaturalness. He turned his head to look out the window. Li Ran knew that he was looking at his wife and son. Fang Yuan's gaze was so gentle, so absent-minded, as if he was immersed in some kind of memory. Li Ran did not think that Fang Yuan's emotions were fake, because this young man's age was limited. How could such emotions be faked? Even if he had lived for so long, he would not be able to fake it. This was his true feelings. He could not help but feel a subtle sense of recognition for Fang Yuan. They were all in the same boat, there was no need to know each other. Fang Yuan blinked, retracting his gaze as he said, Li Ran, you have been hiding in Shang Clan City for 8 years. If your identity is exposed, your mission will be a complete failure. Your failure may endanger your life. But more importantly, it will be a loss to the clan. You will fail to live up to the clan's expectations. Li Ran clenched his fists. Fang Yuan's words struck a chord in his heart. He was extremely loyal to the clan, it had already reached the level of faith. Otherwise, the clan would not have chosen him to be a spy. Fang Yuan continued, if you fail, your wife will have no husband. Your son is only 5 years old, he will have no father. If your identity is exposed, they will most likely die because of you. You can only succeed step by step, climb to the position of external elder, that is your goal, right? But do you think it will be your final destination? No, you will remain hidden forever. As long as Shang clan does not fall, the clan will need you as a spy. Li Ran gritted his teeth. Fang Yuan's words hit the nail on the head again. How could he not have considered these things before? But as he thought about it, he did not dare to think about it anymore. The future was too long, if he thought too much, the pressure would be too great, he would lose the courage to continue. That is why you need allies, brother Li Ran. Fang Yuan continued, you will not betray the clan, I will not betray the clan either. You have people you want to protect, so do I. We can work together. We need external help to ensure the safety of our friends and family, only by living can we better contribute to the clan. And Shang clan is our common goal. Of course, this cooperation is limited to personal matters. If the clans behind us start a war, you will be the first enemy I will eliminate. After a short pause, Fang Yuan added. Li Ran snorted coldly. Fang Yuan said it so straightforwardly, it showed the truth of his words. To him, loyalty to the clan was the most important, followed by love for his family, and finally his own life. Fang Yuan's suggestion satisfied all three of his needs. But can this person in front of me be trusted? Cooperation between spies from different forces, it is simply wishful thinking. Perhaps, it was because of his youth, his intelligence, and his boldness that he could make such a request. If I was as young as him, I might do the same. The more Li Ran thought about it, the more he felt Fang Yuan's sincerity. The most important thing was that he had no way out. In front of Fang Yuan, he had already been exposed. If Fang Yuan exposed him, his mission would fail, and his 10 years of hard work would be for naught. How could he be willing to accept that? Human nature was complicated, one of them was called luck. Li Ran was like a person who was forced to the edge of a cliff, with enemies approaching, he could only jump. Even if he did not know what was below the cliff, he would still pray, hoping that there was a deep pool below, or that he would be saved by the trees growing in the cracks of the rocks. He fell into a long silence. After a while, he used heart sound gu. How can I trust you? Fang Yuan smiled, taking out a poison vow gu. 3 days later, Fang Yuan took out the all-out effort gu in the gambling den, causing an uproar in the gambling area. Did you hear? Someone took out the all-out effort gu in Lanchao gambling den. It really is the all-out effort gu? That is an extinct ancient gu, it can summon beast phantoms with 100% success rate. You only found out now? Hehe, I know much more than you. This lucky bastard is called Guyue Fangzheng. I don't know where he came from, but he actually has a purple thorn token. Actually, the all-out effort gu did not belong to him. A gu master called Li Ran chose it, but he bumped into Guyue Fangzheng while walking. Guyue Fangzheng made things difficult for him, and took 3 rocks as compensation. And that all-out effort gu was among them. Sigh, this Li Ran is really unlucky, the all-out effort gu should have been his. This is fate, Lanchao gambling den. No, I have to go take a look. Chapter 291. This is the all-out effort gu. In the secret room, Wei Yang looked at the gu in his hand, sighing as his eyes shined with a strange light. All-out effort gu, shaped like a horned beetle. Right now, it was quietly coiled around Wei Yang's palm, occupying his entire palm with a heavy weight. It was oval in shape, with an armored shell, its spine arched. On its head was a majestic and powerful horn, appearing heavy and mighty. It had 3 pairs of long legs, all strong and powerful. Its body was dark brown, emitting a shiny metallic luster. One look and one could tell that this gu was not an ordinary object. That's right, this is the rank 3 all-out effort gu. Use it to activate the beast phantom, and you will be able to move as you wish. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the cushion opposite Wei Yang, replying. Wei Yang sighed deeply, returning the all-out effort gu to Fang Yuan. Time is right, fate is right. Brother Fangzheng, are you really going to choose the strength path? He still wanted to persuade him. Fang Yuan nodded, not speaking, but his resolute gaze said it all. Wei Yang sighed again. If it was before, he would still have some confidence. But now, Fang Yuan obtained this all-out effort gu, he knew that Fang Yuan's decision to walk the strength path could not be changed. Fate is truly mysterious, brother, you obtained the all-out effort gu, it will be of great help to you. All-out effort gu is undoubtedly the core of a set of gu worms. Since you are so insistent, I will not persuade you anymore. But I still have some things to remind you. Just treat it as me nagging. Fang Yuan said seriously, I don't dare, please advise me, brother Wei. Although you obtained the all-out effort gu, times are different now. If this all-out effort gu is the core, you need to ensure its safety. It is a rank 3 gu now, in the future, you need to fuse it to rank 4 or 5. But it is not your vital gu, the fusion is dangerous. If the all-out effort gu is destroyed during the fusion, your entire set of gu worms will face the danger of collapsing. So, my first suggestion for you is to change your vital goo. Shang clan can help you in this aspect. To match goo worms, just one core is far from enough, we need several main fulcrums. In this aspect, you have to choose carefully and think it through maturely. If the choice was wrong, the all-out effort goo's value would not be displayed. Actually, during the olden antiquity era, strength path was prevalent and there were many goo worms that matched the all-out effort goo. But now, most of them have gone extinct. If you want to set up your goo worms, you cannot copy them from the olden antiquity era, you have to figure it out yourself. There is another extremely important matter that you must pay attention to. Although you have the all-out effort goo, you don't have the relevant refinement recipe. Fortunately, most of the ancient recipes had been passed down. Some secret recipe masters should have them. You need to collect them carefully. At this point, Wei Yang hesitated. You can try searching for the strength Dao inheritance from the ancient era. The Wu clan had been developing such an inheritance a few years ago. If you are able to encounter such an inheritance, your future will surely be bright. I also hope to see the path of strength revitalized and flourish in you, my old brother. With that, Wei Yang took the initiative to leave. Fang Yuan sent him to the door, and watched as Wei Yang turned into light and flew away. Fang Yuan stood at the door of the secret room, his gaze solemn. He had already thought of Wei Yang's suggestions, and had a strategy in mind. He already had a copy of the all-out effort goo's refinement recipe, he had gotten it from Li Ran. Wu clan provided Li Ran with the all-out effort goo, and naturally gave him the recipe as well. But this recipe could only fuse the rank 3 all-out effort goo into rank 4. Beyond rank 4, Fang Yuan had to solve it himself. However, Fang Yuan was only at rank 3 initial stage now, for the time being, he did not need to worry about the rank 5 fusion recipe. As for what goo worm to pair with the all-out effort goo as the fulcrum, Fang Yuan had his own plans. He had always planned for every step he took, and had a plan in mind. The strength path combination should use the all-out effort goo as the core, with self-reliance goo and bitter strength goo as the fulcrum. Together with all the other goo, this goo set would be at small success. But to reach large success, I will need the 3 kings' inheritance. 2 to 3 years in Shang Clan City, he would gather a set of goo worms and reach small success. When the 3 kings' inheritance opens, he would use his rebirth advantage to replenish his goo worms, and reach large success in this goo set. This was Fang Yuan's next plan. This plan needs to be completed well, because after the 3 kings' inheritance, there will be a great battle between righteous and demonic on Etion Mountain. Only when one's own strength was strong enough could one reap great benefits from the fire. Time is really tight. As for the first, vital goo. Fang Yuan's vital goo was the spring-autumn cicada, this could not be changed. But the fusion of the all-out effort goo would be difficult. Using goo was risky, and refining it required caution. If Fang Yuan's luck was bad, and he killed the all-out effort goo during the refinement, his set of goo worms would lose its most basic support, like a person losing their soul. If that happened, the consequences would be terrible, and it would be like Fang Yuan's strength path cultivation failing on the verge of success. However, in the situation where the all-out effort goo was not his vital goo, there was a way to ensure that it would not die during the fusion. Wei Yang did not know because his level was too low. Fang Yuan, however, knew 3 ways. The first was to go to the Land of Invincibility. This was the inheritance of invincibility, far away in Central Continent, the sacred land that refinement masters yearned for. The second was undefeated 100 battles goo, used during goo refinement, it had 100% chance of success. The third was also a goo, called Remaining Green Mountain. As long as there is life, there is hope. Only by keeping a useful body, can one hope to reverse the situation. Using this goo could protect the core goo. Even if the fusion failed, and the other goo were destroyed, the all-out effort goo would still be there. The Land of Invincibility was too far away, impossible. Undefeated 100 battles Gu was an extremely precious rank 5 Gu in the olden antiquity era, and now, it was extinct. Remaining Green Mountain was in the hands of some famous refinement masters. This was a rank 4 Gu, it was hard to obtain, but there was a trace of hope. In the Three Kings' Inheritance, there is an undefeated 100 battles Gu. If I take it, the all-out effort Gu can advance to rank 4. Next, I will think of other methods. Now, it is time to change the blood. Fang Yuan was a vigilant person. He did not have the all-out effort Gu earlier, and although he had hundreds of thousands of yuan stones, he did not make a move. Now that the all-out effort Gu was in his hands, he finally made his move. He did not need to leave Nanqiu Garden. He went to the study room and took out a large stack of visiting cards. Ever since he'd gambled the all-out effort Gu, rumors flew everywhere in Shang Clan City. Everyone was like a cat that smelled fish, rushing towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had the purple thorn token to protect him, and had participated in Shang Yanfei's clan banquet. His identity was special, no one dared to use force against him. They all sent their visiting cards, but Fang Yuan had been living in seclusion these days, not meeting any guests. At this moment, Fang Yuan took out the visiting cards. A portion of them were from recipe masters, hoping to build a good relationship with Fang Yuan, and borrow the all-out effort Gu for research. The Gu worms that originated from ancient times were of great help to them in deducing recipes. Another portion were famous Gu masters. There were all kinds of names, hoping to fight with Fang Yuan, or exchange Gu with Fang Yuan, and so on. The largest portion were Gu masters representing various shops and clans, wanting to buy the all-out effort Gu from Fang Yuan at a high price. Fang Yuan picked out a small portion of them. He called his servants and gave some instructions. Not long after, a group of Gu masters ran over eagerly. Fang Yuan met them in the hall. I am not selling the all-out effort Gu, I am meeting everyone today because I want to make some other transactions. These words made everyone disappointed. Some were still unwilling to give up, but Fang Yuan's attitude was firm. They could only give up. After an hour and a half, a few business deals were settled, and the crowd dispersed. 2 days later, the Gu worms were in place. Fang Yuan's battle strength rose sharply, but he paid a huge price for it. Gu worms were too expensive. After spending hundreds of thousands of primeval stones, the white-browed old man formed by the clouds and mist in the primeval elder Gu was already hunching his back, his face full of worry and sorrow, looking very miserable. Another day later, Fang Yuan stepped into the battle stage again. This time, it caused a commotion. Outside the battle stage, there was a huge crowd, almost rubbing shoulders with each other. The person he was fighting was none other than Li Ran. He looked at Fang Yuan, his expression distorted, his eyes spewing fire as he shouted, "Guyue Fangzheng, you stole my opportunity, you are despicable. Today, I will take back what is rightfully mine." "Humph, who asked you to bump into me?" "I asked you for compensation, but you can't pay me yuan stone. You are willing to use that stubborn stone to repay your debt." Fang Yuan laughed coldly, replying. The spectators outside the stage started to discuss. It was extremely noisy. Fang Yuan and Li Ran's conversation confirmed the rumors that had been going around for the past few days. "Ah!" Li Ran grabbed his hair, shouting, "Fangzheng, you evil tyrant, I was forced by you. I only bumped into you by accident, but you grabbed onto me and did not let go. Today, I will seek justice." Saying so, Li Ran pounced at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan snorted, waiting for him to get close. He willed. Vertical crash Gu. Whoosh! The sound of the wind suddenly rose. He took a step forward, and his whole body suddenly rushed forward a distance of 50 steps. Li Ran only felt his vision blur, before Fang Yuan appeared in front of him. All-out effort Gu. Fang Yuan willed again, and with a burst of light, the phantom of a wild boar appeared in the air behind him. The wild boar was dark, it had sharp fangs, the strong wind blew, it looked fierce. "Oh no! Li Ran shouted, quickly dodging. Fang Yuan passed by him. Although Li Ran was not hit directly, his arm was grazed. With a loud crack, the bones in Li Ran's arm were fractured, and the defensive light around him dissipated. He fell to the side and fell to the ground, unable to get up for a moment. Just one attack. Did he use all-out effort gu earlier? That Li Ran is too weak, he is not Fang Zheng's match. The spectators gasped, exclaiming. Chapter 292. Fang Yuan rushed out for 50 steps before he stopped his momentum. He turned around, facing Li Ran, and was about to continue attacking. But Li Ran had already raised his hand, shouting, "Wait, I'm not fighting anymore, I admit defeat." Once he said that, the crowd went silent, before clamoring. What is going on? He is not fighting anymore. We spent Yuan Stone to come here, to see the all-out effort gu. You coward, are you a man? Stand up and fight again. The crowd was furious. Many people were so angry that they began to pant heavily. They felt that they had wasted their primeval stones and began to curse and swear. But a portion of them understood Li Ran. There is no way to fight, Li Ran was wise to admit defeat. That attack earlier was enough to show the difference. If this goes on, Li Ran's life will be in danger. This Li Ran is an old fox in the battle stage. With his experience, I am not surprised that he did this. Clang. A clear bell rang, announcing the end of the battle stage. At the side of the battle stage, everyone started to leave, including Fang Yuan. Fang Zheng, don't leave. Li Ran suddenly spoke, stopping him. Fang Yuan frowned, turning around to look at him. What are you trying to do? Everyone's footsteps slowed down. Fang Zheng, I am indebted to you, but you injured me, you are repaying kindness with enmity, you have to compensate me. Li Ran shouted. These words were shameless, you were the one who overestimated yourself and wanted to challenge him, but got injured, how could you accuse him of repaying kindness with enmity? Many people heard this and scoffed, feeling even more disdain towards Li Ran. Challenging Fang Yuan forcefully, that was because he was angry, it was normal. Now, he was still pestering Fang Yuan, that was unreasonable. Fang Yuan shook his head, turning around to leave. I injured your head too, right? Many people laughed loudly. But Li Ran struggled to stand up, shouting at Fang Yuan, Fang Zheng, I know you. You clearly distinguish between gratitude and grudges. It is said that a drop of water will be repaid with a gushing spring, and a single spark of hatred will burn the prairie. Xianxia gave you some small benefits, but you risked your life to save her and protected her to Shang Clan City. Shang Clan leader wanted to give you rewards, but you rejected all of them, saying that they were even. It was Shang Clan leader who forced the purple thorn token on you. Fang Zheng, you are also indebted to me. Tell me, if I did not choose that stellar stone, would you have obtained the all-out effort gu? No. Hehe, I don't care about other people, but I know you. I know you. Although you're a bit overbearing, you'll definitely repay kindness. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to sleep well. Am I right? Think about it, you owe me a favor. Can you sleep well in the future? Humph, that's because you haven't seen Fang Yuan's true colors. Bai Ningbing sneered in her heart when she heard Li Ran's words. Fang Yuan obtained the all-out effort gu, arousing her curiosity. After all, Fang Yuan had always been her imaginary enemy. But Fang Yuan stopped in his tracks. Under everyone's gazes, he turned around and faced Li Ran, his expression solemn. Hearing you say that, it sounds like I do owe you a favor. But first of all, you were the one who offended me first. Secondly, I cannot give the all-out effort gu to others. What do you think I should do? Fang Yuan's words caused the people who were leaving to stop in their tracks and look at him. Bai Ningbing gasped in her heart, feeling surprised. All-out effort gu might be a rank 3 gu, but it originated from the olden antiquity era, it is one of a kind now, its true value is hard to estimate. Just give me 100,000 yuan stone, and you won't owe me a favor. Li Ran thought about it and said. Is this Li Ran an idiot? Asking for such an exorbitant price, such an idiot, sigh, how can you make such a request? How shameless. Everyone shook their heads, feeling disdain towards Li Ran. Fang Yuan thought about it and shook his head. 100,000 yuan stone cannot repay this favor. I will only be at ease if I give you 200,000 yuan stone. Saying so, he waved his hand and summoned the primeval elder Gu, taking out all the yuan stones inside. On the battle stage, a pile of yuan stones appeared. This is 80,000 yuan stone, I only have this much now. When I have more money in the future, I will compensate you. What? Fang Yuan's words shocked everyone. He actually gave it to me? He even raised the price to 200,000. Many people were tongue-tied. Did I see wrongly? Although this Li Ran did not get the all-out effort Gu, with so many yuan stones as compensation, it is not bad. Many people blinked, looking at the pile of yuan stones, almost drooling. This Fang Zheng is really... Many people looked at Fang Yuan's back as he left, showing a strange expression, not knowing what to say. Although they did not get to see the power of the all-out effort Gu, the interesting conversation between Li Ran and Fang Yuan was very beneficial to them. This battle quickly spread through the mouths of the crowd, from 1 to 10, 10 to 100, the news spread rapidly in Shang Clan City. Fang Yuan having the purple thorn token was widely known, dispelling the ill intentions of many people. Many people started to envy Li Ran, while many were suspicious of Fang Yuan's promise of 200,000 yuan stone. But no matter what, Fang Yuan's reputation of distinguishing kindness and grudges was spread. Back at Nanxiu Garden. You really intend to give that Li Ran 200,000 yuan stone? Bai Ningbing asked in confusion. This was not Fang Yuan's style. Of course. Fang Yuan replied simply. He would not tell Bai Ningbing that this was a secret agreement between him and Li Ran. Li Ran helped Fang Yuan put on a show, and told Fang Yuan the refinement recipe, while Fang Yuan compensated Li Ran with 200,000 yuan stone. Bai Ningbing was silent for a while, not believing it. She sneered, spending 200,000 yuan stone to buy a reputation, is it worth it? Fang Yuan chuckled, haven't you heard of the story of reputation Gu? Bai Ningbing's gaze was hesitant, what are you trying to say? Reputation is a bridge, it can allow people to cross the abyss. Reputation is a token of passage, it is even more valuable than the purple thorn token, allowing people to move freely. 200,000 is not even enough to buy a purple thorn token. I spent 200,000 to buy reputation, this is the cheapest deal in the world, ha ha ha. Fang Yuan laughed. Bai Ningbing snorted, thinking of his foresight Gu, she believed him for the time being. The story of reputation Gu originated from Ren Zhu's legends. Verdant Great Sun once drank too much, and when he woke up, his head hurt, forgetting everything that happened when he was drunk. He did not know why, but he was trapped on a lone peak. Around the lone peak, there was an abyss that was thousands of feet wide. The abyss was filled with whirlpool-like winds, lumps of wind were pale green, this was ordinary wind. The wind blew the dust, it was dark yellow, mortal dust. Verdant Great Sun's heart sank. Because he recognized that this was an ordinary abyss, no living being had ever been able to fly past it. He was trapped on this lone peak, unable to leave, he would starve to death sooner or later. Fortunately, there was a dense forest on the lone peak. Verdant Great Sun was hungry, so he came to this forest to find wild fruits to appease his hunger. But this forest was very strange, the black soil was like a swamp, giving off an aura of death. Every tree did not have any leaves, and their thin branches were like strange claws. But when the wind blew, there was the sound of rustling leaves. Verdant Great Sun could not find food, and fell into despair, knowing that he did not have long to live. A few days passed, his limbs were weak from hunger, and he could only lean on a tree, lying on the ground. he gradually fainted. In his stupor, he heard many voices talking. "Hey, look, this person finally fainted. Just as I expected, he's done for. Actually, ordinary abyss can be left, we just need to get reputation goo." Reputation goo is at the center of Whisper Forest, suppressed by a rock. Unfortunately, he does not know, ha. Shoo, let's talk softly, it would be bad if he hears us. It's fine. He has already fainted, not long later, he will be buried by the black soil, turning into nutrients to nourish our trees. Hearing this, Verdant Great Sun was startled awake. It turned out that this forest was the Whispering Forest. The rustling of leaves he had heard before was the sound of whispers in the forest. According to the information he had heard, Verdant Great Sun walked to the center of the forest, moved the rock, and obtained reputation goo. Reputation goo was like a chrysanthemum, its petals were golden and dazzling, emitting a smell that was both fragrant and smelly. Reputation goo said to Verdant Great Sun, "Young man, thank you for moving the rock and saving me. To repay you, I have decided to help you cross ordinary abyss." Reputation goo told Verdant Great Sun how to use himself. Verdant Great Sun was overjoyed, he went to ordinary abyss and stuffed reputation goo into his mouth, and shouted with all his strength. What was strange was that no matter how hard he shouted, there was no sound. However, the ordinary abyss was shaken to the point where it continuously shook, the disturbance simply as if mountains were collapsing and earth splitting. The air was filled with a wonderful fragrance. Verdant Great Sun was not suspicious, because he knew from reputation goo, reputation itself was silent, but it could spread far and wide, causing a huge commotion. Following his shout, a golden bridge appeared in the air. But the golden bridge had a limit, there was still a long distance to the other side. Verdant Great Sun was too hungry, he was too tired, he tried several times, but the effect kept decreasing, there was no hope of saving himself. The reputation goo heaved a sigh, "You have not eaten for a long time, although you have chi in your stomach, the quantity is small. From your stomach, it has to pass through your stomach, chest, throat, and finally exit, the journey is too long. We need to reduce the distance, this way, you can press me between your two butts." Verdant Great Sun did as he was told. Reputation goo landed near his lower body, turning into a chrysanthemum hole. "Alright, you can adjust your chi now and shout again," Reputation goo said. Verdant Great Sun then transferred a gust of chi and expelled it from his body through this hole. Puff! In a daze, Verdant Great Sun seemed to hear a muffled sound. The air was filled with an unbearable stench, but that golden bridge became majestic, spanning over 1,000 feet, reaching the other side of the shore. A bad reputation was always easier and more stable than a good one. Verdant Great Sun quickly stepped on the bridge, crossing ordinary abyss and successfully saving himself. Chapter 293. 8 days later. Nanqiu Garden. In the small square, the starstone tiles were laid out, the view was clear and the stars were shining brightly. Fang Yuan stood at one end of the square with his hands behind his back, his legs slightly apart and his eyes closed, breathing deeply and slowly. In front of him, there were more than 10 stone pillars. Each stone pillar had a diameter of 6 meters, and they were black and hard. The stone pillars were spaced apart, almost covering the whole square. Huff, Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, suddenly opening his eyes. Immediately, it was as if lightning flashed in the air. Charge! He took large strides, and after a few steps, he arrived in front of a stone pillar. His footsteps stopped, he twisted his waist and swung his arm, punching horizontally. Bam! With a muffled sound, the stone pillar shook, and a spherical crater was formed, causing stone fragments to fly everywhere. Again. Fang Yuan held his breath, attacking with fists and palms. At the same time, flying kicks, elbows, knees, shoulders, every part of his body was turned into a sharp weapon. Bam bam bam, muffled sounds continued, the stone pillar shook continuously, and stone fragments flew everywhere. Fang Yuan did not stop in one breath, his attacks were like a torrential storm, endless and unending. In a moment, this stone pillar had shrunk to half its original size, like a small tree in a storm. Crack! Fang Yuan fiercely kicked horizontally, and with a crisp sound, the stone pillar that was already in danger finally could not endure anymore, breaking into two and falling to the ground. Fang Yuan slowly retracted his leg, breathing slightly hurried, a thin layer of sweat seeping out of his forehead. He looked at the ground. These two broken stone pillars were already beyond recognition, the surface was full of potholes, the traces of Fang Yuan's punches and kicks. This is because I did not use all-out effort goo, normal attacks can't bring out the beast phantom. Swoosh! He let out a soft shout, took two large strides, and suddenly rushed in front of the nearest stone pillar. His right hand turned into a palm, and heavily slammed towards the stone pillar. Howl! A shadow of a brown bear suddenly appeared in the air behind Fang Yuan. It had a plump body and opened its bloody mouth, revealing its sharp white teeth. At the same time, he raised his right palm and slapped, which was very similar to Fang Yuan's movements. At this moment, Fang Yuan suddenly felt a surge of power in his right palm. Boom! Fang Yuan slammed into the stone pillar, causing a loud sound. The thick stone pillar, which even two people would not be able to wrap their arms around, was instantly broken. With a loud boom, it fell to the ground. A shallow pit appeared on the floor. A rebounding force immediately transmitted towards Fang Yuan, shaking Fang Yuan's right palm to the point of numbness. After Fang Yuan bought the brown bear innate strength goo, he had been using it. Now that he had succeeded, he gained the strength of a bear. I had to strike that stone pillar dozens of times before I managed to destroy it. After using the all-out effort goo, he only needed one strike to break the stone pillar. Fang Yuan sensed the gap between them. All-out effort goo was not an attack-type goo, but a support-type goo. But once it was used, it had a miraculous effect. The difference between Fang Yuan's strength before and after was like heaven and earth. It was rare to use a support goo as the core. Most goo masters used support goo in their goo set, and were only the main support. For example, Wei Yang. Wei Yang used the movement goo rainbow light goo as the core, the offensive blade light goo as one support, and the support light source goo as the second support. The light source goo could greatly reduce the primeval essence expenditure of light type goo. All-out effort goo could be used as a support goo, but it could be used as the core. From this aspect, one could see its value. But, although the canopy goo's defense is impressive, it lacks rigidity. If it were golden shield goo, the effect would be even better. Fang Yuan thought. During the entire attack, he had been using the canopy goo. Otherwise, his hands and legs would have been destroyed. The effect of force was mutual. Although Fang Yuan's bones were like steel, his skin, flesh, tendons, and blood were all mortal. If not for the canopy goo's protection, his bones would have been fine, but his flesh would have been mangled. However, golden shield goo was not in stock yet. Fang Yuan was out of money. Initially, he had over 900,000 yuan stone, but Bai Ningbing took half of it. Then, for the all-out effort goo, he spent a lot of money in the gambling den. Furthermore, his food, lodging, and feeding his goo worms were all very expensive in Shang clan's third inner city. After that, he changed his resources, and invested a large amount of yuan stone. 8 days ago, he had handed over the remaining 80,000 primeval stones to Li Ran in front of everyone on the practice field. Right now, not only was Fang Yuan clean, he was also in debt. Because according to the poison vow, he still needed to give Li Ran 120,000 yuan stone. Fang Yuan knew this was a necessary investment. Reputation was secondary, the most important thing was to stabilize Li Ran, and show him a sincere cooperation. Even though Fang Yuan had used the going back on his words Gu to get rid of the poison Vow Gu a few days ago. Li Ran was an unexpected gain for Fang Yuan. Killing Li Ran would leave behind evidence and arouse Shang clan's suspicions. It was a bad move. Thus, Fang Yuan did not kill him. To Fang Yuan, Li Ran was a chess piece. Even though he was not useful, he was very useful. In the future, Fang Yuan might even be able to get the rank 5 all-out effort Gu's refinement recipe from Wu Clan through Li Ran. Right now, the most important thing was to stabilize Wu Clan through Li Ran. 3 days ago, Li Ran had used the emergency method to contact the person in charge. He expressed that Fang Yuan could be used. This way, Wu Clan's chances of revenge would be very low. Fang Yuan had the purple thorn token to begin with. If they touched Fang Yuan, they would attract Shang clan's attention. Fang Yuan also had rank 3 cultivation. With the all-out effort Gu, his battle strength rose sharply. If they really wanted revenge, they would have to send a rank 3 or 4 Gu master. Mobilizing such a clan elder level strength had already broken the tacit agreement between the top clans. This was the benefit of keeping Li Ran alive. Again. Fang Yuan collected his thoughts and shouted. He lowered his body, holding his arm as he willed, pouring 5% of his light silver primeval essence into vertical crash Gu. Vertical crash. The Gu worm's mystical strength made his legs fly forward uncontrollably. Bam bam bam. In a straight line, he moved for more than 10 steps, knocking down 3 stone pillars. When it reached the 4th stone pillar, it kept shaking, but in the end, it did not collapse. This was under the situation where Fang Yuan did not use the all-out effort Gu. Vertical crash Gu was a movement Gu that Fang Yuan bought. Its effect was to forcefully break through. If there were no obstructions, he charged forward for 50 steps before coming to a halt. If there was an obstruction, it would be less than 50 steps. This Gu was more suitable for Fang Yuan than jumping grass. The jumping ability of jumping grass came from the Gu worm itself. And vertical crash Gu's strength came from Fang Yuan himself. The stronger Fang Yuan's strength, the better the vertical crash Gu's ability to forcefully break through. During the battle with Li Ran, Fang Yuan activated Boar Phantom at the same time. It was a perfect combination, heavily injuring Li Ran at once. Horizontal charge. Fang Yuan activated another Gu, and his whole body charged horizontally like a tyrannical crab, crashing into the stone pillar. This was horizontal charge Gu, similar to vertical crash Gu, but it charged horizontally. Fang Yuan sold the jumping grass, and bought horizontal charge Gu and vertical crash Gu as his movement Gu. No doubt, these 2 Gu could exert strength while moving, and were very suitable for strength path Gu masters. Making movement itself a method of attack. When I reach rank 4, I can fuse these 2 Gu into charging crash Gu and use it. This was a long-term investment. It could save him money. Next, Fang Yuan used these 2 Gu worms alternately, turning into a raging bull, charging around the square. This time, he was multitasking. Not only was he using horizontal charge Gu or vertical crash Gu, he was also using all-out effort Gu. The stone pillars were sent flying, and smashed into the ground, producing a thunderous sound. Using Boar Phantom, I can send 5 stone pillars flying, and knock down 8. Using Bear Phantom, I can send 7 stone pillars flying, and knock down 5. Using Crocodile Phantom, I can send 3 stone pillars flying, and knock down 4. Fang Yuan carefully experienced the intricacies of this. Evidently, Boar strength was suitable for charging, it had a long range, and the effect was good. Brown Bear strength was strong in the first half, but weak in the second half. As for Crocodile strength, it was not suitable for charging attacks. Currently, all-out effort Gu can only activate 1 Gu's strength. I cannot use Boar Phantom and Bear Phantom at the same time. That is to say, my strength of 2 boars is a waste. If I use other beast strengths, I can increase my offensive abilities in other areas. Right now, I have the strength of 2 boars, 1 bear, and 1 crocodile, and have reached the limits of my body. It is time to use steel tendon goo. Fang Yuan had already bought the steel tendon goo. Steel tendon and iron bone complementing each other. But steel tendon goo was different from iron bone goo. The latter was an expendable goo, while the former needed to be used continuously for a period of time before the quantity would reach a qualitative change, forming a steel tendon effect on Fang Yuan's body. After calling the servants to clean up the plaza, Fang Yuan returned to his secret room. He did not want to waste a single second, and started to use steel tendon goo to modify his body. 3 days later, 5th Inner City Battle Stage. A blue-clothed man stood in front of Fang Yuan, gasping for breath with lingering fear. I only fought with this kid for 5 to 6 rounds, and I suffered heavy injuries. All-out effort goo is really something. Every move can create beast phantom, it is too terrifying. This blue-clothed man stared at Fang Yuan, trying to raise his spirits. I cannot lose. As long as I defeat him, according to the battle stage's rules, I can obtain the all-out effort goo. With this goo, I can also cultivate the strength path. The blue-clothed man thought of this, and shouted, pouncing towards Fang Yuan again. Water prison goo. He opened his mouth, and spat out a blue water ball. The water ball quickly expanded, and enveloped Fang Yuan's whole body. Fang Yuan snorted, and waved his fist in the water, casually punching. Boar Phantom. The water ball shook 3 times, deforming intensely, but did not break. It's useless. To deal with me, I borrowed money from loan sharks to buy this rank 3 water prison goo. The blue-clothed man laughed proudly. Fang Yuan's gaze was sharp, and without any panic, he sent out another palm. Bear Phantom. The water ball shook fiercely, deforming intensely, almost breaking, but eventually returned to its original shape. Beast strength is fierce, water is soft, using softness to overcome hardness, you cannot break it. The blue-clothed man heaved a sigh of relief. But at this time, Fang Yuan raised his leg and kicked sideways. Crocodile Phantom. Crocodiles were different from boars and brown bears, they were amphibious creatures, and were familiar with water. Crack. The water ball suddenly broke, and the effect was immediate. What? The blue-clothed man turned pale with fright. Vertical crash goo. Bam. The blue-clothed man was sent flying by Fang Yuan, spurting out large amounts of blood, and only landed on the ground after flying for 20 steps. He struggled to get up, but fell down again halfway. Motionless. Chapter 294. Even Wang Han lost, dying in the battle stage. This lad is too ruthless, he doesn't know how to show mercy. All-out effort goo is truly powerful. Outside the battle stage, everyone discussed. Fang Yuan kicked out the water prison, and charged over, directly killing the blue-shirt man. The battle ended abruptly. The blue-shirt man's chest caved in, his white ribs were exposed, and soon, blood dyed the battle stage red. The hosting goo master walked up the stage, and announced Fang Yuan's victory. The blue-shirt man's corpse, however, was left untouched. After retrieving the Vine information goo from the hosting goo master, Fang Yuan checked with his mind, he had 17 victories and 0 losses. After all, this was only 5th Inner City's battle stage, rank 2 goo masters were the majority, and Fang Yuan had the advantage with his cultivation. With the all-out effort goo, other than the first few matches, the rest were decided in a few rounds. These victories gave Fang Yuan a large amount of Yuan stone. Winning a match in the battle stage, not only could he take away the opponent's goo worm, he could also obtain Yuan stone from the battle stage as a reward. The more spectators, the more Yuan stone the reward would be. Li Ran, here is 50,000 Yuan stone, I will give it to you in front of everyone, in case you go back on your word. Under everyone's gazes, Fang Yuan took out a pile of Yuan stones. Li Ran walked out of the crowd, and under countless envious gazes, he smiled and kept these Yuan stones. Fangzheng, you are a trustworthy person indeed. You gave 80,000 earlier, now it is 50,000, it is 130,000 already. He cupped his fists, and left after saying that. The crowd went into an uproar again. This Fangzheng, he gave 80,000 earlier, now he is giving 50,000, where did he get so much money? Someone did not understand. It is not strange. In this half a month, he has won repeatedly in the battle stage, and the fame of the all-out effort Gu has attracted many spectators. Every match, he earns at least a few thousand yuan stone. After a few matches, he earns tens of thousands of yuan stone. Someone said with a sour tone. Not just that. This kid was vicious and merciless, killing his opponents in almost every match. Very few could escape unscathed. That's why he can get 2 or 3 Gu in every round. Once he sells these Gu, he can earn another sum of money. Someone coldly snorted, exposing Fang Yuan's atrocities. This Fangzheng has gone too far. He is stepping on our corpses to advance. Someone was furious. Someone sighed, we are all demonic Gu masters, why must we kill each other? Sigh. Someone else lamented, but then again, Fangzheng has his merits. When he said that he would give Li Ran 200,000 yuan stone, he really did so. To be honest, if it were me. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd fell silent. Very quickly, someone retorted, 200,000 yuan stone, didn't you not give them all? You can say that again after you've given me everything. Looking at Fang Yuan's back as he left, someone in the crowd sneered, this kid's good days are coming to an end. 5 days from now, Li Hao will forcefully challenge him. Li Hao? Didn't he go up to the 4th inner field? Just a little bit more, I'm waiting to see this show. Hee, this kid is too arrogant, let Li Hao teach him a lesson. Swish swish swish, in the aperture, the tides rose and fell, the light silver primeval sea created waves. The steel tendon Gu swam in the sea, absorbing the light silver primeval essence and emitting a black eerie glow. The steel tendon Gu was shaped like an earthworm, its whole body was black, but its surface was not as soft as an earthworm, instead it had a layer of tough and glossy carapace. The eerie glow it emitted passed through the aperture and shone on every corner of Fang Yuan's body. Under the effect of the eerie glow, Fang Yuan's muscles and tendons were dyed with a layer of faint black, becoming tougher and stronger. After a long time, Fang Yuan finally stopped using the steel tendon Gu. He was sweating profusely, his breathing was rough and his head was slightly dizzy. The feeling of using the steel tendon Gu was not pleasant, all sorts of numbness, pain and itchiness attacked his nerves, testing a Gu master's endurance. Ordinary Gu masters would need at least half a year to use the steel tendon Gu. But in Fang Yuan's plan, he condensed the time to 1 month. This meant that he would need to use the steel tendon Gu 6 times more than ordinary people. It was a severe test of his willpower and endurance. I must cherish every minute and every second of my time and carry on with my cultivation. I need to increase my strength as fast as possible. I need yuan stone. The battle stage is the fastest way to earn money. But as long as I lose, the all-out effort Gu will be taken away. I might be able to use the purple thorn token to stop it, but I will have to pay a huge price in other aspects. I cannot lose. I am like a galloping war horse, my strength is rising rapidly. But as long as I lose, I will suffer a huge setback. My rising momentum will be met with a head-on blow. Shang Clan City is just another starting point, how can I fall here? In this life, I want to become a Gu Immortal, I want to charge to rank 7, rank 8, rank 9, I want to reach the peak and see the scenery I could not see in my previous life. It is rumored that above rank 9 is the highest realm of eternal life. It is easy to live long, but no one can achieve eternal life. A life, the highest realm is eternal life, their greatest desire is eternal life. What wealth, it is just a hobby of collecting. What men and women, it is just primitive. What reputation, it is just bullshit from others, it is filled with the smell of corruption. Wealth, beauty, reputation, status, those who pursue these are simply short-sighted. On earth, there is no choice, everyone will die, they can only pursue these things, otherwise life would be boring. But in this world, primeval energy is abundant, there is the possibility of eternal life, why not pursue it? For eternal life, wealth, beauty, reputation, status, they can all be used, they can also be abandoned. For eternal life, fear cannot stop me, I will move forward bravely. For eternal life, laziness cannot stop me, I will not slack off for even a moment. For eternal life, pain cannot stop me, gods and demons cannot stop me, heaven and earth cannot stop me. As he thought of this, Fang Yuan's pitch-black eyes seemed to be burning with dark red demonic flames. After resting time, he activated the steel tendon gu again without hesitation. The black eerie light shone on every part of his body, even penetrating his skin. In the silent secret room, his expression was extremely cold, like a steel statue, showing a stubborn and unyielding toughness. All sorts of aches and pains, they were just ripples in the lake of his heart. Others could not endure it, but that did not mean Fang Yuan could not. If stubbornness was a demon, then Fang Yuan was a demon among demons. No matter how many times he died, it would not change his determination. No matter how many setbacks he suffered, they could only be used as firewood to fuel the demonic flames of ambition in his heart. Bam! A huge explosion reverberated in the battle stage. Rocks flew, air waves swept, although the opponent escaped a fatal blow, he was still pushed back more than 10 steps by the air waves. As the dust settled, the culprit behind this attack was revealed. It was a giant toad. It was even bigger than a mammoth, its bulging eyes were like millstones. Its whole body was ash green, it had a huge belly, strong and powerful limbs, its skin was covered in green moss, and there were even rocks embedded on it. The most eye-catching part was its back. Its back bulged up as if it was carrying a small mountain on its back. This mountain peak was genuine, it was made of solid mountain rocks, about 15 meters tall. The rocks were stacked on top of each other, as if they were chopped by knives and axes. The mountain rocks were also covered in moss, grass, and even 2 to 3 small trees. This was a rank 3 gu, called mountain-back toad. It was thick and sturdy, and its most proficient move was to jump up high and then smash down with the force of empty tai. Just now, it had displayed its best move, the whole battle stage was like an earthquake, causing the surrounding spectators to lose their footing, swaying left and right. Such an attack is too strong. The momentum was grand, even the spectators felt their hearts palpitating. Mountain-back toad is like a fortress, able to attack and defend at the same time, its biggest weakness is its speed. But its owner perfectly filled in this weakness. Everyone discussed among themselves, their gazes first focused on the mountain-back toad, and then shifted to another gu master at the same time. This gu master wore a flowery robe, he was thin and had a delicate appearance. Although he was a man, he wore foundation and rouge, standing on the other side of the battle stage, picking at his long and clean fingernails. His name was Li Hao, rank 3 cultivation, he had rich battle experience, especially against strength path gu cultivators. You want to fight me with just you? Hee, admit defeat, don't waste my time. Li Hao stared at his fingernails, not even looking at his opponent. Damn you, looking down on me like this. I'll fight you to the death. The opponent was also someone who worked in the battle stage, but was humiliated like this in front of everyone. His expression twisted in anger, he gritted his teeth and pounced towards Li Hao. Li Hao looked at him quietly as he charged towards him, his lips curled into a cold smile. You still haven't learned your lesson, haven't you learned your lesson? Then, I'll let you have a taste of this special feeling. Position swap gu. Li Hao's eyes shone with a strange light, looking at his mountain-back toad. After a breath of time, he disappeared and appeared at the mountain-back toad's position. At the same time, the mountain-back toad appeared at his original position. Using position swap Gu, he swapped places with the mountain-back toad. His opponent was charging towards Li Hao, but in an instant, the mountain-back toad appeared in front of him. Bam! The mountain-back toad jumped like a flying mountain, easily sending the opponent flying. The battle ended within everyone's expectations. Mountain-back toad and position swap Gu, such a battle tactic is simply unbeatable. That's right. Position swap Gu can not only swap places with the mountain-back toad, it can also swap with the opponent. This completely makes up for the mountain-back toad's lack of mobility. After this battle, Li Hao will have 29 net victories, one more battle and he will be promoted to 4th inner city. Hurry up and go up, no one can stop him here. Chapter 295. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. Fang Yuan faced another battle. Your opponent today has some background. Wei Yang walked beside Fang Yuan, instructing Fang Yuan to be careful. Fang Yuan nodded. He never fought unprepared. Ever since he became Li Ran's underground ally, he had obtained a lot of information from him. Li Ran was a spy, he had been undercover for 8 years, his job was to gather intelligence. His knowledge of the battle stage was even more detailed than Wei Yang's. Li Hao was once a strength cultivator, he got to 4th inner city. He was once high-spirited, but met a bottleneck. Strength path cultivators are strong in the early stages, but weak in the middle and later stages, they are hard to overcome. Li Hao suffered a huge setback, he gave up on strength path, and changed to a support path. It was also because of his fortuitous encounter, he won a good rock in the gambling den, and obtained the rare position swap Gu. He is very experienced, he immediately sold almost all the Gu on him, and spent a huge amount of money to buy a mountain-back toad. After that, he relied on the combination of these 2 Gu, and won every battle. Relying on the primeval stones and Gu he obtained from his victories, he slowly accumulated and gradually completed a set of Gu worms. He challenged you forcefully, evidently because of the all-out effort Gu in your hands. Be careful. Wei Yang patted Fang Yuan's shoulder, and returned to the crowd. Fang Yuan looked at Wei Yang deeply, before walking to the battle stage. Every time there was an important battle, Wei Yang would come to watch. Fang Yuan understood, he was here to watch the battle. One reason was because Shang clan wanted to recruit him, the other reason, it was because he truly treated Fang Yuan as a brother. The relationship between people was so strange. Some people lived together for decades, but did not open their hearts. Some people only had a single conversation, and became close friends. Fang Yuan understood Wei Yang's emotions. In Fang Yuan, he saw the shadow of his past self. This strong sense of identity, as well as Fang Yuan's straightforward personality, made him treat Fang Yuan as one of his own. Wei Yang. Fang Yuan muttered to himself as he walked to the center of the arena. The terrain of this training field was in the shape of a large swamp. The black mud gave off a faint stench. There were even puddles on the ground. Li Hao hadn't arrived yet. Outside the battle stage, a large number of spectating Gu masters gathered. This was the largest number of spectators since Fang Yuan's martial arts exhibition. Standing on the field and looking around, there were heads everywhere. Everyone whispered to each other, causing the entire martial arts practice grounds to buzz with noise. That punk Fangjing is going to be in trouble today. He has been too arrogant these days. I should teach him a lesson. Young people don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, they really think they are invincible just because they have an all-out effort Gu. Li Hao is here, someone shouted. The crowd was silent for a moment, and then the sound of discussion suddenly heated up. The clamor was so loud that it almost broke through the roof of the martial arena. Li Hao appeared at the entrance. Sir Li Hao, it's all up to you today. Here's to your 30th victory and your promotion to 4th inner city. In the crowd, many people were shouting and cheering. Compared to Fang Yuan, they acknowledged Li Hao more from the bottom of their hearts. Fang Yuan had just arrived and was extremely arrogant, killing many opponents without mercy. He had a purple thorn token, causing everyone to be jealous of his good luck. In contrast, Li Hao was a veteran in the battle stage. His original strength path was defeated in 4th Inner City, but he rose up after suffering, symbolizing the battle stage's standard spirit of fighting without rest, resonating with the surrounding people. Li Hao smiled as he slowly walked onto the stage. He was skinny, wearing a flowery robe and makeup, walking leisurely towards Fang Yuan. But when he was 60 steps away from Fang Yuan, he stopped and did not move forward. In Fang Yuan's previous battles, he had used vertical crash gu to launch a sneak attack, sending his opponents flying and succeeding in one move. Li Hao had been in the battle stage for many years, it was impossible for him not to make preparations before the battle. Vertical crash gu could only charge up to 50 steps, 60 steps was safe. Strength Cultivator, he. He lightly glanced at Fang Yuan, disdain flashing in his eyes. Young man, I'm sorry, your winning streak ends here. Do you know, looking at you now, it is like looking at me in the past. Strength cultivators have no future, even if you have all-out effort gu, so what? Thank me, I defeated you today for your own good, to let you know your weakness in strength cultivation. He lectured Fang Yuan in front of everyone with his identity as a senior. You really have a lot of nonsense, do you dare to shut up? Fang Yuan crossed his arms, his expression indifferent. You. Anger flashed on Li Hao's face, his laughter filled with coldness. He, young man, you are disrespecting your seniors, you will suffer. At this time, with a clang, the hosting gu master announced the start of the battle. Vertical crash gu. Fang Yuan moved his legs and charged forward. Swoosh. The soil under his feet was like a black wave, splashing high into the air from his left and right. Oh, what a fierce aura. Li Hao covered his mouth and laughed lightly. He was clear in his heart, vertical crash gu could only charge up to 50 steps, and every time he used it, he had to wait for 5 breaths before he could use it again. He was 60 steps away from Fang Yuan. It looked dangerous, but it was actually very safe. This terrain was advantageous to him. The muddy terrain was not like the dry and firm ground, it was not good for charging. As expected, Fang Yuan charged for 45 steps before his momentum stopped. But immediately after, Fang Yuan turned his body, using the side of his body to face Li Hao. Horizontal charge gu. The black soil split apart like a wave, and a boar phantom appeared out of nowhere. The aura of the charge suddenly rose by a large margin, it was incomparably fierce. Almost in the blink of an eye, Fang Yuan was in front of Li Hao. If he was hit, he would definitely vomit blood and have his bones broken. Li Hao turned pale with fright. At the moment of danger, he quickly activated his vital gu. Shift. In an instant, he switched positions with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was originally facing Li Hao, crashing into him. But the next moment, his back was against Li Hao's, and he was far away from him. I was careless. In a short moment, Li Hao's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He did not think that Fang Yuan would pose much of a threat to him. After knowing that Fang Yuan had horizontal charge gu and vertical crash gu, he did not think much of it. He was almost heavily injured by Fang Yuan. At the moment of danger, his many years of battle experience saved him. Rather than defending, it was better to dodge. With a shift, Fang Yuan's attack missed. No matter how strong the attack was, if it missed, it would be useless if it did not cause any damage. This kid has all-out effort gu, every move is powerful. I have already sold my strength gu, and my beast strength is also gone, I cannot fight him head-on. Li Hao calmed his mind, and immediately retreated. He used his movement gu, and his body became as light as a willow as he flew backwards, quickly pulling apart the distance between him and Fang Yuan. At the same time, he pointed towards the sky, and a green light shot out of his aperture, tearing through the sky. The jade-like green light suddenly stopped in midair, and then suddenly exploded. In the dazzling light, the mountain-back toad's huge body appeared, and it started to fall. On the ground, a black shadow quickly shrouded Fang Yuan, and was getting bigger and bigger. 5 breaths of time had passed. Fang Yuan targeted Li Hao, and activated vertical crash goo, charging towards him. His speed increased, and he quickly left the area shrouded by the shadow. Just as he rushed out, the mountain-back toad crashed down. Bam! Amidst the loud noise, the entire martial arts practice field shook violently. Black mud splashed everywhere like a monstrous wave. The waves even splashed to the edge of the stage, causing the spectators to dodge subconsciously, but they were all blocked by a huge dark red barrier. The battle stage naturally had its own defensive goo. "It's here, Lord Li Hao's mountain-back toad." Seeing this, the crowd shouted excitedly. Even if Fang Zheng gets in front of Li Hao, it's useless. Li Hao only needs to use the position swap goo, and switch places with the mountain-back toad, he. But Fang Yuan did not charge towards Li Hao. He suddenly stopped his charging footsteps. The black mud was like a huge wave, crashing onto his body, but was blocked by the white armor of the sky canopy goo. Horizontal charge goo. When the black wave landed on the ground, he turned his body towards the mountain-back toad, and charged towards it. Roar! A bear's roar exploded like thunder, and at the same time, a brown bear phantom suddenly appeared, roaring towards the sky in a wild and unrestrained manner. Bam! Fang Yuan fiercely crashed into the mountain-back toad's body, causing it to tilt to the side. But that was all. The mountain-back toad had a special mountain peak on its body. It was made of mountain rock essence. It was extremely heavy, one of the top rank 3 goo. When its 4 legs touched the ground, it was as steady as Mount Tai, not moving at all, causing people to sigh in admiration. But Fang Yuan did not care. He raised his arms like a war hammer and smashed. Roar, roar, roar. Above his head, strength path phantoms of boar, brown bear, and crocodile appeared crazily. Every punch brought along the sound of the wind, fierce and unrestrained. When the punches landed on the mountain-back toad's body, there was an unceasing thunderous sound, like a torrential storm. Such a ferocious attack caused the spectators' hearts to tremble in fear, feeling a chill in their hearts. If I was attacked like this, I would have been smashed to pieces already. The all-out effort goo is really too strong, too strong. But Fang Zheng's brain is muddled. He did not attack Li Hao, but chose to attack a tough opponent instead. The mountain-back toad's defense was outstanding, but under Fang Yuan's wild attacks, it did not move at all, causing people to feel discouraged. But Fang Yuan's expression was as cold as ice. The more he attacked, the crazier he became, persevering without giving up, as if this mountain-back toad was his mortal enemy. Li Hao's expression gradually changed. No matter how strong the mountain-back toad was, it had its limits. It could not endure such continuous attacks. Croak, 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 the mountain-back toad cried out loudly. It could no longer hold in the pain. I can't let this go on. Li Hao's heart thumped. He quickly willed and controlled the mountain-back toad. The mountain-back toad started its counterattack, its hind legs stomping on the ground, and its body pounced towards Fang Yuan. This move was extremely heavy. If Fang Yuan was hit by it, he would definitely be sent flying. Horizontal charge goo. His eyes shined brightly, and he charged in time, dodging the mountain-back toad's attack. Chapter 296. Howl, howl, howl. Beast phantoms flashed crazily with earth-shattering momentum. Mountain-back toad cried out in pain and charged towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan snorted and dodged in time. Mountain-back toad carried a mountain on its back. It was too heavy and its speed was very slow. Fang Yuan dodged easily. Horizontal charge goo and vertical crash goo were used consecutively. Mountain-back toad attacked many times but did not even manage to touch Fang Yuan's skin. Everyone was dumbstruck. Mountain-back toad's unshakable image in everyone's hearts was swept away as it cried out in pain from Fang Yuan's beating. This kid is actually so fierce. Li Hao was also shocked. He gritted his teeth and urged Mountain-back Toad to jump high. Brat, I will smash you into meat paste. Li Hao grinned and let out a cold laugh, his killing intent surging in his heart. However, Mountain-back Toad's shadow did not move towards Fang Yuan. Instead, it landed on Li Hao. Mountain-back Toad's huge body started to descend, crashing towards Li Hao. Seeing this scene, most people were stunned for a moment, unable to react. Only a few people, including Wei Yang, saw through Li Hao's battle tactic. Simply using the Mountain-back Toad to smash at Fang Yuan, the attack would easily miss. Fang Yuan had horizontal charge Gu and vertical crash Gu, he could dodge. But if Mountain-back Toad smashed towards Li Hao could use position swap Gu to swap positions with Fang Yuan. As long as he grasped the timing well, Fang Yuan could not react in time and be smashed to death by Mountain-back Toad. With Mountain-back Toad's weight, even if it did not kill him, it would definitely heavily injure him. However, the moment Mountain-back Toad flew into the air, Fang Yuan immediately charged towards Li Hao. Using horizontal charge Gu and vertical crash Gu, he quickly reached Li Hao's side. Damn this guy, he actually saw through me. At this moment, Li Hao was extremely furious. Fang Yuan was still a distance away from him, but now that he used the position swap Gu, Fang Yuan had enough time to dodge the Mountain-back Toad's attack. But if he didn't use it now, once Fang Yuan got close to him, even if he used the position swap Gu to change his position, he wouldn't be able to escape in time and would be crushed to death by the Mountain-back Toad along with Fang Yuan. Without a choice, Li Hao could only use position swap Gu and swap places with Fang Yuan. Boom! The Mountain-back Toad fell to the ground. As expected, Fang Yuan dodged it with a horizontal dash. He had been paying attention to the alternating usage of horizontal charge Gu and vertical crash Gu. Usually, there would be a gap of 3 breaths. Including the time needed to charge for 50 steps, he would always have a movement Gu to use. Small details often determine success or failure. Fang Yuan's rich battle experience from his previous life made him flawless. He charged at the Mountain-back Toad once more, throwing punches and kicks at it. His attacks were ferocious, and he struck it head-on. Phantoms made of beast power flickered one after another, extremely ferocious. The Mountain-back Toad was once again engulfed in a torrential storm of attacks. It croaked as it was beaten, and crushed rocks flew everywhere. The spectators who were clamoring earlier fell into silence. Many people opened their mouths wide, looking at this scene in shock. All-out effort Gu was being used by Fang Yuan in such a domineering manner, even the Mountain-back Toad became a punching bag, falling into a disadvantageous position. The battle was in full swing, and the scene was intense. Li Hao, on the other hand, was calm. Li Hao had never expected Fang Yuan to attack the Mountain-back Toad so relentlessly. In the past, when Li Hao fought with his opponents, they all gave up on the Mountain-back Toad and tried to attack him. Once Li Hao lost, the Mountain-back Toad was no longer a concern. This was the choice of a smart person. But unfortunately, Fang Yuan chose the most foolish target. He focused all his attacks on the Mountain-back Toad, ignoring the main target, Li Hao. Li Hao was left to the side, as if he was an unrelated spectator. His situation was awkward. Beast phantoms flickered and converged in the air. Fang Yuan circled around the Mountain-back Toad, beating it fiercely. The Mountain-back Toad's huge and mighty body was now so clumsy. Oh no, the Mountain-back Toad is vomiting blood. Li Hao, who was far away, felt his limbs turn cold when he saw this. Position swap Gu. His eyes shone with a strange light, attracting Fang Yuan. In an instant, Fang Yuan's vision changed, and when he looked again, Li Hao had already moved him far away. In contrast, Li Hao had replaced Fang Yuan's position, standing beside the Mountain-back Toad. He stretched out his palms and placed them on the Mountain-back Toad, healing it. The Mountain-back Toad's injuries shocked him. He had fought so many battles in the battle stage, but had never seen such serious injuries. Am I going to lose this battle? Lose to such a young junior? No, impossible. The strong feeling of failure appeared in Li Hao's heart for the first time. Fang Yuan sneered and charged forward. How could he allow Li Hao to heal the mountain-back toad in front of his eyes? Seeing Fang Yuan charging towards him, Li Hao gritted his teeth and gave up on healing, running in the opposite direction. When Fang Yuan arrived in front of the mountain-back toad, he used the position swap gu. This way, he was standing beside the mountain-back toad again, while Fang Yuan was far away. But Fang Yuan did not care, continuing to charge forward. Li Hao's healing was interrupted repeatedly, and Fang Yuan's attacks were fruitless. But even so, he continued to charge, not giving up. After a few times, it was Li Hao who stopped healing, his expression uncertain. Many of the spectators were puzzled by this scene. But there were smart people after all. Every time Fangjing charges, it seems useless, but Li Hao's primeval essence is being expended intensely. That's right. Position swap gu might have mystical effects, but it has its drawbacks. The huge primeval essence expenditure is one of them. The further the distance, the stronger the opponent, the more primeval essence Li Ran needs to expend to activate position swap gu. Fang Yuan has the strength of 2 boars, a crocodile and a bear. Every time Li Ran uses position swap gu, he will expend a lot of primeval essence. Moreover, he still needs to heal the mountain-back toad. Even a rank 3 primeval essence cannot endure this. Li Hao also realized this, thus he had no choice but to stop healing. He did not have much primeval essence left. If it were his previous opponents, he would still have rank 3 white-silver primeval essence. But now, Fang Yuan's cultivation was also rank 3. After these rounds, Fang Yuan had firmly established a primeval essence advantage. Seeing Fang Yuan charging over again, Li Hao's eyes flashed with hesitation, but he had no choice but to charge forward. Fang Yuan clenched his fists, immediately giving up on the mountain-back toad and attacking Li Hao. Bam bam bam. His fists exploded the air with impressive might and were incomparably ferocious, like a tide slapping against a reef. After a few rounds, Li Hao could not hold on anymore. Although his gu worms were replenished, the true core was still the mountain-back toad and position swap gu. To reduce the primeval essence expenditure of position swap gu, he also got rid of the beast phantoms that were hiding in his body. Fang Yuan's attacks were extremely fierce, like a torrential storm, making it hard for him to breathe. Li Hao relied on his previous foundation as a strength cultivator to barely resist, but he had no choice but to use position swap gu again to exchange for the mountain-back toad. Fang Yuan did not chase after Li Hao, instead attacking the mountain-back toad. Boar, brown bear and crocodile phantoms appeared one after another. At once, mountain rocks were sent flying, the mountain-back toad spat out mouthfuls of blood, frantically retaliating. But Fang Yuan used horizontal charge and vertical crash gu alternately. The mountain-back toad's retaliation was extremely clumsy. How did it become like this? Even Lord Li Hao has no choice but to join the battle and share the burden for the mountain-back toad. Fangjing's attacks are terrifying. He is suppressing both Li Hao and the mountain-back toad. The battle had progressed to this point, out of everyone's expectations. Ever since Li Hao gave up the strength path and switched to the support path, they had never seen Li Hao in such a predicament. Li Hao's battle tactic was quite good. Using position swap gu and coordinating with the mountain-back toad, the effect was extremely good. Even Fang Yuan could not break this battle tactic. But, Fang Yuan did not need to break it. He did not even think of breaking it, he instinctively raised his fists and dealt with the situation by remaining unchanged. No matter which of them appears in front of me, I will just beat them up. This move seemed stupid, but great wisdom could be seen. A fierce and domineering aura was immediately displayed. This is a good method. Someone's eyes brightened. In the future, when I fight Li Hao, I will also learn from Fangjing and attack the mountain-back toad fiercely. Once he said this, he was immediately denied and ridiculed by the people around him. Bullshit. You want to learn from him, are you muddle-headed? Fangzheng can do this because he is a strength cultivator and his primeval essence consumption is low. You, a fire cultivator, daring to waste your attacks on the mountain-back toad is exactly what Li Hao wants to see. Without primeval essence, a Gu master's battle strength would fall sharply, and they would be like mortals. In a battle, the side with more primeval essence would have the advantage. The greater the difference in primeval essence, the greater the advantage. Some Gu masters who wanted to imitate Fang Yuan choked upon hearing this, unable to retort. Someone patted his head and said in enlightenment, I suddenly realized that strength cultivators also have their own advantages. That's right. Someone immediately added, strength cultivators use their bodies to attack, thus strength Gu has a general advantage, it consumes less primeval essence. Every Gu path has its own advantages and disadvantages. It is not without reason that strength path was famous in the olden antiquity era. Everyone's gaze once again fell on the battlefield. Li Hao and his mountain-back toad were retreating under Fang Yuan's fierce attacks. All-out effort Gu's primeval essence consumption was very small. Fang Yuan's true attack power came from the beast phantoms. But these beast phantoms did not need to expend primeval essence. This was the most perverse part. If it were any other Gu master in Fang Yuan's position, they would have been exhausted after dozens of rounds. But Fang Yuan's attacks became fiercer and fiercer, lasting for an extremely long time. His aura continued to rise, and his punches carried the sound of the wind, overbearing and fierce, like the roar of a tiger or the roar of a giant bear. On him, everyone seemed to see the arrogant demeanor of the olden antiquity era's strength cultivators. Their hearts were beating rapidly, and their blood was boiling. Fang Yuan was getting more and more satisfied as he fought. Since his rebirth, he had been treading on thin ice, and all the pent-up anger in his heart was vented out as he punched and kicked. All the gloominess in his heart was swept away. No doubt, obtaining the all-out effort Gu was a turning point in Fang Yuan's life. Before this, he had been running around everywhere, living in a precarious situation with little food to eat. When he encountered a slightly bigger problem, he would need to rack his brains to think of a solution. But after obtaining the all-out effort Gu, he finally had the capital to be proud of, and could use his fists to solve many problems. Like now, he did not need to break Li Hao's exquisite battle tactics, and could directly sweep his fists. Demons were crafty, but they were even more overbearing. Sweeping heaven and earth, sweeping mountains and rivers, splattering blood in the world, one strength subdues all. If you are fierce, I am fiercer than you. If you are unreasonable, I am even more unreasonable than you. Demon. 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 Kill. 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 Fang Yuan fought to his heart's content, and a surge of emotion surged in his heart. Finally, he could not suppress it anymore, and let out a long howl. Because difficulties give rise to great aspirations, and the mortal world does not tempt my heart. Today, I will temporarily rest on the grass, and someday, I will roar and tread on mountains and rivers. From today onwards, I will walk on the road to greatness. Sweeping away the dust, smiling at the vicissitudes of life. Stepping on the green mountain, treading the blue sea, binding the blue dragon, striking the sky. Bathing in the wind and rain, tempering the demonic soul, raising the flag and singing valiantly, defying heaven, defying fate, defying the universe. Bam! With a ruthless punch, the mountain-back toad could no longer hold on, and the mountain peak collapsed. Blood spurted out, and it was beaten to death by Fang Yuan. Rampage. Li Hao flew high, and after flying for more than 10 steps, he landed heavily. With a plop, he landed in the mud, and did not move. The black muddy water mixed with the dark red blood, and soon, his flowery robe was stained. He paid the price with his life for looking down on Fang Yuan. The battle stopped abruptly. Fang Yuan stood proudly on the spot, and his fierce and masculine aura suppressed the entire area. The battle stage seemed to still be echoing with his howl. Chapter 297. In the secret room, Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on a cushion with his eyes closed. His light silver primeval essence was continuously activated, pouring into the self-reliance goo. Self-reliance goo was in Fang Yuan's aperture, swimming in the sea. It was shaped like a cockroach, flat and dark brown in color. It had long antennae and a pair of wings. This was a rank 3 healing goo, bought by Fang Yuan during his blood exchange. Self-reliance goo could be said to be the perfect goo for strength cultivation goo masters. The stronger the goo master, the better the healing effect of the self-reliance goo. Conversely, the weaker the strength, the worse the healing effect. Self-reliance, was to obtain the effect of renewal and growth from one's strength. Fang Yuan already had the strength of 2 boars, 1 bear and 1 crocodile. Now that he activated the self-reliance goo, the healing effect was already on par with flesh bone. This was still not its limit. When Fang Yuan continues to add new strength in the future, its healing effect would surpass flesh bone, and continue to rise even higher. But the self-reliance goo had its drawbacks. It could not be used to heal others, and could only be used by the goo master themselves. This greatly restricted its use. In addition, it was a rare goo that cost 45,000 primeval stones. It was even more expensive than sword shadow goo. Thus, although there were many strength path goo masters, few could afford it. Different from the olden times, strength path goo masters were mostly at the bottom, doing manual labor. There were many low-rank ones, few high-rank ones, and even fewer outstanding ones. Those who stood proudly at the peak were extremely rare. In the entire southern border, there was only Empress Wu Ji. She was relying on the ancient strength path inheritance. This was an era where strength path declined. Right now, Fang Yuan was using the self-reliance goo to heal himself. In the battle with Li Hao, he was injured. The main culprit was not Li Hao, nor was it the mountain-back toad, but Fang Yuan himself. In the intense battle, his attacks were wild and ferocious, lasting for a long time. This caused his muscles to strain and his tendons to rupture. Even the canopy goo was dispirited and needed to recuperate. Fortunately, he used the iron bone goo. His bones were firm and sturdy, so he was fine. Otherwise, even his bones would be broken. If an ordinary person exerted too much strength, they would strain their muscles. The more shells fired, the easier it was for the muzzle to explode. Any kind of power needed a cornerstone to carry it. This was especially true for strength path goo cultivators. Although Fang Yuan had the sky canopy goo and iron bones, his strength was too strong and his moves were endless. His muscles could not handle it, and the burden on his organs and blood was huge. After the battle, his entire body was filled with internal injuries. Even his sweat was stained with blood. It has already been 10 hours since I used the self-reliance goo to heal my injuries. The main reason is the effect of the steel tendon goo, causing the treatment to be difficult. Fang Yuan had a sense of propriety. Before this, he had been using the steel tendon goo to modify his body and train his body. As a result, the large tendons in his muscles were dyed a faint black color. They gave off a metallic luster and became even tougher. Now, these large tendons were either pulled or directly ruptured. It was much more difficult for them to grow back and recover than it was for ordinary people. Why? Ordinary people might not be able to explain it clearly, but they knew that there was such a phenomenon. But Fang Yuan was clear. He was a goo immortal in his previous life. He knew that this involved the laws of heaven and earth. Man is the spirit of all living beings, goo are the essence of heaven and earth. Goo worms of all sizes contained law fragments of the great Tao of heaven and earth. The effect of the steel tendon goo was to train the tendons in the goo master's body until they were as tough as steel. This caused Fang Yuan's large tendons to be permanently attached with the power of the law, the traces of the great Tao. The self-reliance goo's treatment was not only to restore the body's tendons, it also had to overcome and cover this layer of law power. Fortunately, this law did not conflict with the healing law. Otherwise, it would not be healing Fang Yuan, but harming Fang Yuan. Similarly, the brown bear innate strength gu, black and white boar gu, and crocodile strength gu were the same. They contained fragments of the great Tao related to qi strength, and when they were attached to Fang Yuan's body, they became beast phantoms and hid. Only when they used their full strength would they be visible to the naked eye. What were beast phantoms? In essence, they were the Tao marks of strength, the traces of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Another example, poison vow gu. It was the law of restriction, placed in the gu master's body to restrict the other party. This Tao mark could not be seen normally, but under the effect of the going back on one's words gu, it could be exposed and then destroyed. The law contained in the going back on one's words gu was the opposite of the poison vow gu. It was just that the former was stronger, so it could restrain the poison vow gu. Furthermore, why did rainbow light gu and position swap gu need the gu master's body to be clean? This was also the reason. The law of strength would interfere with the law of light and the law of space. If the Tao mark of strength was too strong, it would cause the use of the latter two to fail. When gu masters use gu, they actually use the fragments of the great Tao. Gu is the carrier of the fragments, a natural tool. When gu masters refine gu, they fuse the laws and condense them. Nurturing gu, using gu, refining gu. Gu cultivation is not a small path, it is the true great Tao. In cultivation, gu masters follow the natural laws and understand heaven and earth. That is why there is the method of longevity, and the hope of achieving immortality. Fang Yuan had already understood this in his heart. Because difficulties give rise to lofty aspirations, unperturbed by worldly affairs, firm my heart. Today I perch on the grass, and someday I will roam the mountains and rivers. In the study room, Shang Yen Fei muttered to himself, thinking about Fang Yuan's poem with an expression of interest. Because difficulties give rise to lofty aspirations. Worldly affairs cannot restrain one's heart. What a great spirit! Especially the last sentence. Is he treating my Shang clan city as a grass? Lord Clan Leader, in my opinion, Fangjing should be referring to his opponent, Li Hao, as a weakling. Wei Yang cupped his fists and said. Shang Yen Fei shook his head, no matter, I am not so narrow-minded. It is just a pity, I missed a good show. Although I did not see it personally, I can imagine the scene of Fangjing displaying his invincible might. Shang Yen Fei was in a high position, his vision was broad and his heart was open. Towards Fang Yuan's aspirations, he was magnanimous and accepted it, and even appreciated it. Being reminded by Shang Yen Fei, Wei Yang's mind immediately recalled the scene, he sighed, indeed. At that time, Fangjing's aura was extremely fierce, suppressing the entire place, intimidating everyone, no one dared to make a sound. Shang Yen Fei clapped, standing up from his seat, he slowly walked to the window. It is easy to raise 1,000 troops, but hard to find a general. Unfortunately, this general is arrogant, he did not even put our Shang clan city in his eyes. That's right, although he faced many difficulties, he made it through, and gained many rewards, his cultivation improved even more fiercely. This has trained his character to be like this. Lord Clan Leader, your analysis is correct. Young people always have such aggressiveness and lawlessness. Wei Yang lowered his head, agreeing. Shang Yen Fei looked outside the window, slowly squinting his eyes. Fang Yuan compared Shang Clan City to a grass, such ambitions were shocking, it was definitely lofty aspirations. But Shang Yen Fei himself did not mind. He was a man who stood at the peak, looking down on southern border, he had his own ambitions. And Shang Clan City was not really a grass just because others compared it to a grass. What he cared about was the first sentence. Because difficulties bring lofty aspirations, unperturbed by worldly affairs, in this world, there were many people with great ambitions, but little talent. There were very few people with ambition and talent. It was practically 1 in a million. Not only ambition and talent, but also a strong will, it was rare. Having ambition and talent wasn't scary, but adding an unyielding will of steel to it was worrying. Such people, in history, were often called heroes, ambitious, or treacherous. Such people could often change history, create history. How could such a person be willing to submit to others? How could they be used by Shang clan? If they could not be used, the demonic path would have such a person, they would definitely stir up chaos in the world, creating a bloodbath. This was far from a blessing for the righteous path. Thinking of this, Shang Yanfei suddenly spoke. I heard that Fangjing stole that Li Ran's opportunity, and in order to be at ease, he took the initiative to repay 200,000 yuan stone. How much has he returned now? Wei Yang answered, he has already returned 130,000, he still lacks 70,000. But from what I see, it should be soon. Hearing this answer, Shang Yanfei's worry was alleviated. He nodded, that's true. As long as one's ambition is grand, they will not bother with trifles. What is a mere 200,000 yuan stone? He. Thinking of how Fangjing saved Shang Xianxia, Shang Yanfei could not help but laugh. This person's personality was somewhat cute, he had principles in his actions, repaying kindness and taking revenge for enmity. But he was not a person with no morals, a dangerous personality with no qualms. With this, there was hope of recruiting him. But he was currently in the limelight, there was not much hope of recruiting him, he had to slowly think of a plan. Once he was dealt a heavy blow by reality, he would be moved by his emotions and recruit Shang Xianxia. With such a helper, Shang Yanfei could be at ease. Never mind. Fangjing, let me see how far you can go. Shang Yanfei pondered. His gaze was sharp, he could see the whole situation clearly. Fang Yuan killed Li Hao, it caused a huge commotion in the battle zone. All-out effort Gu's strength was eye-catching. Many people started to realize that Fang Yuan was a tough nut to crack. But on the other hand, it attracted the attention and greed of other experts. Fang Yuan would have a peaceful period of time, but soon, his days would not be good. With his personality, he would definitely be badly injured. At that time, he would realize how weak he was. He would first use the battle zone's power to suppress and grind him down. Just like Shang Yanfei expected, Fang Yuan welcomed the easy days of winning without a fight. Who was Li Hao? In 5th Inner City's battle zone, he was the undisputed number 1, and was about to rise to 4th Inner City. Even he died under Fang Yuan's iron fists, who could restrain Fang Yuan? But the forced challenge could not be cancelled, the demonic Gu masters who wanted to take advantage of the situation could only pinch their noses and force their way in. At the start, there were still people who wanted to save face and tried to fight Fang Yuan a few times. But after Fang Yuan heavily injured several people and killed one, they no longer dared to be careless, and admitted defeat at the start of the battle. 19 wins, 20 wins, 21 wins, Fang Yuan's appearance was no longer a battle, but a mere formality to collect Yuan's stone. It could be said that he was flushed with success. Under such circumstances, a by-clan hunting team arrived at the foot of Shang Clan City. Chapter 298. We finally reached Shang Clan City. Looking at the buildings on the mountain, Bai Feng sighed. He was a clan elder of Bai Clan. When he was young, he roamed the southern border and came to Shang Clan City. Now that he came again, his youth was gone, and he came with the mission of pursuing demonic Gu masters. Do you think those 2 demonic scoundrels really took this path? Bai Lian's tone was worried. It should be this path. We used the place where the footless bird fell and split up. We didn't find anything in other directions. Only this path has some suspicious traces. Tai Dao Ku said from the side. He was not too sure in his heart. Although Tai Clan was number 1 in the southern border in terms of tracking, he was an offensive Gu master, and the southern border had many forests and complicated environments. It was easy to hide and difficult to track. Maybe they died on the way, buried in the mouths of beasts. A companion said optimistically. This was very likely. They found many remains along the way, as well as traces left behind by the beast tide's attack. I hope they are still alive. Bai Zhanlai gritted his teeth. His grandfather was killed by Fang and Bai. He wanted to kill them with his own hands, only then would he be able to resolve the monstrous hatred in his heart. Alright, let's enter the city first. If we don't find anything, we will spend some yuan stone to send a letter to the clan and see what Lord Clan Leader will do. Bai Feng took the lead. The group arrived at the city gate, travel-worn. Coincidentally, this city gate was the checkpoint that Fang and Bai had entered previously. To enter the city, each person has to pay 10 yuan stone. The city guard stopped them. Bai Feng took out a yellow pair token and waved it. The guard looked at it, and after confirming it, said, "The yellow pair token can exempt 3 people from the city entrance fee." Bai Feng's group of 6 paid 30 yuan stone. "Brother, have you seen these 2 enter the city?" Bai Zhanlai pointed at a wanted poster on the city wall and asked. This was the wanted poster for Fang and Bai. However, the surface of the wanted notice had been covered by a new wanted notice. This was normal. Every once in a while, there would be a new wanted poster. The city guard's expression changed, shouting at Bai Zhanlai, "What are you saying? With me guarding the city gate, how could a demonic Gu master enter? Do you think I'm blind? You are slandering me, slandering a righteous youth of Shang clan." Bai Zhanlai's expression became sluggish. Elder Bai Feng hurriedly apologized. In Shang clan city, even if he was an elder of Bai clan, he still had to put on airs. The city guard saw that Bai Feng was after all a rank 3 Gu master and did not dare to pursue the matter, only cursing and swearing. Until Tai Dao Ku showed an unhappy expression and revealed his identity. "Alright, shut up. Do you think my Tai clan doesn't know what Shang clan is like?" Only then did the city gate guard stop talking. The people of the Bai clan had suffered this initial show of strength and walked into the outer city dejectedly. "Let's eat some food first. We've been running around for the past few days and are exhausted. A good rest wouldn't delay the pursuit. I happen to know a good restaurant in the 5th inner city. It's in the martial arts area. Back then, I also participated in the martial arts practice and fought my way to the 4th inner city." Elder Bai Feng suggested. This suggestion was very good and won everyone's approval. The group entered the 5th inner city and arrived at the martial arts area. Bai Zhanlai, Bai Lian and the other juniors were immediately infected by the enthusiastic atmosphere of the martial arts area. On the way, they could hear the excited chatter of passers-by. Tan Jing finally got revenge this time and beat Shi Nanqing to the ground. Shi Nanqing threatened to take revenge. The grudge between these two is getting deeper. Yuan Kong has the sickness cloud moth and his battle strength has risen again. He can almost dominate the 5th inner city's martial arts area. Dominate, hehe, wait until Guyue Fangzheng rises to the 4th inner city. Guyue Fangzheng. The pupils of the Bai clan group expanded as if they were struck by lightning. Their footsteps suddenly stopped and their gazes shot towards the passerby. The passerby was truly shocked. 15 minutes later. In the martial arts area, Fang Yuan slowly walked onto the stage. His opponent this time was a middle-aged man. He was tall and muscular with a round waist and a steel-like beard, looking like a fiend. Clang! A crisp sound signified the start of the battle. "I admit defeat," the middle-aged man shouted immediately. His shout was direct and clean, causing the surrounding spectators to be dissatisfied. Why is it like this again? Isn't this embarrassing, admitting defeat before even fighting? Losing face is better than losing your life. Right now in 5th inner city, who dares to fight with Fangzheng? All-out effort Gu is too fierce. Everyone sighed. The battle had just started, but it ended in an instant. The hosting Gu master walked up and took the Vine information Gu from both sides, changing the content before returning it to the opponent. The middle-aged man turned around and left. Admitting defeat was a form of humiliation, but the situation was stronger than the person who asked Fang Yuan to be so vicious and merciless, not holding back. He did not dare to fight for face. Fang Yuan did not leave immediately, but took out 40,000 yuan stone and gave it to Li Ran. This scene once again caused a discussion among the crowd. Another 40,000 yuan stone, he really gave it again. This Guyue Fangzheng might be ruthless, but he does what he says. 200,000 yuan stone, he has already given out almost all of it. Only 30,000 yuan stone is left. Li Ran used these yuan stone to buy Gu worms. He is starting to show his prowess in the battle zone. I am so envious. Kindness must be repaid, hatred must be repaid. From this point, I really admire Guyue Fangzheng. If he wins this round, he will have 29 net wins, just one more round and he will rise to 4th inner city. Let's leave quickly, who dares to fight him here? Even Li Hao died in his hands. Guyue Fangzheng, after so much effort, we finally found you. In the crowd, Bai Zhanlai gritted his teeth, his expression twisted with hatred. His companions also had ugly expressions. They had chased him for so long, they were tired and had suffered so much along the way. But in the end, they found out that the person they wanted to capture was doing very well in Shang Clan City. Before this, they had been guessing that Fang Yuan might have already died in the mouths of wild beasts, being digested into feces and excreted. The scene before them was in stark contrast to what they had expected. Not only was Fang Yuan not tired, he was living well, he even changed his Gu worms and his battle strength and cultivation rose sharply. How could they endure this? Heaven is blind, how can this evil scoundrel be so successful? Bai Feng sighed at the sky. His luck is too good, he saved Shang clan leader's illegitimate daughter and obtained a purple thorn token. In Shang Clan City, we can't touch him. He is protected by Shang Clan. Bai Lian gritted her teeth, she had learned a lot from the passers-by. The enemy who killed the 2 young clan leaders was right in front of them, but they could not do anything to Fang Yuan. Not only him, that Bai Ningbing also has a purple thorn token. Now that she is participating in the battle stage, her results are quite good. A companion beside her side. What kind of world is this? Bad people prosper while good people die miserably. Sigh. Actually, it is not like there is no way to deal with them. They can participate in the battle stage, so can we. Tai Dao Ku's voice was hoarse, his gaze sharp as a blade. He had learned from Bai clan leader that Fang Yuan had charred Thunderbean Mother Gu. Right now, he was sure that Fang and Bai were the murderers of his young master. Since it was impossible to capture Fang and Bai, then he would just have to kill them. Only then could he take revenge for his young master, and Tai Dao Ku would have the face to return to Tai clan. Good. This is a good method. Bai Feng's eyes brightened, his spirits roused. With the battle stage's rules, even if Fang Yuan had a purple thorn token, he would not be able to protect him. Even if he could not be killed, taking away his all-out effort Gu would stop his growth. Honestly speaking, his growth speed was too terrifying, it was shocking. He could not be allowed to grow like this. Wait, where did Bai Zhanlai go? Bai Lian suddenly asked. As Fang Yuan walked out of the battle stage, the passers-by gave way to him. Countless gazes gathered on him, some were respectful, some were cold, some were hostile, and so on. Although I have killed many Gu masters, my reputation is not bad. Every time I give Li Ran Yuan stone in public, it is to build up my reputation. 200,000 yuan stone, I still lack 30,000. Fang Yuan pondered as he walked. In the battle with Li Hao, he obtained 3 Gu, but there was no mountain-back toad or position swap Gu. Mountain-back toad was killed by him, and position swap Gu was Li Hao's vital Gu. After Li Hao died, it also died. But in that battle, there were many spectators, and Fang Yuan still obtained over 6,000 yuan stone. Over this month, after winning continuously, besides keeping a small amount of yuan stone for himself, the remaining 40,000 yuan stones were given to Li Ran. Because of this action and Li Ran's reply, Wu clan did not make a move against Fang Yuan for the time being. This earned him precious time to develop. Right now, I have 29 wins. If I win one more, I will be promoted to 4th Inner City. The competition in 4th Inner City is very intense, there are many experts, but if I win, my gains will be even greater. Now that I have used up the steel tendon Gu, I can add more beast phantoms. But adding beast phantoms was a painstaking process, it would take at least 2 to 3 months to see results. After Fang Yuan got promoted to 4th Inner City, he faced huge pressure, he needed to add more strength to deal with the situation. Recently, in a large-scale auction, there was an instant success Gu. If I can get it, I can obtain new beast phantoms in one night. Unfortunately, I have too little yuan stone, I don't even have the qualifications to participate in the auction. When money is needed, one will regret it. Just as Fang Yuan was thinking about who to borrow money from, a young man suddenly appeared and blocked his path. Guyue Fangzheng, do you still recognize me? Bai Zhanlai shouted. Zhanlai. Zhanlai, don't be rash. Bai clan's people quickly arrived, forming a semicircle around Fang Yuan. Chapter 299. Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. He had an impression of Bai Zhanlai, the number one descendant of Bai clan, they had drank together before. He was even more familiar with Bai Lian, she had once accompanied him for a period of time and used a honey trap on him. Unfortunately, how could mere beauty sway Fang Yuan's heart? In the end, Fang Yuan beat her at her own game. As for the others, like Bai Feng and Tai Dao Ku, Fang Yuan did not know them. But even so, Fang Yuan knew the origin and motive of these people. The victim's family came looking for him. Heaven's Net has a long way to go, Guyue Fangzheng, you killed 2 of my Bai clan's young clan leaders, even if you escape to Shang clan city, you will not be forgiven. Bai Feng shouted. Fangzheng, you buried a trap and killed my Tai clan young master and his clansmen. This enmity is irreconcilable, I, Tai Dao Ku, will take your head. Tai Dao Ku had an agitated expression as he pointed at Fang Yuan's nose, shouting. The commotion immediately attracted the attention of the passers-by. It was human nature to watch a show, countless gazes gathered here. Oh, you are from Tai clan? Strange. How come I don't know that I killed your clansmen? Fang Yuan sneered. Don't try to deny it. You have charred Thunderbean Mother Gu, you dug a huge trap, your intentions are extremely sinister. My Tai clan stepped on your trap and was blown to smithereens without even a corpse left. We chased you all the way, who else could it be other than you? Tai Dao Ku's eyes were almost spewing fire, he wanted to cut Fang Yuan into pieces. He. Fang Yuan was dazed for a moment before laughing, so that's it, it seems I dug the right trap. Thank you for telling me this good news, it makes me feel better. You. Tai Dao Ku's eyes were wide open, he was furious, you admitted it. You actually admitted it. Good, very good, Fangzheng, you are dead for sure. You dared to kill my Tai clan young master, you are making an enemy out of my Tai clan. So what if we become enemies? Fang Yuan shrugged and sneered, what a joke. I dug a hole to deal with the grass skirt monkeys. In the end, you stepped on it. You can only blame your Tai family for not having eyes. Moreover, what crime did I commit? What right does your Tai clan have to track me? Seeking death, ha, it's good that you died, it's a wonderful death. These words made the surrounding people dumbfounded. He actually dared to provoke the Tai clan? Is Fangzheng crazy? Tai clan is one of the overlords of southern border that is not weaker than Shang clan. Tai clan is capturing demonic goo masters everywhere. The famous demon suppression tower is the nemesis of the demonic path. He actually killed the Tai family's young master. He has the redbud token in his hand, so he has nothing to fear. As long as you stay in Shang clan city, you are Shang clan's esteemed guest. Even if the Tai family head came, Sir Shang Yan Fei would still protect him. If they didn't protect him, once the news spread, Shang clan would think that Shang clan was afraid of Tai clan. He. The discussions of the surrounding people caused the furious Tai Dao Ku to calm down slightly. Fang Yuan had the redbud token, and now that he was rank 3, dealing with him would not be as easy as before. Fangzheng, don't think you are safe hiding here. You want to use the battle stage to become Shang clan's external elder? Wishful thinking. Let me tell you, as long as I, Bai Feng, am here, you will not be able to dominate the battle stage. Elder Bai Feng said sinisterly. Tai Dao Ku followed. Fangzheng, I will finish you off in the battle stage. You cannot escape, you have committed a great crime, you must be punished severely. Oh, you want to obstruct me in the battle stage? A cold light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. He was not afraid of these people, even if Bai Feng, Tai Dao Ku, Bai Zhanlai and Bai Lian were rank 3 goo masters. If they wanted to use the battle stage to deal with him, they would not be able to display their advantage in numbers. It is just that my current situation, Fang Yuan pondered in his heart, and suddenly laughed lightly, saying to Bai Feng, your Bai clan obtained Bai Gu inheritance, but you are still not satisfied and want to deal with me? Without me, how would you have found Bai Gu inheritance? It seems you don't want to know the whereabouts of the 2 young clan leaders. Once he said this, Bai clan's people immediately showed astonished expressions. From Fang Yuan's tone, it seemed the 2 young clan leaders were not dead. Fangzheng, what do you mean? Bai Feng immediately asked, his expression uncertain. Fangzheng, don't try to deceive us with flowery words. We have searched almost the entire Bai Gu inheritance, but we can't even find the 2 young clan leaders. Bai Lian shouted coldly. Bai Gu inheritance was discovered by me. Does your Bai clan think you have a better understanding than me? Ridiculous. Fang Yuan sneered in disdain, continuing, why would I bring those 2 burdens to retreat? You don't need to use your brains to think. Deceive you? I'm not even afraid of Tai clan, why would I be afraid of a mere Bai clan? Fangzheng, if the 2 young clan leaders are still alive, I think this is a misunderstanding. I think this is just a misunderstanding. Our Bai family is not an unreasonable family. Bai Feng considered his words, trying to calm Fang Yuan, and get the whereabouts of the 2 young clan leaders from him. You want to know? Fine. I'm hungry, treat me to a meal, let's go to the most luxurious lion restaurant in 3rd Inner City. Fang Yuan said indifferently. Bai clan's people looked at each other. The whereabouts of the 2 young clan leaders was not a small matter, it concerned the future of Bai clan. Although Bai clan hated Fang Yuan to the core, Elder Bai Feng gritted his teeth and nodded, alright, let's go to Lion Restaurant. Lion Restaurant was not a simple restaurant, it was a luxurious brothel. This restaurant specialized in bringing in foreign women from Northern Plains, Eastern Sea, and Western Desert, all of them were voluptuous and charming. There was also a special dish called lion meatball, it was a human feast. It used lion meat, tiger meat, and all kinds of precious ingredients to make meatballs, and place them on the bodies of women with graceful figures and big breasts. The name lion meatball had a deep meaning. Not only did it eat food, it also ate people. But Fang Yuan did not come here because he was interested in the dish, lion meatball. But this restaurant had a huge background, it had many secret rooms. Many Shang clansmen often chose secret rooms to conduct their affairs in order to conceal their reputation, to prevent the news from being leaked. Fang Yuan chose a secret room and sat down with everyone. The table was filled with a feast, and the fragrance of the dishes assailed their nostrils. But he did not order the signature dish, lion meatball. "Tell me, where are the two patriarchs of our clan?" Bai Feng asked impatiently as soon as he sat down. "If you want to know, I would like to ask this Tai clan Gu master to leave." Fang Yuan gave Tai Dao Ku a deep look. "Why?" Tai Dao Ku's gaze was like a blade, ruthlessly looking at Fang Yuan. A bad feeling welled up in his heart. "Because this is a private matter between me and Bai clan." Fang Yuan's tone was unyielding. "I want to guarantee that besides me, everyone here is a Bai clan member. Otherwise, I won't say it." Bai Feng hesitated. This matter concerned the two young clan leaders. He had to be cautious, thus he turned to look at Tai Dao Ku. Tai Dao Ku snorted coldly, unhappily walking out of the secret room and closing the door. The inside and outside of the secret room were isolated. "Speak, don't try to deceive us about the whereabouts of our clan's young clan leaders. This is Shang Clan City, there are many goo worms here that can prove your words." Bai Feng said sternly. Fang Yuan slowly raised his wine cup and drank a mouthful. "Whereabouts? Of course they are dead, you are too naive. Since I am your Bai clan's enemy, of course I have to eliminate you." "What? You dare to trick us? Fangzheng, you are courting death." Bai clan's people were enraged, they stood up and rushed towards Fang Yuan in anger. But the thunder was loud, the rain was small. This was not Bai clan village. Fang Yuan had the purple thorn token, and his strength was not ordinary. To kill Fang Yuan, they would have to pay a heavy price. Most importantly, killing him like this was going against Shang clan. "Your Bai clan killed my clan's esteemed guest in Shang Clan City, hee. Bai clan was facing the crisis of their spirit spring drying up. They were in a precarious situation. They also obtained Bai Gu inheritance, everyone was eyeing them covetously. If they provoked a colossus like Shang clan, the consequences would be unthinkable." Fang Yuan sat calmly on his seat, he raised his eyes and swept his gaze across the crowd, saying indifferently, "I actually quite admire you. Your Bai clan's spirit spring is about to dry up, you can't even protect yourselves, but you still have the mood to deal with me. Hee, truly amazing." These words were like a bolt from the blue, instantly bombarding clan elder Bai Feng's heart. He was extremely shocked, blurting out, "How did you know about this?" This news was sealed by the higher-ups of Bai clan, even Bai Zhanlai and Bai Lian did not know about it. But Fang Yuan exposed it. How could he not be shocked by Bai Feng's words? "Of course I heard it from the two young clan leaders of your clan. Before I killed them, they knelt down and begged for mercy, trying to use this news to gain my trust, in exchange for a chance to live." Fang Yuan lied through his teeth. Since there was no evidence, he could fabricate whatever he wanted. "Impossible. This news is only known by clan leader and a few elders. The two young clan leaders are young and ignorant, how could they know about this?" Bai Feng immediately retorted. Fang Yuan curled his lips. Maybe they overheard it when they were playing? After all, their mother is your clan leader. This is only a minor detail. Lord Clan Elder, is what he said true about the spirit spring drying up? There's actually such a thing. Once the clan's spirit spring dries up, Bai Lian, Bai Zhanlai, and the others all asked with anxious expressions. The spirit spring was the foundation of a clan, its importance was self-evident. Once the spirit spring was lost, no matter how strong a clan was, it would be rootless duckweed. Bai Feng was instantly woken up by their questions, cursing in his heart. Maybe Fang Yuan was only guessing, the two young clan leaders were still children, their credibility was not high. But he lost his composure this time, lost his sense of propriety, and undoubtedly proved this matter. Bai Feng was extremely regretful, he wanted to slap his own mouth. His nature was impatient, he could not hide things. Otherwise, when he was young, he would not have been chased out of the clan by his father, forcing him to wander and polish his character. These years, he had cultivated some shrewdness, but in the end, a leopard cannot change its spots. Chapter 300 His face was gloomy, and his eyes flickered. He was about to deny it, but Feng Yuan had already seen through his plan. Don't try to cover it up, it's useless. The spirit spring is drying up, and the production of yuan stone will definitely decrease. You Bai clan covered it up well, and used your treasury or trade to make up for this shortcoming. But there are definitely traces of this, and as long as someone keeps investigating, they will be able to find out, Feng Yuan said calmly. Bai Feng clenched his fists, and glared fiercely at Feng Yuan, wishing he could skin him alive. Seeing his elder's expression, even the stupidest person would know the truth. Spirit spring, our clan's spirit spring is drying up. Bai Lian was scared out of her wits, and fell on the chair. Bai Zhanlai pursed his lips, and fell into silence. The others also did not speak, and were both shocked and terrified. The atmosphere in the secret room was extremely oppressive. He. Feng Yuan laughed lightly, your Bai clan is really in danger. The spirit spring is drying up, and if you can't find a new spirit spring, even the strongest clan will fall apart. Now that you obtained the White Bones inheritance, the surrounding forces are all jealous. Say, if I spread this secret information, what will happen? No. Bai Lian's face paled, and she hurriedly said. The others also thought of the severity of the situation, and their expressions became extremely serious. Now that Bai clan obtained the White Bones inheritance, their strength increased, and they gained this advantage. The surrounding great clans were all watching covetously, and with hidden fear. If the news of the spirit spring was leaked, Bai clan would be exposed, and become a paper tiger, and the surrounding forces would definitely make a move. They definitely did not want to see Bai clan survive this crisis, obtain the White Bones inheritance, and increase their strength, surpassing them. Therefore, they must keep this information secret. Everyone from Bai clan was awakened by Feng Yuan, and they all understood. Bai Zhanlai and the others stared at Feng Yuan with even more ferocity, and their killing intent boiled. Want to kill me? Feng Yuan laughed coldly, and shook his finger. Since I met you alone, I naturally made full preparations. To be honest, if you didn't come to find me, I would have gone to find you. These words were not without reason. Everyone had no choice but to suppress their killing intent and retract the ominous glint in their eyes. Alright, let's get down to business. The corners of Feng Yuan's lips curled up as he adjusted his sitting posture. He pressed his hand down and said, sit down, let's talk. Talk about what? What's there to talk about with you? Humph. Bai Feng's face was as gloomy as water, but even though he said that, he still sat down. The others hesitated for a moment before sitting down as well. The tense scene of swords drawn and bows drawn suddenly eased a little. Of course it's about the hush money. Was it easy for me to lead you here? Wasting my time and energy, of course you have to compensate me. Yuan stone, I want yuan stone. Give me 3 million yuan stone, and I promise you that I won't tell anyone about this. Feng Yuan's words made everyone jump again. How dare you threaten us? You killed 2 of our young clan leaders. How dare you ask for the yuan stone? Fengzheng, don't go too far. If worst comes to worst, I'll risk my life and die with you. Everyone roared in unison. Ha ha ha. Feng Yuan threw his head back and laughed. He stood up and stared at everyone with his fierce eyes. That's right, I'm threatening you. If you don't agree, I'll leak this news. What, you want to die with me? Humph, believe it or not, even if I die, this news will still be leaked. At that time, you'll be the sinners of the clan. Because you didn't agree to my request, the clan will be attacked by other forces. You. Elder Bai Feng was so angry that he pointed at Feng Yuan but couldn't say a word. The others glared angrily and gritted their teeth, but they didn't make a move. You what you? Feng Yuan sneered at Bai Feng, his tone full of disdain. What can you do to me? Kill me? I have the Redbud token, try and touch me. I know you're all good men and not afraid of death. But the clan is the most important. If your family, your friends, die, it's all because of you. Everyone from Bai clan clenched their fists and froze in place. Ah! Bai Zhanlai suddenly raised his head and roared. He raised his fist and punched down. Under his angry punch, the entire table was smashed and the dishes scattered all over the floor. He hated it. His grandfather Bai Zhanwen died because of Fong and Bai. This enmity was irreconcilable. Because of this, he joined the pursuit team, ran around, and finally found the murderer. But, the enemy was clearly in front of him, but he couldn't make a move. Fong Yuan was clearly in front of him, but he couldn't take revenge. Not only could he not take revenge, he had to be threatened by Fong Yuan. The anger in his chest burned fiercely, forming a sea of fire that burned his heart and lungs. But he couldn't make a move. If he did, the consequences would be unthinkable. His own life was a small matter, but the entire clan would suffer because of this. Don't be angry. Actually, I am also a victim in this entire matter. Fong Yuan's tone softened as he sighed. Think about it, Bai Gu inheritance was originally mine, but it was snatched away by your Bai clan. Your Bai clan chased after me and Bai Ningbing. We were forced to kill Bai Hua and Bai Sheng in order to escape. Afterwards, I was heavily injured and fell on Ziyu Mountain, narrowly escaping death. Do you think it's easy for me? Your Bai clan is powerful, I can't afford to offend you. I could only hide in Shang Clan City, but you still didn't let me go. Tell me, what can I do? I am not an unreasonable person, 3 million yuan stone, no less. I am very sincere, this secret is only known by a few people, it has not been leaked. For the sake of your Bai clan, I even sent the Tai clan's people away. Fong Yuan's expression was sincere. 3 million yuan stone, you really know how to extort. Fong Zheng, in all honesty, how has our Bai clan treated you? We treated you well, but what's the result? You repaid our kindness with enmity. My clan's 2 young clan leaders died in your hands, my clan's elder Bai Zhanwen died because of you. And many of our clansmen, in order to protect you on Bai Gu Mountain, we lost many experts, and many are heavily injured. Bai clan's people all had different expressions. Some were furious, some were sneering, some were crying, but they all had one similarity, that was deep hatred towards Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan's expression changed as he sneered, it seems you still don't understand the situation, I gave you face, but you don't want it? Very good. Fong Yuan stood up and was about to leave. Bai clan panicked. Wait a moment. Bai Feng anxiously took a step forward and blocked Fong Yuan. I will tell you the truth, I am going to sell this information now. I believe that Shang Clan City's Wind Rain Manor will have a good price. What kind of price do you think they will give me? Fong Yuan laughed sinisterly. Fong Zheng, don't go too far. Bai Zhanlai roared as he quickly walked in front of Fong Yuan, glaring fiercely. Fong Yuan said lightly, you want to fight? You want to put your clan in danger? Bai Zhanlai's aura was greatly affected, his gaze dazed. Slap. Fong Yuan used this chance to slap him. He used a lot of strength, with just a little bit of force, he made the hot-blooded Bai Zhanlai retreat 6 steps. What do you want? Bai clan's people were enraged, surrounding him. You want to become the sinners of your clans? Fong Yuan snorted, his words were like ice, extinguishing most of the Bai clan's impulses. You don't know what's good for you. Fong Yuan pointed at Bai Zhanlai, if I don't teach you a lesson, you will really think you are the king. Fong Yuan mercilessly scolded Bai Zhanlai in front of the Bai clan's people. Then, he looked at the crowd, you are all idiots. I want your Bai clan to suffer with just a few words from me. A wise man submits to circumstances, can't you see the current situation clearly? If you want to fight, then fight. Come, even if I die here, having your Bai clan accompany me in death is already good enough. Fang Yuan was heavily surrounded, but his attitude was still very arrogant. Instead, the Bai clan's people who had the advantage in numbers gave up, gritting their teeth and clenching their fists helplessly. Bai Zhanlai covered his swollen face, his eyes red and bloodshot. This humiliation made the anger in his heart burn to the 9 heavens. He tried his best to maintain the last bit of reason in his mind, the veins on his head popping. The clan was their Achilles' heel. Fang Yuan grasped this point, and displayed an imposing manner that was not afraid of death, causing the Bai clan to be at a loss, allowing Fang Yuan to do as he pleased. I will give you 30 breaths of time to consider. Fang Yuan said again. The Bai clan's people instantly fell into a dilemma. They really did not want to lower their heads to the murderer, Fang Yuan. However, if they did not lower their heads, the clan would be in danger. Everyone was confused, and could not help but focus their gaze on Elder Bai Feng's body. Bai Feng's fists were tightly clenched, then slowly loosened, then immediately tightened again, then loosened his 5 fingers after a moment. This repeated cycle revealed the conflict in his heart. 30 breaths of time had long passed, but Fang Yuan seemed to have forgotten about it. Bai Feng's temperament was impatient. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, he finally opened his mouth and broke the long silence. 3 million is too much, we cannot agree to this condition of yours. What's more, we do not have that much money on us. His voice was extremely hoarse, like an unlucky person dying of thirst in the desert. After saying this, his fists loosened, no longer having the strength to clench them. For the clan, he had no choice but to prioritize the overall situation. Even if he wanted to cut Fang Yuan into 8 pieces, he still chose to temporarily lower his head. When the others heard Bai Feng's words, they all relaxed, and their boiling killing intent towards Fang Yuan settled down, becoming even deeper and thicker. Fang Yuan smiled, 3 million, I'm not asking you to pay it all in one go. Take your time, pay 500,000 this time. 500,000? How can we carry so many yuan stone with us? Bai Feng shouted. Chapter 301. What are these people doing inside? It has already been over an hour. Outside the secret room, Tai Dao Ku stood with his arms crossed, his suspicions getting deeper. The secret room isolated sound, but it was not secure. Once the fight started, he would be able to sense it immediately. But the problem was, from start to finish, it had been quiet. Tai Dao Ku could not figure it out. Creak. Right at this time, the door opened from the inside. Brother Dao Ku, please come in, we have finished our discussion. A Bai clan Gu master said. Tai Dao Ku walked into the secret room and saw the wine table smashed by Bai Zhanlai's fist. All kinds of delicacies were mixed together and scattered on the ground. It was a mess. Tai Dao Ku could not help but raise his brows. Evidently, this banquet could no longer be enjoyed. Even if it could be eaten, the Bai clansmen had no appetite. Their faces were ashen and their expressions were lifeless, as if they had suffered great injuries. Only Fang Yuan's expression was normal, and even had some rosy luster. He had already reached an agreement with the Bai clansmen, and even used the poison Vow Gu on the spot. Everything was set in stone. What happened? Tai Dao Ku was bewildered. I'm leaving first, I hope you guys behave yourselves. Fang Yuan said this and walked out of the secret room. Fangzheng, wait for me in the battle stage. Tai Dao Ku growled. Fang Yuan ignored him, his figure turning around and disappearing from everyone's sight. Everyone, what happened? Tai Dao Ku was extremely puzzled, turning around and asking. Why did the Bai clansmen's expressions change after talking for a while? There was no trace of vengeance in them. Sigh. Bai Feng heaved a deep sigh. He raised his head and looked at Tai Dao Ku with a complicated gaze. Brother Tai, this happened too suddenly, it is not convenient to tell you. Our Bai clan will withdraw, we will not deal with Fang and Bai anymore. What? Tai Dao Ku was speechless, showing an expression of disbelief. Our Bai clan is small, we cannot afford to be troubled. Goodbye. Bai Feng stood up and walked out of the secret room. Everyone, don't worry, he sided with Shang clan, but does that mean our Tai clan is not the overlord of southern border? Tai Dao Ku hurriedly persuaded. To deal with Feng and Bai, the more the better. If Bai clan retreated, he would be alone. But how would he know the secret? He was unable to persuade them, and the Bai clans were determined to separate. In the end, he couldn't stop them. Looking at the departing figures of the Bai clans, Tai Dao Ku's expression was extremely cold as he mumbled, subduing the enemy without fighting. Fangzheng, you played a good trick. But don't think that I, Tai Dao Ku, will give up. Humph. He was determined. Others had given up, but he still chose to persevere. He decided to go to the martial arts practice area to register now. He wanted to snipe Fang Yuan on the martial arts practice field. Sir, please wait a moment. The shop assistant rushed over and politely blocked his way with a smile on his face. You haven't paid the bill yet. 500,000 yuan stone, such a large sum of money, and they're only giving us 1 day. How are we going to collect it? Bai Lian said worriedly as they walked on the wide street. With my status as an elder of the Bai clan, I can go to the bank to borrow 300,000. As for the remaining 200,000, I can only pawn it off as a small tornado. Bai Feng had already come to a realization. Bai clan's people were moved. Bai Zhanlai cried out involuntarily, Lord Elder, your small tornado gu is your core gu, are you really going to pawn it off? Bai Feng showed a bitter smile. Even if Elder pawns off the small tornado gu, you won't be able to gather 200,000. Pawn my lotus coat gu as well. Bai Lian pursed her lips. With that said, the other members of the Bai clan came to a realization. Pawn my thoughts like a spring gu as well. And my small wind drill gu as well. My three-pronged bone spear as well. Bai Feng slowly nodded. Everyone is willing to sacrifice yourselves for the sake of the clan. Why would my Bai clan worry about not prospering? Today's humiliation will be repaid 1,000 times in the future. But now, the clan is still the most important. I am in charge of this matter. When we return to the clan, I will take responsibility for it. Lord Elder. Everyone was shocked. Not only did they fail in their revenge, they even signed such a humiliating treaty. Although it was the most correct choice, they would definitely face heavy pressure and be criticized when they returned to the clan. Political struggles were everywhere. But Bai Feng taking responsibility for the whole matter was no doubt protecting the political future of Bai Lian, Bai Zhanlai and the others. Bai Feng showed a benevolent smile and sighed, don't say any more, I am already old. The clan's future is on you. Without effort and sacrifice, how can there be any gains? It is because of the sacrifices of countless people, the humiliation of countless people. Only then can the clan prosper, only then can we see the smiles of our loved ones. Yes. Bai Lian and Bai Zhanlai nodded, understanding something. Their ashen faces gradually disappeared, and their eyes shone brighter and brighter. 3 days later, at the large-scale auction. Everyone, what you are seeing is a frost breath gu. Rank 3 gu worm, able to spit out frost air, having the effect of freezing and slowing down the opponent. The greatest advantage of frost breath gu is that it only consumes 5% of light silver primeval essence each time. The starting price is 23,000 yuan stone. On a round stage, the hosting gu master activated a sound amplification gu. 25,000. 28,000. 30,000. After a round of intense bidding, the frost breath gu was sold for 38,000 yuan stone. Fang Yuan looked down at the round stage, quietly sitting on his seat. His seat was in a private room high up, making others unable to discern his identity. This was the benefit of a purple thorn token owner. For small-scale auctions, he could rely on the purple thorn token to purchase items in advance. But for large-scale auctions, he could not. Please take a look, this is a flame heart goo, shaped like a miniature volcano. After the goo master refines it, it will be stored in the heart. As everyone knows, it has the effect of strengthening fire-type goo worms. Rank 3 Flame Heart Goo, starting price is 30,000 yuan stone. On the stage, the goo master shouted loudly. He had just finished speaking when someone immediately called out, 35,000. At once, the high price of 5,000 yuan stone showed an imposing manner. But this could not stop the enthusiasm of the interested parties. 36,000. 38,000. 40,000, the price finally stopped at 42,000. It seems these people are still rational when bidding for items. This price is very reasonable. Fang Yuan sat in the private room, watching for a while, gradually coming to an understanding in his heart. Shang Clan City had many trades, and such large-scale auctions would be held once in a while. The goo masters living in Shang Clan City were already used to it, and had learned to be smart when bidding. No one was a fool. Of course, there would occasionally be people who would throw a huge sum of money. However, Fang Yuan observed for a long time, and there seemed to be no such people in today's auction. This was his fortune, and also the fortune of others. If there really was such a person, Fang Yuan would raise the price and empty this person's capital in advance. This kind of battle of wits and strength was child's play to Fang Yuan. In large-scale auctions, there were all rare goo. They were at least rank 3 or above, there were almost no goo below rank 3. Other than goo worms, there were also rare goo food, rare and precious refinement materials, goo refinement recipes, information about certain inheritances, excellent quality rocks, as well as female slaves, male slaves, live captured beast kings and so on. Frost breath goo, flame heart goo, these could only be sold for 30 to 40,000, compared to other auction items, they could only be considered low prices. Soon, Fang Yuan saw a rank 4 plant army goo, sold for 250,000 yuan stone. Plant army goo, it could turn all the plants and trees in a certain range around the goo master into offensive methods. In a place like southern border, it was definitely a killing weapon. Ordinary rank 4 goo only sold for 100,000. Plant army goo's price was already at the price of ordinary rank 5 goo. Although Fang Yuan had 500,000 in his hands, in this auction house, it was truly not much. It was only the matter of 2 grass tree soldier goo. Instant success goo was a rare rank 4 goo. After winning the bid, Fang Yuan spent more than 180,000 yuan stone. Next, he spent a total of 83,000 yuan stone, buying a white silver relic goo and a golden shield goo. After that, he did not make any more bids. Yuan stone could not be spent carelessly, it had to be spent on useful things. Currently, with the all-out effort goo as the core and self-reliance goo, he was still lacking a bitter strength goo. This item was not cheap, and was extremely rare, even in Shang Clan City, it was rare. Why? There were few people who used it, and the success rate of refinement was extremely low. The sale of goo worms was also in line with the market demand. Low demand, high cost, and the goods were naturally low. If I cannot buy bitter strength goo, I can only refine it myself. But the success rate is a headache. White silver relic goo is in my hands, but there is no rush to use it. If I were to cultivate alone, the earlier I use it the better, but now I am relying on by Ning Bing. This white silver relic goo should be left for later. Today I used 270,000 yuan stone, there is still over 22 left. I can slowly save it up, every 2 years there is a super auction in Shang Clan City. Li Ran told me that Bai Clan's group has indeed left Shang Clan City. Although I extorted 3 million, I cannot look down on this clan. Enduring humiliation and having a sacrificial spirit, no wonder Bai Clan rose up in my previous life. Bai Clan is using the excuse of opening Bai Gu inheritance to search for Bai Gu Mountain Spirit Spring. Their progress is much faster than in my previous life, I have to be on guard. Bai clan has already chased me here, can Tai clan be far? Tai clan, Demon Suppression Tower, as for that Tai Dao Ku, there is no need to worry about him for now. Just as Fang Yuan was planning for the future, at the entrance of Shi building, 18 foreign girls stood in 2 rows, chatting and laughing without any restraint. They were all wearing revealing clothes, their fragrances assailed the nostrils, their breasts and buttocks were plentiful and alluring. If they did not take the initiative to attract customers, just by standing there, they would be the best signboard, attracting countless male gu masters. Tai Dao Ku stood at the side with a cold expression, acting as guards with several other gu masters. Shameful. He was extremely embarrassed in his heart. To think that Shi Building's banquet was so expensive, he had no money to pay the bill, and could only work for them. To think that I, a Grand Tai clan gu master, would actually do such a thing. The other party has a background, not caring that I am from Tai clan. Sigh. Don't look at me, please don't let any acquaintances see me. Tai Dao Ku prayed in his heart. Isn't this brother Tai Dao Ku? Why are you here? A voice said. Tai Dao Ku was stunned. Acquaintance, acquaintance, acquaintance. Chapter 302. Dark Cloud Gu. In the secret room, Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on a cushion, muttering as he pointed with his finger. Immediately, a gu flew out from his aperture and turned into a black cloud. The moment it flew out, it exploded and turned into an inky black cloud. This cloud quickly sank and rumbled. In the blink of an eye, it was close to the ground and supported Fang Yuan on top of the cloud. Fang Yuan sat on the black cloud. It was much softer than the cushion, but there was a layer of cold air. However, he wasn't surprised. He stretched out his index finger and pointed at the air. Yang Cloud Gu. A white light broke through the air and with a soft sound, it exploded into a lump of pure white cloud. The white cloud had just appeared and was about to rise, but it sensed the black cloud below Fang Yuan. There was a formless attraction between the two clouds, causing the white and black cloud to rumble and interact with each other. One was being sat on by Fang Yuan, while the other was hovering above Fang Yuan's head. The dark cloud was as black as ink, the yang cloud was white, yin and yang corresponded with each other. Lightning flashed. Streaks of blue lightning flashed between the two clouds. At first, there were only 1 or 2 traces, but soon, they multiplied and increased in number. After a few breaths of time, they formed into one. Fang Yuan had already activated the sky canopy gu, his body was covered in a layer of white armor. At the same time, he activated the all-out effort gu and casually waved his arm. Immediately, a boar phantom rose from his body and turned into a giant boar phantom in the air. Crack crack crack. As soon as the pig shadow appeared, countless electric threads shot out like sharks that had smelled fish. In an instant, the boar phantom was forcefully suppressed and shrunk to the size of a stone mill. Lightning gathered on its body, like dark blue chains, trapping it. The remaining lightning bolts struck Fang Yuan's body, but were blocked by the white armor. Fang Yuan cancelled the all-out effort gu, but this boar phantom did not disappear, it was like a bird in a cage, firmly trapped. Under the whipping and roasting of the blue lightning cage, the boar phantom was gradually worn down. Lightning was a combination of destruction and purification. After the thunderstorm, everything would be renewed. Thunder's power was most proficient in destruction and destruction of law fragments. At this moment, Fang Yuan was using the yin-yang twin cloud gu to summon lightning to get rid of the boar's strength. 3 days had passed since the auction. Although the yin-yang twin clouds gu was rank 3, it was an ordinary gu, so Fang Yuan bought it from the shop. Other than that, he also bought several sets of materials, and after failing once, he refined a breaking words gu to get rid of the poison vow gu in his body. Fang Yuan had used the black boar gu and white boar gu on Qing Mao Mountain, possessing the strength of 2 boars. The rank 3 all-out effort gu could only activate 1 beast phantom at a time. At rank 4, there were even stronger beast phantoms. Therefore, the power of 2 boars seemed redundant. Now that Fang Yuan had extra money, he naturally planned to optimize himself. It would take at least 19 days to wear down this boar-powered phantom. The combination of the yin-yang cloud goo and the power of lightning were the most common and practical methods. Beast force phantoms were law fragments hidden in the human body. To get rid of them, a lot of effort was needed. Fang Yuan carefully controlled the yin cloud goo and yang cloud goo. The 2 clouds rumbled like 2 thick carpets, filling the whole secret room. A white cloud covered the top of the wall. A black cloud blocked the tiles on the floor. Lightning flashed in the middle. Blue lightning connected the yin-yang cloud goo and trapped the boar phantom, continuously wearing it down. Light crackling sounds and the muffled rumbling of thunder could be heard. It would take a long time to get rid of this boar phantom, but Fang Yuan summoned another goo. This goo was like a dragonfly, with 3 pairs of wings and the size of a palm. Jade green, sapphire blue, golden yellow, bright red, 4 colors intertwined, creating a dazzling scene. This was an instant success goo, with light markings hidden on its body. As the name implied, it could increase the speed of time, a rank 4 consumable goo. Fang Yuan split his attention into 3, controlling the yin-yang twin cloud goo on one hand, and pouring his light silver primeval essence into the instant success goo on the other. His primeval sea level continued to fall, 80%, 70%, 60%, instant success goo was a rank 4 goo, and with Fang Yuan's rank 3 initial stage cultivation, it was quite strenuous for him to activate it. His light silver primeval essence fell to less than 30%, and Fang Yuan slowed down his primeval essence transfer. The heavenly essence treasure lotus in his aperture started to bloom, as a natural spirit spring gushed out and was instantly infected by Fang Yuan's aura, turning into his light silver primeval essence. His primeval sea level started to rise again, 40%, 50%, 60%, like this. The primeval sea level rose and fell several times before the instant success goo was filled, and was about to be activated, giving off a dazzling and colorful light. This colorful light shone on the yin-yang twin cloud goo and the beast phantom, dyeing the secret room in a colorful light. The boar phantom's speed of wearing down increased rapidly. Originally, it was just a tiny amount, almost undetectable by the naked eye. But now, it was like snow melting in boiling water, extremely fast. After a dozen or so breaths, the boar phantom was completely worn down. After Fang Yuan confirmed that there was no mistake, he quickly stopped the instant success goo, and stored the yin-yang twin cloud goo. The yin-yang twin cloud goo could be sold to shops, and with the purple thorn token, as long as Fang Yuan bought it at the original price within 3 days, he could return it at the original price. It was much safer than borrowing goo from others, and he did not lose anything. If he borrowed goo, the initiative was in the hands of others. If others wanted to recall their goo at the crucial moment, Fang Yuan could not do anything. As for the instant success goo, after the colorful light faded, only 2 of its 3 pairs of wings were left, and its entire body was disappearing. Once this goo was activated, it could not be stopped, and continued to shine with colorful light, speeding up the time. Fang Yuan stopped the colorful light, but he was only trying his best to prolong its time. Again. Fang Yuan made good use of his time, immediately activating the galloping horse strength goo in his aperture. This goo was a rank 3 goo, and could modify the goo master's body, adding a horse strength phantom out of thin air. Under the effect of the galloping horse strength goo, Fang Yuan's body was numb and itchy, as the fragments of the law of strength settled down in his body. This process usually lasted for 2 to 3 months, it was a painstaking effort. But right now, Fang Yuan still had the instant success goo. He breathed in deeply, and released the restriction on the instant success goo. Immediately, a colorful light shone on his body. The numb and itchy feeling suddenly intensified, the 2 to 3 months of torture turned into an indescribable pain at this moment. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, and after several minutes, his whole body was drenched in sweat. But the horse strength phantom had successfully taken root in his body. After removing the strength of a boar, he added the strength of a horse. The instant success Gu's light faded again, and at this moment, it had lost another pair of wings, leaving behind a complete pair of wings, and a small portion of a wing fragment. But the price Fang Yuan paid was far from this. Using the instant success Gu had an extremely huge side effect. That was, in this short period of time, he had lost 2 to 3 months of his lifespan. Again. Fang Yuan wiped his sweat, ignoring the intense pain that was still lingering in his body. He used another Gu. He had to make the best use of the instant success Gu before it was used up. Green Bull Labor Gu. Colorful light shone on his whole body. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, his brows knitted into a knot. The intense pain seemed to be even more intense than before, like a huge wave attacking the shore. It was the same 5 minutes, but it was even more torturous than the previous time. Finally, under Fang Yuan's perseverance, he endured through this period of time. In his body, another bull's strength had been added. Looking at the instant success Gu, it still had 2 wings left, and they were both extremely damaged. The dragonfly-like body was also somewhat illusory, like an ink shadow, floating in the air. Fang Yuan felt waves of headache, his ears were buzzing, and his heart was pounding. Time is of the essence. He sucked in a breath of cold air, rousing his mind and activating the stone turtle strength Gu in his aperture. But this time, halfway through, the colorful light became dimmer and dimmer, until it disappeared. The instant success Gu had been completely used up. In the secret room, the light disappeared and darkness descended once again. There was less than 30% of the primeval sea left in the aperture, but under the effect of the heavenly essence treasure lotus, the low sea level continued to rise. The heavenly essence treasure lotus was a rank 3 item, and had an extremely powerful supplementary effect on Fang Yuan's primeval essence recovery. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, an intense feeling of fatigue assaulted him, almost emptying his body. Although he was sitting cross-legged on the praying mat, his body was swaying, and even sitting was very strenuous. To activate this instant success Gu, he had used up half a year of his lifespan. The price was expensive, but in exchange, he got rid of the boar strength phantom, and gained the strength of a bull, horse, and half a turtle. Thankfully, he was still young, and could afford this little bit of lifespan. Fang Yuan's battle strength rose greatly. A day later, on the battle stage, Fang Yuan welcomed his 30th battle. Clang! A bell rang, and the battle began. I admit defeat. The opponent shouted, and the battle ended. Thereupon, Fang Yuan obtained his 30th victory. In 5th Inner City, he fought 30 battles in a row, winning 30 battles, and advanced to 4th Inner City. Towards this result, no one was surprised. The Gu masters in 5th Inner City battle stage watched as Fang Yuan left, and finally let out a sigh of relief. I will return this money to you. Tai Dao Ku's expression was extremely solemn, and his tone was firm. It is just a small matter, no need to worry about it. Brother Tai, what do you plan to do next? An acquaintance smiled. Tai Dao Ku's expression turned resolute. Guyu Fangzheng is my target, I will not rest until I catch him. I also want to participate in Shang clan's battle stage. After saying goodbye to his acquaintance, Tai Dao Ku went to the battle stage alone, but heard a grievous news. What? Fangzheng went to 4th Inner City. Damn it! Tai Dao Ku clenched his fists, feeling unresigned. Fangzheng, do you think you can escape? Humph, you went to 4th Inner City, then I will fight my way there. Forget about the 3rd Inner City, can a mere 5th Inner City stop me? Time is of the essence, today is the first battle. I have refined ice crystal Gu, and turned it into my vital Gu. I have also used vitality Gu to prevent the backlash of the ice crystal's power. This way, the core has been successfully created. I have chosen the ice edge Gu for close combat, then should I use snowball Gu or icicle Gu for long-range combat? Bai Ningbing pondered as he walked onto the battle stage. Oh. It's you. Tai Dao Ku saw Bai Ningbing, and was dazed before becoming overjoyed. This is great. Heaven has eyes, to actually let me meet you in the first battle. Chapter 303. Honestly speaking, Bai Ningbing did not know who Tai Dao Ku was. When Fong and Bai left Qingmao Mountain, Tai Dao Ku's group was eating their dust. Even in the Bai Gu Mountain inheritance, during the final battle, Fong and Bai did not meet Tai Dao Ku. Not long ago, when Tai Dao Ku and Bai Clan's group arrived at Shang Clan City, they met with Fong Yuan. Then, Fong Yuan lured them to Shi Lu, and after a few words, Bai Clan's group left behind 500,000 and fled. Tai Dao Ku was left alone. He was captured by the lion Lu to be a guard outside the gate. Bai Ningbing naturally did not know about this. But Tai Dao Ku knew about Bai Ningbing. From Bai Clan's arrest warrant, he had already memorized Fong and Bai's faces in the deepest part of his heart. Now that he saw Bai Ningbing, he was overjoyed. The heavens have been kind to me. The heavens have eyes and have given me the chance to take revenge so quickly. But after his joy, he was furious. Bai Ningbing's light, "Who are you?" caused all of Tai Dao Ku's grievances, anger, hatred, and humiliation to erupt, forming into a raging flame of revenge that gushed out like lava. "You murderer, you killed my young master, you almost killed me, you forced me to be a guard in a brothel, you caused my reputation to be ruined when I was seen by my acquaintances. All of this is because of you, you are the main culprit. You actually don't know who I am." Ah! Tai Dao Ku roared towards the sky, his face turning red as his intense killing intent burst out without concealing it. Clang! The battle started. Tai Dao Ku charged towards Bai Ningbing without hesitation. Feeling the opponent's sharp killing intent, Bai Ningbing squinted and snorted, charging towards him. The two approached each other quickly, reaching each other in an instant. Iron Hand Gu. Hand Blade Gu. In an instant, Tai Dao Ku's hands turned into steel, and at the same time, his palms turned into sharp blades. Ice Blade Gu. Bai Ningbing clasped his hands together and pulled, instantly forming an ice crystal blade. Clang! With a light sound, the iron hand was like a blade, the cold ice blade collided. The two of them crossed each other and ran 5 to 6 steps away from each other. Bai Ningbing twisted her waist and swung her hand, chi chi chi, 3 icicles shot towards Tai Dao Ku's back. Tai Dao Ku grunted and turned around forcefully. He waved his arms, swoosh swoosh swoosh, shattering all the icicles before fiercely charging at Bai Ningbing again. Bai Ningbing's eyes narrowed. In the short exchange just now, she already understood that this person was a formidable opponent. Very good. I can use him to test my combination of goo worms. Bai Ningbing's battle intent surged. She was not a freak like Fong Yuan. Without rich experience, she could only try one by one. Participating in the battle stage was firstly for the Yuan Stone, and secondly to hone his set of goo worms in battle. Swift Shadow Goo. At this moment, Tai Dao Ku's speed increased drastically, leaving a trail behind him like a tail. He suddenly sped up, and in a few blinks of an eye, he was in front of Bai Ningbing. So fast. Bai Ningbing's pupils shrank. Tai Dao Ku had already stretched out his arms and raised them up high, chopping down towards Bai Ningbing with the momentum of an axe. Before he even hit, the sharp wind blew, causing Bai Ningbing's silver hair to flutter behind her head, and her face felt a slight chill. His arms were like 2 sharp blades, expanding rapidly in Bai Ningbing's eyes. Tai Dao Ku first used Iron Hand Gu, then Hand Blade Gu, causing the edges of his palms to become as sharp as blades. Not only that, the inside and outside of his forearms had also turned into flat and sharp blades. Tai Dao Ku's attack was powerful and unstoppable, even a giant rock could be cut, not to mention a fragile human body. Even with Bai Ningbing's ice skin protection, she did not dare to take the attack head-on, and could only retreat. Bai Ningbing retreated as she waved the ice blades in her hands to block. Tai Dao Ku raised his arms and danced like a windmill, chopping rapidly with his hand blades. Clang clang clang, the sound of ice blades and hand blades colliding could be heard continuously. Bai Ningbing condensed another ice blade, and with both blades in her hands, she retreated and blocked Tai Dao Ku's fierce attacks. Ice Blade Gu was the advanced Gu of rank 2 Ice Blade Gu, the blade was harder and sharper. But Tai Dao Ku was also using rank 3 Gu, he was using Iron Hand Gu and Hand Blade Gu together, and Hand Blade Gu was the core of his set of Gu worms. At once, ice shards flew, and the ice blades were covered in slash marks. Tai Dao Ku created a steel blade gale, he was older than Bai Ningbing and more experienced than her. Adding on his anger and aura, he did not stop and forced Bai Ningbing to retreat a few hundred steps. Tai Dao Ku was chosen by the Tai clan young master, and became his right-hand man. He naturally had his own outstanding points. If the Tai clan young master became the clan leader in the future, then Tai Dao Ku would be an important elder like Wei Yang. Bai Ningbing was fiercely suppressed, and after defending for a long time, she was bound to lose. Several wounds appeared on her body, and blood splattered everywhere. This won't do, Frost Spit Gu. Bai Ningbing mobilized her primeval essence and poured it into her tongue. On her tongue, there was a hexagonal ice flower mark, it was the symbol of Frost Spit Gu. Her cheeks puffed up, and she let out a breath of cold air. The light blue cold air immediately enveloped Tai Dao Ku, causing his arms and most of his chest to be covered in a layer of frost. A wave of cold air assaulted him, and Tai Dao Ku's body shuddered, as if a bucket of ice water had been poured on his head in a hot summer day, and his attacks immediately slowed down. Bai Ningbing quickly jumped back, pulling apart the distance between her and Tai Dao Ku. Tai Dao Ku wanted to attack again, but why would Bai Ningbing give him the chance? Icicle Gu. Snowball Gu. Sharp icicles and condensed snowballs flew towards Tai Dao Ku one after another. They formed a dense rain-like attack wave, forcibly stopping Tai Dao Ku's charge. Bai Ningbing let out a breath of turbid air. Tai Dao Ku's attacks were fierce and swift, and only now did she catch her breath. This person is clearly not good at long-range battles, and specializes in close combat. But in terms of blade skills, how can I lose to you? Ice Crystal Gu. Bai Ningbing was arrogant, her silver hair fluttered in the wind, and her pair of gem-like blue eyes shot out a sharp cold light. Her earlier wounds had already stopped bleeding. This was the ability of ice muscles to stop bleeding. Ice Crystal Gu was Bai Ningbing's vital Gu. Once it was activated, there was a cracking sound of ice forming, echoing all over Bai Ningbing's body. Her flesh and blood disappeared, turning into diamond-like ice cubes. At first glance, Bai Ningbing seemed to have turned into an ice sculpture. Her expression disappeared, and her originally indifferent face became even more callous. Her eyelids could not even blink, and a thick layer of transparent frost had condensed on the surface of her blue eyes. Her body slightly swelled up, and her height increased by 2 to 3 inches, giving her a cold and domineering aura. Earlier, when she was attacked by Tai Dao Ku, she did not even have the strength to activate the Ice Crystal Gu. Now, she could finally use it. When Gu masters used Gu, they had to split their attention. Be it in battle or Gu refinement, it was the same. Even someone as strong as Fang Yuan could only do 3 things at once, he could not do 4 things at once for too long, or he would make a mistake. Earlier, Bai Ningbing had resisted Tai Dao Ku's attacks with all her might, her mind was highly concentrated, and she could not be careless. If she had used the Ice Crystal Gu at such a crucial moment, there would have been a flaw. If it was caught by Tai Dao Ku, the consequences would be dire. Any change would expend her mind. On the contrary, she only needed a thought to maintain the same change. Now it is my turn. She lightly shouted, taking large strides and charging towards Tai Dao Ku with cold killing intent. Clang clang clang, both sides fiercely collided, unleashing fierce attacks. Attack against attack. Bai Ningbing brandished her blades in both hands. Tai Dao Ku used his hands as blades, becoming more agile and crafty. In just a few breaths of time, both sides had attacked over 100 times. White ice blades and black iron-like hands collided at lightning speed, forming a hazy black and white silhouette. There were not many spectators around, and seeing this scene, they all sucked in a breath of cold air, overwhelmed with shock. They were evenly matched. Bai Ningbing turned into an ice crystal, her whole body was like solid ice. Tai Dao Ku could only leave behind ice marks when he slashed at her. In contrast, Tai Dao Ku's defensive gu was very outstanding. He turned into a black iron man, and when the ice blades slashed at him, they left behind ice marks. But gradually, Tai Dao Ku started to feel pressure. Bai Ningbing put down her defense, and focused more on attacking. Soon, her attacks became sharper and sharper. This fellow actually raised her level at the last moment. Such outstanding battle talent, she is using me as a whetstone to temper her blade techniques. Tai Dao Ku was inwardly shocked. He could clearly feel that Bai Ningbing's attacks were becoming more concise and threatening under the pressure. His mind was agitated, and his hands slowed down, allowing Bai Ningbing to find a flaw. Good chance. Bai Ningbing's eyes shined, and her right hand slashed at Tai Dao Ku's head. Tai Dao Ku could not dodge in time, and could only take it head-on. He was very confident in his defense. Every close combat gu master's defense was not weak. As long as his eyes were not hit, there would be no problem. But right at this moment, Bai Ningbing activated a gu worm in her aperture. Ice explosion gu. Bam! The ice blade in Bai Ningbing's right hand immediately exploded. This change caught Tai Dao Ku off guard, and the explosive force tore apart his defense. He subconsciously closed his eyes, and intense pain assaulted him. Oh no, I was tricked by her. Tai Dao Ku's heart sank. He had rich battle experience, and was daring but meticulous. He did not panic at this sudden change, and quickly activated Swift Shadow Gu to retreat. Bai Ningbing naturally would not let go of such a good opportunity, and also activated her movement Gu, chasing after him and slashing madly. Tai Dao Ku listened to the sounds, and using his rich experience and sharp intuition, he actually blocked Bai Ningbing's unyielding attacks. But Bai Ningbing had the upper hand, it was a fact, and Tai Dao Ku had little hope of turning the tables. While retreating, he barely opened his eyes, and found that his left eye was blind, and his right eye was also heavily injured. His vision was filled with blood. I admit defeat. He shouted at the top of his lungs. Victory has been decided, both sides stop. The hosting gu master immediately announced. Bai Ningbing sneered, and attacked even more urgently. But suddenly, a huge formless force separated her from Tai Dao Ku. Shang Clan City had its own arrangement in the battle stage. As long as the hosting gu master reacted and attacked, there would be few situations where they could kill. Humph. Bai Ningbing's face was filled with displeasure, and she found that this force was surrounding her from all directions, making her unable to move. She could only stop. Tai Dao Ku breathed roughly, dispelling his defense and quickly healing himself. He also had a healing gu, but it could not heal his left eye. He could only stabilize his right eye's injury, and try his best to protect it. Chapter 304. This battle has ended. 70% of my primeval essence has been expended, only 20% is left. After obtaining victory, Bai Ningbing left the battle stage. As she walked, she summarized. After every battle, she would make a summary. Today's battle with Tai Dao Ku, although it was a pity that she did not kill him, Bai Ningbing's gains were huge. That battle, although intense, was short. But I expended so much primeval essence. Think about it, I have a great aptitude's primeval essence recovery speed. When the battle is intense, the primeval essence consumption of this set of gu worms would be much higher. Many gu masters found it difficult to combine gu worms at this point. who did not like a powerful goo worm? But usually, the more powerful the goo worm, the more primeval essence it would expend. There were those with great power and little primeval essence consumption. Those were rare goo worms, and their prices were high. Although Bai Ningbing still had money on hand, it was not as much as before. She was a smart person, and quickly realized her situation, and started to save money. In the past, she spent money extravagantly, and did not have a clear idea of the value of Yuan stone. That was because the clan was fully nurturing her. Now, she was managing the clan's finances, and after a period of time, she had already completed an important change in her mindset. Fang Yuan was improving, and Bai Ningbing was also improving rapidly. If only I had Fang Yuan's heavenly essence treasure lotus, that would be great. At least in rank 3, I would not have to worry about primeval essence consumption. Bai Ningbing thought of this, and could not help but feel envy and jealousy. Fang Yuan walked the strength path. Strength path goo worms consumed the least primeval essence, and with his great aptitude, his primeval essence was abundant. Heavenly essence treasure lotus could not display its true value in his hands, it was like casting pearls before swine. What if I can buy the heavenly essence treasure lotus from Fang Yuan? Bai Ningbing shook her head, and quickly dispelled this unrealistic thought from her mind. She was very clear what kind of person Fang Yuan was. She had never seen him suffer a loss, and if one day, she really took the heavenly essence treasure lotus from him, she would have to pay an even greater price. Without the heavenly essence treasure lotus, I can only reduce my goo worms. After careful consideration, Bai Ningbing decided to give up on the snowball goo. Snowball goo, a high-tier rank 3 goo, she had originally planned to use it as a long-range attack method. But this goo really expended primeval essence. A snowball was still fine. But in the middle of a fierce battle, how could there only be one snowball? After 5 or 6 snowballs, the consumption of true essence was great. Give up the snowball goo and keep the icicle goo. Although the icicle goo was only rank 2, it could restrain the enemy to a certain degree. If it is used with the ice explosion goo, it can also pose a threat. Ice explosion goo was a rank 3 goo, it could detonate ice cubes and form an instant killing force. The bigger the ice, the longer it was, and the colder it was, the more powerful the explosion. In the battle with Tai Dao Ku earlier, it was the ice explosion goo that contributed. Of course, if Bai Ningbing was affected by the explosion, she would also be injured. However, if he transformed into ice crystals, his damage would drop by a level. Thinking about the exciting battle, Bai Ningbing licked her lips in excitement. Ordinary ice path goo masters pursued defense or the ability to trap enemies. Only fire path goo masters and lightning path goo masters pursued explosive strength. But Bai Ningbing did the exact opposite. The ice explosion goo was an inspiration for her, but she had not expected the effect to be so good, surpassing her original expectations. The ice explosion goo is very effective in battles, it is very exciting, I need to continue developing it in the future. Bai Ningbing inwardly planned. She originally advocated for fierce attacks, using sharp icy winds to cut through everything. But after interacting with Fang Yuan day and night, she was influenced and slowly became interested in some sinister moves. She was very interested in all the exciting things in the world. Ice crystal goo, ice blade goo, icicle goo, ice explosion goo, can this combination defeat Fang Yuan? Bai Ningbing had always treated Fang Yuan as her #1 imaginary enemy. Fang Yuan walks the strength path and has all-out effort goo. In close combat, he is even fiercer and more domineering than that guy. With my current methods, it will not be easy to win against him. Unless I can use my killer move again. Bai Ningbing's killer move was her self-created Ice Blade Storm. Originally, she used Whirlwind Goo, and Ice Blade Goo to form an ice tornado. But now that Bai Ningbing had broadened her horizons, this combination was already outdated. Ice Tornado could bully a rank 2, but it was barely effective against a rank 3. These days, Bai Ningbing had been pondering on how to improve her killer move, but she had no clue. She suddenly thought of something and quickened her pace. Right, today is Fang Yuan's first battle after he ascended to 4th Inner City. If I go and watch now, I can still make it. Kill him. Zhu Ba, quickly move, hurry up and smash this kid to death. In my opinion, Zhu Ba doesn't even need to do it himself, Fang Zheng won't be able to take it. This kid is in trouble. He met Zhu Ba the moment he came up, which counters his strength path fighting style. At the side of the battle stage, there were many people discussing and moving. It seems Fang Yuan's battle attracted many spectators. That's right, the battle stage does not restrict the cultivation of the spectators. As long as a Gu master has money, they can come here to watch. Bai Ningbing came to the side of the battle stage and looked around, before placing her gaze on the stage. This was a mid-sized battle stage, the terrain was made of ordinary stone bricks. Fang Yuan was in an intense battle with a huge Gu master. According to the spectators' discussion, Fang Yuan's opponent should be that Zhu Ba. Zhu Ba's body was huge, he was 3 meters tall and his body was full of fat, making his head and limbs seem smaller. It was like a sumo wrestler on earth, but magnified several times. In this world, be it Gu masters or mortals, their height would not exceed 2 meters. Zhu Ba's height was obviously a result of using a Gu worm's power. In fact, this was normal. Many flying path Gu masters would make their bones hollow to reduce their weight. Some earth-burrowing Gu masters would use bone-shrinking Gu to turn themselves into a dwarf. This way, when digging underground, they would consume much less energy. Bai Ningbing did not understand Zhu Ba, but listening to the intermittent discussions of the people around her, she understood Zhu Ba's fighting style. Zhu Ba was a Gu master who specialized in defense. The fat on his body gave him quite a bit of protection. Fang Yuan circled around Zhu Ba, his fists and legs flying as they landed on his body. When Zhu Ba's body received heavy blows, his fat swayed like water, distributing Fang Yuan's strength to all parts of his body. Next, he used a Gu worm to gather this strength and return it to Fang Yuan through a rebound method. The Gu on Zhu Ba's body was said to be from a demonic inheritance. As for how many Gu he had and what their names were, he had never exposed them. But his fighting style made people feel helpless, especially against strength path Gu masters. Fang Zheng, take a break, it's no use. I can rebound 80% of the strength of each of your punches back to you. After a round of punches and kicks, I will be fine, but you will be injured instead. Can't you feel it now? Zhu Ba said in a muffled voice. He directly sat on the battle stage, letting Fang Yuan attack him from all sides, showing an unmoving bearing. Boar phantoms, brown bear phantoms and crocodile phantoms continuously flashed above Fang Yuan's head. This scene was like a reenactment of him beating up the mountain-back toad, but Zhu Ba was indifferent. You used all your strength, but the other party looked like nothing happened. How could this not make you discouraged? But Fang Yuan persevered, not saying a word as he circled around Zhu Ba and beat him. It had been like this since the start of the battle. It had already lasted for the time it took for an incense stick to burn. Huff! Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, suddenly retracting his attacks and taking a step back. A trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. The rebound force from Zhu Ba had shaken his internal organs, causing him to suffer internal injuries. He had iron bones, steel tendons, canopy Gu, and even golden shield Gu. But this vibration force passed through these defenses and attacked his internal organs. His internal organs had not been strengthened, and even if he used self-reliance Gu to recover, his injuries were getting worse. Fang Yuan stopped his attacks, and the rebound force also disappeared. After a few breaths of time, his internal injuries were completely healed. Continue attacking. He took a step forward and pounced again, his fists smashing like meteors, each punch creating a whistling sound of the wind. The fat on 8th Zhu's body began to sway again. He endured the punches, and another wave of punches bounced back. Fangzheng, you have healing goo, I also have healing goo. You will receive 80% of the attacks, while I will only receive 20%. You can't outlast me, you might as well admit defeat. Zhu Ba continued to persuade. Fang Yuan only attacked without saying a word. When blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth, he stopped his attacks and used self-reliance goo to heal himself. Although he had lost the strength of a boar, he gained the strength of a bull, horse, and half a tortoise. Self-reliance goo's effect had already surpassed fleshbone goo. As this situation continued, the spectators were starting to feel a little unwilling. Some of them even started to yawn. So boring, I really don't know why Fangzheng is fighting so hard. Zhu Ba is also acting strangely today, why hasn't he taken the initiative to attack? Isn't this his usual style? First defend and waste the opponent's primeval essence and fighting spirit, then attack and beat the opponent to the ground. This is where the problem lies. Fangzheng is too passionate, he hasn't shown any signs of being discouraged even after fighting for so long. He is a strength cultivator, and his primeval essence consumption is also low. If this stalemate continues, when will it end? Can't you see this situation? Zhu Ba is teasing the newcomer. These words caused the surrounding people to laugh. Fang Yuan was indeed an inexperienced newcomer in the eyes of these Gu masters who spent most of their time in the battle zone. Fangzheng, there is really no meaning in fighting like this. I have no interest in your all-out effort Gu, as a senior, I don't want to bully a newcomer like you. You should take the initiative to retreat, I promise I won't choose your Gu. Zhu Ba chuckled. He endured Fang Yuan's attacks, each punch containing the strength of a boar's charge, a crocodile's bite, and a brown bear's slap, but he could still laugh. What kind of strength is this? As expected of our fourth inner city's number 8 character. This aura is not fake. The spectators were all moved. Shut up, you fat pig! Fang Yuan suddenly shouted. Chapter 305. He actually dared to scold Senior 8th Zhu? This newcomer is too arrogant. Lord 8th Zhu, teach him a good lesson, let him know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. After a short silence, the crowd went into an uproar. Young man, you should learn how to conduct yourself. I advised you out of goodwill because I care about you. Not only do you not appreciate it, you even scolded me. How can you conduct yourself with such a character? In the end, you will definitely hit a wall and no one will help you. 8th Zhu sighed. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Are you concerned about me or are you afraid to attack? Under my attacks, you can only defend passively. You are really amazing to be able to injure me with the rebound force while defending. How many Gu did you manipulate to maintain this defense? At least 3, right? Defending and attacking at the same time, your mind is not enough, right? I have already seen through your tricks, do you think I am an idiot like these spectators? Once these words were said, the spectators immediately became enraged and started shouting. What nonsense are you spouting? Daring to call us idiots, my vision is much higher than yours. This kid is too arrogant, Senior 8th Zhu, he is treating your goodwill as ill intent, quickly deal with him. 8th Zhu's expression also changed and said in a solemn tone, young man, since you are so ignorant, then I will teach you a lesson and let you recognize reality. This is also a good thing for you. Saying so, he moved. This movement was no small matter. His whole body shrunk into a huge meatball and rolled towards Fang Yuan. At the same time, a light black blade qi wrapped around the huge ball. Wherever the huge ball rolled, the stone slabs cracked and stone fragments flew everywhere. It was originally a suppressive force, but with the addition of the sharp blade qi, its power increased and made people want to avoid it. It appeared, Lord 8th Zhu's signature killer move, rolling blade meat. The Gu masters outside shouted excitedly. Bai Ningbing's gaze also focused, movement-type rolling meat goo with blade chi goo? Ordinary people do not have such power, but 8th Zhu's huge body immediately multiplies the power. You finally can't hold it in anymore? Facing his opponent's ferocious attacks, Fang Yuan wasn't alarmed. Instead, he was delighted, and the corners of his mouth curved into a trace of madness. Vertical crash goo. Boar shadow. He brazenly charged towards the giant ball, pressing forward with indomitable will. Is this kid crazy? You dare to face him head-on? Do you want to die? Someone is going to die. The spectators were all astonished. The two sides collided with each other. The meatball's momentum was halted for a moment, while Fang Yuan was sent flying. With a bang, he fell to the ground. Look, this is what happens when you overestimate yourself. Huh? This brat is not dead yet. Fang Yuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and jumped up. The giant ball began to roll again, rolling towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed heartily as he charged forward again. Bang! With a muffled thunder-like sound, Fang Yuan was once again sent flying. Bang! He was sent flying again. Bang! He was sent flying again. The outcome of this match is already decided. Although Fang Zheng has all-out effort goo, he encountered an opponent who counters him. How unfortunate. Someone rejoiced in his misfortune. Zhu Ba's killer move is very hard to break. The faster he rolls, the stronger the impact. Actually, Fang Zheng's method was very correct. He restrained Zhu Ba's momentum at the start. But the method he chose was too forceful. Someone shook his head and sighed. I have never seen such a foolish guy. He crashed into Zhu Ba like this, and most of the force is reflected back onto himself. Someone sneered in disdain. This brat shouldn't be able to get up. He actually stood up again. Fang Yuan was sent flying again and again, but he stood up again and again. His injuries were not light, but the self-reliance goo was a huge help to him. You are so stubborn, then die. Zhu Ba let out a furious roar as he charged towards Fang Yuan. Vertical crash goo. Fang Yuan did not change his battle tactic. The boar shadow flashed above his head. The two sides collided like two meteors. But this time, Fang Yuan was not sent flying. His fist was deeply embedded in the meatball. Instead, the meatball shook violently. The blade aura was like a black waterfall, crashing onto Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan was sent flying again, the blade aura dissipating completely. The canopy goo was heavily injured. The white light armor flashed weakly and disappeared without a trace. Fang Yuan was bathed in blood. There were long wounds all over his body, as if he was slashed by countless blades. He was not like Bai Ningbing, who had ice muscles to defend. But his muscles were mostly intact, and his bones were not broken. Self-reliance goo. Fang Yuan willed, and the bleeding stopped. The wound started to heal, and new flesh grew out quickly. As for the recovery of the damaged tendons, it was slower. Bai Ningbing's eyes flickered, thinking, Fang Yuan does not have the canopy goo, he can only rely on the self-reliance goo's recovery. This battle will be difficult. Right at this moment, Fang Yuan's body shone with a golden light. The light condensed, forming a light armor, golden shield goo. This kid has quite a lot of defensive goo. First is the canopy goo, then the golden shield goo, both are rank 3 defensive goo. This kid is really rich. Golden shield goo and the canopy goo could not be used at the same time. It had been hidden by Fang Yuan. This was the first time it showed itself. Bai Ningbing was slightly stunned, but soon reacted. She had added many new goo worms, so Fang Yuan was definitely adding more as well. To Fang Yuan, the golden shield goo was slightly better than the canopy goo. It was more suitable for his strength path fighting style. Even if you have the golden shield goo, the result will not change. Zhu Ba's muffled voice came from the meatball. The meatball crushed him. Fang Yuan charged, and he was sent flying again. How many times do I have to say it before you understand? You can't beat me. If you continue, you will only humiliate yourself. Zhu Ba sighed. Alright, when are you going to stop pretending? Fang Yuan stood up, wiping the bloodstains on the corner of his mouth. There was no hope in the eyes of others, but he saw victory waving its hand at him. It was time. Fang Yuan lowered his eyes, concealing the sharp light shining in his pupils. Charge! He charged again. You don't know what's good for you, then I will let you deeply understand the true difference between us. Zhu Ba charged at him. Horizontal charge Gu. Fang Yuan suddenly took a step forward and dodged the attack. Vertical crash Gu. 50 steps away, he quickly turned around and charged back. Roar! The moment he collided, he activated all-out effort Gu, and a brown bear phantom appeared. The meatball was hit, its skin and flesh churned like water, and was repelled back to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan retreated a few steps, and charged again. He attacked crazily around the meatball, punching it, and attacking a different area each time. This greatly increased the difficulty of Zhu Ba's defense. This time, Fang Yuan's attacks were unprecedentedly violent. Zhu Ba controlled his Gu worms, but could not cope with it. The meatball was hit until it shook violently, but not a trace of repelling force was sent back. Roar! Zhu Ba was furious. He removed the meatball and turned back to human form. Blade energy was generated again, and he charged towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was not shocked, but happy. The more Gu worms Zhu Ba used, the harder it was for him to focus. His mind was in chaos. In the past, his opponents would admit defeat after a few words from him. Even if they persevered, after seeing Zhu Ba's crushing attacks, their will to fight would be extinguished. But he just had to meet Fang Yuan. In this world, there were many types of men. Some men loved home, some men were born with great ambitions. Among them, there was a type of man, when he set his mind on something, even the whole world could not stop him. Fang Yuan was such a man. No one could stop him, let alone a mere Zhu Ba. Steed Phantom. Charge Gu. His speed increased, and he charged 50 steps. Using the strength of a steed, his speed was 30% faster than using the boar's strength. The horse spread its hooves and galloped like it was flying. Zhu Ba did not expect Fang Yuan to have such a trump card. He was caught off guard, and the blade energy landed behind Fang Yuan. And Fang Yuan was already in front of him. There were no words. Only, punch. This punch was extremely powerful. The air exploded, and the recoil caused the stone tiles under Fang Yuan's feet to crack into countless pieces, causing the ground to tremble. Zhu Ba was hit by this punch. The fat on his body shook crazily, trying to share the damage and return 80% to Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan immediately followed up with another punch. Zhu Ba's body was huge, but his agility was terrible. Once again, he was hit by Fang Yuan. I need to reflect. Zhu Ba stared with his eyes wide open, trying his best to manipulate the Gu worms in his body. But he had just used his mind to manipulate the blade energy Gu. Now, he was activating these Gu worms at the same time. If he was in good condition, it would be fine, but now, his mind was in chaos, and he had been controlling the Gu worms for so long, his condition had deteriorated. A mistake occurred. The fat on 8th Zhu's body that was trembling like water suddenly froze. His defense collapsed. He was still in the process of digesting Fang Yuan's punch. And this punch's power was forcefully endured by him. Intense pain came, and his mind shook. The power of Fang Yuan's punch was still in the process of reflecting when it was interrupted. 80% of the punch's power erupted in all parts of his body. Backlash. In an instant, Zhu Ba's heart stopped from the pain. Fang Yuan's eyes shone brightly. He had been waiting for this situation for a long time, and he had finally created it in advance. Seize the opportunity, attack. Fist winds erupted, bear strength phantom, boar strength phantom, crocodile strength phantom and horse strength phantom flashed in the air one after another. The wind whistled and the beast group roared. Fang Yuan was covered in golden armor, he was incomparably fierce as he punched again and again. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the huge Zhu Ba was beaten by the short Fang Yuan until he howled in pain and retreated continuously. But his extremely fat body turned him into a punching bag that could only take a beating. Fang Yuan's aura continued to rise, it was violent and unyielding, giving the spectators a feeling that this person was unstoppable. The intense pain surged like a tsunami and almost drowned 8th Zhu's consciousness. With his mind scattered, it was even harder for him to activate several goo worms to coordinate his defense. Fang Yuan firmly held the upper hand, while Zhu Ba's eyes were gradually turning white from the beating. How can this be? Just earlier. Could it be that Fangzheng was right? Chapter 306. Looking at the number 8 person in 4th Inner City, Senior Zhu Ba, being beaten by a newbie until he spurted blood, this scene toppled many people's imaginations. But Zhu Ba was a battle-hardened person after all, he suddenly roared and stretched out his arms, tightly hugging Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan felt like he was trapped in a ball of cotton, his fats pressing down on him from all directions, making him unable to move. He used his fists and legs, every punch hitting flesh. Who knew how many of Zhu Ba's bones were broken? His fats were smashed into minced meat by Fang Yuan, rotting under his skin. But Zhu Ba gritted his teeth, desperately suppressing Fang Yuan. He had already been beaten senseless by Fang Yuan, the only clear thought in his mind reminded him that if he let this fierce tiger, Fang Yuan, out, he would really be in trouble. Space was compressed, Fang Yuan snorted coldly, not showing any fear as he activated all-out effort goo. The shadow of a green bull rose into the air. Another new strength path phantom. Bai Ningbing's pupils shrank slightly when she saw this scene. Fang Yuan has already become this strong without making a sound. If he and I only rely on these goo worms, I'm afraid. Bai Ningbing's heart continued to sink. The bull's strength was tenacious and enduring. Fang Yuan stretched out his arms, slowly pushing away Zhu Ba's arms. In terms of strength, how could Zhu Ba be Fang Yuan's match? Zhu Ba used all his strength, his arms were trembling and his whole body was drenched in sweat, but he still couldn't stop Fang Yuan. Damn it, if I really let him escape, I'll be done for. Zhu Ba had an extremely bad premonition, the dense aura of death made him tremble with fear. I admit defeat. He screamed. Compared to his own life, what was a mere reputation worth? The hosting goo master immediately used the battle stages method to forcefully separate the two. Victory and defeat have been decided, Fangzheng wins, Zhu Ba loses. The hosting goo master announced. The audience was in an uproar. He actually won. I didn't expect 8th Zhu to be a paper tiger. He's tough on the outside but weak on the inside. I was fooled by him in the past. 8th Zhu can't even subdue a rookie, so how can he be considered the 8th person? He's simply a disgrace to our 4th martial arts practice field. 8th Zhu's sorry state had destroyed the image he had painstakingly built up in people's hearts for many years. Bai Ningbing heard the hubbub around her and secretly shook her head. 8th Zhu has been famous for many years and can't be said to be weak. However, he encountered Fang Yuan. 8th Zhu's fighting style was to defend and counterattack. He would first use defense to consume the opponent's quintessential essence and physical strength before counterattacking to establish victory. But this time, he had encountered a freak like Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was a strength cultivator and had the heavenly essence treasure lotus, so his quintessential essence was almost inexhaustible. In terms of stamina, strength cultivators are even more adept. The two of them actually counter each other. When they meet on a narrow path, the courageous one wins. Speaking of which, it was a little funny. Bai Ningbing's style changed, becoming sinister and cunning. Fang Yuan was also changing, sweeping away his sneaky and scheming style, becoming bold and unyielding, advancing bravely and fiercely. It was as if the two of them had swapped places. Zhu Ba fell, he admitted defeat and fell to Fang Yuan's hands. His reputation was almost completely ruined. Not bad. Returning to the stage, Wei Yang smiled at Fang Yuan. This was Fang Yuan's first battle since he rose to 4th Inner City. Wei Yang also rushed over to watch. Fang Yuan's performance, in truth, had already exceeded Wei Yang's previous expectations. Wei Yang was very concerned about Fang Yuan. On one hand, it was because of the clan leader's mission. On the other hand, it was because of friendship. Maybe you were born to walk the path of strength path. After the banquet, Wei Yang was very emotional. He patted Fang Yuan's shoulder. In the past, I also walked the path of strength path, but did not succeed. But now, I see hope in you. Do you know, many eyes are looking at you now. Just continue like this. Fang Yuan nodded. He knew his situation. He had just risen to 4th Inner City when he encountered 8th Zhu and defeated him. Becoming famous in one move, many people were shocked. This battle had just ended, but he had already received many forceful challenges. Among these people, many were Strength Path Gu masters, and were targeting his all-out effort Gu. The better Fang Yuan performed, the greater the value of the all-out effort Gu, and the more people would covet it. Right now, the people attracted were all experts of 4th Inner City. From now on, his situation would become more and more difficult. But the more it was like this, the more battle intent in his heart surged. Mere risks, such difficulties, what are they? How can they stop me, Fang Yuan's footsteps? In this world, no one can stop my heart. 8 days later, he battled Jin Bian. After a moment of stalemate, beast strength burst out and destroyed Jin Bian's defensive Gu, killing him on the spot. 10 days later, Liao Huadong, who was famous for his ferocious attacks, became Fang Yuan's opponent. Fang Yuan countered attack with attack, directly defeating him. If not for the host Gu master's quick reaction, Liao Huadong would have lost his life. 17 days later, Zhongde, who possessed the strength of 5 tigers, fought with Fang Yuan, but was defeated by Fang Yuan in the end, lying on the ground like a dead dog, motionless. Time continued to pass, Fang Yuan's victories continued one after another. There were many experts in 4th Inner City, but Fang Yuan's progress could be said to be lightning fast. Be it in terms of cultivation or Gu worms, they were all the same. The more he won, the more Yuan stone he obtained. He battled his way, advancing bravely and fiercely. With each battle, there would be a refreshing growth. But on the other hand, he was also very vigilant. He never underestimated his opponents, and did his best to gather information. With Wei Yang and Li Ran as his sources, one in the open and one in the dark, one at the top and one at the bottom, Fang Yuan knew himself and his enemy, and he would never be defeated. He did not force himself, and only fought 4 times a month at most. Although there was a rule of forceful challenges, to prevent malicious targeting, the challenged Gu master had at least 8 days to rest and recuperate. Fang Yuan made full use of this recuperation time, not caring about others' provocations. He focused on cultivation. The battle stage was only a way for him to test himself, temper himself, and earn Yuan stone at the same time. He became famous. He won all the way, and his fame gradually spread. The strongest newcomer in history. The star of hope for the recovery of strength path. A ruthless beast. Many titles were added to his name, describing his various characteristics: newcomer with outstanding battle achievements, possessing all-out effort Gu, vicious and merciless, as long as he could kill, he would not hesitate, and so on. 3 months passed just like that. On this day, in a secret room, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were sitting cross-legged. Bai Ningbing's palms were placed on Fang Yuan's back, continuously pouring snow-silver primeval essence into him. The primeval essence was converted by bone-flesh unity Gu, and a portion of it was reduced, pouring into Fang Yuan's aperture. Inside the aperture, waves were surging, waves after waves were rushing towards the aperture walls. Swish swish swish, the sound of the rising and falling of the tides continued without end. Under the continuous impact, the white light membrane silently underwent a qualitative change. A moment later, the light film was replaced by a water film, white light flowed like water, and the aperture walls became even thicker. From rank 3 initial stage, he advanced to middle stage. And Fang Yuan only used a few short months. This was all thanks to Bone-Flesh Unity Gu and Bai Ning Bing. The higher the Gu master's rank, the greater the difference in cultivation. Bai Ning Bing had rank 3 peak stage primeval essence, and was a huge help to Fang Yuan. Such a speed, if it was known, would definitely cause a huge commotion. Even the experienced and knowledgeable Fang Yuan was secretly astonished. But Bai Ning Bing, who had personally experienced the monstrous speed of the 10 extreme physiques cultivation, was not surprised at Fang Yuan's speed. If Bai Ning Bing advanced to rank 4, with the light gold primeval essence, Fang Yuan's cultivation speed would increase even more. Sensing the slight change in Fang Yuan's aura, Bai Ning Bing immediately knew she had succeeded, and slowly retracted her palm. How is it, in a few days, you will also be promoted to 4th Inner City's battle stage? Are you interested in raising your cultivation to rank 4? Fang Yuan slowly turned around as he spoke. The higher Bai Ning Bing's cultivation was, the faster his cultivation speed would be. No need. You can stand firm at rank 3 realm, and fight your way up, I can do the same. Bai Ning Bing snorted, not giving Fang Yuan any face. But at the end, she added, my aptitude has increased by 1 point, reaching 92%. At this rate, when will you give me the Yanggu? Oh. So fast. Fang Yuan was slightly shocked. He knew a lot about the 10 extreme physiques, but the content was not deep. Although the poison Vow Gu was gone, Bai Ning Bing still had a use for it. Don't worry, with me around, I can protect your life. We used the poison Vow Gu, even if you don't believe me, don't you believe in the Gu's power? Humph, Bai Ning Bing did not retort. These few months had been the most peaceful period of time she had spent with Fang Yuan. The two were working hard, and a poison Vow Gu had formed an alliance of benefits. But it seemed, Fang Yuan is growing faster, and gaining more. Bai Ning Bing had a clearer understanding of this point. She had made great progress, but Fang Yuan had made even greater progress. These few months, Fang Yuan had not only gained the strength of a tortoise, he had also used the rank 3 copper skin Gu to increase the defensive strength of his skin. The rank 2 copper skin Gu could only increase the defensive strength of the Gu master's skin for a limited period of time. The rank 3 copper skin Gu, on the other hand, expended the Gu master's own body to permanently increase the defensive strength. Right now, Fang Yuan's whole body was bronze in color, as if he had bathed in the sun. Iron bones, steel tendons, copper skin, together with the golden shield Gu, Fang Yuan's defensive strength had reached initial success. Even in the 3rd inner city battle stage, he could deal with any strong enemies. As for the canopy Gu, Fang Yuan had already sold it. It overlapped with the golden shield Gu, and was not suitable for Fang Yuan's strength path fighting style. Just as Fang Yuan advanced to middle stage, a group of valiant men walked in from the Shang clan's outer city gate. Shang clan city. Guyue Fangzheng, is he inside? Tai Ruonan pondered, walking in front of the group. Chapter 307. Tai Dao Ku, what happened to your eye? Tai Ruonan saw that Tai Dao Ku was wearing a black eye patch and asked in surprise. An awkward expression appeared on Tai Dao Ku's face as he spoke the truth. This subordinate's eyes were injured by Bai Ning Bing. A few months ago, when he fought with Bai Ning Bing, it was like a heavy blow to his head. After losing his left eye, his battle strength fell sharply, and the hand blade Gu was mercilessly taken away by Bai Ning Bing. He was no longer Bai Ning Bing's match. But Tai Dao Ku did not give up. He had a firm heart, gritting his teeth and taking root, relying on the battle stage to fight, as well as some guard and investigation missions to survive in Xiangclan City. He was like a lone wolf, silently licking his wounds. While secretly paying attention to Fang and Bai, he worked hard to accumulate his strength, and at the same time, he reported back to his family. It was because of his letter that Tai Ruanan took the initiative to lead the team here. Bai Ningbing actually injured you. Tai Dao Ku, your information was lacking, why did you not mention this in the letter? Tai Ruanan frowned, her tone displeased. Isn't this too embarrassing? Tai Dao Ku laughed in embarrassment. He was also a rank 3 Gu master, he had his own dignity and face. But facing Tai Ruanan's accusation, he lowered his head, replying respectfully, "It is my fault." He was a proud person, but his attitude towards Tai Ruanan was extremely respectful. It had been 2 years. 2 years ago, when news of Tai Shueleng's death spread to Tai clan village, the whole clan fell into grief. A rank 5 Gu master's battle strength was already at the peak of the mortal world, even a huge clan like Tai clan would feel pain if they lost one. Moreover, this was divine investigator Tai Shueleng. A man whose fame spread throughout the southern border, he could be said to be a banner of Tai clan. Tai Shueleng's death was a loss to the whole Tai clan, a loss to the whole righteous path. Just as the clansmen were grieving, Tai Ruanan, as Tai Shueleng's daughter, stood up. She had been following her father, roaming the southern border. After returning to the clan, she charged into Tai clan's 13 halls, defeating a young opponent in the arena competition, becoming one of Tai clan's 8 young masters. After assuming the position of the Tai family's internal affairs, he repeatedly solved mysteries, leaving no place for the corrupt and bribe-takers to hide and bringing criminals to justice. Tai Shueleng fell, but Tai Ruanan slowly rose, taking over her father's banner, becoming the new star that everyone in the Tai family paid attention to for the past 2 years. Tai Ruanan's fame spread far and wide, even Tai Dao Ku, who lived far away in Xiangclan City, heard of her deeds. Tai clan and Xiangclan's policies were different. Even if Tai Ruanan could not obtain the position of Tai clan leader, she would at least be an important official, a general who could guard a mountain. She was young but had already reached rank 3 upper stage. The name of a genius was well deserved. Be it Tai Ruanan's present or future, she was worthy of Tai Dao Ku's respect. Tai Mu, go take a look at his injuries. Tai Ruanan waved her hand and said. Tai Mu had a handsome appearance and was the team's healing Gu master. He immediately walked forward and checked Tai Dao Ku's eyes in front of everyone. In just a few breaths' time, Tai Mu reported, "His eyes are crippled, this subordinate is useless, to heal it, a rank 5 Gu master is needed." He was being humble, he was only 28 years old but had already reached rank 3 peak stage, an elite of Tai clan's branch family. Many people tried to recruit him, but he only joined Tai Ruanan's faction. These years, Tai Ruanan had been the young master and her forces had expanded rapidly, gathering many elites under her. Tai Mu was only one of them. In Xiangclan City, there is a Dr. Su Shou, a rank 5 expert. Tai Dao Ku, take this money and heal your eyes. Tai Ruanan took out a primeval elder Gu and threw it to Tai Dao Ku. Thank you, young master. Tai Dao Ku received it and could not help but feel grateful. Dr. Su Shou's treatment fee was extremely expensive. He had been living a simple life in Xiangclan City all these years, saving this money for his eyes. But 100,000 yuan stone was not a small sum. The prices in Xiangclan City were high, and Tai Dao Ku had bought a hand blade Gu. He was short of money. He straightened his back. This subordinate has already booked a garden for young master, please follow me. But Tai Ruanan waved her hand, no rush, bring me to Nanqiu Garden. Didn't your information say that Fang and Bai are staying in Nanqiu Garden? Yes. Tai Dao Ku was stunned, not expecting Tai Ruanan to be so direct. Lead the way. Tai Ruanan instructed. Yes. Tai Ruanan had a swift and decisive personality, but a moment later, she was given the cold shoulder. "Sorry, my two masters are cultivating in the secret room," Nan Chiu Garden's doorman said politely. "What, are you afraid? You want to be a coward?" Tai Dao Ku snorted in disdain. The doorman had been specially trained by Shang clan, he was of high quality. Glancing at Tai Dao Ku, he still stood guard at the door, not letting anyone in. Tai Ruanan was one of the young masters of Tai clan, she would not bicker with this child. She smiled, taking out a visitation card and handing it to the doorman. "No matter. I ask the boy to bring back my visiting card. I have a good relationship with your masters, we will visit again at night. I will definitely bring back Lord's visitation card, but my two masters are in closed cultivation, we do not know when they will come out. We might not be able to eat dinner tonight," the doorman reminded before everyone left. When it was time for dinner, Tai clan came again, but they were rejected again. "I think that Fong and Bai are afraid of young masters might, they are hiding inside and do not dare to come out. Maybe this is a show of strength, targeted at us." Tai clan guessed, their tone was indignant. They had taken the initiative to visit twice, but received such treatment. Did these two really think they were big shots? Even Shang clan young masters had to put aside their work to come and entertain them. "Don't be impatient, we will come again tomorrow morning." Tai Ruanan comforted everyone, handing over the visitation card again with a thoughtful expression. But the next morning, Nanqiu Garden's doors were still shut. Tai clan's emotions were at its peak, they almost wanted to smash the door open, but were stopped by Tai Ruanan, who handed over the visitation card again. They had just left when Fong Yuan came out of the secret room. Tai Ruanan. Hearing the servant's report, Fong Yuan showed a trace of astonishment. He knew this girl was Tai Shueleng's daughter, but did she not die on Qingmao Mountain? When Tai Shueleng flew out of the bronze-masked mountain giant puppet Gu and Iron Hand Gu to save Tai Ruanan, Fong Yuan was fighting with Bai Ningbing, and his vision was obscured by the white form Immortal Snake's fog, so he did not see it. When the fog dispersed, he found the crane group's attack. The scene was chaotic and intense, there was no time to relax. Until Bai Ningbing self-detonated, Fong Yuan did not see Tai Ruanan again. Thus, in Fong Yuan's impression, he had always thought that Tai clan's father and daughter had died on Qingmao Mountain. To think that this Tai Ruanan is still alive, and not only that, she has even become Tai clan's young master. Fong Yuan took a look at the 3 visitation cards, frowning deeply. Seeing Tai Ruanan's name, he immediately had the urge to kill her. This person was too much of an eyesore. She was a survivor of Qingmao Mountain, she had interacted with him in Guyue Fangzheng, she was a huge threat to him. If his true identity was exposed, it would definitely affect his stable life, and the development environment that Shang Clan City had fought so hard for would be lost. However, this person, Tai Ruanan, was someone that Fong Yuan could not touch at the moment. With the identity of Tai Clan's young master, in a place like Shang Clan City, Fong Yuan was not allowed to kill her. Still too weak, if it was in my previous life, when I was rank 6, I could kill such a minor character with one finger. Fong Yuan sighed in his heart. Although his battle strength had soared, and the speed of his growth was shocking, if he killed Tai Ruanan, he could not bear the consequences. Even now, he could not even use his real name. There was always a higher mountain, and there would always be someone stronger than the strong. Rank 5 was the peak of the mortal world, and he was only rank 3. Fong Yuan quickly collected his thoughts, killing was the most direct method, but since he could not use it, he had to think of a way to deal with this uninvited guest. The matter on Qingmao Mountain has not been exposed. It seems that this Tai Ruanan does not know either. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent only a group of people to hunt me down. She sent 3 visiting cards in a row, purposely showing her determination to meet with me. It seems that she wants to know what happened back then from my mouth. After all, her father died on Qingmao Mountain. Then the most important thing now is, I am using the name of Guiyue Fangzheng. Does she have any suspicions about my true identity? If she has suspicions, how can I dispel such suspicions? Furthermore, if my true identity is exposed, how can I make up for it? In Shang Yanfei's intelligence, my aptitude is ordinary, while my brother is only a grade. How can I explain the change in my aptitude? Fang Yuan thought rapidly in his mind. He was astute and cautious by nature. He did not consider victory, he considered defeat first. This huge crisis was no exception. He quickly thought of a countermeasure. At this stage, I will sell the blood skull gu to Shang Yanfei. Shang Yanfei has been collecting the blood sea true inheritance. If I sell the blood skull gu to him, he can raise Shang Xinc's aptitude. He dotes on Shang Xinci so much, for her, he did not hesitate to use the man triumphing heaven gu, defying heaven and changing fate. He cannot reject this deal. By revealing the blood skull gu, Fang Yuan would be able to explain his difficulties in concealing his identity. But if the situation did not develop to the worst state, Fang Yuan would absolutely not sell the blood skull gu. Chapter 308. Fang Yuan could not help but think, according to Tai clan's reaction, Tai Ruanan should not know I have blood skull gu. Perhaps my current A-grade aptitude will be the best disguise for me. Fang Yuan was not far off on this point. The truth was, Tai Ruanan had never suspected Fang Yuan's identity. The reason was because of his aptitude. Tai Ruanan had always thought that Fang Yuan was Guiyue's desolate physique. She had learned about the drawbacks of the 10 extreme physiques in Tai clan. Now that so much time had passed, if he really was Fang Yuan, he would have killed himself long ago. Furthermore, from Tai Dao Ku's information, Fang Yuan's fearless fighting style was proof. In Tai Ruanan's impression, Fangzheng was such a straightforward person. And how could a devious person like Fang Yuan have such a ferocious attack? Tai Ruanan finally met Fang Yuan on her 4th visit. In the guest hall, there were only Fang Yuan and Tai Ruanan. The rest were settled down. To think that when we meet again, it would be like this. Tai Ruanan sighed. Fang Yuan and Fangzheng were twin brothers, they looked very similar. She sighed, but Fang Yuan sighed even more deeply. Let bygones be bygones. I do not want to talk about it anymore. Tai Ruanan's eyes shone sharply. No, some things cannot be forgotten. I came to find you because of what happened back then. You must know how my father, Tai Shuileng, died. Please tell me the truth. Fang Yuan looked deeply at Tai Ruanan, but the latter had no fear as she looked back at him. Her gaze was filled with determination. She had sharp brows and starry eyes, probably because she had not roamed the world these years. Her dark skin had turned white, and with her high nose bridge and red lips, she had a valiant and heroic aura. No doubt, she was a beauty. Although her looks could not be compared to Bai Ningbing or Shang Xinci, her body was fit and beautiful, especially her long legs. Coupled with her unique temperament, it made her stand out from the rest and aroused the desire of men to conquer her. But Fang Yuan didn't care about her beauty. From her gaze, Fang Yuan sensed that she did not seem to doubt his identity at all. That was a good situation. Then, the next step was how to explain what had happened back then. Fang Yuan was well aware of this. If he did not come up with a proper explanation, Tai Ruanan would not let the matter rest. Fang Yuan also had a plan to deal with this. Thus, he sighed again. Every time I think of Qingmao Mountain, my heart aches. Although your father died, I lost all my clansmen and was forced to wander. Shang Clan City might be good, but it is still a foreign land. There is no feeling of home. As he spoke, his eyes reddened. Seeing Fang Yuan like this, Tai Ruanan's steely gaze, he couldn't help but soften his expression. Both of them were victims in the same predicament. Compared to him, Fangzheng, who had lost all his clansmen, was undoubtedly more pitiful. Do you know? You killed a young master of my clan. If I did not stop you, you would have been punished by my clan. You will be punished by my clan. Tai Ruonan changed the topic. Fang Yuan's expression changed. He hurriedly explained, I know about Tai Dao Ku's matter, but I did not do it on purpose. I dug a trap to deal with the grass skirt monkeys. Who asked your Tai clan to chase after me and fall into my trap? You were courting death, how can you blame me? A life for a life, isn't that right? Tai Ruonan's expression turned solemn. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart, if that is so, how many lives do I need to repay? He also sneered, Tai Ruonan, after so many things happened, you and I are no longer naive. Your Tai clan is not in the right in this matter, the reason you did not act is mainly because of the purple thorn token in my hand, right? Tai Ruonan was frank, the purple thorn token is indeed the main reason. But the purple thorn token can only protect you in Shang Clan City. Once you leave Shang Clan City, our Tai clan will not let this matter rest. If you can tell me the truth, I can guarantee that as long as I am alive, Tai clan will not make things difficult for you because of this matter. Fang Yuan was slightly shocked. This Tai Ruonan seemed to have developed well these years. Even the young master of the Tai family didn't have that kind of authority. If you don't believe me, we can use poison Vao Gu. Tai Ruonan continued. Poison Vao Gu again? In truth, Fang Yuan was getting tired of refining the going back on one's words Gu. The truth is nothing much, you are the Tai clan young master now, can't you guess it? Fang Yuan lowered his head, using the corner of his eyes to size up Tai Ruonan. His words were meant to probe, but Tai Ruonan did not notice it. The young girl smiled, actually, even if you don't say it, I already know. Fang Yuan's tone changed, you already know? Tai Ruonan sighed faintly, the 10 extreme physiques are not a secret in the upper echelons of the Gu Master world. To be able to create such a scene and freeze the whole of Qingmao Mountain, even a rank 5 Gu Master cannot do it. But I did not expect your brother to not have the Guyue Desolatine physique, but the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. What? Fang Yuan cried out in surprise in his heart, but his expression did not change much, only squinting his eyes at the right time. Why would she think I have the Guyue Desolatine physique? Fang Yuan felt it was absurd. Wait, no wonder at that time, clan leader Gu Yubo would protect me for no reason. Don't tell me, my cultivation has improved and they think I have the 10 extreme physique? Fang Yuan thought of this and suddenly understood something. If she thinks so, then the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique is my greatest disguise. That means she does not suspect my true identity. As long as I do not expose any flaws. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's face showed a complex and bitter expression. He did not speak, only sighing. If he spoke too much, he would easily give himself away. Speaking too much leads to mistakes. Tai Ruonan saw his expression and was even more certain of her answer. She softened her voice, Fangzheng, I know your heart is in pain and it is very complicated. The one who destroyed your home and caused you to wander outside, the one who killed all your clansmen, is your own brother. Fang Yuan interrupted her words, his eyes turning red, don't say any more, since you already know, why ask me? But I need a clear answer. These are all my guesses. Tai Ruonan's gaze pressured him. Fang Yuan nodded heavily, tears silently flowing down his face. Seeing this, Tai Ruonan could not force him any further, and said faintly, do you know, I once rushed back to Qingmao Mountain, looking at the mountain covered in ice and snow, my heart was at a loss. I know my father died in the hands of Fang Yuan. If Fang Yuan was still alive, I would definitely kill him to avenge my father's death. But he is already dead. What can I do even if I am not satisfied? I want to raise my son but his parents are not around, my enemy is already dead. Such a regret in life. Tai Ruonan sighed, not knowing that her greatest enemy, Fang Yuan, was sitting in front of her. Fang Yuan snorted, his tone containing a trace of displeasure. Fang Yuan is my brother after all, he is already dead, what else do you want? Tai Ruonan's eyes lit up, I still want to know some things. At that time, my father received a mysterious letter, and I already know the contents of the letter. It said that your Guiyue village has the Blood Sea inheritance, so my father disregarded his injuries and rushed to Qingmao Mountain. Do you and Bai Ningbing know about this? Fang Yuan shook his head. If there was a Blood Sea inheritance, would have used it long ago, otherwise why would I be in such a sorry state during the journey? Tai Ruonan looked at Fang Yuan with deep meaning. The Blood Sea inheritance has endless repercussions. It is the legacy of the demonic Gu Master Blood Sea ancestor. In the end, the cause of my father's death was also this inheritance. Fangzheng, if you really inherited this inheritance, I hope you can give it to me. Let me make up for some of my regrets. Fang Yuan continued to shake his head. I don't have it. Tai Ruonan was silent for a while. According to the information, I know you have a gu with overflowing blood qi. It was once used for long-range attacks. But after you changed to strength path, you almost never used it again. Why is that? Fang Yuan was stunned, before coming to a realization. You suspect I took the Blood Sea inheritance, but purposely hid it? Humph, you should be referring to this gu, right? Fang Yuan willed and took out the Blood Moon gu from his aperture, throwing it to Tai Ruonan. This is my clan's Blood Moon gu, didn't you see my brother use it? When the glacier exploded, my clan leader and Bai clan leader worked together, risking their lives to protect me and Bai Ningbing. Clan leader gave me all the remaining gu in his possession. When Bai Ningbing and I were roaming, many gu died of hunger, only this Blood Moon gu was left, because it was easy to feed. Fang Yuan's words not only cleared Tai Ruonan's doubts, but also explained why he and Bai Ningbing could escape with their lives. Tai Ruonan inspected the Blood Moon gu, before her expression relaxed. So it was like this, your clan leader put in a lot of effort, to leave behind a fire seed, he did not hesitate to sacrifice himself, it is truly a magnificent feat. Fang Yuan snorted, so I have to live on, and rebuild Guiyue village. Whoever dares to stop me, I will exterminate them. This could be considered as an explanation for his ruthlessness in the martial arts arena. Although I did not spend much time with you, I can clearly feel that you have changed a lot. Tai Ruonan looked at Fang Yuan. She was only sighing, but did not suspect anything. After a huge change, people would also change, this was very normal. Fang Yuan looked at her calmly, people change. Didn't you also change? Tai Ruonan shook her head, I have only been walking my own path. After saying this, the two fell into silence. After a long while, Tai Ruonan spoke, I will bring Tai Dao Ku back. I promise that the Tai family will not pursue this matter any further. Relying on Shang clan is a good way to rebuild the clan, many people succeeded because of this, I wish you success too. After saying this, the young girl stood up and left without hesitation. Fang Yuan looked at her leaving figure, squinting his eyes. He had a vague premonition that this Tai Ruonan was not simple, and would cause huge trouble for him in the future. Chapter 309. Tai Ruonan really left. Just like she said, she brought Tai Dao Ku away. Fang Yuan knew what kind of person Tai Dao Ku was. To be able to fight with Bai Ningbing for such a long time, he was clearly an expert, his battle strength could not be underestimated. And now, he was recruited by Tai Ruonan. This Tai Ruonan must be eliminated, leaving her alive will be a huge threat. Fang Yuan had a strong premonition, it was because Tai Ruonan had something in common with him and Bai Ningbing, they were all people who had found their own path in life. Such people had great perseverance and courage, as long as they did not die young, they would definitely have great accomplishments. Tai Ruonan also had a great aptitude, and also had Tai clan supporting her. She was one of the 8 young masters of Tai clan, in comparison, even though Fang and Bai each had a purple thorn token, it was nothing. If we continue to develop like this, Bai Ningbing and I will be left behind by her. Only by relying on the 3 kings' inheritance can we shorten the gap. Fang Yuan had a plan in his mind. According to normal development speed, Fang and Bai would not be Tai Ruanan's match. The latter was one of the young masters of Tai clan. She had vast resources. Fang and Bai could not compare. Only by not taking the normal path and taking the risk to take shortcuts could they shorten the gap. The Three Kings' inheritance and the righteous demonic battle of Tian Mountain were such shortcuts and shortcuts. Spring came and went, autumn left and autumn returned. The river of time flowed endlessly. Another year passed. Nan Chiu Garden, secret room. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on a cushion, his forehead dripping with sweat as he gritted his teeth, enduring. He was refining goo. It was the crucial moment. A lump of red, orange and green light floated in the air. It was the size of a basket. It shone on his face like a rainbow. Multitasking. Stone tortoise strength goo, go. Following Fang Yuan's will. Immediately, a faint black light flew out of his aperture and entered the tricolored light orb. The addition of stone tortoise strength goo caused the three-colored light lump to have an intense reaction. Originally, there were only 3 colors in the ball of light: red, orange, and green. Now, there was an ink-black color. The 4 colors fought and strangled each other. No one was able to suppress the other, and they fell into a chaotic battle. For a moment, the 4-colored wheel of light spun, as if the water was suddenly boiling, or as if there was a big hand stirring it violently. Boom! Suddenly, there was a slight explosion. The ball of light exploded, forming a 4-colored rain of light. The rain of light came and went quickly. In the blink of an eye, the secret chamber sank into darkness. Everything vanished into thin air. I failed again. In the darkness, Fang Yuan sighed softly. 2 streaks of blood slowly flowed out of his nostrils. At the same time, his soul also suffered a backlash from the goo refinement failure. It made Fang Yuan feel dizzy. This was his 4th failure. In the past 1.5 years, I've fought my way from the 4th inner city to the 3rd inner city. But bitter strength goo cannot be bought. Fang Yuan knew the reason. First, it was because bitter strength goo was extremely rare and expensive. Even in Shang Clan City, it was not common. Second, it was because Shang Yazi, who was in charge of the shops, was secretly hindering Fang Yuan. Shang Yazi was one of the young tribe leaders of Shang Clan City, and was in charge of the shops in Shang Clan City. When Fang Yuan wanted to buy bitter strength goo, Shang Yazi secretly tried to stop Fang Yuan. 2 years ago, when Fang Yuan came to Shang Clan City, he tried to extort Shang Yazi. Thus, there was a conflict between them. Shang Yazi relied on Bai Gu inheritance to pass the clan test, and kept his position as young tribe leader. Although due to the poison Vao Gu, he could not deal a fatal blow to Fang Yuan, but he could still take revenge on Fang Yuan. Shang Yazi was after all Shang Yan Fei's son. After suffering a loss, he learned from it. After the setback, he worked hard and swept away his decadence, becoming more and more astute. He used the clan system to deal with Fang Yuan, using underhanded methods. Even if Fang Yuan had the purple thorn token, it was useless. Those who had the purple thorn token were Shang Clan's esteemed guests. But they were still outsiders, and could not compare to Shang Yazi's young tribe leader status. Unable to buy bitter strength goo, Fang Yuan could only refine it himself. But the success rate of refining bitter strength goo was too low. Including today's round, Fang Yuan had already undergone 4 rounds of fusion refinement. He lost brown bear innate strength goo, galloping horse strength goo, green bull labor goo, and stone tortoise strength goo. Other than that, there were precious supplementary materials, and large amounts of Yuan stone. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had fought many battles in the battle stage, and accumulated enough capital to endure the losses from the refinement. Sigh, after this failure, I can only try again after my injuries recover. Fang Yuan sighed. Goo refinement needed to be careful. If the refinement failed, the Goo master's body and soul would suffer backlash. The physical injuries were easy to deal with. But because of multitasking, the damage to the soul was a troublesome matter. The higher the rank of the goo worm, the rarer it was, and the more severe the consequences of failure. Thus, goo refinement masters would often be bedridden due to goo refinement failures, or even die from backlash. It was not that there were no goo that could heal the soul, but they were extremely rare, and were usually kept in secret by large clans. Fang Yuan's soul injury this time would cause him to experience slight dizziness for the next month or so. The dizziness would affect Fang Yuan's battle strength, especially in a battle between experts. These minute flaws would be fatal. Thus, Fang Yuan would usually try once every month. He would leave enough time for his soul to recuperate. Although the goo refinement failed, today's cultivation was not over. Fang Yuan calmly waited, and after a while, he heard noises from outside. He opened the secret door and welcomed Bai Ningbing. In this 1 year or so, Bai Ningbing had made rapid progress, and had fought her way to Third Inner City, forming a set of goo worms. She and Fang Yuan were neck and neck, with few defeats. They were known as the two rising stars of the battle stage, and many people paid attention to them. The two did not speak, only nodding. Bai Ningbing sat cross-legged on another mat, and stretched out her palm, placing it on Fang Yuan's back, injecting snow-silver primeval essence into him. Bai Ningbing had purposely suppressed her cultivation, and was still at rank 3 peak stage. But Fang Yuan's cultivation was advancing rapidly, and was only half a step away from rank 3 upper stage. 4 hours later, Bai Ningbing stopped injecting primeval essence, and slowly retracted her palm. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. His aura was even more abundant, faintly giving off a feeling of overflowing. This was a sign that his cultivation was about to break through. I am getting closer to rank 3 upper stage. In a few days, I will break through. Fang Yuan calmly analyzed. When I break through to upper stage, I will use that white-silver relic goo, and directly raise my cultivation to rank 3 peak stage. This way, I will be able to catch up to Bai Ningbing. At the same time, I can reduce Spring-Autumn Cicada's pressure on my aperture. Spring-Autumn Cicada was Fang Yuan's vital goo, a rank 6 goo. In this 1 year or so, it had been sleeping and absorbing the water in the river of time, recuperating, and its aura was getting stronger and stronger, causing pressure on Fang Yuan's aperture again. But this time, the situation was many times better than the time on Qingmao Mountain. Fang Yuan's cultivation was advancing rapidly, and with a rank 3 aperture, he was not as pressured as when he was on Qingmao Mountain. The main contributors to this were Bone Flesh Unity Goo, and Bai Ningbing. Since the cultivation ended, Bai Ningbing slowly stood up, and walked out of the secret room. During the whole process, she did not speak a single word, and was as cold as ice. But Fang Yuan was not a talkative person, and in this 1 year or so, the two were already used to this way of interacting. Fang Yuan inwardly pondered, when I advance to rank 3 peak stage, Bai Ningbing's primeval essence will not be of much help to me. But after interacting with her day and night, from the slight changes in her aura, I can faintly sense that she is not far from rank 4 realm. Even if Bai Ningbing tried to delay it, the curse of the 10 extreme physique had not disappeared, and was still in effect. According to Bai Ningbing's information, her aptitude had risen by 2 points, reaching 93%. Another 7 points, reaching 100%, and she would return to the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. When she has rank 4 cultivation, she will have yellow-gold primeval essence, and it will be a great help to me in breaking through to rank 4 realm. In a way, Bai Ningbing and I are in the same boat. I have Spring-Autumn Cicada, and she has the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. 7 days later, Fang Yuan received a piece of good news from Wei Yang. Auction. A once-in-a-century natural disaster happened on Jufeng Mountain. Zhu clan village was destroyed, and the remnants of Zhu clan submitted to Shang clan city. They need to auction off large amounts of their clan's collections to maintain their livelihood. Thus, there will be an auction soon. Saying so, Wei Yang specially told Fang Yuan, "Brother Fang, your luck is here. I found out that there will be a bitter strength gu in this auction. Wei Yang was clear of Fang Yuan's need for bitter strength gu. Fang Yuan had also asked him to gather information. Most importantly, this auction is highly regarded by Shang Clan City. Young Master Shang Yazi is not in a position to cause trouble. Wei Yang continued. Shang Yazi and Fang Yuan's conflict was not a secret among Shang Clan's higher-ups. Bitter strength gu. Zhu Clan Village. Fang Yuan's eyes brightened. Zhu Clan Village had hundreds of years of history. If they were to sell their assets now, there would definitely be many good things. Bitter strength gu was one of them. Fang Yuan had been searching for it all this time. In this year, I have accumulated close to 1,000,000 yuan stone. I have a high chance of buying the bitter strength gu. Zhu Clan Village's destruction is not rare. In this world, other than man-made disasters, there are also natural disasters. The winds on Jufeng Mountain are strong all year round. Although it is a spiritual mountain with a spirit spring as its foundation, the environment is terrible. The Zhu family's storehouse might have many treasures that would interest us. I will participate in the auction. Fang Yuan immediately decided. What, this Zhu clan has a bitter strength gu? In a study room, Shang Yazi frowned. In one hand, he held a document, which recorded most of the auction's contents. His other hand was on the table, his index finger tapping on the table. To think Fang Yuan's luck is so good, I tried all ways to stop him, but he still got the bitter strength gu. Even father is paying attention to this auction, I cannot interfere. But, Fang Yuan, it is not so easy to get the bitter strength gu. I can also participate in the auction. With me stopping you, I will make sure you suffer huge losses. Shang Yazi could not help but snort. Back then, Fang Yuan had extorted him, causing him to hold a grudge. Chapter 310. Hurricane Mountain had strong winds all year round. The Zhu clan village on the mountain had been facing the threat of hurricanes ever since it was built. Zhu clan village had hundreds of years of history on Hurricane Mountain. Fighting natural disasters with manpower, they had faced the danger of their village being destroyed many times, but they had always survived. But this time, they were faced with a hurricane that was rarely seen in 100 years. Zhu clan village could not hold on any longer and fell under the natural disaster. The terrifying hurricane destroyed the spirit spring. Zhu clan suffered heavy losses and lost the foundation of their village. They had no choice but to leave their village and come to Shang Clan City to seek refuge with Shang Clan. Prices in Shang Clan City were expensive. To survive, they had no choice but to sell their assets. To Zhu Clan, this was a huge disaster. To others, this was a rare opportunity. Zhu Clan might be a small clan, but to be able to stand tall on Hurricane Mountain and fight against natural disasters for hundreds of years, they had a strong foundation. The sale of the Zhu family's assets gave the auction an unusual attraction. Thus, when the news spread, it attracted the attention of many people in Shang Clan City. 7 days later, the auction was held as scheduled. The auction was filled with people. The spacious hall was filled to the brim. The private rooms at the higher levels were already sold out. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing used their purple thorn tokens to obtain a private room. Fang Yuan opened the window of his private room and stood at the side, feeling the heated atmosphere in the hall. The auction had not started yet, but the 1,000 people in the hall were discussing loudly. Sigh, it is a pity for Zhu clan. After standing tall for hundreds of years, they still fell under the hurricane. The power of heaven and earth is hard to shake. Someone sighed. This is nothing. There will always be new clans being built, and old clans being destroyed. Just like a few years ago. The 3 clans on Qingmao Mountain were destroyed in one day. It is normal for Zhu clan to be destroyed. Someone said indifferently. Zhu clan's misfortune is our fortune. I heard that there will be a lot of good stuff in this auction. Someone replied with a gloating attitude. So many Zhu clan clansmen entering Shang Clan City, it will be a huge blow to all the businesses in Shang Clan City. Someone looked further. At this time, a commotion broke out. Look, that is Shang Clan young master Shang Qianxia. Fang Yuan looked in the direction of the voice. Indeed, he saw Shang Qianxia walking in from the entrance. His physique was strong and his steps were steady. He was 30 years old this year and was Shang Yanfei's eldest son. Greetings, young Master Qianxia. Greetings, young lord. To be able to see the eldest young master. We are truly fortunate to have you here. For a time, many people hurriedly stepped forward and greeted Shang Qianxia. Everyone is well. Shang Qianxia did not speak much. A faint smile appeared on his face as he calmly dealt with the situation. Finally, under everyone's gaze, he walked into a private room. In the auction house. The crowd calmed down. But not long after, there was another commotion. Young Master Chao Feng and young Master Fu Kong have come as well. They've always had a good relationship since they were young. Sure enough, they've come together again today. The fourth child, Shang Chao Feng. His hair was still messy, and he had a wild aura about him. As for Shang Fushi, who was ranked 13th, he was refined and dressed like a scholar. The two of them chatted. He walked towards the private room. Along the way, there were servants clearing the path, not paying attention to the surrounding people. Fang Yuan watched coldly from the side. He squinted his eyes. In his previous life's memories, Shang Chao Feng had almost obtained the Shang clan leader position and was Shang Xianxia's greatest rival. He had a ruthless nature and was decisive. He was very similar to Shang Yanfei in this aspect. And Shang Fushi was his greatest supporter, he was willing to be under him. He had intelligence and was good at scheming. In the future righteous demonic battle on Tian Mountain, he repeatedly came up with intelligent plans and caused the demonic Gu masters to suffer disastrous losses, showing off his brilliance. These two, one was decisive and the other good at scheming, they complemented each other. The former was in charge of the Gu battle arena, while the latter was in charge of the auction arena. They were both important areas of Shang Clan City. The wings were formed. Right now, they were the third largest faction among the 10 young masters. Before Shang Chao Feng and Shang Fushi entered the private room, another group of people arrived at the door. Shang Pu Lao, Shang Fushi and Shang Fushi walked in together while talking and laughing. These three were ranked 8th, 9th and 10th among Shang Yanfei's children. Because of benefits, they formed a small alliance. They were the second largest faction among the young masters. They had great power and temporarily suppressed Shang Chao Feng and Shang Fushi. Shang Pu Lao was in charge of all the brothels in Shang Clan City. He had a romantic attitude and was a playboy. Shang Fushi was in charge of the restaurants and silk shops. He had a lion's mouth and wide nose and breathed out yellow smoke. Shang Fushi was short and fat. He was also a strength path Gu master. His core Gu was the tortoise fetus Gu. He had the strength of 10 tortoises. Shang Fushi and Shang Fushi had great martial strength, while Shang Pu Lao was talented in literature. They were the leaders of the three. 2 martial strength and 1 literature. They had great teamwork. These 3 young masters did not choose a private room, but sat in the main hall. Shang Pu Lao was the best at socializing. Wherever he went, people would gather. He raised his peach blossom eyebrows and talked cheerfully in the crowd. He was free and easy, causing the crowd to become even more lively. On his left and right were Shang Fushi and Shang Fushi. They were like 2 guardian gods. These children of Shang Yanfei are all dragons and phoenixes among men. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. He now had a deep understanding of the structure of the Shang clan's 10 young masters. Right now, among the Shang clan young masters, there were 3 factions. The first faction was Shang Qianxia. He was Shang Yanfei's eldest son. With just this identity, he had the support of many Shang clan elders and clansmen. The second faction was Shang Pu Lao, Shang Fushi and Shang Fushi. These three had great influence and were currently in the limelight. The third faction was Shang Chaofeng and Shang Fushi. They were hiding their strength and waiting for a chance to rise up. As for the others, Shang Yazi was a lone wolf, he was not broad-minded enough. Shang Qiwen was lively and pretty, but had no ambition. Shang Pai Xiu had outstanding talent, but was playful. I want to help Shang Xianxia ascend, I cannot compete with the three factions. Although Shang Xianxia can cultivate, she forcefully awakened her aperture, her aptitude is only C grade. This is not because her foundation is weak, but because she has no foundation at all. Shang Xianxia was Shang Yanfei's illegitimate son, her mother was from Zhang clan. Zhang clan and Wu clan were very close. They had many years of grudges with Shang clan. This was Shang Xianxi's political disadvantage. Every year, the young master examination is a good chance for Shang Yanfei's other children to ascend. In my memory, Shang Xianxi will become Shang clan young master 6 years later. But this time is too long. If I want to make use of Shang Xianxi, I have to push her up in advance. This year's examination is an opportunity. Fang Yuan thought in his heart. To push Shang Xianxi to ascend, he had to deal with Shang Yanfei's children. Since he could not compete with the three factions, he had to target others. This point. Not long after Fang Yuan entered Shang clan city, he already had a plan. Just as he was thinking about Shang Xianxi arrived. Countless gazes gathered at the entrance of the auction house. The two beauties of Shang clan. So beautiful, young master Shang Qiwen was originally pretty and exquisite, but compared to Lady Shang Xianxi, she paled in comparison. Everyone discussed. Shang Xianxi and Shang Qiwen held hands as they walked into the auction house, laughing and chatting. Shang Qiwen was dressed in a colorful dress, her face was like a peach blossom, she was charming and gentle. Shang Xianxi was dressed in a green dress, her black hair was like a waterfall, her eyes were like the moon. Her skin was like snow. Her cherry lips were pink. Elegant like orchids, gentle like water. She smiled faintly at times, pure and flawless, a peerless beauty. Everyone's gazes were mesmerized. Beside the two, there were 4 servants. 2 of them were Tian Lan and Xiao Dai, Shang Xianxi's personal servants. The servants blocked a large group of young men who were trying to curry favor with them. Shang Xianxi and Shang Qiwen walked straight to Fang Yuan's private room. Brother He Tu, sister Bai Yun. Shang Xianxi greeted softly. Her voice could not conceal her joy and excitement. Shang Yanfei had used man-triumphing heaven gu to forcefully open her aperture. These 2 years, he had used many precious gu to raise Shang Xianxi's aptitude. As a result, her original 20% of D-grade aptitude was pushed to 50% of C-grade aptitude, and she was only 1 point away from B-grade aptitude. Shang Yanfei had paid such a huge price to nurture her, and had personally taught her many times. Shang Xianxi could feel his deep fatherly love, the gap between them had mostly disappeared, and she felt blissful. Shang Yanfei had also chosen many teachers to teach her. Shang Xianxi lived in seclusion, giving supplementary lessons to gu masters. She was intelligent and sensible. After experiencing hardships, she had a thirst for strength and was not squeamish, having strict requirements for herself. Her rapid improvement made Shang Yanfei very happy. This auction was a rare chance to relax, and she had received Fang Yuan's invitation. She had wanted to come alone, but she met Shang Qiwen on the way. Fang Yuan, I came uninvited, you won't chase me away, right? Shang Qiwen laughed delicately, following Shang Xianxi into the private room. How would I dare, please sit. Fang Yuan smiled as he greeted. Bai Ningbing sat quietly at the side, hearing the commotion, she did not stand up, her expression cold. Shang Qiwen curiously looked at this ice beauty, thinking, rumors say that Bai Ningbing is cold and arrogant. It is indeed true. Next, she looked at Fang Yuan. Actually, this Fang Yuan is also very arrogant. Ever since he came to Third Inner City, he has won every battle and has never tasted defeat, attracting many forces to recruit him. Shang Chaofeng, Shang Qiunyou, Shang Pu Lao and others even invited him personally, but were all rejected. For these two to be able to walk together, birds of a feather really do flock together. Shang Qiwen was in charge of Shang Clan City's battle stage. She was very clear about Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's situation. Ever since Fang and Bai joined the battle stage, they had never lost a single battle. They had outstanding talent and had already become famous figures in the battle stage. Their momentum was so great that they could even match the two rank 4 Gu masters Zhu Kai Bei and Yen Tu in the battle stage. Anyone could see Fang and Bai's limitless future. If any Shang clan young master could get Fang and Bai's help, their forces would definitely expand. But she, Shang Qiwen, had no ambition. She did not recruit Fang and Bai. Brother He Tu, long time no see, how are you? I heard you fought with Ting Jiolong's Gu master. Shang Xianxia sat beside Fang Yuan, her gaze focused on Fang Yuan as she asked with concern. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. It has only been 10 days since we last met. Why do you say long time no see? As for Ting Jiolong, he could not stop my winning streak and was defeated by me. Right now, in this battle stage, only Zhu Kai Bei and Yen Tu are a threat to me, the others are nothing. Chapter 311. As time gradually passed, more and more people entered the auction hall. Look, that's one of the Shang clan's 5 generals, White Light Swordsmen. Someone shouted. Wei Yang's nickname was the White Light Swordsman. I have already inquired, the bitter strength Gu you want is the 13th auction item. But, Shang Yazi is already in the 5th private room. I heard that he purposely gathered all his funds. Be careful, brother Fangzheng. Wei Yang walked into the private room and warned. Logically speaking, the order of the auction items should not be revealed, and the identity of the guests in the private room should be kept secret. But Wei Yang was one of the 5 important officials of Shang Clan. He controlled Shang Clan's largest intelligence agency, Wind Rain Manor. It was easy for him to obtain this information. Wei Yang patted Fang Yuan's shoulder. He was still worried. This time, Shang Yazi did not come with good intentions. He has at least 1,200,000 yuan stone. Bitter Strength Gu is a treasure of Strength Path Gu masters. Other than Shang Yazi, there are 2 others who are your greatest competitors. One is Shang Xuanxi, the other is Zhu Kai Bei. You have to be careful. 10th brother Shang Bai Shi had tortoise fetus Gu and had the strength of 10 tortoises. He was a strength path Gu master not inferior to Fang Yuan. He was in charge of Shang Clan City Substitute Training Company. Even though it did not have much oil money, his 8th brother Shang Pu Lao was in charge of the brothel, and 9th brother Shang Xuanxi was in charge of the wine shop and silk shop. They were all places that made a lot of money. If Shang Bai Shi wanted bitter strength Gu, as allies, Shang Pu Lao and Shang Bai Shi would definitely help. Other than that, there was also Zhu Kai Bei. This person had rank 4 cultivation level and was the strongest person in the battle stage of Third Inner City. What did rank 4 cultivation mean? In an ordinary family, he would be the head of the clan. Zhu Kai Bei was a rank 4 Gu master, but he chose to stay in the battle stage, refusing all kinds of recruitment letters that were flying towards him like snowflakes. If I don't defeat Yen Tu, I won't leave the martial arts stage, he declared to the outside world. Yen Tu was also a rank 4 Gu master, with the same title as Zhu Kai Bei, half the sky of the battle stage. Both sides were determined to defeat the other, and only after they achieved true dominance would they leave the martial arts arena with glory. Yen Tu was a fire path Gu master. He would not have any designs on bitter strength Gu. But Zhu Kai Bei was a genuine strength path Gu master. He had won countless battles, and only when he fought with Yen Tu did they both win and lose. He definitely had a large amount of yuan stone in his hands. Therefore, both Shang Baishi and Zhu Kai Bei were Fang Yuan's competitors. "Brother, I have some extra money here, take it." Next, Wei Yang gave Fang Yuan a primeval elder gu. Shang Qiwen couldn't help but look over in shock. She knew that Wei Yang and Fang Yuan had always been close, but she didn't expect their relationship to be this deep. She had investigated beforehand. In this auction, there was a light-type gu that would be of great help to Wei Yang. Who would have thought that Wei Yang would hand over the Yuan stone to Fang Yuan for Fang Yuan? Looking at the smile of the cloud old man inside the primeval elder gu, one could tell that there were at least 1,000,000 Yuan stone inside the primeval elder gu. This was equivalent to Wei Yang giving up on that gu worm of his own accord. "Brother Wei, you are..." Fang Yuan showed a trace of hesitation, but at the same time, he showed a moved expression. "Don't say anything, keep it. This is a loan, not a gift. I will be your creditor in the future." Wei Yang laughed heartily, not giving Fang Yuan a chance to refuse. He forcefully gave the primeval elder gu to Fang Yuan. Shang Xianxia also took out a primeval elder gu. "Brother He too, this is mine." On her primeval elder gu, the cloud old man had a bitter expression. It could be seen that the Yuan stone inside was between 100,000 to 300,000. Shang Xianxi's money was the pocket money that Shang Yanfei gave her every month. She lived frugally and saved up, and now she gave it all to Fang Yuan. Saying too much is just being hypocritical. "I will accept all of this, I will definitely repay you in the future." Fang Yuan laughed, cupping his fists at the two as he accepted the Yuan stone. Shang Xianxi smiled lightly, not caring about Fang Yuan's repayment. Even if she gave these Yuan stones to Fang Yuan, she would not feel any heartache. But she knew that with Fang Yuan's personality, he would not accept her direct gift, so she could only borrow it. "That's right." Wei Yang nodded. He had high hopes for Fang Yuan, and especially admired Fang Yuan's personality of repaying kindness and grudges. At the side, Shang Qiuwen hesitated, but did not take out the primeval elder gu. Light flashed in her beautiful eyes as she changed the topic. "Look, Zhu Kai Bei is here." At the entrance of the auction house, a muscular man appeared. He was at the prime of his life. He was 8 feet tall, and his skin was tightly packed with layers of muscles. When he walked, the distance between each step was the same, showing his strict and inflexible personality. He was like a towering pagoda that naturally emitted an oppressive aura. The surrounding people did not dare to get close to him, but looked at him with reverent gazes. He was Zhu Kai Bei. A rank 4 gu master, an expert at the peak of the 3rd inner city battle stage. "Senior Zhu, my young master Shang Yizi invites you to the 5th private room for a chat." "Sir Zhu Kai Bei, my young master Pu Lao has already prepared a banquet for you in the 4th private room." "Sir Zhu Kai Bei, this is my young master Chao Feng's invitation, please accept it." At once, many servants squeezed through the crowd, representing their young masters, and extended an olive branch to Zhu Kai Bei. But Zhu Kai Bei snorted coldly, not even looking at these people, and directly sat in the first row of the hall. The servants looked at each other, and left helplessly. Time passed. After Zhu Kai Bei, another big shot came. This person was neither fat nor thin, neither tall nor short. His appearance was ordinary, but his face was strange. The left side of his face was completely red, while the right side of his face was a pale blue. Red and blue, splitting his face into 2 parts. From the bridge of his nose, it was split into 2 colors. "He is Shangbu Li, to think he is here." Wei Yang immediately introduced to Fang Yuan. As expected. Fang Yuan nodded, having an idea. Shangbu Li, nicknamed Two-Faced Man. He was Shang Yanfei's #1 general. He had rank 4 cultivation, and had control of ice and fire gu worms. He was Shang clan's #1 official, and also the Shang clan leader, in charge of the slave trade. His position was even higher than Wei Yang's. Shangbu Li's appearance naturally attracted countless compliments and bootlicking. He had an arrogant expression, squinting his eyes as he walked slowly in the crowd, enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention. His authority was even greater than the 10 young masters. The young masters could only control some businesses in Shang Clan City, but as the #1 official, Shangbuli controlled all of Shang Clan's slave trade. Shangbuli, can't you walk faster? Why are you so slow, are you a man? At this time, an unhappy voice came from behind. Shangbuli's status in Shang Clan City was second only to one, who dared to scold him so rudely. But when Shangbuli heard this, his heart shook, he shrunk his head and turned around, bowing to the person who spoke. So it is Lady Dr. Su Shou, I, Shangbuli, greet you. The person was Dr. Su Shou. She was one of the 4 great doctors of Southern Border, rank 5 cultivation. She had once treated Fang Yuan's injuries. She was still dressed in white, her face was covered with a white veil, people could not see her face, but her voluptuous body could not be concealed. Shangbuli did not dare to look at her, his gaze was on the floor beside Dr. Su Shou. Dr. Su Shou and clan leader Shang Yanfei had deep grudges. She had a high status in Shang Clan, she was Shang Yanfei's confidant. Even if Shangbuli had the guts, he would not dare to disrespect her. Just don't block my way. Dr. Su Shou snorted coldly, leading the 8 white-clothed servants past Shangbuli and into a private room, vanishing from everyone's sight. Shangbuli rubbed his nose, smiling bitterly, he could only admit defeat in front of Dr. Su Shou. Not long after, many more people appeared. Yen Tu, who was on par with Zhu Kai Bei, Shang Yanfei's 5th General Yi Hua, Yi Buhui from Yi Clan, Fei Clan's Fei Wan Feng and others. The auction this time is simply a gathering of heroes. There are famous Gu masters, there are new generation forces, there are lone heroes, and there are leaders with powerful clans. Among these people, how many of them will become my obstacle? Fang Yuan pondered. Sorry for the wait, the auction will begin now. The hosting female Gu master was young and beautiful, she stood on the stage and used a voice amplification Gu. She knew everyone was getting impatient, she spoke concisely, introducing the first auction item. Frost Arrow Gu. Rank 4 Gu worm, shaped like a mosquito. Its body was blue like ice, its mouth was long and thin like a needle. This ice-type Gu was collected by Zhu Clan Village. Just like Guyua Village, they had collected many Gu worms that were not related to Moon-type Gu. Once the Frost Arrow Gu is activated, frost energy will spread and condense into an arrow, shooting at the enemy. As everyone knows, its greatest advantage is that it consumes very little primeval essence. Even rank 3 Gu masters can use it. The starting price is 70,000 yuan stone. The female Gu master introduced straightforwardly. 75,000. 80,000. 85,000. The price continued to rise, and when it reached 90,000, the bidding speed slowed down. The increment of the Gu master's bids decreased from 5,000 to 3,000. When it passed the 100,000 mark, the increment of 3,000 shrunk to 1,000. 110,000. Bai Ningbing suddenly spoke. The esteemed guest in the 9th private room bids 110,000. The hosting female Gu master's voice rose, this was the first time an esteemed guest had bid. 120,000. Shang Yazi's voice came from the 5th private room. Bai Ningbing squinted, immediately saying, 130,000. Shang Yazi continued, 140,000. Bai Ningbing looked deeply at Fang Yuan, before saying, 150,000. Fang Yuan shrugged his shoulders. This bidding was obviously Shang Yazi trying to make things difficult for them. Because Bai Ningbing was in the same 9th private room as Fang Yuan, she suffered a blow from Shang Yazi. She was innocently shot at. 150,000 to buy a frost arrow Gu, I want you to suffer like this. In the 5th private room, Shang Yazi laughed coldly, not bidding anymore. Although Bai Ningbing bought the frost arrow Gu, she paid an extra 40,000 yuan stone. It seems this time, Xianxia Z is coming at us with great momentum. Wei Yang sighed. Shang Xinci also frowned, worrying for Fang Yuan. Chapter 312. Everyone, please take a look, this is a 1,000-year wind willow. The female Gu master pointed at the item on the stage, slowly introducing. Wind willow is a rare and precious Gu refinement material. Its living environment is special, it needs the power of the wind to grow continuously. Because Fengji Mountain has strong winds all year round, there are large numbers of wind willows. Ordinary wind willows are only tens or hundreds of years old. But as this auction item, this wind willow is over 1,000 years old, it can be used as a rank 5 Gu refinement material. The starting price is 50,000 yuan stone, the auction starts now. The female Gu master had just finished speaking when someone called out a price. 55,000. 58,000. 65,000. 70,000. The price continued to rise, many people participated in the bidding, most of them were professional Gu refinement masters. 1,000-year wind willows were rare, even Zhu clan, who had lived on Fengji Mountain for hundreds of years, only had 18 of them left. The wind willow did not have a trunk, it only had roots rooted in the mountain rocks, as well as a single branch. When the wind blew, this single branch would dance in the wind, like a long aquatic plant at the bottom of the sea. This 1,000-year wind willow on the stage had already been coiled up, but its total length was definitely over 100 meters. Fang Yuan tried to join in, calling out a price. As expected, Xianxia Z immediately called out, raising the price by 5,000. But in the end, the wind willow was bought by a refinement master, spending close to 100,000. 1,000-year wind willow, this is the 8th auction item. During this period, I have tried to make a move, but was attacked by Xianxia Z every time. If I do not make a move, he will not make a move. It seems this person is here to oppose me to the end. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed, becoming more aware of Xianxia Z's narrow-mindedness. Time passed unknowingly. 9th auction item, 10th auction item, next, is the 12th auction item. This is a chasing wind Gu, a rank 4 movement Gu, it allows the Gu master to chase the wind. The starting price is 180,000. The female Gu master's clear voice resounded in the entire auction hall. 190,000. 200,000. 220,000. 250,000. The chasing wind Gu was one of the popular auction items. Once it appeared, it set off the first climax of the auction house. Many people participated in the bidding. The private rooms that were usually quiet were now filled with voices calling out bids. Among wind, light, lightning, cloud, these 4 types of Gu, movement type Gu were very outstanding. Chasing wind Gu is a rank 4 Gu, it can greatly increase a Gu master's speed. Fang Yuan called out a price, Xianxia Z immediately followed, suppressing Fang Yuan's bid. Fang Yuan stopped bidding, and the two of them were soon drowned out by the following bids. From time to time, new competitors would join the fray, but at the same time, more people would helplessly choose to give up when they saw the rising price. When the chasing wind Gu's price rose to 350,000, there were only 2 Gu masters left competing. One was an elder of the Yi clan, Yi Buhui, and the other was an elder of the Fei clan, Fei Wanfeng. The relationship between the Yi clan and the Fei clan was not harmonious, and the competition between the 2 elders was also mixed with anger. Finally, chasing wind Gu was bought by elder Yi Buhui at a high price of 44,000. Although Fang Yuan had over 2 million worth of yuan stone, he did not participate in the bidding. Chasing wind Gu contained the Dao marks of wind. If he used it, the beast phantoms on his body would interfere, and the effect would be greatly reduced. Thus, chasing wind Gu was not suitable for Fang Yuan. If it was a rank 4 immortal wind Gu, I would be interested in buying it, but it is only chasing wind Gu. Fang Yuan had a recipe that could use immortal wind Gu, 7-star goo and some other supplementary materials to refine fixed immortal travel goo. Dream travel, carefree travel, fixed immortal travel and wine god travel, they were known as the 4 great movement goo. These 4 goo were all rank 5 goo. Among them, dream travel could allow a goo master to enter other people's dream realms. Carefree travel was most proficient in dodging attacks. Fixed immortal travel was a one-time consumable goo, but it could allow a goo master to teleport to any place in the world. Wine god travel was the most special. It first appeared in The Legends of Renzu. Let's not talk about it here. Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories, thus he had the 2 recipes of carefree travel goo and fixed immortal travel goo. Among them, fixed immortal travel goo was what Fang Yuan needed the most, but the success rate of refinement was extremely low, and he did not have enough materials to refine it, thus he could only give up on it for now. Alright, next is the 13th item of this auction. A bitter strength goo. The female goo master introduced it eloquently on the stage, but even without her explanation, many goo masters' eyes were already shining brightly. I must get this bitter strength goo, no one can stop me. 200,000 yuan stone. Before the female goo master made a bid, Fang Yuan had already shouted. Fang Yuan's words made Zhu Kai Bei unhappy. Young people are so impatient. I bid 250,000. 300,000. On the other side, Shang Baishi followed up. 500,000. Fang Yuan made a shocking bid. The whole auction house went into an uproar. From the voice, it should be Guyue Fangzheng. He is really rich, calling out a high price of 500,000 for a bitter strength goo. He has won so many times in the battle stage, his wealth is very deep. Everyone sighed. Some strength path goo masters had a bitter expression. They had been looking forward to the bitter strength goo and wanted to try it, but who could have expected Fang Yuan to do this? They were kicked out before they could even bid. Even the female goo master on the stage had a surprised expression. Bitter strength goo was a rank 4 goo, but strength path goo worms did not have high requirements for primeval essence, and could barely be used at rank 3 realm. Its market price was around 380,000, slightly lower than chasing wind goo. To think that Fang Yuan immediately bid 500,000, 120,000 yuan stone higher. Youngsters nowadays are really energetic. Zhu Kai Bei sighed, no longer bidding. 500,000 yuan stone was enough for him to buy some other goo worms. They were more useful to him. 8th brother, 9th brother. Shang Baishi hesitated as he looked at the 2 young masters beside him. 9th brother Shang Baishi did not speak, only looking at Shang Pu Lao. 10th brother, it depends on you. If you want to compete, we will support you to the end. Shang Pu Lao encouraged with a smile. Shang Baishi gritted his teeth. 500,000, it is not worth it. Forget it, let Fangzheng have it. He also gave up on competing. Fang Yuan displayed his determination to win, knocking down the 2 competitors. 500,000 going once. 500,000 going twice. 500,000 going thrice. Wait, I bid 510,000. Just as the female goo master was about to strike, Xianxia Zi's slow voice came from the 5th private room. Humph, Xianxia Zi, you think you can stop me? 600,000 yuan stone. Fang Yuan immediately spoke, his tone showing disdain. Xianxia Zi sneered, Fangzheng, if you want to play, I will play with you. 610,000. The auction house went into an uproar. Fangzheng and the Shang clan young master are at loggerheads. How can this be? Fangzheng has the purple thorn token, he is Shang clan's esteemed guest, he is not afraid of Xianxia Zi's young master identity. But Xianxia Zi controls all the shops in Shang clan city, he is wealthier. This is going to be a fierce battle. 700,000. Fang Yuan shouted, Xianxia Zi, you lost to me, you are my loser. It seems you did not learn your lesson last time. Xianxia Zi immediately retorted, bullshit, let's see who teaches who a lesson this time. 710,000. The crowd went into an uproar again. The conflict between Xianxia Zi and Fang Yuan was not a secret among the higher-ups of Shang clan city. But to ordinary Gu masters, it was a huge gossip. At once, people started to guess why Xianxia Zi became enemies with Fang Yuan. Evidently, Xianxia Zi lost to Fang Yuan in a battle, thus he wants to take revenge. Why bother with these reasons? Young Master Yazi is a narrow-minded person. Even if he bumps into a passerby, he will take revenge. Furthermore, Fangzheng is a lawless person. It would be strange if the two did not have a conflict. You are all wrong. I have already heard that Xianxia Zi and Fangzheng went to Qin Yan brothel together. They were interested in the top lady, Anu. But in the end, Fangzheng succeeded, thus Xianxia Zi bears a grudge. Is that true? Someone immediately expressed his doubts. The person who had just spoken was fearless. He pointed at a seat and said, "Look, Miss Anu is sitting there. Don't doubt me, just ask her." Thus, everyone looked at Lady Anu with questioning gazes. Lady Anu was stunned. She did not expect herself to be involved. But she suddenly saw the old brothel keeper winking at her. She immediately understood that this was a sudden inspiration to hype up the event. For a brothel girl like her, only by creating hype like this could she increase her value. She did not reply directly, lowering her head, her face flushed red. Just this expression alone was enough to convince most of the people who doubted him. So it is like this. Looking at Lady Anu's expression, it is obvious that she will agree. You do not know the inside story, but I do. Beauties have always been paired with heroes. Why does Lady Anu like Fangzheng? Why? Hee, because Xianxia Zi is skinny, his lower body is not good. But Fangzheng is full of energy. Every time he attacks, he can use all-out effort Gu. The wild boar's charge, the brown bear's smack, the crocodile's tail twisting, the horse's speed, the green bull's endurance, the stone turtle's endurance. Such a man, which girl would not like him? Oh! Immediately, many men let out a sound of understanding. Many girls could not help but clamp their legs together, their faces flushed red as they fell into reverie. Lady Anu's head drooped even lower, but she was secretly happy. I am going to be famous, I am going to be famous. While everyone was gossiping, Fang Yuan and Xianxia Zi's bid had already reached 810,000. Fangzheng, with me here today, you will lose for sure. Give up, you cannot beat me. Xianxia Zi laughed proudly. He added another 10,000 yuan stone, just to disgust Fang Yuan. You think I am afraid of you? It is just 810,000, what's so great about it? Fang Yuan snorted coldly. Young master, it's enough. It's time to stop. A servant cautiously said. Xianxia Zi hesitated. I know what I am doing. Fangzheng is determined to get the bitter strength Gu. When Fangzheng raises the price again, I will raise it again, and then stop. This idiot, he spent 800,000 to buy a bitter strength Gu, that is more than twice the price. Let me vent my anger, this is really delightful, ha ha ha. At this time, Fang Yuan's voice could be heard. But this time, I will let you go, you can have the bitter strength Gu. Servant. Chapter 313. Xianxia Zi's face must be ashen right now. In the 9th private room, Wei Yang could not help but laugh. But brother Fangzheng, you did not buy the bitter strength Gu, are you really fine? At the side, Xianxia Xianxia also looked at Fang Yuan with concern. Fang Yuan laughed. I must get the bitter strength Gu, but I do not want to be a fool and spend 810,000 to buy this Gu. I would rather refine it myself. 810,000, it is enough for me to try many times. But the chances of failure are high, and brother He too will be injured. Xianxia Xianxia said worriedly. Fang Yuan shook his head lightly. He had a plan for this, but he could not tell others. This Fangzheng played Xianxia Zi. Xianxia Zi spent 810,000 to buy this bitter strength Gu. The crowd's eyes were bright. Xianxia is an idiot, he is a disgrace to our young masters. The Shang clan young masters were furious. Speaking of which, Fangjing acted really well, even I was tricked by him. Someone sighed. The onlooker sees the game more clearly than the onlooker. I already knew something was amiss. Someone said in hindsight. Xianxia is narrow-minded and likes to take revenge, thus he kept bidding. But Fangjing did not get what he wanted, both were losers. Thus, the auction cannot be stingy. Zhu Kai Bei sighed in his heart. The real winner is the auction. Zhu clan is happy, one bitter strength gu sold for 810,000. Everyone discussed and whispered to each other. But in truth, they neglected another big winner. That was the suddenly famous lady in Yu. Crack. Xianxia threw the blue porcelain cup in his hand onto the ground, shattering it into pieces. In the fifth private room, the servants immediately knelt down, not even daring to breathe loudly. Xianxia sat on his seat, breathing heavily, veins bulging on his forehead, his face full of anger. He was tricked by Fangjing. 810,000, he bought a bitter strength gu, he had no use for it. Xianxia felt his heart bleeding. In fact, he was shrewd. He had learned a lesson from that setback, and he had learned from his mistakes. Over the past year or so, he had worked hard and managed the shop very well. But character determines fate. He was a petty person, and his hatred had blinded him, causing him to fall into Fang Yuan's trap. Fangjing, if not for the poison Vao Gu, I would have killed you and cut you into pieces. Xianxia screamed in his mind. The auction continued. The 14th item, the 15th, the 16th, the 18th, the 28th, a wave of bidding war erupted, the atmosphere was heated and everyone quickly forgot about the fight between Fang Yuan and Xianxia. Next is the 32nd item, rank 4 atmosphere gu. The female gu master's voice was still crisp and sweet. Wind gu's shape was like a butterfly, it had a pair of azure blue wings, and every time it flapped, there would be diamond-like starlight in the surrounding air. Naturally, it was very eye-catching. Atmosphere gu was a very special gu. It absorbed the vitality of life and was born from the wind, it was a natural gu. Until now, there was no recipe master who had researched the recipe to refine them. Recipe masters were divided into 3 main paths. The past path, researching the lost strength path, chi path and other gu worm recipes, trying to restore them. Now, the current path, researching natural gu worms, trying to find their recipe. There was also the future path, which specialized in creating new gu worm refinement recipes. Atmosphere gu not only had a special origin, it also had a special use. It targeted a group of people, using a formless force to create a popular hobby or habit in the group. In ancient times, gu masters used it to deal with beast groups. For example, to deal with a group of steel needle pigs, after the gu master used the atmosphere gu, these steel needle pigs would suddenly have a habit of rubbing their fur against rocks. The fur of the steel needle pigs were like iron needles, able to attack and defend. After rubbing against rocks, the fur would gradually be damaged, and gu masters could deal with them effortlessly. But later, gu masters found that atmosphere gu was a great tool to rule tribes and clans. Some clans lacked food, but liked to brew wine. After using atmosphere gu, they changed their habit of brewing wine, and had more food, the clan grew stronger. Atmosphere gu could not only be used internally, it could also be used externally. In history, there was a famous example. 2 clans fought, the weaker side used atmosphere gu, causing the stronger clan to have the custom of binding the feet of women. This caused the women in the clan to have a huge decrease in labor. The female gu master's battle strength also fell, and were eventually killed by the weaker clan. After all, this was the world of gu, there were all sorts of gu worms. The female gu master gave a long introduction, saying, Atmosphere gu, starting price is 260,000 yuan stone. 300,000. E-clan elder Bu Hui was the first to bid. 350,000. Fei clan's Fei Wan Feng did not back down. 370,000. A recipe master shouted. 380,000. Wei Yang said. He was in charge of Feng Yu Manor, and hoped to use this atmosphere goo to make his subordinates work harder. 500,000. Feng Yuan shouted again. The whole place was silent. Feng Yuan was silent for a long time, but this time, his voice made everyone recall the competition between him and Xianxia Zi not long ago. 500,000 yuan stone for one atmosphere goo? Fangzheng, you still want to scam me? Do you think I am an idiot? Xianxia Zi gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with anger. He had just spent 810,000, if he spent another 500,000, he would go bankrupt. 500,000 going once, going twice, going thrice, sold. The female goo master shouted. The price of 500,000 slightly exceeded everyone's expectations, but no one raised the bid. Atmosphere goo was useful for large forces, but had little use for individuals, causing most people to lose interest. Brother Fangzheng, this atmosphere goo can be bought at 460,000. Wei Yang sighed. Shang Xianxia had a different opinion. No, considering the fact that the two elders from Yi clan and Fei clan are competing, the price will continue to rise. Calling 500,000 and dispelling their thoughts is the right choice. 460,000, 500,000, it is just 40,000 yuan stone. Brother Wei, I will accept this goo. Feng Yuan waved his hand, saying nonchalantly. What, you also want to rebuild Guyua village? Wei Yang was shocked, not expecting Feng Yuan to be interested in the atmosphere goo. Earlier, he had thought Feng Yuan was bidding for him. Of course I have a need, but before this matter is completed, I need to keep it a secret. Feng Yuan smiled, not explaining much. Humph, so secretive. Bai Ningbing was not used to Feng Yuan's style, she knew he had a motive, and was secretly vigilant. After the atmosphere goo was a set of eating wind goo. 38 eating wind goo were combined into one set, and auctioned together. Eating wind goo was only a rank 2 goo worm, but it was very useful. It allowed goo masters to eat wind as food, filling their stomachs. Zhu clan village was located on Zhufeng mountain, and specialized in wind-type goo worms. Eating wind goo was one of their specialties. Time continued to pass. 34th item. 35, 38, 44, Feng Yuan did not bid again, but Wei Yang bid once, successfully buying a light-type goo, getting what he wanted. Bai Ningbing also bid 3 times, finally getting a rank 3 tornado goo. Just as Feng Yuan was starting to feel bored, the final 49th auction item appeared. This is the final treasure of this auction. It is not a goo worm, nor is it a precious refinement material, it is a recipe. The female goo master slowly introduced. Next, she added, this recipe, because it is very precious, has not been appraised yet. This sentence undoubtedly aroused the curiosity of most people. Normally, precious goo refinement recipes had to be appraised carefully. Because once it was appraised by a recipe master, there was a risk of the recipe being leaked. Recipe, the fewer people who knew, the better. Without a secret, a recipe that was known by everyone would be worth less than a piece of paper. The female goo master was experienced, she purposely did not speak, giving everyone time to react. Seeing everyone's distracted gazes return to her, the female goo master smiled lightly, throwing out a bomb. This recipe is related to Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus. Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus? Did I hear wrongly? Rank 3 Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, Rank 4 Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus, Rank 5 Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus. This series of goo is too famous, it is like thunder in my ears. This is Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's core goo. It is said that whoever can refine a rank 6 heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus will have the chance to inherit Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's inheritance. To think that Zhu clan village had such a collection, the crowd in the auction house was in an uproar. The female Gu master continued, I believe everyone has some understanding of heavenly essence treasure Lotus, I will not introduce it. This is a recipe on how to refine heavenly essence treasure Monarch Lotus. The starting price is 500,000 yuan stone. The price of a recipe was much higher than a Gu worm. The rank 4 heavenly essence treasure Monarch Lotus recipe was even more expensive than the heavenly essence treasure Monarch Lotus itself. Teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. In theory, with the recipe, there would be countless heavenly essence treasure Monarch Lotus. Wait, I have a question. Does this recipe require heavenly essence treasure Lotus as the refinement material? Fang Yuan suddenly opened his mouth and asked loudly. The female Gu master's expression changed slightly. She did not want to answer, but she knew that Fang Yuan was the owner of the purple thorn token. She had been trying to avoid this question, but did not expect Fang Yuan to be so quick-witted and find the crucial point. Without a choice, she could only speak the truth. In principle, the recipe's contents will not be announced. But Shang clan values integrity, this recipe indeed needs heavenly essence treasure Lotus as the main material. Everyone was in an uproar. Using heavenly essence treasure Lotus as the main material, where can we find it? No wonder Zhu clan could not refine heavenly essence treasure Monarch Lotus even after obtaining this recipe. What is the use of this recipe? We are in the middle of nowhere, it is too awkward. That was close, luckily Fang Zheng asked. The most important thing is, whether this recipe is real or fake, we have not verified it yet. This recipe was kept by Zhu clan, it must not be bad. I will bid 520,000 yuan stone. A recipe master bid. Even so, the recipe of heavenly essence treasure Monarch Lotus was still very attractive to some Gu masters. 550,000. 580,000. The price continued to rise, getting slower and slower until it finally stopped at 660,000. Chapter 314. As the recipe of heavenly essence treasure Monarch Lotus was bought by Wei Yang, the auction ended smoothly. Zhu clan was a clan that had existed for hundreds of years, it had deep foundations. These Zhu clan collections gave many people who participated in the auction some gains, and also broadened their horizons. It is rare for everyone to gather together, don't leave yet, let me host. Fang Yuan urged everyone to stay. In the restaurant, there were delicacies and wine on jade plates. Brother Fangjing, this is the recipe you wanted. After 3 rounds of wine, Wei Yang took out a heart-engraved gu and handed it to Fang Yuan. Heart-engraved gu was like a ladybug, the size of a finger. It was completely red, and on the round carapace on its back, there were 4 white heart-shaped spots. Heart-engraved gu was a storage-type gu. It was similar to a bookworm, storing information. Heart-engraved gu could be found from rank 1 to rank 5. Rank 1 heart-engraved gu only had 1 white heart-shaped spot on its carapace. Rank 2 heart-engraved gu, and so on. The heart-engraved gu that Wei Yang took out had 4 spots, it meant this heart-engraved gu was a rank 4 gu. However, to store the recipe of heavenly essence treasure Monarch Lotus, it was normal to use a rank 4 heart-engraved gu. Fang Yuan had spent 670,000 yuan stone for this recipe. To avoid suspicion, he let Wei Yang bid. Looking at this heart-engraved gu, Fang Yuan did not take it, instead saying, since Brother Wei has already refined it, why don't you use it now, it will save me the trouble of refining it again. All right. Wei Yang nodded, injecting his primeval essence. The heart-engraved gu let out a soft sound, turning into a pink light. Under the control of Wei Yang's will. The flowing light pounced into Fang Yuan's chest and vanished in an instant. Immediately, a recipe appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. It was the recipe of how to refine Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus. The main goo worm before the refinement. All the supplementary materials, all the steps, as well as the things to take note of during the refinement, were all there. These contents, Fang Yuan could not forget even if he wanted to, as if they were deeply engraved in his mind. This was the effect of the heart-engraved goo, deep memory. It was as if it was engraved in his bones and heart. A faint feeling of joy emerged in Fang Yuan's heart. I have Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, but it is only rank 3. It works well for now, but when I reach rank 4. Its support effect immediately weakened. Now that I have this secret recipe, if I'm able to refine the Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus in the future, it will undoubtedly be of great help to me. Fang Yuan did not know the secret recipe of the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. To be able to obtain this prescription was a pleasant surprise. Of course. This secret recipe had never been appraised. However, with Fang Yuan's rich experience, he knew that it was impossible. Based on his initial judgment, the possibility of this secret recipe being fake was very small. Otherwise, the Shang clan wouldn't have taken it out for auction. But in the future, I will need to use some goo to deduce it and prevent any traps or mistakes. Now that I've bought this secret recipe, I'm afraid others will have some ideas. There will definitely be many people guessing whether I have a Heavenly Yuan Treasure Lotus in my hands. However, although the Heavenly Origin Treasure Lotus was rare, it was not unique. It was not as troublesome as the Blood Skull Goo. Otherwise, I will not brazenly buy this secret recipe. Right now, my goo worm assembly is gradually forming and my cultivation is constantly breaking through. I have fewer worries. Buying this recipe is not a big deal. If it was before, Fang Yuan would not be so brazen as to buy this recipe. But now, he was only half a step away from rank 3 upper stage, and it was only a matter of a few days. After using the white-silver relic goo, he would be rank 3 peak stage. His strength was no longer the same as before, and he had the purple thorn token to protect him. Moreover, people were only guessing, thus he could completely bear the consequences of this matter. Looking at the time, Fangzheng has already been in Shang Clan City for over 2 years, his strength has improved far beyond my expectations. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. Wei Yang drank his wine, although he had some guesses, he did not say anything. Does Brother He too have the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus? Shang Xianxia was also thinking, but did not ask. On the first day of her cultivation, Shang Yanfei had told her many taboos in the Goo Master Circle. One of them was not to casually ask other Goo Masters about their Goo Worms. Goo Worms were the foundation of a Goo Master, they were their secrets and trump cards. Once their Goo Worms were exposed, the Goo Master would be easily targeted. Thus, Goo Masters could not ask each other's Goo Worms, this was a huge taboo. Fang Yuan has the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, so he bought the recipe. This is understandable. But he gave up on the bitter strength goo and bought atmosphere goo. Why? Bai Ningbing, who was sitting at the side, did not speak, but pondered in her heart. She could not see through Fang Yuan's actions. Sigh, if only I could become a young master. Shang clan young masters have the chance to request 3 goo worms from the clan every year, and the clan will purchase them for free. Shang Xianxia sighed. This was one of Shang clan's policies to nurture young masters. As long as the request was not excessive, Shang clan would gather the clan's power to purchase the goo the young masters wanted. If Shang Xianxia became a young master, she could borrow the entire Shang clan's power to obtain a bitter strength goo, it would be a piece of cake. Fang Yuan had been looking for bitter strength goo since a long time ago. Now that he had finally obtained it in the auction, he was obstructed by Shang Yazi and missed this opportunity. Shang Xianxia really wanted to help Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan patted Shang Xianxi's shoulder, smiling, no worries, who knows, Shang Yazi might hand over that bitter strength goo to me. Second brother spent 810,000 to buy that bitter strength goo, he has already become a laughingstock. To make him hand it over, I'm afraid it won't work. Shang Qiwen shook her head, feeling that Fang Yuan was indulging in fantasy. Brother He too, have you thought of a brilliant plan? Shang Xianxi's eyes shone brightly. Wei Yang and the others also turned their gazes over curiously. Fang Yuan pointed at Bai Ningbing, saying confidently, "This is all thanks to Ningbing." Me? Bai Ningbing was stunned. Quickly tell us, what brilliant plan? Everyone became even more curious. In 2 to 3 days, this matter will be clear. Let me keep you in suspense for now. Fang Yuan laughed. He looked at Shang Xianxia, his expression turning solemn. Xianxia. Do you really want to become a young master? To become a young master, you will fall into the political whirlpool, and have no control over yourself. Shang clan's situation. You know it better than me now. The competition between Shang clan's young masters is intense. For a position, they will fight until their heads bleed. If you want to become a young master, you will face the danger of internal strife. This was the crux of the matter. Fang Yuan needed to get to the bottom of this. If Shang Xianxia did not have this determination, she would be a hopeless fool. Under Fang Yuan's bright gaze, Shang Xianxia smiled lightly. Brother He too, even the current me, can I gain freedom? It's also against my will. Join the caravan. The journey to Shang Clan City was filled with difficulties and dangers. I almost died. I have already reflected on it. The world is like the sea. We are like a small boat. The small boats float with the waves. We look carefree, but there is a lot of helplessness and pain. Only when one's cultivation level is high, and his force is strong, can a small boat become a big ship, able to fight against the wind and rain, and provide shelter for the people I care about. Shang Xianxi's words were flat and not impassioned at all. But everyone could hear the lofty sentiments in her words. Good. Ambitious. Wei Yang laughed. Shang Qiwen also looked at him in surprise. She had been with Shang Xianxia for a long time, but she had never seen the latter's gentle side. There was such a great ambition hidden in his heart. My young miss is a genius in the business world. She is more than qualified to be a Shang clan young master. Xiao Dai stood behind Shang Xianxia, interrupting with a proud expression. Xiao Dai. Shang Xianxia had an embarrassed expression, looking at Xiao Dai with slight annoyance. Xiao Dai stuck out her tongue. Well said. Since that is the case, we will lend you a hand and help you become Shang clan young master. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, feeling assured. It was not strange for Shang Xianxia to have such ambitions. The children of poor people matured early. Shang Xianxi's childhood was not happy, and she was bullied by her clan. The trip to the merchant group taught her the cruelty of the world, and her own weakness and insignificance. No matter how gentle a person was, after such provocation, they would also work hard. But Shang Xianxia was kind-hearted, different from Fang and Bai. She wanted to become strong. Other than for herself, she wanted to give happiness to the people around her. This year's young master examination is over. Sister Xianxia will have a chance next year. However, the competition for the young master position is very intense. Lord Father has many children, and there is only one young master position every year, but there are hundreds of competitors. Shang Qiwen smiled, giving advice to Shang Xianxia. But in her heart, she did not think so. Shang Xianxi's cultivation level was low, only rank 1 upper stage. Her aptitude was not good, not even B grade, and had no potential to develop. Her mother was from Zhang clan, and Zhang clan had always had deep grudges with Shang clan. This was her political disadvantage. She was alone, with little power. Who would support her? Her only advantage was Shang Yanfei's love. For her, Shang Yanfei paid a huge price, almost changing her fate, turning the hopeless Xianxia into a Gu master. This was a treatment that none of his other children had. But this advantage, in a way, was also a disadvantage. Xianxia was isolated, and even Shang Qi-wen was secretly envious of her. With all these reasons, it was extremely difficult for Xianxia to become Shang clan young master, and the chances were slim. Fang Yuan was well aware of Xianxia's disadvantages. In his previous life, Xianxia only became young master after 6 years. But times had changed. In his previous life, Xianxia was alone, but in this life, she had Fang Yuan's help. Xianxia, don't worry, with our help, there is no need for next year, you will become young master this year. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, as if he had everything planned out. Then we will wait and see. Shang Qi-wen smiled on the surface, but inwardly curled her lips, feeling that Fang Yuan was becoming more and more unreliable, boasting too much. Wei Yang put down his wine cup. Brother Fangzheng, this matter concerns the battle for Shang clan young master, it is not a small matter. As an important minister of the family, I can't get involved in this. No need for Brother Wei's help. This plan had been laid down more than 2 years ago. It is all thanks to Ning Bing. Fang Yuan laughed. Oh. At once, everyone's gazes gathered on Bai Ning Bing. As the focal point, Bai Ning Bing still had a cold expression, but her heart was filled with doubts, and she cursed inwardly. What does this have to do with me? Chapter 3:15. In the blink of an eye, 3 to 4 days passed. Bitter strength Gu. In the study room, Xiangya Zi looked at the Gu worm in his hand, frowning as he had an urge to kill this Gu. But he had to endure it. This bitter strength Gu was bought by him at a high price of 810,000 after all. If he killed it, he would feel heartache. But every time he looked at it, Xiangya Zi felt extremely depressed. This bitter strength Gu was like a silent mockery, constantly reminding Xiangya Zi of his stupidity. A few days ago at the auction, he was schemed against by Fang Yuan in front of everyone. Now, he had become a laughing stock. Even the surrounding clansmen did not want to see him. So be it if he was stupid, but you are the Shang clan young master, your actions are smearing Shang clan's reputation. As the Shang clan young master, Xiangya Zi's every action represented Shang clan's image to a certain extent. His performance at the auction was not only a humiliation to himself, it also humiliated the pride and superiority of the Shang clan clansmen. As for Shang Yanfei, he did not say anything. But this made Xiangya Zi even more uneasy. No, I must get back at him. I want father to look at me differently, I want the clansmen to change their impression of me. Xiangya Zi gritted his teeth, making up his mind. Fangzheng, you dared to go against me, you dared to play with me. I will make you pay a terrible price. His eyes shone with a cold light, as he started to think of ways to scheme against Fang Yuan. After this matter, his hatred towards Fang Yuan deepened. It was a bone-deep hatred. Young master, this is bad. At this time, a trusted servant ran over and stood in front of the door of the study, shouting loudly. Why are you so flustered, what is this? Get in here. Xiangya Zi scolded in displeasure. The door was pushed open, as the servant knelt on the ground with a panicked expression. Young master, this is bad. I don't know where it came from, but almost all the streets and alleys in Shang clan city are spreading. It is being spread. They say young master had once fought with Fangzheng for Lady and you, but failed. That's why he wants to teach Fangzheng a lesson. Miss and you? The top girl from Qin Yen brothel? What nonsense. Xiangya Zi's lips twitched. He sneered disdainfully. However, the servant continued, there are still rumors going around in the marketplace that you and Fangzheng had a secret deal. In order to pass the assessment, you had made false accounts. What? Xiangya Zi heard this. He let out a loud roar. His expression changed drastically, and he jumped up from his seat. The brush and ink on the desk were shaken to the ground. The servant spoke cautiously and hurriedly, "Young master, this matter has been spread very clearly. Even the specific time of the transaction and the specific accounts were clearly transmitted. I heard it has already attracted the attention of the clan's internal affairs hall and they are sending Gu masters to investigate." Xianxia was extremely shocked, his mind felt like it was struck by lightning. In an instant, the blood drained from his face, turning it deathly pale. His heart was pounding. His body felt weak, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. He held onto the desk with his hands, and barely managed to support himself. This blow came too fast, too heavy, too sudden. It's over, it's over. Once the false accounts are exposed, I will definitely lose my position as young master. This is a violation of the clan rules, even mother can't speak up for me. Even asking father for my hand in marriage is useless. Once I lose this identity, who knows how many people will hit me when I'm down. With a disaster looming, Xianxia was extremely panicked, falling into extreme fear. How could such news be spread? I clearly did it in secret. Apart from Fangzheng, no one else can know of it. It's impossible, it's impossible. Xianxia mumbled to himself, his eyes in a daze. He was still too young, and had not experienced the tempering of life and death. Although he had managed the shop for 2 years, and had to deal with many matters, he only had a thin skin. Facing such a huge change, he was at a loss and could not react in time. Nanqiu Garden, Lake Pavilion. A light breeze blew, causing ripples to form on the surface of the lake. The lake was not big, on both sides were mountains made of gray rocks. Around the rocks, there were bamboo and fir trees. On the surface of the lake, large green lotus leaves were spread out, with white flower buds that had not bloomed yet. Golden and orange carps were playing in the lake, occasionally popping out of the water. The pavilion was made of gold bricks and vermilion beams, with bead curtains and painted rafters. It was very intricate. In the pavilion, there was a chessboard stone table, with 2 youngsters playing chess. One was a young man dressed in black, his eyes were deep like an abyss. The other was a young lady dressed in white, with silver hair and blue eyes, her expression was cold. It was Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing put down a piece, and looked outside the pavilion, at the lake. This Xianxia is so stupid, his reaction is so slow. It has been so long since I spread the news. Why is he still not here? Don't worry, I have already instructed the guards to let him in. He will definitely come. Fang Yuan smiled, displaying his confidence in controlling the situation. After Xianxia panicked, he would definitely be suspicious of Fang Yuan. He would definitely come and check the situation. Even if he did not suspect anything, he would collude with Fang Yuan to stop Shang clan's investigation. Bai Ningbing squinted, sighing faintly. Fang Yuan, I can't help but admire you, to be able to leave such a loophole in the poison vow. 2 years ago, you already wanted to harm Xianxia, didn't you? You just endured until now, when the time is right, you activated this trap. Fang Yuan chuckled, and put down a piece, answering, Xianxia is a petty person, he will definitely take revenge on us. How can I leave such a scourge alive? But I did not do anything earlier because Xianxia has just arrived, and has not gained a firm foothold yet. After getting rid of Xianxia, we will push Xianxia up, she will be of great use to us in the future. Bai Ningbing did not speak anymore, a blue eerie light flashed in her eyes. She felt a chill in her heart. This Fang Yuan's schemes were linked to each other, they were closely linked. As long as one stepped into it, it would be like sinking into a swamp, unable to get out. What was even more shocking was that he had already planned for today's situation 2 years ago. This kind of intelligence was really frightening. Xianxia was simply courting death by going against such a person. Fangzheng, where are you? Come out. Xianxia Zi's angry roar could be heard. The pavilion in the middle of the lake was not obstructed by any trees, and with the bellboy's information, Xianxia Zi easily found Fang and Bai. "Fangzheng, you still have the time to play chess. Do you know what the rumors are spreading outside? Speak, did you do all of this?" Xianxia Zi rushed in front of Fang and Bai, pointing at Fang Yuan as he shouted angrily. Fang Yuan turned his body slightly, replying indifferently, "If I did all of this, would I still be alive? To think that you are becoming more and more stupid, Xianxia Zi. Don't you remember that we used the poison Vao Gu together?" Xianxia Zi snorted, his anger subsiding slightly. Fang Yuan was right. If Fang Yuan was the one who spread the news, he would be dead already. Now that he was sitting in front of him, it proved that he was not the one who spread the news. But Fang Yuan's next sentence caused him to explode with rage. "Although I was not the one who spread the news, my companion Bai Ningbing was the one who spread it." Xianxia Zi was stunned, his calm face turned red like an explosion, as if a spark had fallen into a pot of oil. A huge wave of anger rose in his heart. "It's you, so it was you. You bastard, I will turn your bones into dust." He screamed, his eyes turning red with anger, his gaze was like a blade as he stared at Bai Ningbing. His aura was frenzied, as if he had turned into a tiger, leopard, or jackal. "Oh? You want to fight here? Fight me?" Bai Ningbing slowly stood up, her beautiful face was cold as ice, her cold tone contained a trace of disdain. "I am rank 3 peak stage, I have never lost in the battle stage, I also have the purple thorn token, do you really want to fight to the death with me?" Xianxia Zi's face twitched, he gritted his teeth, his eyes seemed to be spewing fire as he stared at Bai Ningbing. But he did not make a move. He was only rank 3 upper stage, and lived like a prince, he was not Bai Ningbing's match. At the same time, Bai Ningbing had the purple thorn token, which was personally given to her by Shang Yanfei. "Fangzheng, you betrayed us, you will die a horrible death." "How did she know about our deal?" "No, you betrayed the poison vow, why aren't you dead? Did you find a way to get in contact with the poison Vao Gu?" Xianxia Zi turned to Fang Yuan, feeling uncertain. Not really, not really." Fang Yuan shook his head, "The content of the poison vow was, you and I have to keep it a secret, we cannot leak it to an unknown third party. But before the poison Vao Gu, I had already told Bai Ningbing about it. So Bai Ningbing is the unknown third party. The news that was circulating outside was not spread by me. It was all Bai Ningbing's contribution. Thus, I did not betray the poison vow." Xianxia Zi's mouth was agape as shock appeared in his eyes. After Fang Yuan's reminder, the vow was indeed written like that. This was a loophole, but why did Xianxia Zi not discover it back then? Firstly, it was because he did not expect Fang Yuan to leak it to Bai Ningbing. Cannot leak it to an unknown third party. Just looking at this sentence, there was no loophole. Secondly, when he suggested using the poison Vao Gu, Fang Yuan acted like he was unprepared, but in fact, he had already expected it, thus he made Xianxia Zi numb. Thirdly, in order to hold on to the young master position, Xianxia Zi was desperate, and with the pain from the poison Vao Gu, he could not think clearly. Now that he realized it, it was already too late. Chapter 316. Xianxia Zi breathed roughly, the more he scolded Fang Yuan, the angrier he got. "Ah!" he roared, finally unable to endure it, he flipped the stone table. The stones on the chessboard flew, the stone table almost hit Fang Yuan's foot, but he dodged in time. Xianxia Zi took 3 steps back, he felt dizzy as blood flowed down from his nose. "Xianxia Zi, you better calm down. The poison vow stated that you and I cannot harm each other. Thank me, luckily I dodged in time, if the stone table hit my foot, your injuries would be even more severe." Fang Yuan smiled lightly. "Ah. Fangzheng, I will cut you into 1,000 pieces, I will pull out your tendons, skin you, and peel off every inch of your flesh." Xianxia Zi cursed in pain. Fang Yuan's smile became even wider. Bai Ningbing frowned. Xianxia Zi, you better shut up. If you scold me again, I will throw you out. You are the Shang clan young master now, but that does not mean you will be in the future. You are finished, the Internal Affairs Hall is investigating, you will not live for long. These words were like a bucket of cold water, splashing on Xianxia Zi. That's right, his young master position was about to be taken away. Protecting his young master position was the key. But how could he protect his young master position? Whoever started the trouble had to solve it, he had to start from the source. Only by allying with Fangzheng, making a statement, clearing his name, denying everything. Only then would there be hope of passing the investigation. His purpose in rushing to Nanxiu Garden was to find Fangzheng to collude with him. Thinking of this, Xianxia Zi felt a wave of disgust. These two bastards, they are the culprits who harmed me. I want to drink their blood. Eat their flesh. Now, I have to beg them to cooperate with me. Xianxia Zi could not accept this, he could not accept it. Fang Yuan observed Xianxia Zi's expression, he saw that Xianxia Zi's expression kept changing. He spoke at the right time. Xianxia Zi, I am actually a kind person. I've always been one to repay kindness and enmity. If you had not made things difficult for me time and time again, hindering me in the dark, and even snatching bitter strength goo from me in the auction, I would not have done it. Why would I look for trouble with you? I admit that the poison oath was indeed a trap. But I have been in Shang Clan City for more than 2 years. When did I ever do that? If it wasn't for the fact that you've gone too far. How did we end up like this? You have only yourself to blame for all of this. I asked the guards to let you in because I wanted to tell you that the Shang family is powerful. I can't afford to offend him. But a mere Shang clan young master, I can still move him. You can leave, I don't want to make things difficult for you anymore. Loosening the reins only to grasp them better. What a beautiful way to put it. Bai Ningbing glanced at Fang Yuan with a trace of mockery in her eyes. But Xianxia Zi did not leave. He stood his ground. Motionless. Like a stake. But his expression kept changing, sometimes green and sometimes white, sometimes twisted, sometimes frowning and deep in thought. Soon, his forehead was covered in sweat, he was clearly in an intense battle. Fang Yuan's calm words made Xianxia Zi realize that his relationship with Fang and Bai had not reached the worst yet. There was still a chance to turn things around. And it reminded him that the bitter strength goo was the focal point of their conflict. To protect my position as young master, I can only let Fang Yuan cooperate with me. To cooperate. Xianxia Zi gritted his teeth, thinking of the bitter strength goo. Do I really have to hand it over? Bitter strength goo, I spent a huge sum of 810,000 to bid for it. If I hand the bitter strength goo to Fangzheng, what am I? I will be the laughing stock of everyone. But if I don't hand over the bitter strength goo, how can I show my sincerity? How can I ease the relationship between Fangzheng and me? I can't accept this, but in the end, I am buying a goo for Fangzheng. This is the greatest humiliation of my entire life. Because of Fangzheng, I spent 810,000 to buy a bitter strength goo, and was mocked and looked down on by the surrounding people. Now, I have to hand the bitter strength goo to him, am I not being cheap? No, the bitter strength goo is not the key now, the key is to protect my position as young master. Without the young master's identity, I have nothing, nothing. In a short period of time, Xianxia Zi's thoughts were running wild, his ears were buzzing. Fang Yuan saw his pale face, his gaze was wavering, and his body was on the verge of collapsing, he knew the time had come. Xianxia Zi, I told you to leave, why aren't you leaving? Never mind, look at your pitiful state, I don't want to bully you. Bai Ningbing, let's go. I heard that Zhu Kai Bei and Yen Tu are going to have a huge battle in the battle stage today. If we want to dominate the battle stage, we will definitely have to fight them, let's go take a look. Fang Yuan signaled Bai Ningbing with his eyes. Bai Ningbing was about to leave, but after taking 2 steps, Xianxia Zi's voice could be heard from behind. Both of you, please wait. His voice became extremely hoarse. Saying so, he summoned the bitter strength goo in his aperture, and held it with his trembling hands. Fangzheng, it was my fault earlier. This bitter strength goo, I will give it to you as an apology. He said these words with much difficulty. But it became smoother and smoother, and after he finished speaking, Xianxia Zi felt like a heavy burden had been lifted off his body, and he relaxed. This is the bitter strength goo? Bai Ningbing stopped, and looked at it. This bitter strength goo was a beetle. It had a small head and a large body, its body was oval and palm-sized. It was earthen yellow in color, and its surface was uneven, like it was covered in soil lumps. As expected, he gave out the bitter strength goo. Fang Yuan must be smiling proudly now, right? Bai Ningbing sighed in her heart. Fang Yuan's grasp of people's hearts made her feel a huge gap. Fang Yuan laughed, and said, Xianxia Zi, I know what you mean, but do you think I must have your bitter strength goo? Although bitter strength goo is hard to refine, as long as I persevere, there will be a day when I succeed. You can deal with me whenever you want, reconcile whenever you want. Fight whenever you want, reconcile whenever you want. Is there such a good thing in this world? I, Guyue Fangzheng, am a person with dignity. Are you trying to humiliate me? You misunderstood. Xianxia Zi quickly explained. Fang Yuan snorted. Xianxia Zi quickly said, I, Xianxia Zi, swear that from today onwards, I will not make things difficult for you, Fangzheng. We can be good allies. If we fight, people will only laugh at us. Other than the bitter strength goo, I can give you other compensation. Yuan stone, goo worms, and goo refinement materials. I am in charge of the shop, I can provide them all. Is that so? Fang Yuan's expression loosened. Xianxia Zi continued to persuade. Bai Ningbing became an outsider, speechless at this scene. Xianxia Zi not only gave out the bitter strength goo, and begged Fang Yuan to accept it, he also had to compensate with other things. But she knew, this was Xianxia Zi's delaying tactic. Xianxia Zi was a narrow-minded person, he would definitely take revenge in the future. I will accept the bitter strength goo first, I need time to consider. Eventually, Fang Yuan did not give a clear answer. But this was enough to make Xianxia Zi happy. He felt that Fang Yuan could not put down his pride, and was trying to make things difficult for him, to ask for a high compensation. Agree first, in the future, I will make sure you die a horrible death. Xianxia Zi had vicious thoughts in his mind, but on the surface, he smiled sincerely. Brother Fangzheng, I am very sincere. Please do not take too long to consider. The Internal Affairs Hall's investigation will start in the next few days. If I do not have the young master status, I am afraid I cannot afford the compensation. Fang Yuan nodded, not saying anything else. Xianxia Zi's footsteps were much faster than when he came. Looking at his back, Fang Yuan said to Bai Ningbing, all right, go to the Internal Affairs Hall and report the case. Bai Ningbing nodded, thinking, when I return tonight, I will investigate the contents of the agreement between me and Fang Yuan. Several days later. In the study room, a soft sigh resounded. Shang Yanfei expressionlessly put down the document in his hand. The content of the document was the Internal Affairs Hall's report, regarding Xianxia Zi's falsification of accounts. This kind of thing could be done secretly, it was fine. But once it was exposed, how could the clan system allow it? Xianxia Zi was Shang Yanfei's second son. In that sigh, it contained the anger of a father towards his son's incompetence. Revoke his young master status, send him to the slave-capturing team, and cannot return to the city for 3 years. Shang Yanfei raised his brush, writing down the punishment for Xianxia Zi. He was the Shang clan leader. Because of this identity, he had to be a role model for the entire Shang clan. Every word and action had to be considered. Fangzheng, by Ning Bing. Shang Yan Fei's eyes shined with light. After dealing with Shang Yazi, this matter was not over. Shang Yazi was Shang clan's young master. Two mere outsiders plotted against him. This was disrespecting Shang clan and Shang Yan Fei. Humph, Shang Yazi is my second son after all. Do you think my son is someone you can touch so easily? Even though Fang and Bai had once saved Shang Xianxia. But in Shang Yan Fei's heart, he was still closer to him by blood. Thus, he willed. A scarlet-red paper crane Gu immediately flew out. Plotting against my son, as his father, I have to stand up for him. This is your punishment, of course, it is also a test. Shang Yan Fei muttered. The paper crane Gu's speed was extremely fast, it flew to a secret room. Lord Clan Leader has sent a secret letter. Clan Leader wants us to attack Fangzheng and Bai Ningbing, and forcefully challenge them. In the secret room, there were two people. One was tall like a tower, the other was thin like a stick. The two looked at this secret letter and looked at each other. They were Zhu Kai Bei and Yen Tu, two rank 4 Gu masters. Weren't these two archenemies? If others were to see the two of them coexisting peacefully and even discussing matters together, they would probably be so shocked that their jaws would drop. These two people had rank 4 initial stage cultivation, they dominated the battle stage and fought against each other. They both declared that they would not enter the battle stage unless they completely defeated the other. However, the truth was, they were Shang Yan Fei's hidden pawns. Shang clan rules stated that as long as a Gu master can dominate Shang clan's battle stage and achieve the same level as Wei Yang, they can be promoted to Shang clan's external elder. Chapter 317. Nanqiu Garden, Secret Room. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, only a thin layer of starlight was left, flowing like water in the center of the secret room. In the center, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were sitting cross-legged on a cushion. Bai Ningbing's palms were placed on Fang Yuan's back, injecting rank 3 peak stage snow silver primeval essence. In the secret chamber, there was only silence. But in Fang Yuan's heart, waves were surging. Rumble. A snow silver waterfall, cold and majestic, fell from the aperture and crashed into Fang Yuan's primeval sea. This was the rank 3 peak stage snow silver primeval essence that was converted from bone flesh unity Gu. Rank 3 Gu masters had silver primeval essence. Initial stage primeval essence only had a thin layer of silver light, thus it was called light silver primeval essence. Middle stage primeval essence had a mixture of silver light, some more and some less, thus it was called flower silver primeval essence. Upper stage primeval essence had a uniform silver light, shining brightly. Thus it was called bright silver primeval essence. Peak stage primeval essence was silver white like snow, extremely beautiful, thus it was called snow silver primeval essence. Right now, Fang Yuan was using snow silver primeval essence as the main and flower silver primeval essence as the supplementary. Under his will, surging waves were formed, washing the aperture's 4 walls. This aperture was originally a water membrane, light flowed like water, swaying and moving. After washing for a while, the quantitative change finally reached a qualitative change. The water membrane shined brightly, like water condensing into ice, no longer flowing, it settled into a stone membrane. The stone membrane shined brightly, thicker and more stable than the water membrane. After forming the stone membrane, Fang Yuan advanced from rank 3 middle stage to rank 3 upper stage. Steady and sure, success would follow naturally. Since it was done, Bai Ningbing slowly retracted her palm, her ice-blue pupils fluctuating with emotions. With her help, Fang Yuan's cultivation advanced rapidly, catching up step by step. She knew that Fang Yuan still had a white-silver relic Gu. He had been keeping it, waiting for this moment. That is to say, after tonight, Fang Yuan's cultivation would break through to rank 3 peak stage, at the same level as her. Fang Yuan is a sly old fox, he is sinister and crafty. Although I did not find any flaws in the poison oath, it does not mean that there are no flaws in the contents of the poison oath. Bai Ningbing was silent, but her mind was spinning. Xianxia Zi's fate reminded her. The psychological pressure that Fang Yuan brought to her was increasing, and she couldn't help but have doubts. Don't worry, I'm sincere in cooperating with you. There is no problem with the poison oath. As if he knew what Bai Ningbing was thinking, Fang Yuan suddenly spoke. Humph. When Bai Ningbing's thoughts were exposed, a trace of coldness appeared in her eyes, and her tone carried a trace of mockery. I hope so. Fang Yuan sighed. When he plotted against Xianxia Zi, he had already predicted Bai Ningbing's reaction. There are gains and losses in everything. Now, Xianxia Zi was removed from his position, leaving behind the young master position. Xianxia had room to advance. However, a crack had appeared in the cooperative relationship between Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. At the same time, it triggered Shang Yanfei's methods. Just yesterday, Zhu Kai Bei and Yen Tu challenged Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing at the same time. Once the news spread, it immediately caused a commotion in the battle stage, and countless people paid attention to it. Zhu Kai Bei and Yen Tu were both rank 4 initial stage Gu masters, and were called half-sky of the battle stage. When the two half-skies were combined, it was the entire sky. This title vividly displayed their status and strength. Fang and Bai were the two rising stars of the battle stage, dazzling and dazzling. Both of them had a winning streak, and had not lost a single match. Such strength was rarely seen in the battle stage in the past. Zhu Kai Bei and Yen Tu were the two heroes of the battle stage, standing proudly at the peak. These years, countless demonic Gu masters wanted to stand out and become external elders of Shang Clan City, but they were all obstructed by these two, and their hopes of advancing were destroyed. Suddenly, these two joined hands to challenge Fang and Bai. It naturally aroused countless curiosity and suspicions. At once, some people said that Fang and Bai were in the limelight, causing Zhu Kai Bei and Yen Tu to feel uneasy, and wanted to get rid of them in advance. Others said that Zhu Kai Bei and Yen Tu made a bet, and wanted to use Fang and Bai to decide the winner. Almost no one thought that Fang and Bai had a chance of defeating them. Zhu Kai Bei and Yen Tu's strength was deeply engraved in everyone's hearts. More importantly, one was a rank 4 Gu master, while the other was only rank 3, there was a huge difference in realms. When Gu masters cultivate, the higher their ranks, the greater the gap between them, and the lower the possibility of a higher rank challenge. Bai Ningbing's voice came from behind. Tomorrow is your battle with Yen Tu. How about it? Do you need my heavenly essence treasure lotus? According to our promise, I will do my best to help you. In the darkness, Fang Yuan slowly said. There's no need, Bai Ningbing replied coldly. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged, and did not turn around. Instead he snickered. You are quite confident. So what if I am rank 4? In these 2 years, you are not the only one improving. Bai Ningbing turned around and left. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus was Fang Yuan's. Using this lotus was not Bai Ningbing's true strength. She wanted to use Yen Tu to test her own growth. The secret room's door was opened, and then closed. Bai Ningbing left, and in the secret room, Fang Yuan's lips curled up into a slight smile. Rejecting Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, it seems that Bai Ningbing has already developed a trace of self-doubt in her heart. This lack of confidence is very slight, and she might not even be aware of it. Bai Ningbing, you are still too inexperienced. Fang Yuan pondered for a moment, and collected his scattered emotions. He took out the white silver relic Gu. This Gu was like a round bead, silver in color, and was only the size of a finger. Since rebirth, Fang Yuan had seen it once on Qingmao Mountain. At that time, it was Jia Clan's merchant, and the white silver relic Gu was sold for 50,000 yuan stone. Such a high price, to Fang Yuan at that time, was out of reach. Relic Gu series were all extremely expensive. After all, it could raise a Gu master's realm by a small realm, and save a lot of time and energy. At the same time, its foundation was stable, and there were no repercussions. Goo worms were bought to be used. Fang Yuan activated the white-silver relic goo without hesitation, and immediately, dazzling light poured out, directly illuminating the aperture's walls. About 4 hours later, Fang Yuan advanced from rank 3 upper stage to rank 3 peak stage. Since rebirth, I have advanced to rank 3 peak stage again. Fang Yuan's eyes shone, and his fists unconsciously clenched, feeling excited and joyful. Different from the first time on Qingmao Mountain, Fang Yuan had used the stone aperture goo, and paid the heavy price of losing his future development to advance from rank 3 initial stage to peak stage. But this time, Fang Yuan advanced to rank 3 peak stage, but still retained his enormous potential. After all, he had a great aptitude now. Looking at spring-autumn cicada. After 2 years of recovery, its condition was also recovering. His originally shriveled body gradually became moist. Its withered wings were already dyed with a layer of green that was full of vitality. Its recovery naturally brought huge pressure to the aperture. But compared to the previous time, Fang Yuan's cultivation was advancing rapidly because of Bai Ningbing and Bone Flesh Unity Goo, and his rank 3 peak stage aperture was able to withstand this pressure. Compared to the pressure on Qingmao Mountain, this time, Fang Yuan was much more at ease. But I cannot relax either. Spring-autumn cicada's recovery is getting faster and faster. My cultivation needs to grow even faster, otherwise I will repeat the same mistake. Time quietly passed, and soon, it was the second day. The expectant audience welcomed the moment of Bai Ningbing and Yen Tu's battle. In this super-large battle stage, there was a field of green grass. This was a grassland terrain, very common in northern plains. Around the stage, the spectating Goo masters formed a sea of people, and their gazes were focused on the 2 main characters in the field. The battle had yet to start, but everyone was already discussing. This time, Bai Ningbing is in danger. Facing Lord Yen Tu, she will definitely lose. She is as beautiful as a fairy, truly pitiful. Thinking of her defeat, my heart is about to shatter. In this 1 year, Bai Ningbing's reputation was outstanding, and she was in the limelight. Her appearance and temperament that resembled an ice fairy attracted a lot of attention. On the stage, Bai Ningbing and Yen Tu stood facing each other. Yen Tu was an old man with a head full of disheveled and long hair. He was as thin as a stick, and his feet were bare. Be it his hands or feet, his fingernails had not been cut for a long time, and were curved and long. The clothes on his body were tattered, and his back was crooked, like an old beggar on the roadside. He, little girl has soft skin and tender flesh, truly beautiful. Yen Tu sized up Bai Ningbing and said in a hoarse voice. Bai Ningbing, who was wearing a snow-white robe and had blue eyes and silver hair, immediately frowned, and her killing intent surged, old thing, boasting shamelessly. Little girl, you don't know manners. Yen Tu laughed dryly, his 10 fingers rubbing against each other. It seems I have to let you know how important it is to respect your seniors. Long-winded. Bai Ningbing's expression was cold, and her gaze was as cold as ice. She closely stared at Yen Tu, and her every movement revealed vigorous fighting spirit. Clang! A soft sound announced the start of the battle. Icicle Goo. Pill-fire Goo. Almost at the same time, Bai Ningbing and Yen Tu attacked each other. 4 white icicles and 3 orange-red pill-fire shot towards each other. Bam! An icicle and a pill-fire collided in mid-air. The icicle melted, but the pill-fire still flew towards Bai Ningbing, but its power was greatly reduced. Bai Ningbing's icicle Goo was only rank 2. But Yen Tu's pill-fire Goo was rank 3. In a direct confrontation, the pill-fire was naturally superior to the icicle. Unless I use hail Goo and detonate the icicle, I can suppress the pill-fire. But if I do that, my primeval essence will be expended greatly. This battle has just begun. An eerie light flashed in Bai Ningbing's blue eyes. When the pill-fire flew over, she nimbly jumped and dodged it, causing all the pill fire to return empty-handed. At the same time, she waved her hand. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Another 3 icicles flew towards Yen Tuesday. Yen Tu laughed dryly, and took several steps, his body twisting as he dodged the icicles with a strange posture, and started to run. He pointed with his index finger, and lumps of pill fire formed into a concentrated offensive that enveloped Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, and not to be outdone, she took several steps and used icicles to retaliate. At once, the two could be seen running in the large grassland, contending with each other. Icicles and pill fire flew together, and the two dodged while attacking without stopping. The battle had just begun, but the intensity had already surpassed everyone's expectations. Chapter 318. As time passed, the spectators around the battle stage were gradually moved. Bai Ningbing is actually so strong, able to fight Lord Yen Tu so fiercely. She is using rank 2 icicle goo to fight Yen Tu and is not at a disadvantage. Using goo worms to attack while moving is the foundation of a goo master's battle. But Bai Ningbing is doing it perfectly. There is no doubt that Bai Ningbing is a genius, and her foundation is also very solid. No wonder she has been undefeated all this time. In the crowd, Fang Yuan watched calmly. Wei Yang and Shang Xianxia had also arrived and were standing beside him. The 3 were in disguise, hiding in the crowd. Bai Ningbing is fighting very fiercely. Even if she is using icicle goo, the more she uses, the more primeval essence she consumes. A trace of worry appeared on Wei Yang's face. Rank 3 and rank 4, there is a difference in primeval essence. But Yen Tu is also using pellet fire goo, and to him, his primeval essence is also constantly being consumed. Although Yen Tu is rank 4, he only has B grade aptitude. Bai Ningbing wants to use her A grade aptitude's primeval essence recovery advantage to contend against Yen Tu's rank 4 cultivation. Fang Yuan exposed Bai Ningbing's battle tactic with one sentence. If that is the case, then today's battle will be extremely difficult for Bai Ningbing. Shang Xianxia sighed. Right now, she was also a goo master. Under Shang Yan Fei's meticulous nurturing, her horizons had broadened and she could see many things. While the 3 were talking, the situation on the stage suddenly changed. Little girl, you are jumping quite happily. Yen Tu's lips curled into a faint smile. He suddenly stretched out his right hand and grabbed at Bai Ningbing from a distance of tens of steps. His right hand turned into a claw, and the goo worm imprint on his palm flashed. Whoosh! Flames roared and formed a giant fire claw in an instant, flying towards Bai Ningbing. The giant claw only had 3 fingers, like an eagle's claw, and was orange in color. The flames burned fiercely, and Bai Ningbing felt the intense heat from the claw. This was the rank 3 fire claw goo. Bai Ningbing quickly activated her movement goo, increasing her speed and pulling apart the distance. She had made preparations in advance and inquired about Yen Tu's background. Xiao Qun knew that the attack range of this flame claw was not as large as the pill flame. It could only move within several meters of Yen Tuesday. But Yen Tu cackled and similarly activated his movement goo, approaching Bai Ningbing like a shadow. His movement goo was a rank 4 goo, its effect was much better than Bai Ningbing's. Thus, not only did Bai Ningbing not pull away from Yen Tu, but Yen Tu had also caught up to her. The flaming claws descended from the sky, clawing and pinching continuously. It was difficult for Bai Ningbing to dodge. Under Yen Tu's skillful control, the flame claw was nimble but not steady. Bai Ningbing's situation became more and more difficult as she rolled on the grass. Boom! The flaming claw brushed past Bai Ningbing's shoulder and landed on the grass, instantly igniting a patch of grass. The flames burned fiercely, forming a fire that spread to the surroundings. With a thought from Yen Tu, the fire claw within the flames rose up once again. However, it was a little more dispirited compared to when it was first activated. But as the primeval sea level in Yen Tu's aperture slightly decreased, the fire claw recovered its power in the blink of an eye, and the dispiritedness was swept away. Frost Arrow Gu. Bai Ningbing regained her footing and stretched out her pinky finger. The Frost Arrow Gu was residing on it, forming a blue pattern. A lump of icy blue frost chi was suddenly emitted. In the blink of an eye, the frost chi formed into an arrow in the air. The flying arrow hit the flaming claw, fiercely suppressing its flames. Frost Arrow Gu was also a rank 3 Gu that Bai Ningbing had obtained from the auction house. Once it was used, it immediately gained merit. Seeing that the flaming claw was about to be extinguished, Yen Tu's brows slightly furrowed. Activating his primeval essence without caring about the consumption, the flaming claw showed signs of recovering again. But how could Bai Ningbing let him succeed? Swoosh swoosh swoosh. A clump of icicle goo shot out. At the same time, she secretly activated ice explosion goo. Bam bam bam. The icicles hit the flaming claw and exploded one after another. The intense explosion completely dispersed the flaming claw. The flaming claw goo flew back. Yen Tu did not want to lose it and quickly took a few steps forward, catching the flaming claw goo with his hand. The flaming claw goo turned into a lump of imprints again. Bai Ningbing took the opportunity to attack, condensing 2 slender ice blades and holding them in her left and right hands respectively, chopping towards Yen Tuesday. The blades had not even reached his body when Yen Tu felt a sharp killing intent like an icy wind blowing on his face. Good blade. Yen Tu laughed strangely and suddenly snorted, spitting out 2 flaming snakes from his nostrils. The flaming snakes were the size of necklaces at first, but they quickly grew and expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they turned into 2 giant pythons that were several meters long and had the thickness of a water bucket. One of the flaming snakes coiled in front of Bai Ningbing, forming a snake formation and blocking Bai Ningbing's blades. The other flaming snake circled around from the side and wriggled for a while before launching an attack from Bai Ningbing's back. It appeared, Lord Yen Tu's double snake attack. Sigh, I was defeated by this move of his. Yen Tu's control of the 2 snakes is indeed incomparably exquisite, making the opponent lose sight of the other while defending. It is very powerful. The flaming snakes caused a commotion among the crowd. Bai Ningbing's expression was solemn, the battle intent in her blue eyes was as condensed as ice. The flaming snakes gave her enormous pressure, but this made her even more determined to fight. At once, Bai Ningbing raised her blades and fought with the 2 flaming snakes. Yen Tu, on the other hand, stood outside the battlefield and focused on controlling the snakes. Yen Tu had the ability to do 3 things at once, although he was only controlling these 2 flaming snakes. But his moves were exquisite and needed to be coordinated well, which instead made Yen Tu expend even more of his mental energy. Flaming Snake Gu was a rank 4 Gu. Under the pincer attack of 2 rank 4 Gu, Bai Ningbing gradually fell into a disadvantage. It was getting harder for her to deal with the attacks. After all, her movement Gu and defensive Gu were not outstanding. Bai Ningbing was an attack-type Gu master, and this set of Gu worms was mainly for offense. Movement and defense were both her weaknesses. This could not be helped. Gu masters had limited primeval essence, there was no infinite primeval essence. Thus, the primeval essence had to be allocated properly. Bai Ningbing allocated most of her primeval essence to offense, leaving little for movement and defense. Thus, the movement Gu and defensive Gu that she paired with were the ones that consumed less primeval essence. Gu worms consumed less primeval essence, so their effects were naturally lower. After all, you get what you pay for. These 2 flaming snakes greatly restricted Bai Ningbing's performance. Look, once the flaming snakes are damaged by Bai Ningbing's attacks and become dispirited, Yen Tu will expend primeval essence to recover the flaming snake's might. This is not good. Wei Yang stood at the side, frowning. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered, but he did not speak, waiting for Bai Ningbing's response. Bai Ningbing suddenly erupted. Frost Breath Goo and Frost Arrow Goo were used in turn. The continuous frost energy caused the fire snake's attacks to be greatly slowed down and restricted. But such a crazy attack caused her primeval essence consumption to increase rapidly. Little girl, stop struggling. Yen Tu laughed heartily, sending out lumps of pellet fire. Some of the pellet fire shot towards Bai Ningbing, causing her to be exhausted from dodging. Some hit the flaming snakes and fused into their bodies, causing the dispirited flaming snakes to become energetic again. This was the coordination tactic of pellet fire goo and flaming snake goo. Yen Tu had gone through hundreds of battles in the battle stage, tempering himself thousands of times. In comparison, although Bai Ningbing was talented and had high comprehension, she had too little time and did not have the foundation that Yen Tu had accumulated. Bai Ningbing wanted to disperse the two flaming snakes by erupting. But Yen Tu saw through it and immediately retaliated. Similarly, using offense, he disrupted Bai Ningbing's plan, showing his shrewdness and experience. What should we do now? Wei Yang frowned deeply. The situation is not good. Shang Xianxia gradually analyzed the situation. Bai Ningbing's eerie blue eyes flashed with a resolute light. Ice Crystal Goo. She brazenly used her Vital Goo, her true trump card. She had not planned to use it so early, but she had no choice. Since the start of the battle, besides the deadlock at the start, Yen Tu had gradually grasped the initiative and suppressed her. Bai Ningbing was an offensive type Goo master. To take back the initiative, she had to strengthen her offense. Crack crack, Bai Ningbing's whole body emitted this sound, like water turning into ice. In the blink of an eye, she turned into an ice person. Her body expanded slightly, and her silver hair was covered in frost, becoming fixed. The ice crystals spread to the two ice blades, making them sharper, colder, and sturdier. Oh, little girl, you are going to risk your life. Yen Tu teleported, but his smile immediately froze on his face. Bai Ningbing turned into an ice crystal, attacking and defending at the same time, no longer having any reservations. He charged forward, breaking through the obstruction of the fire snakes in an instant, and rushed towards Yen Tuesday. To shoot a person, first shoot the horse; to capture the bandits, first capture the leader. Yen Tu quickly mobilized another flaming snake, blocking in front of Bai Ningbing. Frost Breath Goo. Bai Ningbing breathed out a mouthful of blue frost air. She turned into an ice person and breathed out frost air. Her might was no doubt higher. The flaming snake immediately withered after being hit by this frost air. Bai Ningbing continued to charge towards Yen Tu. Old man Yen Tu, fight me if you have the guts. Yen Tu's expression turned grave. He was not proficient in close combat. Bai Ningbing's might was awe-inspiring. If she got close, he would be in trouble. Although he had rank 4 realm and was a flamboyant fire path Goo master, Yen Tu's fighting style was shrewd and ruthless. He was not provoked by Bai Ningbing and activated his movement Goo, continuously retreating. Bai Ningbing's heart sank. She turned into an ice crystal and used movement Goo again, but the effect was not as good as before. To catch up to Yen Tu, she could only slow him down. Thus, Bai Ningbing shot frost arrows again and again. The frost air and the frost arrows had the effect of freezing muscles and blood, slowing down the target's movement. But Yen Tu easily dodged. His dodging technique was superb. None of the frost arrows succeeded. The frost arrows could not hit Yen Tu, causing the distance between him and Bai Ningbing to increase. Yen Tu snickered. As a senior, he was chased by a junior, but he did not feel embarrassed at all. He made the most correct choice. Ice Crystal Goo could not be used frequently. If used too much, it would cause the body to completely turn into ice crystals, turning the Goo master into an ice sculpture. Thus, when Bai Ningbing activated Ice Crystal Goo, she was also activating Vitality Goo to maintain her life force. But even with Vitality Goo, it could only prolong the usage of Ice Crystal Goo. Yen Tu was well aware of this. Bai Ningbing inquired about his information, and he also inquired about Bai Ningbing's information. As long as he dragged on, he would definitely win this battle. Although this method did not have the arrogance and domineeringness of a fire path Gu master. But this was undoubtedly the most energy-saving tactic. Bai Ningbing stopped. I can't hit this old man, I can only use that move to change the situation. Her eyes flashed with a trace of hesitation. Chapter 319. The hesitation in Bai Ningbing's heart only lasted for a moment. Soon after, her blue eyes flashed with determination. Ice Blade Storm, appear again. Bai Ningbing sighed lightly. She raised her arms, the sharp ice blades were the extension of her arms. She turned into ice crystals, giving off a cold and domineering aura. Vitality Gu turned into a warm current, flowing in her heart, liver and other organs, preserving her life force and preventing Bai Ningbing from turning into an ice crystal person. Vitality Gu had another advantage: once activated, it would turn into a warm current of vitality and move on its own, no need to control it. Whirlwind Gu. Tornado Gu. Bai Ningbing used these two Gu one after another. Whirlwind Gu was also a movement-type Gu, but it only increased the Gu master's turning speed. As she used it, Bai Ningbing's whole body started to rotate rapidly. And when the Tornado Gu was activated, it immediately formed a whirlwind. The whirlwind covered Bai Ningbing's whole body, and in a few breaths' time, it expanded into a tornado. The green-black tornado was like a green-colored young dragon rising up. Ice Blade Gu, Ice Crystal Gu, Whirlwind Gu, Dragon Favor, Bai Ningbing could do 4 things at once. No, not only that. Frost Breath Gu. Bai Ningbing opened her mouth and breathed out, letting out cold air. With her mortal body, she could only breathe out at intervals to prevent her tongue from freezing. But now that she had turned into an ice crystal, she could breathe out continuously. With the addition of the frost air, the tornado immediately turned into a cold wind. Wherever the wind blew, the grass and leaves flew, quickly being covered with a layer of light blue frost. At this moment, Bai Ningbing was doing 5 things at once. This was the unparalleled talent of the 10 extreme physiques. In this aspect, she had already surpassed Fang Yuan. The killer move appeared again, Ice Blade Storm. Cold wind blew, causing the temperature in the air to plummet. The sharp ice blades made the tornado even more powerful. 2 fire snakes charged forward without understanding the situation, and immediately suffered heavy injuries. The snake head and half of its body were sliced by the ice blade storm. The fire snakes retreated in panic. The flames reformed, revealing a complete snake head and body. But its size was no longer as good as before, only less than half of its original size. The ice blade storm became stronger, and on the grassland, large amounts of frost spread everywhere. Around the frost, the flames burning on the grass also showed signs of extinguishing. Yen Tu's pupils shrank when he saw this. He recalled the fire snake and breathed it into his nostrils. What move is this? I have never seen Bai Ningbing use this move before. Killing move, this is definitely a killing move. A commotion broke out among the spectators, and they all started shouting. Even Wei Yang showed an expression of shock. This killer move is extremely powerful. How many Gu did Bai Ningbing use? Shang Xianxi's eyes lit up. She said nervously and expectantly, this move is so strong. Maybe it can defeat Yen Tuesday. Fang Yuan was silent, watching with rapt attention. He had seen Bai Ningbing use the Ice Blade Storm a few times. Now that he saw it again, the power of the Ice Blade Storm had risen to a whole new level. Bai Ningbing's growth was also shocking. She had peerless aptitude and talent, and the Gu worms she paired with were also unique. From the looks of it, her meticulously designed killer move, Ice Blade Storm, was not abandoned, but instead improved upon. She actually had such a move. Yen Tu's expression was no longer calm. Once the Ice Blade Storm was used, he immediately lost his confidence in the battle. His heart was filled with fear. He actually felt such emotions from a junior, a rank 3 Gu master. Bai Ningbing's battle strength had already surpassed Yan Tu's expectations, making him feel an intense threat. Killer move. Usually, several Gu worms were used at the same time, and through the exquisite combination of the Gu worms, a powerful move could be produced. Killer moves were not something all Gu masters had. Only those Gu masters with rich experience or rich talent could design their own killer moves. Killer moves usually consumed a lot of primeval essence, and also expended a lot of mental energy. They were undoubtedly powerful and had extraordinary effects. Not good, this move is getting stronger, I have to suppress it at the early stage. Otherwise, if I can't get rid of it, it will really become unstoppable after it accumulates its strength. Yan Tu was extremely experienced, and quickly saw the flaw. If it were other Gu masters, most of them would choose to wait and see in fear. But Yan Tu was extremely shrewd, and immediately saw the flaw of this killer move. Ordinary moves cannot restrain her, and there is no effect even if I use them, it would be a waste of primeval essence. In that case, I will use a killer move to fight a killer move. Yan Tu decided in his heart. Fuel oil Gu. He suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a large amount of fuel oil. The amber-colored fuel oil carried a pungent smell. Yan Tu exerted all his strength, not daring to hold back as he madly activated the fuel oil Gu. The fuel oil he spat out was like a small waterfall. The waterfall fell on the grassland, forming waves. The fuel oil was like a wave, pouring down in torrents, and in the blink of an eye, the whole battlefield was submerged. The ice blade storm became bigger and bigger, and cold air spread everywhere. When the fuel oil got close to it, its momentum slowed down, and a large amount of fuel oil was flung away. The ice blade storm's strength lay in its attack, but the cold air was not enough to freeze the fuel oil. For a moment, the whole battle stage was covered in a dense rain of fuel oil. Other than the area near the ice blade storm, the other grasslands were covered in a thick layer of fuel oil, almost turning into a swamp. Fire Snake Gu. Yan Tu snorted, and the 2 fire snakes from earlier appeared once again. 20% of the yellow-gold primeval essence was expended, allowing the fire snake's body to expand to its peak, and its might was restored. Once the fire snakes landed on the grassland, they immediately ignited a raging flame. The red flame spread at an extremely fast speed, filling the whole battle stage, instantly turning it into a sea of fire. The flames on the grassland burned fiercely, and countless green grasses withered, turning into ashes, fueling the might of the sea of fire. In the super-large battle stage, there was only one place that did not have any flames, but had instead frozen into ice. That was the location of Bai Ningbing's Ice Blade Storm. She and Yan Tu had transformed the originally green grassland battlefield into an environment of 2 extremes, ice and fire. The 2 fire snakes leisurely shuttled through the sea of fire, circling around the Ice Blade Storm, not in a hurry to attack. Meanwhile, Bai Ningbing's Ice Blade Storm was also continuously expanding, accumulating more and more power, and the peak of the storm was already showing signs of reaching the ceiling. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The ice tornado whistled fiercely, and its majestic aura made people tongue-tied. It's not over yet, Fire Claw Gu. Yan Tu raised his breath and shouted. He had 4 Fire Claw Gu on him, and at this moment, he used all of them together. His primeval essence was consumed intensely, and the primeval sea in his aperture fluctuated rapidly. The golden sea surface fell sharply. The 4 Fire Claw Gu did not attack the Ice Blade Storm together, but instead flew into the fire snakes and fused together. In the blink of an eye, these 2 fire snakes grew a pair of claws. Snakes with claws were no longer snakes, but dragons. In the sea of fire, the 2 fire dragons swung their tails and raised their heads, waving their claws, showing an arrogant and domineering aura. Lord Yan Tu, through the combination of Fire Snake Gu and Fire Claw Gu, has reached a small portion of the rank 5 Fire Dragon Gu's power. To think that I could see Lord Yen 2's killer move, Fire Sea Twin Dragon kill in this competition. Bai Ningbing is just a newbie, but she could force Yen 2 to use his killer move. She can be proud of herself. The spectators were in an uproar at this scene. Both sides used their killer moves, and the battle reached its climax. Killer move versus killer move. Would Yen 2's Fire Sea Twin Dragon kill be more powerful and majestic, or would Bai Ningbing's Ice Blade Storm be able to engulf the world and shatter half the sky of the battle stage? Everyone was waiting in anticipation, unable to take their eyes off of it. The fire dragon raised its head, letting out a silent roar. They launched their attacks from both sides. The fire dragon crashed into the ice blade storm, its 2 fire claws desperately trying to tear it apart, and its whole body coiled up, sticking to the ice blade storm. The white ice blade storm with a trace of blue was like a giant pillar, unmoving. The sharp ice blades competed with the fire claws, continuously cutting the fire dragon's body. A moment later, the 2 fire dragons could not hold on any longer, and retreated with injuries. They lay down in the sea of fire, absorbing the surrounding flames and immediately regaining their power. The grassland was burning, and this sky full of flames was the fire dragon's abundant replenishment. This grassland was fully utilized by Yen Tuesday. The 2 fire dragons attacked again and again, but failed again and again. After failing, they tried again and again. Fire Sea Twin Dragon kill can't shake Bai Ningbing? Is the world changing? If this goes on, Bai Ningbing actually has hope of defeating Yen 2. Everyone was shocked again and again. No, the ice blade storm has also been restrained. The wind momentum has been obstructed, it cannot gather any momentum. At this time, Bai Ningbing should be moving left and right, using guerrilla warfare. Wei Yang's expression was solemn, he was most proficient in guerrilla warfare. Fang Yuan's brows slightly furrowed, an obscure light flashing in his eyes. He could see something wrong. With Bai Ningbing's intelligence, she definitely knew that she could not resist it head-on, she had to move and fight. But she did not do so. It seems that this killer move's modification is not perfect. Fang Yuan inwardly guessed. Bai Ningbing felt that she had the will but not the strength. This ice blade storm was her first time practicing, her original plan was very good, but now Bai Ningbing found a flaw. The ice blade storm lacked a driving force, it could only rotate on the spot, this was an indescribable awkwardness. I have turned into an ice crystal and continuously breathed out frost breath, the tornado is too dense, I cannot move forward. Bai Ningbing used all her strength, wanting to activate her movement goo to change this situation. But she was already multitasking, reaching her limit, her mind was exhausted, she had no spare energy. Fortunately, Yen 2 had not discovered it yet. He took the initiative to fight, interrupting Bai Ningbing's accumulation, instead helping her cover up this flaw. Right now, I can only walk this path to the end. Continue to strengthen the ice blade storm, maybe when the wind momentum is stronger, there will be momentum. Bai Ningbing's fighting spirit had not dissipated, the predicament instead strengthened her fighting spirit. Be it her or Yen 2, the primeval essence in their apertures were being consumed intensely. The spectators around the battle stage fell into silence. The majestic ice blade storm and the terrifying orange sea of fire divided the battlefield into 2 completely different worlds. The battle stage's barrier isolated most of the power, but there was still wind blowing. This wind was hot at times, cold at times, allowing everyone to personally feel the intensity of the battle. The sea of fire burned fiercely, the 2 orange fire dragons fought against the ice blade storm. They failed again and again, but charged forward again and again. They were not discouraged, advancing wave after wave. This is Lord Yen 2, the strength of a rank 4 Gu master. Someone sighed. To be able to fight with Lord Yen 2 to this extent, Bai Ningbing is the 3rd strongest. Bai Ningbing can be said to be the 3rd. Someone could not conceal his shock as he evaluated. In Shang clan's battle stage, Yen Tu and Zhu Kai Bei had fought dozens of battles without a clear victor. They were two peak existences. After this battle, Bai Ningbing's battle strength was publicly recognized, and she was recognized as the third. As time passed, the ice blade storm gradually slowed down, and the wind momentum weakened. The blazing sea of fire was also mostly extinguished. The fuel was used up, and the grass turned to ashes. But the fire dragon's might was still there. They not only had the sea of fire to replenish them, they also had the support of Yen Tu's yellow-gold primeval essence. Bai Ningbing's primeval essence was gradually running out, and at this point, the weakness of her cultivation was finally revealed. If she had the heavenly essence treasure lotus, she would still have a fighting chance. Unfortunately, she rejected Fang Yuan's good intentions. It's all over. Yen Tu laughed heartily, and with a shift of his mind, the two fire dragons suddenly merged into one, forming an even larger fire dragon. This sudden change caused many people to involuntarily cry out in shock. This move was Yen Tu's secret method. He had never revealed it to the public. But now, in order to break Bai Ningbing's ice blade storm, he could no longer care so much. The fire dragon opened its mouth, and its 4 fire claws exerted strength, ruthlessly clawing at the ice blade storm. But suddenly, the storm intensified. Bai Ningbing activated Frost Breath Goo, and the whole fire claw was frozen. The ice blade storm suddenly expanded like a monster, engulfing most of the fire dragon's body. What? Yen Tu turned pale with fright. He suddenly realized that Bai Ningbing's earlier weakness was only a facade. He quickly ordered the fire dragon to retreat. The fire dragon was heavily injured, and its might was no longer as it lost its 2 fire claws. At the same time, its body had shrunk to less than half its original size. Seeing this, the crowd immediately went into an uproar. Is Bai Ningbing going to win? After fighting for so long, she still has strength left? Yen Tu's expression was grim. Bai Ningbing's sudden eruption caused him to suffer disastrous losses. In an instant, he lost a fire snake goo and 2 fire claw goo. The ice blade storm suddenly dissipated. Bai Ningbing removed the ice crystal goo, and returned to her original appearance of a mortal body. Her primeval essence was exhausted, and her aperture was completely dried up. I admit defeat, she coldly said. After a short period of silence, the crowd went into an uproar. Bai Ningbing actually admitted defeat? Everyone was slightly surprised by this. So her sudden eruption was because she used up all her primeval essence, and dealt a heavy blow to Yen Tuesday. Fang Yuan realized. Even if I can't win, I will make you suffer. Bai Ningbing's choice was very wise, and her method was decisive and ruthless. Understanding this, Yen Tu was furious, but a formless force descended from the sky, suppressing him. He was unable to move. This was the strength of the battle stage. The hosting Gu master walked into this battlefield that had changed beyond recognition, and announced the result. According to the rules, the winner had the right to request the loser to contribute a Gu. I want your ice crystal Gu, Yen Tu said hatefully. Take it. Bai Ningbing snorted, and straightforwardly handed over the ice crystal Gu. The two completed the transaction on the spot. Ice crystal Gu was Bai Ningbing's vital Gu. The moment she lost it, blood flowed out of her 7 orifices. Yen Tu's expression was still ugly. He chose the ice crystal Gu to teach Bai Ningbing a lesson. But even so, his loss was too great. A rank 3 ice crystal Gu could not make up for it. Although Bai Ningbing was defeated in this battle, she had still established her reputation. It could be said that she lost with honor. Shang Xianxia let out a breath of turbid air, calming her emotions. A pity. If Bai Ningbing had listened to my advice and chose the Frost Demon Gu, the situation would have been better. Wei Yang sighed. Ice Crystal Gu was suitable for males, while Frost Demon Gu was suitable for females. Bai Ningbing lost the ice crystal Gu. This might be a rare opportunity. Let her change her mind and choose the frost demon Gu. Wei Yang said with an expectant tone. Chapter 320. Did you watch that battle? How wonderful. Bai Ningbing suffered her first defeat, and Yen Tu's victory was not easy. I spent 20 yuan stone, and I felt a little heartache at first. But after seeing it, I immediately felt that the money was well spent. The battle between Bai Ningbing and Yen Tu was like a boulder thrown into a lake. It caused a huge impact in Shang Clan City. In the streets and alleys, everyone was talking about this battle. The older, the wiser. In the end, Lord Yen Tu still won. But even though Bai Ningbing lost, it's still a glorious loss. To be able to fight to this extent, her future is limitless. It's a pity that I didn't get to see this battle. Although Bai Ningbing lost her vital Gu and is injured, the ice crystal Gu is easy to replenish and will not affect her strength too much. I'm really looking forward to the battle between Fangzheng and Zhu Kaibei. That's right, this will definitely be a fierce battle. The battle between Fang Yuan and Zhu Kaibei was scheduled for 7 days later. Because of Bai Ningbing's outstanding performance, she received the attention of countless people. But Bai Ningbing was missing. After that battle, she did not return to Nanxiu Garden. Nothing will happen, right? Shang Xianxia expressed her worry. Don't worry, I know her. She was arrogant, but she suffered a crushing defeat. Let her be alone. Fang Yuan comforted Shang Xianxia instead. Although Bai Ningbing was a girl, she had the heart of a man. All men were like lions and wolves. When they were injured, they would find a secluded corner and silently lick their wounds. Women, on the other hand, were different. When they suffered some grievances, they would have the desire to talk about it. They yearned for protection and comfort. Shang Xianxia nodded. Her beautiful eyes were as gentle as water as she looked at Fang Yuan with concern. Can you not fight? That Zhu Kaibei was a character on the same level as Yen Tu's sister Bai Yun had already lost, losing the ice crystal Gu. Zhu Kaibei is a strength path Gu master. If brother He Tu loses all-out effort Gu. Bai Ningbing lost the ice crystal Gu, but it could be replenished. If Fang Yuan lost the all-out effort Gu, he could not make up for it. Fang Yuan smiled faintly. It is precisely because of this that I cannot lose. Alright, I will be refining Gu in closed cultivation for the next few days. You go back first. Fang Yuan had long investigated Zhu Kaibei's strength. After the battle between Bai Ningbing and Yen Tu, he had more speculations. Zhu Kaibei was a rank 4 initial stage Gu master, comparable to Yen Tu's. Fang Yuan estimated that with his current methods, he only had a 30% chance of defeating Zhu Kaibei. A 30% chance of winning did not seem high. But in reality, considering the difference in cultivation between the two of them, 30% was already quite good. If the Gu refinement succeeds, with the help of that Gu, I will have a 60% chance of winning. I hope the Gu refinement succeeds. Fang Yuan entered the secret room and started to refine Gu. First inner city. In the study, there was a soft light. Shang Yanfei quietly watched the colorful smoke floating in front of him. The colorful smoke billowed, showing the battle between Bai Ningbing and Yen Tu. Shang Yanfei watched the entire battle from start to finish, only then did he retract the colorful smoke. Bai Ningbing lost. He had lost his vital Gu and was injured. According to the information gathered by Fengyu Manor, Bai Ningbing was currently recuperating at Dr. Su Shou's place. This way, she was punished and taught a lesson for scheming against his second son. Shang Yanfei closed his eyes and leaned back on the chair. Now that Bai Ningbing was defeated and did not pass the test, her aptitude and talent were publicly recognized. In time, she would definitely surpass Yen Tu and have great achievements. This was a genius. Shang Yanfei was also a person who cherished talent. Seeing Bai Ningbing's performance, he had the desire to recruit her for Xianxia. After Bai Ningbing, it will be Fangzheng's turn. I wonder what kind of surprise he can bring me. But, I heard he has a heavenly essence treasure lotus. Shang clan city's living treasure door also had 2 heavenly essence treasure lotuses. There was also a heavenly essence treasure monarch lotus. But to take out these lotuses, they would have to pay an even greater price. With living treasure door guarding it, even if Shang Yanfei was the clan leader, he had to follow the rules set by his ancestors. Fangzheng is a strength path Gu master. Even if he has the heavenly essence treasure lotus, he would not be able to display its value. I might as well give it to Xianci. Shang Yanfei pondered for a while before sitting up straight and sending out a paper crane's secret letter. The paper crane flew along the secret path and into a secret room. Zhu Kai-bei and Yen Tu immediately sensed it and gathered in the secret room. Master has another secret letter. Yen Tu opened the secret letter and glanced at it before handing it to Zhu Kai-bei. This is for you. Zhu Kai-bei looked through it and muttered to himself, Master guessed that Fang Yuan has a heavenly essence treasure lotus. If I win this battle, I will try to ask for this grass Gu. If I don't have this Gu, I cannot choose the all-out effort Gu. Saying so, Zhu Kai-bei's brows slightly furrowed. He had originally wanted to ask for Fang Yuan's all-out effort Gu. This legendary Gu was extremely attractive to a strength path Gu master like him. But Shang Yanfei had sent such an order. Master cherishes talent and wants to protect that Fangzheng until he grows up. Yen Tu analyzed. Raising his head, he saw Zhu Kai-bei's tightly furrowed brows and consoled, Brother Zhu, you need to pay attention to your mentality. We are already Shang clan's hidden elders, we have to obey the clan leader's orders. It's no longer the same as before, when I could roam the world freely and do whatever I wanted. Zhu Kai-bei nodded his head heavily and sighed, speaking of which, that period of time is really worth reminiscing. Roaming the world alone, free and unrestrained. Could it be that Brother Zhu wants to become a demonic Gu master again? Yen Tu's tone was solemn. Zhu Kai-bei chuckled, Brother Yen, don't you know me? I was just casually saying it. Although demonic Gu masters are unrestrained, the pressure is huge and the risks are also huge. Who knows, one day I might die in the wild and there would be no one to collect my corpse. Yen Tu's expression softened. Zhu Kai-bei and Yen Tu were once solitary demonic Gu masters. They had made a name for themselves in southern border and had stood strong for decades. But they were getting more and more tired. Although demonic Gu masters had extremely free lives, the pressure was huge. They had to worry about the Gu's food, Yuan stone, their own safety and so on. The two gradually got tired of this life, but they did not have the courage to change. Until one day, the two met in the wild. There was an extreme lack of trust between demonic Gu masters. After the two sensed each other, they immediately attacked, trying to gain the initiative. But who knew that in this battle, the two were evenly matched and fought from day to night. During this period, they used schemes, traps, exerted all their strength, and used all sorts of methods. By the time the sun rose, both were out of strength. Their primeval essence was also expended and their bodies were covered in injuries. Looking at the opponent in front of them, they had no strength to deal the final blow and kill the opponent. When the morning light shone on their faces, the two made the same decision. I am tired of this life. Sai, if I survive this battle, I will go to Shang clan and join the righteous path. Yen Tu softly muttered. So tiring, after this battle, I will go to Shang clan and fight for that external elder position. Zhu Kai-bei fiercely cursed. For some reason, the two said it at the same time. After saying so, they looked at each other. After a moment of silence, the two laughed loudly. This was fate, like heaven's arrangement. Two veteran demonic Gu masters who had no sense of trust at all, on this day, gained a lifelong friend at the same time. As if they wanted to throw away the shadow of their past, they started to change and chose to trust each other. This trust was unreserved trust towards each other. The two went from one extreme to another extreme. But speaking of which, Brother Yen, you suffered a huge loss this time, you are covered in dust. Zhu Kai Bei winked and said. Others would never imagine he would have such an expression. Usually, Zhu Kai Bei was solemn like steel and meticulous. But in fact, this was only a mask he had cultivated when he was roaming the demonic path. Only in front of his best friend, Yen Tu, would he show his true nature. Yen Tu snorted coldly, his brows gradually relaxing as he sighed, this Bai Ningbing is not simple, she will surpass us one day. I only won by a move or two, if she was rank 4, the result would be hard to say. Zhu Kai Bei nodded, I also disguised myself to watch your battle, the younger generation will surpass us in time. Yen Tu patted Zhu Kai Bei's shoulder, that Fangzheng is as famous as Bai Ningbing, they came to Shang Clan City together and lived together, their relationship is not simple. They are called the twin stars of Yanwu, some also call them the black and white demons. With Bai Ningbing's strength, Fangzheng is definitely not weak. Brother Zhu, when you are at your strongest is also when you are at your weakest, you need to be careful. Zhu Kai Bei smiled proudly, brother, take a look at this. Saying so, he took out a gu from his aperture. This gu was the size of a fist and had the shape of a beetle, black like iron. Hard chi gu. Yen Tu's expression turned to joy after a moment of shock, this is great, brother Zhu. When you use killer moves, your defense will fall. With this gu, you can make up for your weakness. This gu is precious and not commonly seen, you need to feed it well. Zhu Kai Bei nodded, after keeping the hard chi gu, he sighed, unfortunately, this is only a hard chi gu and not strength chi gu. If I had strength chi gu, my battle strength would rise and undergo a qualitative change, it would be more than enough to increase my battle strength by 2 times. Yen Tu laughed heartily, you are too greedy, like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Ancient chi path has already disappeared, strength chi gu is already extinct. You are already very lucky to be able to obtain a hard chi gu, don't be greedy. Zhu Kai Bei also laughed, that's true. But it's only human nature to be greedy, ha ha ha. Ancient chi path appeared much earlier than strength path. Chi path gu worms could be transformed into formless gu worms, their effects were usually very miraculous. In ancient times, when chi path was at its peak, 8 out of 10 gu masters cultivated chi path. However, flowers bloom and wilt, flourish and decline, this was the law of nature, chi path was not exempt from it. After flourishing for a while, chi path gradually weakened and was replaced by strength path. Chapter 321. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye, the battle stage welcomed the attention of the entire city. Zhu Kai Bei forcefully challenged Fang Yuan. The former was an expert of the older generation, his reputation was awe-inspiring and he held up half the sky. The latter was a rising star in the last 2 years, shining brightly and was a young expert of the younger generation. In addition to the brilliance of the battle itself, the battle between Bai Ningbing and Yen Tu before eating served as an excellent foreshadowing. After 7 days of fermenting, its influence had spread to the whole of Shang Clan City. Please search for floating astronomy. As a result, today's battle stage was almost filled with spectators. The battle stage also took advantage of the situation and arranged for this battle to be a large-scale event. Shang Chi-wen, who was in charge of the battle stage, had gained a great achievement and was in a good mood these days. The battle had not started yet, but the people in the city were already discussing it. Is Zhu Kai Bei from half the sky more experienced, or can Fangzheng win as the weaker one? Many people were discussing this question. The battle between the old and the new attracted many people's attention. Both are Strength Path Gu Masters, this is the revival of Strength Path Gu Masters. Many Strength Path Gu Masters were extremely proud and were looking forward to this battle. In their opinion, this battle had a huge significance. No matter what, Fang Zheng has to fight with all his strength. Otherwise, his all-out effort Gu will be taken away by Zhu Kai-bei. Fang Zheng is only rank 3 middle stage, although he has great battle strength, his cultivation is lower than by Ning Bing's. Not to mention comparing him to Zhu Kai-bei. After dozens of battles, Fang Yuan's strength could no longer be concealed. Most people did not think highly of him because the difference in cultivation was too great. Fang Zheng is here. Suddenly, someone shouted from the crowd. Fang Yuan walked slowly. With a calm expression, he arrived at the stage. This was a large-scale battle stage with a black stone forest terrain. Fang Yuan came to the center of the stage and stood still. He crossed his arms and scanned the surroundings. Black stone pillars, each thick and sturdy, were erected in the center of the stage, covering the entire stage. Outside the stage, the crowd gathered in a circle around the stage. This was Fang Yuan's first time in the past 2 years. It was the match with the largest number of spectators. Fang Yuan knew in his heart that Xianxia and Wei Yang were definitely among the crowd, even Bai Ningbing was there, but they were all in disguise. He also heard from Xianxia. The young masters of Shang clan were all here. This reminded Fang Yuan of his first martial arts demonstration. At that time, there were almost no spectators, and Fang Yuan was still a nobody. Up until now, his reputation had risen to prominence. Become somebody. It attracted widespread attention. This is the last battle. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. The Three Kings' inheritance was nearing. Including the journey, there wasn't much time left. After winning this match, he would do his best to assist Xianxia. Pushing her to the position of young lord would be of great help to Fang Yuan's future plans. When Xianxia becomes the young master, it will be the day Fang Yuan leaves Shang clan city. No one knew the identities of Zhu Kai-bei and Yen Tuesday. How could Fang Yuan not see it clearly? As long as they were in the battle rest field, they could become Shang clan's external elder. Shang Yen Fei wanted to control this channel. It was normal for him to arrange chess pieces like Zhu Kai-bei and Yen Tuesday. Fang Yuan had never thought of dominating the battle stage. Becoming an external elder was something that many people yearned for even in their dreams. Sparrows and swallows often made their homes under the eaves, while eagles built their nests on cliffs. Not to mention Shang clan's external elder, Fang Yuan didn't even care about the position of clan leader. These positions seemed noble and dazzling, but they were actually shackles of fame and fortune. What a pity! In the mortal world, who knew how many people had been shackled by such shackles? Zhu Kai-bei also came to the stage. He had a towering stature, his expression was like steel. His joints were broad, his muscles stacked together, giving people a strong and imposing feeling. In Fang Yuan's previous life's memories, during the righteous demonic battle on Tian Mountain, Zhu Kai-bei had a great performance. He had killed many famous demonic path Gu masters, and was one of Shang Yen Fei's capable generals. On his body, the aura of rank 4 leaked out. Before the battle started, he was already exerting mental pressure on Fang Yuan. In terms of cultivation, Fang Yuan was indeed at a disadvantage. He was rank 3 peak stage now, and was using breath concealment Gu. From the looks of it, he was still at rank 3 middle stage. But even if his cultivation was low, so what? He. Fang Yuan squinted, his eyes shining with brilliance. A few days ago, he had refined that Gu, and his chances of winning had risen to 60%. Although his opponent was strong, he knew he would definitely win. This was not arrogance, confidence, or arrogance, but a type of mentality. Demonic heart. I can't lose, I can't fall, I have to win, I have to win. Even if there is less than 10% chance of winning, even if there is no chance of winning, I have to have the mentality to win. Once a demonic Gu master fails, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. Thus, I have to succeed, I have to keep winning. There is no what if, and no what if. The 500 years of experience in his previous life had caused Fang Yuan to develop such a mentality. Winner takes all, step on other people's corpses, step on them, and step onto the peak. Only I am the one who bears down on the world, no matter what sense of propriety, righteousness, honor, fame, wealth, beauty, gratitude, grudges, love, hatred, they cannot be an obstacle, they can all be used. This was the difference between Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan. Bai Ningbing had the desire to win, while Fang Yuan had the heart to win. Nothing can stop me. Even if I perish, my heart will not be perturbed. Zhu Kai Bei walked to Fang Yuan, standing still and maintaining his silence. He was not a talkative person. Similarly, Fang Yuan did not like to talk nonsense. The two looked at each other, ignoring the clamor of the outside world. One's gaze was firm, while the other's eyes were dark and deep. Clang! The bell rang, announcing the start of the battle. All-out effort Gu. Almost at the same time, Fang Yuan's eyes shone brightly. He poured his quintessential essence into it, and the image of a steed appeared in the air behind him. The horse raised its head, its four hooves galloping. With the strength of one horse, Fang Yuan activated vertical crash Gu. Swoosh! He charged towards Zhu Kai Bei. His speed was as fast as a galloping horse. But when he rushed in front of Zhu Kai Bei, the horse phantom suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a wild boar phantom. The boar's eyes were scarlet red, its fangs protruding. Its aura was fierce. Horsepower could increase the speed of charging, while boar strength could increase the force of charging. Fang Yuan could now freely switch between beast phantoms. Seeing Fang Yuan charging straight at him, Zhu Kai Bei was expressionless, opening his mouth. His teeth were as white as snow. At this moment, two tiger teeth grew rapidly. They gradually expanded and protruded. They grew into two pure white elephant tusks. The elephant tusks bent inwards, the sharp tip piercing into Zhu Kai Bei's chest. But the wound did not bleed, instead it was spreading rapidly. A set of pure white armor appeared. A milky white layer of ice spread over his body, and the armor quickly covered his upper body. Fang Yuan charged over. Good. Zhu Kai Bei did not dodge. Instead, he stepped forward, lowering his waist and shoulder, colliding with Fang Yuan. Bam! A loud sound. The two's shoulders collided fiercely. Fang Yuan retreated 5 steps. Zhu Kai Bei was sent flying. This scene caused many people to cry out in surprise. How can this be? Zhu Kai Bei was not Fang Zheng's match? All-out effort Gu's power is really strong. Something is wrong. How did Fang Zheng suddenly have rank 3 peak stage cultivation? Fang Yuan attacked, breath concealment Gu's effect was broken, the aura of rank 3 peak stage leaked out, and was quickly sensed by countless people. Zhu Kai Bei's eyes flashed with a trace of shock. But soon, it disappeared. He crawled up from the ground, not suffering much damage. However, the shoulder armor was full of cracks. But soon, these cracks gradually disappeared. The white armor continued to spread, and soon, it covered Zhu Kai Bei's arms, waist and abdomen. This was the effect of Zhu Kai Bei continuously activating the ivory white armor Gu. Ivory white armor Gu was a rank 4 Gu worm, it had strong defense. But its weakness was, it needed to grow for a period of time, it had no ductility. When the battle ended, the Gu master would have to destroy the armor if they wanted to remove it. Fang Yuan shrugged his shoulders, feeling a little sore. Earlier, he did not use golden shield Gu, copper skin, iron bones, steel tendon, these 3 complemented each other, giving him a strong defense. Strength was mutual, and strength path Gu masters had high requirements for defense Gu. The collision just now was just a small test. This Zhu Kai Bei has great strength, he is the strongest opponent I have met since rebirth. At the same time, his defense is also very strong. Fang Yuan's gaze was eerie as he pounced again. Bam bam bam. Both sides raised their fists and punched each other. Zhu Kai Bei was at a disadvantage. Fang Yuan naturally would not give him a chance. The ivory white armor broke again and again under Fang Yuan's iron fists, unable to regenerate. But Zhu Kai Bei's strength was also increasing. From being suppressed at the start, to gradually being able to stand on equal footing with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was not surprised. He had detailed information on Zhu Kai Bei. He knew that he had a rank 4 habitual strength Gu. All-out effort Gu was already extinct, and to replace it, the current strength path Gu masters had developed habitual strength Gu. Habitual strength Gu's predecessor was the rank 3 accumulation strength Gu. Strength accumulation Gu could accumulate strength in one attack and explode out. But it needed time to accumulate strength, and during this time, the Gu master could not move. It was not very practical. But at rank 4, after the accumulation strength Gu was refined into habitual strength Gu, this weakness was eliminated. After the activation of habitual strength Gu, Zhu Kai Bei's strength continued to accumulate, becoming bigger and bigger. At the same time, Zhu Kai Bei could move freely. Bam! Fang Yuan's fist smashed on Zhu Kai Bei's chest, while Zhu Kai Bei's palm chopped on Fang Yuan's shoulder. Both sides took 6 steps back. They were evenly matched this time. But Fang Yuan's entire fist was numb. Zhu Kai Bei's chest was wrapped in ivory white armor. There were only slight cracks on it. As time passed, Zhu Kai Bei continued to activate the armor, and the ivory white armor became thicker, turning Zhu Kai Bei into a monster with thick skin and flesh. Zhu Kai Bei's strength was gradually revealed. Not only rank 4 yellow gold primeval essence, but also rank 4 Gu worms. Just one ivory white armor Gu was comparable to Fang Yuan's iron bones, copper skin and steel tendons. Chapter 322. Sweep fists, palm strikes, elbow poke, kick, both sides exchanged blows, fists landing on flesh, close combat, forcefully clashing. Fists and kicks collided, creating intense vibrations. The two figures tangled together, and everywhere they went, the stone forest collapsed one after another. Fangzheng is gradually falling into a disadvantage. Gradually, the spectators understood the situation. To deal with Zhu Kai Bei, we need to defeat him first, don't give him any time. Someone sighed. Zhu Kai Bei had habitual strength Gu, the longer he used it, the greater his strength would be. Easy for you to say, who can kill him at the early stage? He has rank 4 cultivation after all, and also has ivory armor Gu, as well as abundant battle experience. It is already not bad that Fangzheng can fight to this extent. Among the crowd, Bai Ningbing's eyes were eerie as she quietly watched the battle. She was the most familiar with the pressure Fang Yuan was feeling right now. Only by personally fighting a rank 4 Gu master would one understand the huge gap between rank 3 and rank 4. Brother He too. Shang Xinci clenched her fists, her beautiful eyes following Fang Yuan. Wei Yang's brows gradually furrowed. Howl. Suddenly, the roar of a wild beast burst out. The shadow of a dragon and elephant, huge and mighty, suddenly rose up from behind Zhu Kai Bei. Dragon Elephant was a giant elephant with dragon blood, its body was even bigger than a mammoth, and it was a ferocious alternative dragon. When lions and tigers met it, they would take a detour, not daring to face it head-on. Killing such a ferocious beast had a high chance of obtaining Dragon Elephant Giant Strength Gu. Dragon Elephant Giant Strength Gu, rank 4. Fang Yuan used Galloping Horse Strength Gu, Green Bull Labor Gu and others, which were also rank 3 Gu. Since Zhu Kai Bei became a rank 4 Gu master, he had used 3 Dragon Elephant Giant Strength Gu, adding 3 Beast Phantoms to himself. At this moment, he suddenly attacked with the strength of a dragon elephant. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk, and at the crucial moment, he raised his arms. All-out Gu, Stone Tortoise Strength. Behind him, a giant tortoise phantom rose. Bam! Zhu Kai Bei's fist, which was the size of a bowl, fiercely hit Fang Yuan's arms. A huge force surged over, forcing Zhu Kai Bei to take a step back, while Fang Yuan was sent flying by Zhu Kai Bei's punch. The stone tortoise phantom collapsed with a loud bang, while the dragon elephant phantom rose higher and higher. The stone tortoise was clearly no match for the dragon elephant. Fang Yuan's body was sent flying 30 steps away. He knocked down 2 stone pillars in a row before coming to a stop. Fang Yuan regained his footing and shook his aching and numb arms. Although he was in a sorry state, he was unscathed. The combination of iron bones, steel bars, and copper skin was still very strong. Zhu Kai Bei has unleashed the power of the dragon elephant. Outside the arena, many people exclaimed in unison. He has been using habitual strength Gu, his strength is getting stronger and stronger. This was only the power of one dragon elephant. Zhu Kai Bei had a total of 3 dragon elephant phantoms on his body. I had once seen him use the strength of 3 dragon elephant and instantly burst his opponent's head. Fang Zheng did not restrain Zhu Kai Bei. Zhu Kai Bei using the strength of the dragon elephant is a sign that he wants to control this battle. Fang Yuan was expressionless as he charged towards Zhu Kai Bei again. Both sides tangled together again. Snow-silver primeval essence continued to pour into the all-out effort Gu. Boar, brown bear, crocodile, green bull, horse, stone tortoise, white elephant, black python, 8 beast phantoms flashed one after another. After stone tortoise strength Gu, Fang Yuan used white elephant primeval strength Gu and black python coiling strength Gu, adding white elephant phantom and black python phantom to his body. 8 beast phantoms was the limit of Fang Yuan's body. Thus, after the black python coiling strength Gu, he did not use any other strength Gu. In the arena, Fang Yuan unleashed a frenzied offensive, fist winds howled and were extremely fierce. Such a terrifying offensive made people's hearts palpitate. Zhu Kai Bei had just erupted and used the strength of one dragon elephant, but his strength returned to normal as habitual strength Gu started to accumulate strength again. But Fang Yuan used his full strength and immediately turned the situation around. In the air, his 8 beast phantoms flickered continuously, with the occasional appearance of a dragon elephant phantom. But every time the dragon elephant phantom appeared, it would send Fang Yuan flying. As time passed, Fang Yuan's injuries accumulated, and even his bronze skin could not block Zhu Kai Bei's enormous strength, his skin and flesh were lacerated. Meanwhile, Zhu Kai Bei's whole body was covered in a layer of ivory armor, and although his armor was full of injuries and cracks, he did not fall, like an iron tower that stood on the ground. After a while. Chance. Zhu Kai Bei made very few mistakes, this was a rare opportunity. Fang Yuan grasped this fleeting opportunity and suddenly went behind him, slapping with his palm. The brown bear phantom appeared. This attack was extremely heavy, if it landed, he would definitely vomit a mouthful of blood. Zhu Kai Bei did not have time to block, he could only turn around and sweep his arm. Howl! Suddenly, there was an elephant's cry, and the dragon elephant phantom rose, completely suppressing the brown bear. Fang Yuan was instead sent flying, this was the 8th time. The number of dragon elephant phantoms appearing became more and more frequent. When they did not appear, Fang Yuan had the slight initiative. But once they appeared, none of the beast phantoms were his match. Fang Yuan's beast phantoms were all ordinary wild beasts, but dragon elephant had a slight dragon bloodline, it was already a mutated beast. After fighting for an hour, howl! 2 dragon elephant phantoms appeared above Zhu Kai Bei's head. His fists fiercely hit Fang Yuan's chest, sending the latter flying far away. Fang Yuan vomited blood in the air, his vision turning upside down. Bam 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 bam. 5 stone pillars were destroyed by him in a row. Fang Yuan fell on the ground, dust rising and covering his body. So tragic. Seeing this, many Gu masters' eyelids twitched. Fang Yuan's current situation was too tragic to look at. Rank 3 Beast Phantoms are not the Rank 4 Dragon Elephant Phantoms match. Fangzheng might have all-out effort Gu, but he can only summon one Beast Phantom at a time. It is inferior to Zhu Kai Bei's habitual strength Gu. How can this be? All-out effort Gu is a legendary Gu, how can it be inferior to ordinary habitual strength Gu? Someone was shocked. Soon, someone explained, this is not the all-out effort Gu's problem, but Fangzheng himself. Fangzheng has the strength of 8 beasts, he is like a huge water vat, but the water outlet is a small bamboo pipe. All-out effort Gu can make the bamboo pipe come out of the water at full speed, while habitual strength Gu is like a bucket drawing water from the vat. All-out effort Gu is like a small stream that flows for a long time, while habitual strength Gu accumulates and explodes. Brother He too. Seeing Fang Yuan's figure being engulfed by the dust, Xianxia's heart jumped and she had difficulty breathing. But soon, everyone saw a black figure slowly stand up from the dust. 3 broken ribs, and his internal organs seemed to be bleeding. Such a powerful attack. Fang Yuan endured the heart-wrenching pain, his lips curling into a smile. He had a will of steel, so what was this pain? What was this injury? The pain surged his battle intent, burning like fire. His blood was boiling like boiling water. This kind of battle is exciting. Defeating such a strong enemy is interesting. He, ha ha ha. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed heartily in the dust. What is Fangzheng talking about? Why does he seem to be laughing? Did he become stupid from Zhu Kai Bei's attack? Because of the barrier, everyone could not hear clearly. Hearing Fang Yuan's wild laughter, Zhu Kai Bei's expression changed for the first time since the start of the battle. This lad. His expression sank, he felt something familiar yet strange from the laughter. After thinking for a while, he came to a realization. This was the aura of the demonic path. Killing intent as sharp as a blade, madness to destroy the world, arrogance to look down on the world, ruthlessness to trample on all living beings. This laughter seemed to bring Zhu Kai Bei back to the past. That unbearable past. Every day was spent in killing, like walking alone in the endless darkness, with no one to talk to. The endless loneliness turned into fear, the demonic path life worse than death, you have to move forward, you have to win all the way. It was like walking on a tightrope at the edge of a cliff, your nerves stretched to the limit, unable to relax. If you lose, you might fall into the abyss and be consigned to eternal damnation. Zhu Kai Bei was sick of such a life, so he joined Shang clan and became a hidden elder. All these years, he was a person who almost drowned, struggling out of the sea of bitterness, climbing ashore and gasping for breath. He was already standing ashore, but Fang Yuan's laughter was like a wave, making him look back at the sea of bitterness. This laughter evoked a trace of fear in Zhu Kai Bei's heart. Don't go back to the past, I don't even want to think about the past, a prodigal son is worth more than gold, I have already repented, I have started a new life, I am a member of the righteous path. Righteous and demonic are irreconcilable. Zhu Kai Bei's face trembled, a trace of extreme hatred towards Fang Yuan emerged from the depths of his heart. Dragon Travel Tiger Steps Gu. Zhu Kai Bei took the initiative to attack, taking large steps like a tiger or a dragon, charging into the dust cloud. Every step he took was accompanied by the roars of dragons and dragons. This was the rank 4 Dragon Travel Tiger Steps Gu, it allowed Zhu Kai Bei to move forward rapidly, and it was similar to charging Crash Gu, using the force of collision to unleash the hidden strength in Zhu Kai Bei's body. Zhu Kai Bei fiercely charged into the dust cloud, facing Fang Yuan. Howl! Dragon Elephant Phantoms appeared again. He didn't hit 2 of them, only 1. But this was enough to suppress Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not dodge, he took the attack head-on, a stone tortoise phantom rising from his back. The two fiercely collided. The shockwave from the collision blew away the surrounding dust cloud. Zhu Kai Bei had an astonished gaze as he retreated 5 steps. But Fang Yuan did not move a single inch. Outside the arena, bewildered gasps could be heard. What is going on? This scene was out of everyone's expectations. It was the strength of the stone tortoise against the strength of the dragon elephant, but why were the results so different? Zhu Kai Bei gritted his teeth and charged again. Bam! With a loud sound, he was sent flying by Fang Yuan's punch, flying like a sandbag before crashing on the ground. He struggled to get up, his gaze fixed on the sky above Fang Yuan's head. In the air, the brown bear and boar phantoms were slowly dissipating. He attacked two beast phantoms at the same time. How is this possible? This defies logic. Chapter 323. Two beast phantoms, did I see wrongly? Outside the arena, Yen Tu stared with his eyes wide open. To be able to shoot out two beast phantoms at the same time, what gu did he use? Zhu Kai Bei's expression turned solemn as he stared at Fang Yuan. Suddenly, his pupils shrunk. It's here. Vertical crash gu. Fang Yuan's expression was cold, his eyes were like an unfathomable black pool as he charged towards Zhu Kai Bei. At the same time, in the air above his head, a horse and boar phantoms appeared. The boar's strength increased the force of his charge, while the horse's strength increased Fang Yuan's speed, increasing the speed of his charge. With the support of the two strengths, Fang Yuan was like a ferocious boar or a galloping horse, his figure continuously enlarged in Zhu Kai Bei's eyes. Dragon Travel Tiger Steps gu. Facing Fang Yuan's powerful attack, Zhu Kai Bei's figure leaped, the dragon and tiger roars resounded again. This time, he took the initiative to dodge, and Fang Yuan brushed past him. Vertical crash gu's flaw was that when charging, it was a straight line, it could be easily detected by the opponent and easily dodged, causing the attack to be useless. Zhu Kai Bei dodged. He has always been charging head-on, rarely dodging. This is the first time he dodged since the start of the battle. Fang Zheng can shoot out two beast phantoms at the same time, while Zhu Kai Bei's habitual strength gu needs to recharge. Dodging was a wise move. Fang Zheng is still too inexperienced, although he has good gu worms, his battle experience is far from Zhu Kai Bei's. This attack was not handled well, ugh. Before the person outside the arena could finish his evaluation, there was a sudden change in the arena. After Fang Yuan brushed past Zhu Kai Bei, he suddenly stopped activating all-out effort gu. The two beast phantoms dissipated, the force of the charge immediately fell to the bottom, and he crashed into a black stone pillar. The black stone pillar collapsed, and Fang Yuan's charge came to a stop. Horizontal charge gu. Fang Yuan charged sideways, punching with both fists. The brown bear and white elephant phantoms suddenly rose into the air. The distance was too close, Zhu Kai Bei was caught off guard and was struck, his body flying high up in the air. The person who said Fang Yuan was too inexperienced was speechless. Many people's eyes shine. Fang Yuan's attack this time seemed ordinary, but in fact contained many things. It was exceptionally brilliant. All-out effort gu can activate and unleash a burst of attack, of course. Switching between activating and deactivating allowed Fang Yuan to be extremely nimble and flexible. At the same time, he make use of the terrain. Zhu Kai Bei was hit by Fang Yuan in one strike, not because he was not smart, but because he was used to using habitual strength gu. His rich experience had caused him to have a blind spot in his thinking. Fang Yuan once again. Zhu Kai Bei turned into a punching bag, unable to retaliate. He could only hold his breath and defend. Heavens, Fang Zheng is actually suppressing Zhu Kai Bei as a mere rank 3 peak stage. An unimaginable scene is actually happening right in front of my eyes. All-out effort gu is after all a legendary gu, its power is miraculous, even rank 4 habitual strength gu cannot compare to it. Fang Zheng has already used all-out effort gu to perfection, although he does not have rich battle experience, his talent is enough to make up for it. There was a commotion outside the arena. Boom! A cloud of dust rose into the air. Zhu Kai Bei's tall body was like a flying sack, crashing into several thick black stone pillars. Guh. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood, struggling to get up, but Fang Yuan had already pounced, not giving him any chance to breathe. Stepping on the ground, the two beast phantoms of a horse and a green bull appeared at the same time. Zhu Kai-bei rolled on the ground, miserably dodging this attack. Fang Yuan's right foot stomped on the ground, letting out a muffled sound. Rocks and soil flew, and the entire battle stage shook slightly. Under his feet, an obvious crater suddenly appeared. Vertical crash goo. Fang Yuan charged again, the brown bear and white elephant phantoms appearing at the same time. Damn it! This time, Zhu Kai-bei could not dodge in time, he could only grit his teeth and block with his arms. Roar! Roar! Two dragon and elephant phantoms appeared from his body, rising into the air, making Fang Yuan's brown bear and white elephant phantoms pale in comparison. Fang Yuan crashed into Zhu Kai-bei's body, causing Zhu Kai-bei to retreat slightly, while he himself was sent flying. Two beast phantoms could suppress one dragon and elephant. But with two dragon and elephant phantoms pressuring him, Fang Yuan was at a disadvantage. He finally unleashed the strength of twin dragon and elephant. Zhu Kai-bei breathed out. Fang Yuan's battle strength was so fierce that it shocked him. Only the eruption of twin dragon and elephant phantoms could turn the situation around. Habitual strength Gu, although rank 4, was inferior to all-out effort Gu. Zhu Kai-bei activated habitual strength Gu, accumulating and increasing his strength, then unleashing the beast phantoms. But Zhu Kai-bei did not know when he would be able to unleash them. Even if he unleashed them, Zhu Kai-bei would need to recharge his strength, causing his battle strength to fall temporarily. Zhu Kai-bei's strength was like a water tank. Habitual strength Gu was like a bucket, every time it was unleashed. On the other hand, all-out effort Gu could be unleashed at will, completely depending on Fang Yuan's will. In fact, when Fang Yuan did not want to unleash it, he would stop activating it, unleashing and retracting as he wished. This allowed Fang Yuan to advance and retreat with a sense of propriety, fierce and flexible at the same time. If only I had the all-out effort Gu, sigh. Unfortunately, even if I won, Shang Yan Fei would not allow me to obtain the all-out effort Gu. Zhu Kai-bei felt very regretful. When he became a demonic path Gu master, he was free and could do whatever he wanted. After joining the righteous path, although it was stable and had ample resources, he felt restricted when doing things. If I really chose the all-out effort Gu, what would happen? Such a thought suddenly appeared, but was immediately dispelled by Zhu Kai-bei. If he did that, he would undoubtedly offend Shang Yan Fei. Shang Yan Fei was not only a rank 5 expert, he was also in charge of Shang clan. If he did not listen to his orders, even if he escaped in the future, there would be no peace. Wait. Why am I thinking so much? The most important thing now is to defeat Fang Zheng. Zhu Kai-bei's gaze focused, activating Dragon Travel Tiger Steps Gu and attacking Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had just been injured, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his iron-like arm bones were showing signs of cracking. The intense pain caused Fang Yuan to grin instead. All-out effort Gu. Brown bear, white elephant and green bull phantoms burst out at the same time. Even Zhu Kai-bei couldn't help but widen his eyes, revealing a look of astonishment. What happened to Fang Yuan earlier was also happening to him. Zhu Kai-bei had wanted to take advantage of the situation and take the initiative to attack, but he was sent flying instead. The thick ivory white armor on his chest was smashed into a large hole. He spat out a mouthful of blood, the black stone pillar was knocked down and collapsed on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Zhu Kai-bei gritted his teeth and quickly got up. 3 beast phantoms. The spectators were in an uproar. He had seen the earlier scene very clearly. Fang Yuan sent out 3 beast phantoms. How did he do that? Many people looked at each other. He sent out 2 beast phantoms earlier, but now he sent out 3. Many people were speechless. Even more people had guesses. Don't tell me. Zhu Kai Bei stared at Fang Yuan and squeezed out a word, bitter strength gu. That's right, it was bitter strength gu. Bitter strength gu was a rank 4 gu, a perfect match for strength path gu masters. The more injured the gu master was, the greater the pain they felt, and the greater the strength they could use. Of course, there was a limit to the strength they could use, it depended on the gu master's foundation. Fang Yuan had 8 beast phantoms on him, the strength they contained was like a large water vat. All-out effort gu was like a bamboo pipe that could be opened and closed at any time, continuously drawing out water. Now, after Fang Yuan was injured and used bitter strength gu, it was like opening up many small holes around the water vat. All-out effort gu added bamboo pipes to these holes, allowing Fang Yuan to use them as he pleased. When using all-out effort gu alone, Fang Yuan only had 1 bamboo pipe to draw water, thus he could only send out 1 beast phantoms. But now, he was affected by his injuries, and used the bitter strength gu, it was like adding 2 new openings to the water tank. Thus, when Fang Yuan used all-out effort gu, he could send out 3 beast phantoms at the same time. To think that bitter strength gu is on him. Didn't Xianxia Zi buy this gu in the auction? This bitter strength gu, is it the one in Xianxia Zi's hand? Yen Tu guessed the answer from outside the stage. His eyes squinted, his expression was unprecedentedly solemn. If Fangzheng's bitter strength gu is not Xianxia Zi's, then in the auction, he had no doubt played with Xianxia Zi. If this bitter strength gu was bought by Xianxia Zi, then it is even more terrifying. Xianxia Zi had been stripped of his young master position because he and Fangzheng falsified accounts together. Maybe this bitter strength gu is Fangzheng's spoils of war. This kid is not simple. Brother Zhu, you need to control yourself. Yen Tu could not help but worry about Zhu Kai Bei's situation. Zhu Kai Bei felt a bitter taste in his mouth. First, it was all-out effort gu, now it was bitter strength gu. These 2 gu were what he, Zhu Kai Bei, yearned for day and night, searching for them bitterly, but to no avail. But Fang Yuan had 2 gu at such a young age, such luck and opportunity made a senior like him green with envy. With bitter strength gu, the more injured Fang Yuan was, the more holes in his body became, and the stronger his battle strength became. In other words, every time Zhu Kai Bei was injured, Fang Yuan's battle strength increased. This was not a good feeling. Those with weaker mental fortitude would not even want to fight with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan got stronger the more he fought, and the more injured he was, the stronger his strength became. More importantly, he had 8 beast phantoms. If they burst out together, even Zhu Kai Bei's 3 dragon elephants would not be able to help. What made Zhu Kai Bei even more dejected was that he knew Fang Yuan had a self-reliance gu. Self-reliance gu, to Fang Yuan, had a very good healing effect. Fang Yuan could heal himself while being injured, maintaining his strength at a terrifying level. All-out effort gu, bitter strength gu, self-reliance gu, the 3 formed an ingenious combination, forming a solid foundation. At this point, Fang Yuan's plan of using gu worms had already reached a small success stage, forming the framework. The effect was outstanding, even the rank 4 Zhu Kai Bei would be at a disadvantage against this gu worm set. Chapter 324. However, even if Fang Yuan has bitter strength gu, the strength he can erupt with is at most 8 beast strength. Bitter strength gu does not provide endless strength. Shang clan leader did not allow me to take all-out effort gu, I can still choose bitter strength gu. Thinking of this, Zhu Kai Bei's eyes brightened. Be it all-out effort gu or bitter strength gu, they were extremely attractive to strength path gu masters. I have not lost yet. I am rank 4 initial stage, I have the advantage in terms of primeval essence, moreover, I still have killer moves. Zhu Kai Bei was very experienced in battle. After a few moments of contemplation, he sorted out his emotions and reorganized his troops, raising the low morale of his troops. The 2 began to fight again. The battle could no longer be described as intense, it was more appropriate to describe it as tragic. Both sides punched and kicked, exchanging attacks and defenses. Zhu Kaibei's ivory-white armor was constantly breaking and mending, blood spurting out of his mouth from time to time. Fang Yuan was not much better off. He restrained himself from using self-reliance goo, his whole body was lacerated and bleeding, his ribs were broken, endless pain attacked his nerves like a tide. The more severe his injuries, the stronger his strength. Not long after, he could summon 5 beast-strength phantoms at the same time. Zhu Kaibei's situation was even more dangerous, he was almost suppressed by Fang Yuan to the point of not being able to raise his head. This was an unprecedented experience in the battle stage. Even Yen Tu was only evenly matched with him. "Junior, you are too arrogant." Zhu Kaibei was furious, his fists sweeping horizontally. 3 Dragon Elephant. He suddenly erupted, the dragon elephant's huge figure appeared in the air. Fang Yuan was sent flying without any hesitation. 3 Dragon Elephant suppressed 5 beast phantoms. The 2 arms that Fang Yuan used to block were strangely twisted, completely fractured. His left arm was even bent at a right angle, the broken arm bone was exposed and dripping with blood. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and activated self-reliance goo. Such injuries had already affected his battle strength and could not be healed. He first healed his right arm, then forcefully straightened his twisted left arm, forcefully putting it together, before activating the self-reliance goo. Very soon, the severed arm began to grow back. The bone mass increased and reconnected. Then it was the broken flesh, and finally the skin. While recovering, Fang Yuan kept dodging Zhu Kaibei's attacks. He continuously used horizontal charge goo and vertical crash goo, doing 3 things at the same time to deal with Zhu Kaibei. When he attacked, he was powerful and domineering, strong and fierce. When dodging, it was a completely different style. He was calm and collected, not panicking in the face of danger. He was as slippery as a loach. He made full use of the surrounding black rock forest. Zhu Kaibei's dragon travel tiger steps goo was faster than Fang Yuan, but it could not catch him. After Fang Yuan recovered, he turned around and fought again. As time passed, the battle grew more and more desperate. Fang Yuan's 5 beast phantoms gradually increased to 6, then 7, then 8. At the beginning of the battle, there would be people cheering from time to time. Now that the situation had reached such a stage, they gradually fell silent and no one made a sound. Fang Yuan and Zhu Kaibei's terrifying strength caused everyone to shiver in fear. Too scary. Such strength, one can only imagine the magnificence of the ancient strength path. If it were me, no matter who I was fighting, would have been smashed into minced meat. Everyone was speechless, secretly admiring Fang Yuan and Zhu Kaibei's unyielding spirit. These 2 men were truly tough men of steel. No one could predict the result of this battle. Fang Yuan was very strong, using 8 beast phantoms and suppressing Zhu Kaibei most of the time. However, Zhu Kaibei was not weak either, his healing goo was also very effective. In addition, with the combination of Dragon Guts goo, Dragon Form Tiger Steps goo, and Dragon Elephant goo, the law fragments of the 3 were similar, forming a Dao pattern resonance, greatly increasing the chances of using Dragon Elephant phantoms. Shang Xianxi's hands were sweating. Wei Yang's frown deepened, turning into a knot. He could see that Fang Yuan was tired. Fang Yuan's iron body could not withstand the full power of the 8 beast phantoms, he was sweating profusely and his muscles were numb. He had an even bigger problem. He could use 8 beast phantoms, but at the same time, it also meant that his injuries were extremely heavy, putting him in danger. Fang Yuan was walking on a tightrope. Once he was hit by Zhu Kaibei's 3 dragon elephants, he would die. He was risking his life in battle. This was a battle that was extremely firm and resolute. From the start till now, 2 hours had already passed. The battle was gradually entering its final stage, both sides had reached their limits and their attacks were starting to slow down. But the battle became more dangerous, even Bai Ningbing had a solemn expression. The whole place was silent, countless people were watching the battle with full concentration. Zhu Kai Bei was finally impatient. Although he could use 3 dragon elephants, it depended on luck and was not very stable. Sometimes, when they attacked, the timing was not right, allowing Fang Yuan to easily dodge or block them. Why is his primeval essence still not depleted? At this point, even as a rank 4 strength path Gu master, Zhu Kai Bei did not have much primeval essence left. But Fang Yuan, a rank 3 peak stage, was still full of primeval essence, full of energy. Don't tell me, he really has the heavenly essence treasure lotus? Shang Yan Fei's secret letter appeared in Zhu Kai Bei's mind. If Fang Zheng really has it, then his luck is too heaven-defying. Zhu Kai Bei gritted his teeth, the expected advantage did not exist, causing his fighting spirit to fall. But in fact, Fang Yuan not only had the heavenly essence treasure lotus, he also had the blood skull Gu and the 4 flavors liquor worm. If Zhu Kai Bei knew of this, his expression would be very interesting. I cannot lose. It seems I can only use my killer move. Zhu Kai Bei made up his mind. Dragon Travel Tiger Steps Gu. He suddenly retreated. This abnormal action immediately attracted Fang Yuan's attention. But Fang Yuan could not catch up. Dragon Travel Tiger Steps was very fast, much faster than Horizontal Charge Gu and Vertical Crash Gu. Adding on this terrain, it was not good for chasing. Almost instantly, everyone's gazes were on Zhu Kai Bei. Many people realized what was going on. Oh no! Wei Yang saw this and his expression changed, he could not help but cry out. What? Shang Xianxia quickly looked over. Zhu Kai Bei is going to use his killer move. This battle has finally reached the most crucial moment. Wei Yang's voice was low, sweat dripping down his forehead. He was very nervous, he spoke quickly and explained, Zhu Kai Bei's killer move has a flaw. If Fang Zheng can grasp this flaw, he will be able to clinch victory. If not, I'm afraid Zhu Kai Bei will win. Just as Wei Yang finished speaking, there was a change in the battlefield. Giant Spirit Heart Gu. Giant Spirit Body Gu. Giant Spirit Will Gu. 3 rank 4 Gu were activated at the same time. Body and mind as one, essence, qi, and spirit flowing together. Zhu Kai Bei's body suddenly expanded by 3 times, his whole body shining with white spirit light, like a god descending into the world, his aura rising bit by bit. This was his killer move, Giant Spirit Transformation. It could increase a Gu master's strength by 3 times. At the same time, their mental strength would increase by 3 times. A Gu master controlling Gu worms expended mental strength. After a long time, their mental strength would become sluggish. But now that Zhu Kai Bei's mental strength was increased, his mind shook and he became excited again. At the same time, his strength would increase by 3 times, the strength of 3 dragon elephants would become the strength of 9 dragon elephants. Once the 9 dragon elephants burst out, the 8 beast phantoms would be useless, Fang Yuan would lose without a doubt. Zhu Kai Bei reached his strongest moment. But at this moment, the ivory white armor on his body was broken by him. Many defensive Gu did not have the ability to extend, ivory white armor was one of them. This is the moment he is defenseless, his strongest moment is also his weakest moment. Quickly grab this only chance of victory. Wei Yang's eyes opened wide, he clenched his fists and shouted. On the other side, Bai Ningbing's eyes also brightened. As if he had heard Wei Yang's reminder, Fang Yuan was about to make a move, but suddenly his movement stopped. Wei Yang's excitement and joy froze on his face. Make your move. He could not help but shout, his heart pounding. Unfortunately, the barrier blocked the sound, the surrounding people could not help but look at him strangely. Fang Yuan did not move, he watched silently. The broken ivory armor began to regenerate, and a new set of armor was formed, covering Zhu Kai Bei's entire body tightly. Fang Yuan's chance of victory was slipping away, it was getting slimmer and slimmer. Wei Yang stomped his feet anxiously, but it was to no avail. He looked at the sky and sighed, sigh, Fangjing lost, he lost his only chance of victory. Fang Yuan did not attack, this made Zhu Kai Bei somewhat surprised. He had expected Fang Yuan to attack, he had already made preparations, but Fang Yuan did not move. This made him feel pity. Because, just earlier, he had used the hard Qi Gu. The hard Qi Gu turned into a formless air current, wrapping around his entire body. At that moment, he seemed to be defenseless, but in fact, his defense was extremely tight, it could be said to be as solid as a rock. With the hard Qi Gu, his biggest flaw was made up for. If Fang Yuan attacked forcefully, he would definitely face Zhu Kai Bei's attacks, he would suffer greatly and most likely lose. But Fang Yuan did not make a move. Even if Zhu Kai Bei purposely slowed down the ivory white armor's growth, Fang Yuan would not move. The latter also did not move, he only watched quietly. Did you notice it? Impossible. The hard Qi Gu is formless, I just obtained it and have not used it. Humph, since you are not attacking, I will. Zhu Kai Bei's eyes shone brightly. Jin transformation was a killer move, to control 3 rank 4 Gu at the same time, be it the yellow-gold primeval essence or mental strength, they were both expending intensely. Strength and mental strength increased by 3 times. But at the same time, it was also expending at 3 times the rate. Zhu Kai Bei's Jin transformation could not last long. Dragon movement tiger steps. Zhu Kai Bei charged towards Fang Yuan. Rampaging. Fang Yuan took the initiative to retreat, avoiding the attack. Zhu Kai Bei could not help but be bewildered. Fang Yuan changed his style and suddenly retreated, was he trying to stall for time? It was useless. My body is now 3 times bigger than usual, and my steps are also 3 times longer. If I use Dragon Movement Tiger Steps Gu, my speed will be even faster. Zhu Kai Bei snorted coldly in his heart. Even if Fang Yuan used the terrain of Black Stone Forest, it was of no use. At this point, the Black Stone Forest was almost completely destroyed. What's more, the gigantic spirit transformation was a completely one-sided battle style. For Zhu Kai Bei, it was a completely flat stretch of land. Chapter 325. Seeing that Fang Yuan was about to be caught, Xianxia's heart tightened. Fang Yuan's injuries were severe, if he was hit by Zhu Kai Bei's 3 dragon elephant strength, he would die. Right now, Zhu Kai Bei was strong, if Fang Yuan got close to him, he would be in danger. But Fang Yuan's movement speed was slower than Zhu Kai Bei. Unless he had a strong long-range attack method to restrain Zhu Kai Bei. Fangjing, you lost. Zhu Kai Bei walked over, he knew that Fang Yuan had a Blood Moon Gu. But how could such a weak long-range attack stop him? Ordinary long-range attacks could not stop him at all. In the whole battle stage, only Yen Tu's Fire Sea Twin Dragon could block his Jin transformation. Fangjing is going to lose. So Zhu Kai Bei is the victor of this battle. Old ginger is spicier, the spectators discussed, the situation was very clear now. Sigh. Wei Yang heaved a long sigh. Xianxia could not help but close her eyes. Bai Ningbing's gaze also dimmed. He. Yen suddenly laughed lightly. With Fang Yuan's defeat, Shang Yanfei's mission was completed. Unless, Fang Yuan had strong long-range attacks and could stop Zhu Kai Bei from getting close. However, Strength Path Gu Masters were mostly close-range fighters, their long-range attacks were very weak and were usually just for the occasion. This was a common weakness of Strength Path Gu Masters nowadays, and could be easily exploited. Yen Tu and Zhu Kai Bei had many intense battles, some of them relied on long-range attacks to restrain Zhu Kai Bei, and he won with a slight advantage. Other than that, he did not restrain Zhu Kai Bei, causing Zhu Kai Bei to lose in close-range combat. Close-range and long-range attacks were crucial in battles against Strength Path Gu masters, even to the point of deciding victory. It's over. Zhu Kai Bei was already very close to Fang Yuan, many people sighed. But right at this moment, Fang Yuan's lips curled into a smile. His eerie black eyes suddenly shone with a cold light. It was time. 8 phantoms suddenly rose behind him. Next, he activated his goo worm and lightly pointed his finger. The snow-silver primeval essence in his aperture fell by 40%. Some kind of miraculous change occurred. The beast power phantom that was originally just a pure Dao pattern suddenly became plentiful, turning from illusion to reality. It turned from a shadow into a real shadow. Wild boar, brown bear, crocodile, green bull, horse, stone turtle, white elephant, black python, all descended from the sky with a loud bang, attacking Zhu Kai Bei. At this moment, everyone was stunned. The turnaround was so sudden that Zhu Kai Bei could almost see the scene of Fang Yuan bowing his head in defeat under his fist. But in the next moment, the 8 great beasts pounced on him, surrounding him from all directions. The wild boar charged, the brown bear slapped, the crocodile bit, the green ox pointed its horns, the steed trampled its hooves, the stone turtle suppressed, the white elephant swung its tusks, and the black python coiled around its body. Bang bang bang, roar, boom boom boom, the 8 beast phantoms seemed to have gone berserk as they attacked Zhu Kai Bei fiercely. Dust rose and rocks flew. Zhu Kai Bei was surrounded by the 8 beast phantoms and was beaten up mercilessly. Attacks came from all directions. Zhu Kai Bei's huge body that had expanded to 3 times its original size became the best punching bag. The ivory armor that covered his whole body could not hold on any longer and broke apart, white fragments flying everywhere. Where it wasn't broken, there were also densely packed cracks. Countless people stared with their eyes and mouths wide open, looking at this scene in extreme shock. There were close to 1,000 Gu masters watching the battle. Right now, no one made a sound. They were dumbfounded as they looked at the 8 frenzied beast phantoms submerging Zhu Kai Bei's figure. After a while, the 8 beast phantoms turned from solid to phantom, vanishing without a trace. As the dust settled, Zhu Kai Bei was half kneeling on the ground, his arms hugging his head as he breathed roughly. Finally resisted? He slowly retracted his arms, raising his head to look at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was holding 2 yuan stones, trying his best to recover his primeval essence. He had a great aptitude and heavenly essence treasure lotus. Now that he was multitasking and absorbing 2 yuan stones at the same time, the primeval essence in his aperture was already replenished to 70%. Seeing this, Zhu Kai Bei's eyes twitched uncontrollably. He loosened his tightly clenched teeth, spitting out blood and broken teeth. An intense pain came from all parts of his body, causing him to feel dizzy and his ears to buzz. This was a vicious beating. If I had not used all my strength to activate the ivory armor goo, I might have already fainted. Zhu Kai Bei felt a lingering fear, but by doing so, his yellow-gold primeval essence was almost expended. He had not expected such a change, and it was too late to use Dragon Travel Tiger Steps goo to retreat. The 8 beast phantoms surrounded him. He had no way to escape. Zhu Kai Bei estimated that his bones were broken in dozens of places. He could only choose to heal these injuries. He did not have much yellow gold primeval essence left. He also had yuan stone, but he could not absorb natural primeval essence during battle. Fang Yuan would not give him the chance. To be able to absorb the primeval essence from yuan stone during battle, he needed a good opportunity. Like earlier, when Zhu Kai Bei was beaten to the point where he could not retaliate, Fang Yuan had some free time. Even so, Fang Yuan was taking a risk. He was multitasking, absorbing the primeval essence from 2 yuan stones. This way, the number of goo worms he could activate would decrease, and his reaction speed would also decrease. What did I just see? This is unbelievable. beast phantoms can actually turn into physical attacks? Since when did strength path Gu masters become so strong? They actually have such a method. After a while, the people outside finally reacted and cried out in alarm. For a moment, the battle stage was in chaos and clamor. Xianxia's eyes were wide open, she was surprised and overjoyed, her beautiful eyes shining brightly. Good lad. Wei Yang clapped his hands, shouting excitedly. Bai Ningbing was speechless, her eyes shining with an eerie blue light. Able to turn beast phantoms into physical bodies. Such a Gu worm, could it be? Yen Tu's expression was heavy, he could not help but think of the many times Zhu Kai Bei had expressed his desire to obtain that Gu. What you used just now, was it, strength Qi Gu? Zhu Kai Bei slowly stood up, his voice was hoarse, concealing bitterness. He did not attack, and Fang Yuan was happy to see it so. While continuing to absorb primeval essence, he nodded, you guessed right, it was strength Qi Gu. Zhu Kai Bei's expression froze for a moment, before a complex expression emerged on his face. In his expression, there was envy, jealousy, helplessness, and misery. Strength Qi Gu, he. He raised his head and heaved a long sigh. Ancient strength path Gu worms were basically extinct now. Every time there was some news, it would attract Zhu Kai Bei's intense interest. He had searched for it for many years, but to think he would personally experience the power of strength Qi Gu from the young Fang Yuan. Beast phantoms were traces of the great Tao, they were illusory and powerless, unable to attack directly. However, with the strength Qi Gu, the Gu master can activate this Gu and produce formless strength Qi. The beast phantoms left Fang Yuan's body and attached to the strength Qi, gaining the ability to attack directly. When the strength Qi dissipated, the beast phantoms would lose their carrier and also dissipate, automatically returning to Fang Yuan's body. The strength Qi Gu in Fang Yuan's hands was the product of his closed cultivation Gu refinement. The main body of the strength Qi Gu was the rank 4 atmosphere Gu. When Fang Yuan unexpectedly saw the atmosphere Gu in the auction house, he immediately made up his mind to buy it. Atmosphere Gu, strength Qi Gu, both were Qi path Gu. Their own laws had subtle similarities, thus they could be converted through Gu refinement. This conversion recipe was extremely complicated. Over 20 different supplementary materials were used in reverse refinement, and there were over 30 steps in between. Fire control and time had to be grasped clearly, there could not be the slightest mistake. The success rate was not low, around 80%. Strength Qi Gu was only a rank 3 Gu worm. Fang Yuan spent several days and nights in the secret room without rest, using his rich experience and calm mind to refine the strength Qi Gu. 200 years later in his previous life, this recipe was recreated by a recipe master of the past path, and was made public. As for now, the master who recreated this recipe had not been born yet. No one in the world knew. There is no need to continue this battle, I admit defeat. After realizing that Fang Yuan had strength Qi Gu, Zhu Kai Bei lost his will to fight and actually surrendered. With this Gu, Fang Yuan would have a powerful long-range battle method. Both close and long-range combat were equally powerful. This was the elegance of the ancient strength path. It was impossible for Zhu Kai Bei to get close to Fang Yuan, even if he used Jin transformation. On the contrary, Fang Yuan had methods to kill him. Being ganged up by 8 beast phantoms, Zhu Kai Bei did not want to experience this again. Of course, Zhu Kai Bei was clear about the weakness of strength Qi Gu. Strength Qi Gu consumed a lot of primeval essence, it needed 5% of snow-silver primeval essence to produce enough strength Qi to sustain 1 beast phantom. 8 beast phantoms were 40% snow-silver primeval essence. Even at Fang Yuan's peak condition, with 90% primeval essence, he could only use this move twice. And this data was only in theory. In battle, Fang Yuan still had to use movement Gu, defense Gu, all-out effort Gu and so on, splitting the primeval essence consumption and activating 8 beast phantoms at the same time, he could only use it once. Such a move could not be used carelessly. The primeval essence consumption was huge, and if it was futile, it would instead weaken the user. Thus, Fang Yuan stayed until the end. When Zhu Kai Bei used Jin transformation, he relaxed his mind. Fang Yuan sharply grasped this mentality and dealt a heavy blow to him. When Gu masters fought, they used Gu worms, but in the end, they were the foundation. Once a person showed a flaw, it was often the biggest flaw. At this time, the hosting Gu master walked onto the stage and announced the result. Zhu Kai Bei actually admitted defeat? Many people could not accept it. Fang Zheng really broke through the sky. The sky is changing, the sky is changing. Zhu Kai Bei was known as half the sky of the battle stage, but now, even this sky could not cover Fang Yuan. Chapter 326. Fang Zheng actually won against a rank 4 peak stage rank 3. Not only did he defeat a strong opponent, he even defeated a powerful existence like Zhu Kai Bei. He is truly a promising young man. This is undeniably a great victory. Zhu Kai Bei even used his killer move Jin transformation, but was still defeated by Fang Zheng. He even admitted defeat. The attacks of the 8 beast phantoms are truly terrifying. To think that Fang Zheng actually has the strength Qi Gu. His luck is too good. I heard that this strength Qi Gu was a treasure of his original clan. In the tea houses, restaurants, and streets, people were casually chatting about the battle between Fang Yuan and Zhu Kai Bei. Being able to defeat a rank 4 with a rank 3 strength when both sides were at their peak state, such a battle was truly rare. There were close to 1,000 people watching the battle. The whole process was witnessed by everyone. Fang Yuan won fair and square, without using any tricks. His battle strength was indeed above Zhu Kai Bei. As for the origin of the strength Qi Gu, Fang Yuan purposely spread false information, leading everyone's guesses to Gue clan. From today onwards, Lord Fang Zheng is my role model. After this battle, many people started calling Fang Yuan Lord. His battle strength had already gained the recognition of most people. Lord Fang Zheng is truly incomparably handsome. Zhu Kai Bei's era is over. Some female Gu masters' eyes shined. A new generation replaces the old. Zhu Kai Bei's fall has allowed Fang Zheng's reputation to flourish. Many old Gu masters sighed, feeling as if the new generation was replacing the old. Fang Zheng defeated Zhu Kai Bei, but I wonder if he can defeat Yen Tuesday. If he also defeats Yen Tu, he will be the only person to dominate the battle stage in all these years. As long as he wins 18 rounds, he will become Shang clan's external elder. This battle caused the battle stage's structure to shake. The old structure was broken, and a new force was born. People started to look forward to Fang Yuan's future with excitement and anticipation. It had been more than 10 years since Shang had an external elder. If Fang Yuan only had a slight advantage and barely won against Zhu Kai Bei, then everyone's expectations would not be so high. When Fang Yuan displayed his strength that surpassed Zhu Kai Bei's, everyone began to analyze the situation excitedly. Fang Zheng has all-out effort Gu, bitter strength Gu, self-reliance Gu, and strength Qi Gu. Even ancient strength path Gu masters could not compare to him. All-out effort Gu allows his attacks to be powerful and domineering. Bitter strength Gu allowed him to get stronger the more he fought, especially when paired with self-reliance Gu. It was amazing. Strength Qi Gu allowed him to be extremely fierce in long-range battles, making up for his weakness. The scene of the 8 beast phantoms attacking together was simply terrifying. This is Fang Zheng's killer move. Zhu Kai Bei did not lose unjustly. Although he was rank 4 and had the advantage in cultivation, strength path Gu worms had little primeval essence requirement, which unknowingly weakened this advantage. Fang Zheng's Gu worms were simply too good, their combination was powerful and their coordination was flawless. Zhu Kai Bei admitted defeat on the spot. He must have been disheartened. How can a person's fortuitous encounters be so strong? Fangzheng's luck is so strong that it defies heaven. He has only been in Xianxia city for a few years, but he has already accumulated to such an extent. With such a powerful combination of goo worms, it is enough to let him become famous in southern border and have his own name. Name? He already has one, now many people call him and by Ningbing the Black-White Demons. But even more people call Fangzheng Little Beast King. Fang Yuan controlled the 8 beast phantoms, his battle style was fierce and domineering, rampaging everywhere. The name of Little Beast King was very fitting. As for why he was not directly called Beast King, that was because Beast King was a famous demonic path goo master. He occupied 100 Beast Mountain alone, had 100 beasts as his army, his cultivation was at rank 5, he was unreasonable and extremely vicious. Both the righteous and demonic paths were wary of him. Fang Yuan was only rank 3 peak stage now, although he defeated Zhu Kai Bei and became famous in one battle. But compared to a rank 5 goo master like Beast King, he was still lacking. On the other hand, the fact that everyone called him Little Beast King indirectly showed that Fang Yuan's future was in everyone's favor. I am really looking forward to his arena defense battle. Every expert who dominates the battle stage, their arena defense battle is a classic. Back then, Lord Wei Yang was only rank 3 middle stage, even weaker than Fangzheng, but he could dominate the battle stage. Every battle of his has become a classic. An experienced goo master sighed with emotion. Thus, many people started to calculate Fang Yuan's future. At this point, how many true opponents does Fangzheng have? Zhu Kai Bei, Yen Tu, right, there is also by Ningbing. However, Zhu Kai Bei has already been asked for Giant Spirit Will by Fangzheng. This move is really ruthless. Among the 3 goo, Giant Spirit Body, Giant Spirit Heart and Giant Spirit Will is the hardest to obtain. Without Giant Spirit Will, Zhu Kai Bei's killer move is incomplete. To Fangzheng, the threat is greatly reduced. Yen Tu will be Fangzheng's greatest opponent. He and Zhu Kai Bei are known as half the sky of the battle stage, their strength cannot be underestimated. But Fangzheng can defeat Zhu Kai Bei, and also has the strength Qi Gu to make up for his weakness in long-range attacks. His chances of winning against Yen Tu are very high. Someone mentioned Bai Ningbing cannot be underestimated either. After losing to Yen Tu, her cultivation had already broken through to rank 4 initial stage. Rank 4 at such a young age, what kind of aptitude is this? But her relationship with Fangzheng is very deep. Even if they meet in battle, she will take the initiative to admit defeat and let Fangzheng win. Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan had been living in Nanqiu Garden. This news was already widely known. Many people guessed that they had already had intimate relations. However, just as everyone was in an uproar, Fang Yuan announced that he would be leaving the battle stage. When the news spread, everyone was shocked. Why did Fangzheng give up such a good opportunity? External Elder dominating the battle stage is right in front of us. Countless people wrung their hands and sighed. Is there some inside story? Demonic goo masters could not help but start to guess. Could it be that Shang clan no longer wants to recruit external elders, so they are secretly forcing Fangzheng to give up? Demonic goo masters had always lacked trust. Or maybe Shang clan wants to change the policy and get rid of the external elder policy. Suspicion caused many people's hearts to fluctuate. Shang clan's policy of recruiting demonic goo masters to become external elders was unique in southern border. Many of the clans in the southern border had their own practice fields. The largest and most popular battle stage was located in the number 1 clan of southern border, Wu clan. But these battle stages were mostly for internal use, rarely for external use. The Shang family's external family policy became the finishing touch. It attracted countless talents for Shang clan. Even for external merchants, many demonic goo masters did not rob Shang clan's caravans. Precisely because of this external elder policy, these demonic goo masters wanted to leave a way out for themselves. Shang Yanfei sensed something amiss and quickly clarified. although he had secretly placed Zhu Kai Bei and Yen Tu as his chess pieces to control the battle stage. But such things could not be exposed. Shang Yanfei's prestige caused this formless storm to gradually calm down. Soon after, a few days later, Fang Yuan also announced in public that he would join Shang Xianxia and help her ascend to the young master position. Immediately, everyone's attention was diverted from the battle stage to the battle for the young master position. Because Shang Yizi's falsification of accounts was proven, his young master position was revoked, leaving it empty. Many of Shang Yanfei's children were eyeing this position covetously, drooling over it. I have heard that Fang Zheng is a loyal and righteous lad. He has a principle in life, that is to repay a drop of water with a gushing spring, and repay a small grudge 100-fold. He is really responsible. Someone gave a thumbs up for this. For Shang Xianxia to ascend to the young master position, Fang Zheng even gave up the external elder position that he was so close to obtaining. This is really... Someone could not understand such a move. Who knows, he and Shang Xianxia might have some ambiguous relationship. If it were me, I would not make such a sacrifice. That is very possible. Wait, if that is the case, what about Bai Ningbing? Everyone's gossipy soul burned fiercely. The triangle relationship between Fang Yuan, Bai Ningbing and Shang Xianxia became the topic of many people's conversations. Soon after, a few days later, Bai Ningbing also announced that she would leave the battle stage. Bai Ningbing also joined Shang Xianxia. Everyone was shocked. What is wrong with this world? Does no one want an external elder? Many people's values had been impacted. Bai Ningbing is very courageous, not willing to compromise and give up. For love, she took the initiative to interfere. Actually, the emotional entanglement between these three started from the moment they met. Similar rumors started to spread everywhere. The crowd imagined countless scenarios. Even Shang Clan City started to produce sketchbooks and dramas, depicting the emotional entanglement between Fang, Bai, and Shang Xianxia. It was actually very popular. Putting these minor details aside, Shang Xianxia had indeed become the focus of everyone's attention after Fang and Bai had joined her. Bai Ningbing was now rank 4 initial stage. A rank 4 Gu master would be a clan leader in other small or medium-sized clans. Fang Yuan was only rank 3 peak stage, but his battle strength was above many rank 4 Gu masters. When he becomes rank 4, what would happen? They were both very young and had a lot of room for growth. Now everyone had high hopes for them. With the help of 2 experts, Shang Xianxia naturally became the second most popular candidate for the young master position. Before this, everyone thought that the person with the greatest hope of inheriting the young master position was Shang Yifan. Once Fang and Bai joined Shang Xianxia, the situation immediately changed, creating a situation where 2 strong contenders were competing. Shang Yifan was not tall, even a little short. He had an aquiline nose, narrow eyes, and a sharp gaze. Shang Xianxia. He sat on a wide-back wooden chair in the study room, muttering softly, his gaze flickering with uncertainty as he thought about this name. In front of him, a person was sitting. It was none other than Shang Yizi. "Brother Yifan, I came here this time to help you. Shang Xianxia has Fang and Bai's help, she will be your greatest opponent. Especially Fang Zheng, you have to be careful, this person is sinister and crafty, I fell into his hands." Chapter 327. Shang Yizi continued, "I lost, but I have not completely failed. Father exiled me to the slave hunters for 3 years. After 3 years, I will return. But before that, I have something to give you." Saying so, Shang Yizi handed a few documents to Shang Yifan. Shang Yifan received them and looked through them. The documents recorded Shang Yizi's secret assets, his hidden pawns, and some of his trusted subordinates. "Brother Yizi, you are..." Shang Yifan showed a shocked expression. "Brother Yifan, you are the one with the highest chance of becoming the young master out of all our brothers and sisters. I'll lend you a helping hand and hope that you can succeed in your endeavors. You can use these resources and manpower as you wish. 3 years later, when I return, you can return them to me." Xianxia sighed. He was sent to the slave hunters to train, he could not bring his subordinates and guards. He was not there to enjoy life, but to be punished. Now that he no longer had the young master status, these forces would fall apart sooner or later, he might as well hand them over to Shang Yifan while he could still control them. 3 years later, when Xianxia returns to the clan, he would not have to start from scratch. Shang Yifan quickly stood up and cupped his fists. "Brother Yifan will not forget your help. In the future, when I become the young master, I will repay you tenfold." "Sigh, we are brothers, how can we repay each other?" He. Although he said so, Xiangxia's lips curled into a wide smile. After a heated conversation, Shang Yifan personally sent Xiangxia out. Watching him leave, Shang Yifan's smile slowly turned into a sneer. "Xiangxia, you have a good plan, you want me to take care of your forces for you? Then I will beat you at your own game, I will first take over your forces, then divide them, I will not return them." He saw through Xiangxia's plan. 3 years? So many things can happen in 3 years, you really think you still have hope? So naive. So naive, no wonder Fang and Bai schemed against you. You are a disgrace to our Shang clan. Shang Yifan sneered. But when he thought of Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing, his face darkened. Shang Xianxia. He muttered the name. When Xiangxia stepped down from the stage, he thought that the young master position was already in his grasp, but he did not expect for Shang Xianxia to suddenly appear and become his biggest obstacle. Shang Yifan's eyes narrowed into a line as he analyzed. Shang Xianxia's greatest advantage is her father's pampering. Which other children had such favoritism? But the family rules are there. Everyone is competing for the young master position, so father can't openly give her special treatment. On the contrary, because of Lord Father's favoritism, the other siblings have opinions or even hostility towards Shang Xianxia. Shang Xianxia's greatest advantage is actually her weakness. Shang Xianxia's second advantage is actually her greatest advantage, and that is Fangzheng and Bai Ningbing. These two are really. Thinking of Fang and Bai, Shang Yifan's face also revealed a strange, envious, jealous, and incomprehensible expression. These two, I wonder what they are thinking. They even gave up on being an external elder, and went to help Shang Xianxia. This feeling was like someone gave up on eating watermelons, and went to pick sesame seeds. How did Shang Xianxia win over these two? Her luck is really good, she easily took in these two generals. That Bai Ningbing is already rank 4, and Fangzheng can even defeat Zhu Kai Bei. These were 2 rank 4 battle strength. Even big brother Shang Qiunyou did not have rank 4 subordinates. Above the 10 young masters, Shang clan's current young clan leader, Shang Tuahai, only had 2 rank 4 subordinates. But these 2 subordinates were not Shang Tuahai's private army, but were specially sent by the clan to help him. As the clan's young master, Shang Tuahai personally controlled a caravan. When fighting outside, he needed strong assistance to deal with all sorts of situations. Now, Shang Xianxia had not even become Shang clan's young master, but she already had 2 rank 4 experts helping her. This situation made many of Shang Yanfei's children jealous and wary. However, even if she has Fang and Bai's help, so what? This young master position will definitely be mine. Shang Yifan licked his lips, thinking of something, his spirits rose. At the same time, in Nanqiu Garden. Shang clan has complicated and comprehensive clan rules, especially regarding inheritors, the rules are even stricter. Wei Yang stood in front of Fang and Bai, as well as Shang Xianxia, speaking frankly with assurance. Lady Xianxia, if you want to ascend to the young master position, you have to pass Shang clan's test. This test is very traditional, it has always been the same content, that is, business. Shang clan was built on business, and its development could not be separated from business. Shang clan's selection of young masters was based on business. Do not look down on business, thinking that it is just a business that earns money. Business can test every aspect of an inheritor, there will be all sorts of problems in the process of doing business. It tests one's plans, adaptability, strength and so on. The clan will allocate a sum of 100,000 yuan stones to any child who participates in the competition. 3 months later, the one who earns the most will become the new young master. Wei Yang was very familiar with the clan's policies. Then, how much yuan stone do we need to earn to win this competition? Fang Yuan asked. Shang clan's young master selection was watched by the entire city, the entire Shang clan was paying attention to it. Fang Yuan knew his own limits, and decided to abide by the rules here. Normally speaking, as long as Lady Xianxia has 300,000 yuan stone, you can eliminate most of the people. If you have 600,000, you will have a high chance of winning. Above 600,000, between 700 and 800,000, these results are top class in the past young master selections. However, as he said this, Wei Yang's tone slowed. Among the competitors this time, there is one whose mother is the clan leader's cousin, she is a member of Shang clan, and has great power. He is called Shang Yifan, and is the most popular candidate in this young master selection. With his mother helping him from behind, he would be able to get at least 600,000 points. If Lady Xianxia wants to win him, she needs to have even more outstanding results. Shang Yifan will have at least 600,000, if Shang Xianxia wants to obtain the young master position, she needs to be top class. But Shang Xianxia has no power in Shang clan, and her mother is a Zhang clan member, she is at a disadvantage politically. She cannot be like Shang Yifan, with people supporting her from behind. Her only backer is Shang Yanfei, but because he is the clan leader, he cannot openly side with her. Thus, the pressure on Shang Xianxi's shoulders is huge. After Wei Yang said this, he looked at Shang Xianxi with hidden worry. He knew that a result between 700 and 800,000 was hard to come by. There were very few young masters in history who could achieve such results, because it required talent, help, and luck. Shang Yanfei did not plan to let Shang Xianxi compete for the young master position so quickly. Everything was pushed by Fang and by from behind. After Shang Xianxi heard Wei Yang's introduction, she was silent for a while, before suddenly asking, I wonder, what is the best result in Shang clan's history? Wei Yang was slightly stunned, of course it surpassed 800,000, reaching over 900,000. In Shang clan's history, there are very few who can achieve such results. At the very most, there are not more than 20. The current young clan leader Shang Tuahai reached 890,000, causing an uproar. But Missy, your father reached 920,000 at that time. Just this achievement is enough to be recorded in Shang clan's history. As he said this, Wei Yang paused, but, the best result in Shang clan's history is 1,110,000. He is called Shang Gui Kai, he has monstrous talent, but a pity he has one of the 10 extreme physiques. 920,000, 1,110,000. Shang Xianxi's eyes shone as she listened, clenching her fists. She could be said to be brimming with talent in business. Towards this competition, although she was encouraged by Fang Yuan, she had her own will, and was not passive. Seeing Shang Xianxi's expression, Wei Yang relaxed slightly, all right, I should go. But before I leave, I have a special reminder for you. This competition is highly valued by the entire Shang clan. Do not take the risk and do anything that goes against the rules. Believe in your big brother Wei, those who cheated in the competition have never succeeded. Young master was the future of Shang clan, this was a huge matter, there was no room for carelessness. Xianxia was still a young master, but because of one false accounting, he was exiled. From this, one could see how much importance Shang clan placed on young master matters. Shang Yifan had the support of his mother's tribe, he could at most help him within the rules, and did not dare to cheat for him. After that, Wei Yang gave a few more instructions before leaving Nanqiu Garden. He was an important official of the clan, Shang Yanfei's trusted aide, he should have avoided him. But he still went in and out of Nanqiu Garden, and explained so much to Shang Xianxia, it showed his loyalty. Big Brother Wei is bearing a lot of pressure for us. From now on, we cannot trouble him anymore. Shang Xianxia said. Fang Yuan did not comment. Bai Ningbing frowned. To do business in 3 months, to increase 100,000 yuan stone by 6 times, it is easier said than done. Although she was talented, she knew nothing about business, so she was in a very difficult position. But Shang Xianxi's eyes turned, revealing a smile as she said confidently, actually, I have a good idea. As long as we implement it, I guarantee we can make 600,000. Oh, what is it? Bai Ningbing asked. Shang Xianxi looked deeply at Fang Yuan, revealing everything. I was inspired when I saw Brother He Tu's battle at the battle stage. We can do information business. Chapter 328. That's right, information business. Shang clan's battle stage has hundreds of battles every day, the atmosphere of the battle stage is so intense, we can make use of it. I've thought about it, we can collect the information of all the Gu masters in the battle stage and sell them. We can invite some famous people to make predictions before the battle, and give comments after the battle. Shang Xianxi smiled as she replied. Brilliant. Bai Ningbing immediately slapped the table and praised. This idea was too brilliant. Bai Ningbing had participated in many battles in the battle stage, she had a deeper understanding of the beauty of this idea. She immediately understood that this was a brilliant idea that could open up business opportunities. Even Fang Yuan could not help but raise his eyebrows. He had actually thought of this idea in his previous life, and had even used it in Wu clan. Wu clan's battle stage was much larger than Shang clan's, and the atmosphere was even more intense. Fang Yuan's creation caused a huge commotion at that time, and he earned a lot of money every day. But not long after, Wu clan interfered, and all kinds of competition and suppression came one after another. In just a few months, his profits fell to rock bottom. Half a year later, he could no longer do it. Fang Yuan thought to himself, he could think of this idea because of his memories from Earth. Shang Xianxi was able to think of this, it was truly a pioneering idea, it showed her outstanding talent in the business world. But although this idea was good, Fang Yuan shook his head. Shang Xianxi gritted her teeth, does Brother He Tu think this idea is bad? It is a good idea, but don't rush. Xianxi, do you trust me? Fang Yuan looked at Shang Xianxi with rapt attention. Shang Xianxi smiled warmly. My life was saved by you, Brother He Tuesday. Why can't Xianxi believe in you? Bai Ningbing snorted in her heart, but did not speak. She was in the know, and along the way with Fang Yuan, she was clear, Shang Xianxi's dangers were all caused by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded, since you trust me, then listen to my arrangements. In just 20 days, you'll be able to triple the amount of primal stones in your possession. Is that so? Shang Xianxi's face showed curiosity, then I will listen to brother's arrangements. What is he up to this time? Who does he want to harm this time? Bai Ningbing glanced at Fang Yuan from the corner of her eyes and couldn't help but guess. San Cha Mountain was located between the Zhou clan's Cold Quaking Mountain and the Che clan's Feilai Mountain. The Zhou clan and the Che clan had a history of more than 600 years, while the Che clan had a history of 580 years. The two families had been enemies for generations. The hatred that had accumulated for generations had made the two families irreconcilable enemies. In the recent 100 years, the two families expanded and fought to occupy San Cha Mountain. On a certain mountainside of San Cha Mountain, an intense battle was already nearing its end. Blood flowed on the ground, dozens of Gu master corpses lay on the mountain rocks. In the arena, there were still 7 people standing. 3 people from the Zhou family and 4 from the Che family. There was a deep hole in the chest of the Zhou family's elder, Zhou Soundless. He pressed on his wound with one hand and stood in front of Zhou Chanyu, his expression solemn. "Eldest miss, please leave quickly. We'll hold them off." Zhou Chanyu was the eldest daughter of the Zhou family. She had a great aptitude and was the future hope of the Zhou family. She was young and beautiful, not even 20 years old, but already had rank 3 middle stage cultivation. She couldn't die here. Elder Soundless. Zhou Chanyu's expression showed reluctance and hesitation. "Want to leave?" "No way." Che clan's elder, Che Yuin, sneered and walked out from the crowd. "Old Soundless, to think you would have such a day. He, today, I, Che Yuin, will make the 3 of you die without a burial ground." His tone was filled with killing intent. But after saying this, he whispered to a fresh and beautiful female Gu master beside him, "Xiang Er, you are injured. When the fight starts later, just stay back and watch over us." Che Xiaoxiang's brows immediately furrowed. "Father, I only suffered light injuries, it's nothing. I want to fight alongside you." She was very worried. The other party, Zhou Soundless, had been enemies with her father Che Yuin for decades. Their strength was actually about the same. Although Zhou Soundless was heavily injured, it would not be easy to kill him. His counterattack before death would definitely be terrifying. "Nonsense." Che Yuin scolded in a low voice. "Listen to father, this is an order." Che Xiaoxiang pouted and was about to retort when she suddenly heard a long laugh. "Ha ha ha, he, hu. This laughter was very strange, it made people feel like an evil wind was blowing. Following this laughter, a figure appeared on a mountain rock. This person was handsome and wore a flowery robe with pink butterflies embroidered on it. He wore a flower crown on his head, and on the crown was a fluffy red flower ball that trembled along with his laughter, like a character in an opera troupe, giving off a comical feeling. But whether it was Zhou Soundless or Che Yuin, when they saw this person, their expressions changed. They felt no joy, but instead fear and panic. "Ah, you are the pink butterfly gentleman, Kong Ri Tian." The two spoke one after another, revealing the identity of the newcomer. At this moment, even the expressions of the others changed. Especially Zhou Chanyu and Che Xiaoxiang, they turned pale and were extremely nervous. This Kong Ri Tian was a demonic Gu master with a notorious reputation. He liked to wear a flowery robe embroidered with pink butterflies, thus people called him the Pink Butterfly Gentleman. But the truth was, he was a rapist who specialized in harming the chastity of righteous path women. He was hated by people and was a loner. Most importantly, he had rank 4 cultivation. His appearance immediately changed the situation of the entire battlefield. Zhou tribe and Che tribe were at the end of their ropes. Their 2 strongest forces, Che Yuin and Zhou Soundless, were injured and had insufficient primeval essence. They only had rank 3 cultivation. "Ha ha ha, he, hu, yes, that's right, I am Kong Ri Tian." Although his identity was exposed, the pink butterfly gentleman was very happy and let out his signature strange laughter. Suddenly, he waved his sleeves and injected primeval essence into Gu worms, causing flower petals to rain down. The pink petals turned into colorful butterflies that fluttered in the air. At once, the battlefield was filled with fragrance. Zhou tribe and Che tribe members quickly defended and displayed their abilities. Kong Ri Tian took the chance to attack. The battle erupted. The flower rain became more intense and figures flew everywhere. After fighting for 8 or 9 rounds, Kong Ri Tian's body flashed and he suddenly retreated, leaving the battlefield. He was beaten back. So close, Che Yuin and Zhou Soundless let out a sigh of relief, but their expressions changed at the next moment. Chan Yu, my son. Xiao Xiang. Scoundrel, let go of my daughter. The eyes of the two elders were filled with anger, their eyes were filled with anger. Ha ha ha, he, hu hu hu. Kong Ri Tian laughed loudly towards the sky, his two hands, one in each hand, were holding two beauties. They were Che Xiao Xiang and Zhua Chanyu. They were unconscious and had just been captured by Kong Ri Tian in the chaotic battle. Kong Ri Tian was most proficient in dealing with female Gu masters. Today's harvest is not bad, to think I could see these two beauties here. Ha ha ha, he, ugh. Kong Ri Tian was feeling very pleased with himself when a change occurred. The whole of San Cha Mountain started to shake, at once, rocks rolled down and the earth quaked. What's going on? What's happening? Everyone exclaimed in shock. 3 pillars of light shot out from the 3 highest peaks of San Cha Mountain. The grand pillars of light, one yellow, one blue, one red, pierced through the sky, piercing through the clouds. Right at this time, the voices of the 3 mixed together spread throughout the whole of San Cha Mountain. 3 kings' inheritance opens today, righteous or demonic, it will be left for those who are fated. Everyone stared blankly at the scene in front of them. They were all stunned. Even Kong Ri Tian temporarily forgot about the 2 beauties in his arms. 3 kings' inheritance, it is actually 3 kings' inheritance. After everyone came to their senses, an extremely excited look emerged on their faces. 3 kings' inheritance, heavens, the 3 kings are all rank 5 Gu masters. This is their inheritance, this is actually their inheritance. 3 days later, Shang Clan City. Nanqiu Garden, study room. Placing a report on the table, Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with a bright light. 3 kings' inheritance has finally opened, counting the days, it was the same day as in his previous life. It could be seen that in this world, although rebirth could change history, major events had inertia and could not be easily changed. Since 3 kings' inheritance has opened, I don't have much time left. After pushing Shang Xianxia to the position of young master, should immediately leave this place. Fang Yuan felt a sense of urgency, he needed to make full use of his time. 3 kings' inheritance was not the same as ordinary inheritances. The flower wine inheritance and Baigu inheritance that Fang Yuan had taken were only 1. 3 kings' inheritance, however, had 3. If he could obtain all 3, Fang Yuan's strength would increase by several times, and his requirement for rank 4 Gu worms would be more than half satisfied. At least, he would not need to worry about cultivation resources before rank 5. However, 3 kings' inheritance was a demonic inheritance, it was extremely dangerous. There were many bastards inside, and there were many obstacles. In his previous life, countless lives were sacrificed, and after spending half a year, someone finally reached the end and obtained the inheritance. Thus, it was useless for Fang Yuan to go for now. The news of 3 kings' inheritance cannot be concealed. How can those 3 pillars of light be concealed? Fang Yuan knew that these 3 pillars of light were the entrances to the inheritance. But to enter these entrances, a certain standard was needed. This way, I can buy dog enslavement Gu, paper crane Gu, and exploding egg Gu. Fang Yuan calculated. Before this, he had used the funds he had, and secretly bought these 3 Gu from the market. But he was cautious, and did not use his full strength. Now that the news of 3 kings' inheritance had spread to Shang Clan City, the time was ripe. Buy with all his strength. In the next 5 days, Fang Yuan bought large numbers of rank 1 dog enslavement Gu, rank 2 paper crane Gu, and rank 1 exploding egg Gu. Not only Shang Xianxi's 100,000 yuan stone, but also Bai Clan's latest 300,000. Fang Yuan had extorted 3 million yuan stone from Bai Clan, and by now, Bai Clan had paid more than half of it. Together with Bai Ningbing's remaining funds, Fang Yuan's plan was a huge success. Chapter 329. Shang Xianxia used all her funds to buy these 3 Gu. In the study room, Shang Yifan held a document in his hand. This document was from his mother's side. Shang Yifan's mother was Shang Yanfei's cousin. She had a huge force and many eyes and ears. Rank 1 dog enslavement gu, rank 2 paper crane gu, and rank 1 exploding egg gu. What is the use of buying these gu? Shang Yifan frowned deeply, thinking hard but could not think of anything. I heard that Shang Xianxia entrusted the 100,000 gu to Fangzheng. Although Fangzheng has great battle strength, he has not been rumored to have any talent in business management. By buying them like this, he will only be wasting his time and damage his own strength. Did I overestimate them? Shang Yifan pondered. Although his cultivation level was not high, he had also trained his talent in business management, and had a deep understanding of the market. According to common sense, any experienced businessman would not choose to spend such a large sum of money to purchase gu worms. Because this investment had no prospects of returns. But as Shang Yifan thought about it, he felt that something was amiss. He felt that he had missed out on something, as if behind this crazy act of buying gu worms was the other party's scheme. At this time, the old butler reported from outside, "Young master, something big happened, I need to report to you." "Oh, old Zhang, please come in." Shang Yifan quickly called him in. This steward Zhang was his mother's capable subordinate. He had rank 3 peak stage cultivation, he was independent and had rich experience. Naturally, he could not treat him like an ordinary subordinate. Shang Yifan's mother had instructed him to treat Steward Zhang with respect, and to seek his guidance. Steward Zhang walked in with a solemn expression, "Young Master Yifan. Something is wrong. From the latest news from San Cha Mountain, someone has already found the correct method to enter the inheritance." Although the 3 kings' inheritance had appeared earlier, yellow, blue, and red pillars of light shot to the sky. The 3 kings' inheritance had its own mysteries, no one could enter it. Over these days, many talented people had searched crazily, and the method to enter the 3 kings' inheritance had already been found. Hearing Steward Zhang's words, Shang Yifan showed great interest. "Oh, enter the 3 kings' inheritance. What do you want to do? Wait, could it be?" Suddenly, his expression changed, and his eyes involuntarily stared at the report. A possibility occurred to him, and he rose from his seat involuntarily. Steward Zhang smiled bitterly. "It seems young Master Yifan has already guessed it." Indeed, to enter the 3 kings' inheritance, 3 gu were needed. To enter King Quan inheritance, the gu master needed to have at least rank 1 dog enslavement gu. To enter King Xian inheritance in the blue light pillar, the gu master needed to possess a paper crane gu. If you want to enter King Bao's inheritance in the red light pillar, you must have at least 1 exploding egg gu. How could this be? Shang Yifan cried out. He sat down on the chair, his face dejected. He finally understood. This was the reason why Fang Bai wanted to buy these 3 gu in bulk. Presently, the news of the 3 kings' inheritance had already spread throughout the entire southern border. 3 rank 5 gu master inheritances appeared together. It was unknown how many people were itching to get a piece of the action. But to enter the 3 kings' inheritance, one must have at least 1 of the 3 gu. But now, these 3 gu in Shang Clan City. Most of them were in Shang Xianxi's hands. As long as one was not an idiot, they could imagine it. Their business of selling gu worms would become extremely popular. Shang Yifan was not an idiot, in fact, he was very smart, at least more astute than Shang Yizi. Where did they get this information from? They are so accurate. No, it is not important to investigate the source of the information now. The important thing is, how can I stop them? Shang Yifan's eyes shone with a dark light as he thought hard. After a long while, his face showed dejection and helplessness. There was no other way. Shang Xianxia had done it cleanly. This was a very ordinary and normal investment, but with the help of the 3 kings' inheritance, it was very outstanding. Although Xianxia had used more than 100,000 yuan stone to purchase the gu, this was not against the clan rules, it was just taking the edge. As long as the yuan stone was earned, it was only 100,000 yuan stone, there was nothing wrong with it. If Shang Yifan wanted to use this to cause trouble, he did not have the confidence to do so. Because he was also taking the edge, he borrowed the influence of his mother's clan, for example, Steward Zhang. Strictly speaking, he was taking the edge more ruthlessly than Xianxia. Young Master Yifan, this time, the other party has the most accurate information. After this, their capital will increase by at least 3 times. We cannot find any evidence against them, we cannot use underhanded methods, we need to hurry and do our own business. With Madam's connections in Shang Clan City, 3 months later, young master will have at least 600,000, you still have a chance of winning. Steward Zhang explained. That is all we can do. Shang Yifan let out a breath of turbid air, but there was still a lingering worry in his heart. The competition for the young master position had just started, but the other party gave him such a surprise. He really didn't know what kind of tricks they would come up with next. Shang Yifan, who was full of confidence, started to feel hesitant. 3 kings, they were King Quan, King Xian, and King Bao. Their origins could be traced back to 300 years ago. The 3 kings came from Wang clan. Wang clan was seized by their mortal enemy Wu clan and exterminated, but unexpectedly, 3 Wang clan children were left behind. These 3 children were 2 boys and 1 girl. The oldest was only 8 years old, and he would be the future dog king. The youngest was 5 years old, King Bao. The girl was the future King Xian, she was 6 years old at that time. Wu clan was busy annexing and digesting everything in Wang clan. What were these 3 little children? They were not even gu masters, thus they did not care, they casually gave a kill order and ignored the 3 of them. The person chasing them was also a lazy person, he killed the 3 children and impersonated them to complete his mission. The 3 Wang clan orphans were lucky to survive. They went through hardships and trials, barely making ends meet, surviving with difficulty. As they supported each other, they developed a deep relationship. As they grew older, their hatred towards Wu clan deepened. But after Wu clan annexed Wang clan, their strength swelled and they became a large clan with 3 famed mountains. After these years of operation, their forces were deeply rooted in the area. The 3 Wang clan orphans did not even have the chance to awaken their aperture. To deal with Wu clan and take revenge, it was simply a fantasy. But the mysteries of the world lie in the unpredictable changes of fate. You never know what fate awaits you in the next moment. One time, while risking their lives to gather herbs in the mountains to make a living, the 3 kings were accidentally drawn into an ancient inheritance. This inheritance was no small matter, it was left behind by a mysterious rank 6 gu immortal. Thus, the 3 kings' fates changed. They each inherited a portion of the rank 6 gu immortal's inheritance, they worked hard and cultivated for close to 100 years. The 3 encouraged each other and worked hard together. When they cultivated to rank 5 realm, they felt the time was ripe, they left the inheritance ground and rushed to Wu clan to take revenge. At that time, Wu clan was at its peak, developing vigorously. The 3 kings did not use any schemes or plots, they directly attacked their clan. Wu clan leader was a rank 5 gu master, but how could he fight against 3 rank 5 gu masters working together? Especially these 3 rank 5 gu masters, they had all inherited an ancient inheritance. King Quan controlled the dog group that covered the entire mountain, with a wave of his hand, it was a majestic army. The dog group was like a vast river, engulfing Wu clan village. King Xian was agile, appearing and disappearing unpredictably, he attacked Wu clan's higher-ups, causing the group to be leaderless and chaotic. And King Bao was ferocious, he did not make a move, but once he did, it would shake heaven and earth, causing landslides and rocks to split. The Wu family, which had been strong for a while, was annihilated by the 3 kings within 3 days. On the 3 mountains, the spirit springs were destroyed, corpses were everywhere, blood flowed on the ground. It was a tragic sight to behold. Wu clan was completely uprooted, and the 3 kings paid a heavy price. However, they were willing to pay such a price in order to avenge themselves. After getting their revenge, the 3 kings felt that life was dull and boring. They did not want to rebuild Wang clan. No matter how strong a clan was, it could not resist a true expert. They lived in seclusion and did not come out again. Like 3 meteors, they shone brightly and caused a huge commotion in southern border, then they retreated, vanishing without a trace. No one knew about the 3 kings after that. Until recently, their inheritance suddenly appeared in the world. King Quan has at least 3 rank 5 dog enslavement gu. With it, he can control myriad beast kings and command beast groups to conquer the world. King Xian is an expert in gu refinement. She developed a set of special gu worms from the ordinary rank 2 paper crane gu, allowing her to easily steal information. Because of her, King Quan and King Bao knew about the loophole in Wu clan village's defenses. The 3 kings were able to exterminate Wu clan village because of her contributions. There is also King Bao. He has a fiery temper. Every time he attacks, there will be earth-shaking explosions. His power is fierce and domineering. If you can obtain his inheritance, you will be able to move unhindered in the world. 3 rank 5 inheritances. Obtaining 1 will allow you to soar to the sky, obtaining 2 will allow you to leave your name in history, and obtaining 3 will allow you to achieve great ambitions. This is a huge opportunity. I won't be satisfied if I don't work hard. I need to get there as soon as possible, otherwise if I am late and others take it away, I will regret it for life. As the 3 kings' inheritance method spread, countless people in Shang Clan City became excited. I want to buy exploding egg gu. I want paper crane gu. I want dog enslavement gu, paper crane gu, and exploding egg gu. What? Why are these gu so expensive? The price is 3 times higher than before. TSK, if you don't have money, go away. There are many people who want to buy it. Damn it. I will buy it. I will buy it too, I must buy it. Chapter 330. In just 10 days, we earn 20,000 a day on average. In 10 days, the 100,000 yuan stone in our hands has tripled to 300,000. Xiang Xianxia was surprised and happy as she looked at the account book in her hand. In the competition for the young master position, Xiang Xianxia's capital of 100,000 had tripled in just 10 days, and she was leading the group. 300,000 was only the capital of the young master position. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing had also invested a lot of money, and were now earning a lot. 1 primeval elder gu in Fang Yuan's hands was no longer enough, so he added 2 new ones. His assets had already risen to over 2,400,000. Bai Ningbing had also earned a lot. Shang Xianxi's 2 servants, Xiao Dai and Xiao Lan, looked at Fang Yuan with an indescribable light in their eyes. They knew that this was all because of Fang Yuan that they could have such a good result. A good start was half the battle. The 2 servants were originally doubtful of Shang Xianxi's competition for the young master position, but this matter gave them much more confidence. But, how did Fang Yuan know about the 3 kings' inheritances information? Bai Ningbing sat at the side, feeling puzzled. The reason why Fang Yuan was able to speculate, hoard, and earn a lot was because of this information. Could it be that Fang Yuan knew the secret of the 3 kings' inheritance? Or did he have a mysterious source of information? No matter which it was, it showed that Fang Yuan was not simple. Although Bai Ningbing had also earned a lot, she felt a sense of pressure in her heart. She had interacted with Fang Yuan for a long time, and she found that unknowingly, Fang Yuan would bring her some surprises. Fang Yuan did not look mysterious on the surface, but in fact, he was shrouded in a layer of dense fog. It was because she had interacted with Fang Yuan day and night that she could understand this feeling, and understand how unfathomable Fang Yuan was. Brother He too, thank you. With these 300,000, I will be able to carry out my plan better. Xianxia said with a smile. Unexpectedly, Fang Yuan waved his hand. No hurry, no hurry. Xianxia, your idea is very good. However, it is still very difficult to implement it. He continued, doing information business in the battle stage is different from hoarding goo worms. This time, it was too sudden. Your competitors couldn't react in time. More importantly, Shang Yazi, who was in charge of the shop, had already stepped down. The shop was managed by the Shang clan, there was no personal will. Even if the others wanted to, they couldn't interfere and could only watch. But it's different if you're in the intelligence business. To carry out this business, the material requirements were not high, but a large amount of manpower was needed. At the same time, he also needed the help of various connections. Otherwise, they would be suppressed and destroyed by their competitors. Our foundation is shallow, so we can't act rashly. Once he made his move, he had to succeed. Therefore, we need to make more preparations. Shang Xianxi's expression turned solemn as she nodded. Brother He too, you are right. But I haven't been in Shang Clan City for long, I only have Xiao Dai and Xiao Lan with me. As for connections, I don't even have them. Xiao Dai was a personal servant she brought to Shang Clan City. She was very loyal and was being nurtured by Shang Xinci to become a Gu master. Her aptitude was pretty good, having grade cultivation. As for Xiao Lan, she was sent to Shang Xinci by Shang Yanfei. She was a rank 3 healing Gu master and was trustworthy. Fang Yuan chuckled. Xinci, don't look down on yourself. Just the battle stage's Shang Qi when alone has a good relationship with you. We are both women, we can get along well. At the same time, the information business will also boost her sales, I'm sure she won't object. Shang Xinci estimated. Xinci, I said I would help you ascend to the young master position, I naturally have a plan and a chance of success. You don't need to worry too much. As long as you do as I say, you will have a high chance of ascending to the young master position. Fang Yuan consoled. I will listen to Brother He Tu's instructions. Shang Xinci smiled and answered without hesitation. Fang Yuan sat on the chair, looking like a strategist, giving Shang Xinci a sense of security. Xinci, the first thing you need to do is to recruit people. You want to do the information business, you need a large number of loyal subordinates. But before that, you need a manager. This manager needs to have at least rank 3 cultivation, be able to take charge, and have rich experience in managing goods. I have already found a person for you, his name is Zhou Quan, he is a shopkeeper under Shang Yazi. Fang Yuan continued to guide Shang Xinci. Shang Xinci's expression was slightly troubled. Zhou Quan, I know this person. But he is a rank 3 Gu master, he has an arrogant nature and is very lofty. He was once the Zhou clan leader, having rank 4 cultivation. But Zhou clan had internal strife and was slaughtered by demonic Gu masters, he luckily escaped but suffered heavy injuries. Right now, his cultivation is only rank 3 upper stage. The shop he is in charge of has the best sales among all the shops. But even Shang Yazi could not obtain his loyalty. Such a person, I'm afraid I cannot. Fang Yuan waved his hand and laughed, how would you know if you don't try? Xinci, you need to be confident, trust me, you have a charisma that is different from others. In the future, many people will willingly submit to you and work for you. Zhou Quan is a very difficult target, you might not succeed, but as long as you show your sincerity and work hard, you will reap rewards. Yes, Brother He too, I will work hard. Shang Xinci clenched her fist. Fang Yuan nodded, go ahead. Not long after Shang Xinci left, Wei Yang arrived at Nanqiu Garden. Fang Yuan received him at the lakeside pavilion. Brother Wei, I already know why you are here. Please take a seat. Saying so, Fang Yuan poured a cup of tea for Wei Yang. Wei Yang laughed, Brother Fangzheng, you are very intelligent, then please tell me more. Fang Yuan used the Three Kings' inheritance to hoard and speculate. It was all because he knew about the Three Kings' inheritance in advance. Shang Yanfei was not an idiot. He immediately understood that Fang Yuan had information that was ahead of time. The Three Kings' inheritance was the most important matter in the last 50 to 60 years of southern border. It had already affected the whole of southern border, attracting the close attention of many forces. Most forces could not help because of the mountains in southern border. It was vast and deep, with dangers lurking everywhere, thus they could not help. But many clans, as long as they could, sent out their own forces. The inheritance of 3 rank 5 Gu masters, even the super clan's Shang clan could not help but be moved. I got my information from the White Bone Mountain. Grey Bone Scholar had once explored the Three Kings' inheritance ground, and obtained some information. In fact, the inheritance land of the Three Kings is the blessed land of the olden antiquity Gu master that they accidentally discovered. Fang Yuan spoke half-truth and half-lies. Naturally, his information did not come from White Bone Mountain. But the news of the blessed land was real. He had confirmed it in his previous life. Blessed land? Hearing this, Wei Yang's eyes shone brightly. Blessed land, was a place of fortune, the place where Gu masters lived after becoming immortals. Inside the blessed land, the scenery was picturesque, the weather was unique, and there were large amounts of treasures. The primeval energy inside was at least 10 times that of the outside world, extremely abundant. A blessed land was an independent small world, a paradise, isolated from the rest of the world. It was ruled by a Gu immortal, and living inside could bring happiness and peace. Brother Fangzheng, are you serious? Wei Yang's tone became hurried. He had no choice but to take this seriously. Rank 5 Gu masters were all mortals, rank 6 Gu immortals. Between rank 5 and rank 6, there was a huge qualitative change. The difference was like heaven and earth. 3 rank 5 Gu master inheritances could only attract Shang clan's interest. But if it involved a rank 6 Gu immortal's inheritance, then all the super clans in southern border would rush over. The value of a rank 6 Gu immortal's inheritance was too great. It was so great that even rank 6 Gu immortals who lived in seclusion would appear one after another. Fang Yuan smiled. I don't know the details, but Grey Bone Scholars will recorded this. He was not afraid of revealing this information in advance. There would be negative effects. According to his previous life's memories, in a few days, people would come to a common understanding. Not long after, Shang clan would also know of this, so he might as well tell Wei Yang in advance to gain trust. Brother Wei, don't be too excited. Although this is a blessed land left behind by a rank 6 Gu immortal, it has already decayed. Right now, it is on the brink of collapse. Back then, this blessed land was already taken by the Three Kings. The resources and treasures were almost all dug out. Right now, the Three Kings are relying on this blessed land to build their inheritance. The blessed land is unable to bear the burden. One day, it will be completely destroyed, vanishing into nothingness. Fang Yuan said slowly. Oh, is that so? Wei Yang blinked his eyes, thoughts moving intensely in his mind. These are the records in Grey Bone Scholar's will. Unfortunately, to ensure my safety, I destroyed it. I cannot show it to you. Fang Yuan smiled. Brother, this is too important. It is not that I don't trust you, but I need to report this to Lord Clan Leader and let him decide. Wei Yang said solemnly. Fang Yuan expressed his understanding. If Shang clan wants to send an exploration team, I have some information here, maybe it can help. Fang Yuan had some understanding of the Three Kings' inheritance. In that case, I will not let you suffer a loss. Name a price. Wei Yang was in charge of Feng Yu Manor. He was in charge of information. Fang Yuan thought about it, and gave 400,000. Wei Yang frowned. This concerns a rank 6 Gu immortal's inheritance. 400,000 is a bit low. But the information is not confirmed yet. I will give you 400,000 first. After some time, I will evaluate it. Brother, don't worry, with Brother Wei here, you will not suffer a loss. With Brother Wei here, I can be at ease. Fang Yuan smiled. After Shang Yanfei received this information, he placed great importance on it, and immediately sent 3 teams to Sancha Mountain. Each team had at least 3 elders, they had great strength. A few days later, Fang Yuan received another payment from Wei Yang regarding the information. The information he provided was a great help to Shang clan's team, they prevented many casualties. After Fang Yuan received this payment, he went to find Li Ran. Li Ran was a spy planted by Wu clan in Shang clan. He was currently in 3rd inner city battle stage, his identity was confidential, other than Fang Yuan, almost no one knew about him. I have information regarding the 3 kings' inheritance, I believe your Wu clan will be interested. Fang Yuan secretly met with Li Ran, and went straight to the point. Chapter 331. Time passed day by day. Around the 3 kings' inheritance, Sancha Mountain was in a turbulent state. Many heroes of the evil Dao, people of the righteous Dao, and people of all religions and 9 schools of thought rushed over. At first, Shang clan controlled the situation, continuously increasing their troops and occupying the entrance of the inheritance, showing their determination to obtain the inheritance. Next, Wu clan moved and broke Shang clan's blockade. After that, the news spread. 3 kings' inheritance was the blessed land of the rank 6 Gu Immortal back then. The people were in an uproar and countless people flocked towards Sancha Mountain. The other super clans were also alarmed and sent out their strongest Gu master teams. This time, even Shang clan and Wu clan could not stop this huge trend. Sancha Mountain's situation fell into chaos. People died every day. In order to fight for the opportunity to enter the inheritance, righteous and demonic path people, and righteous path people fought fiercely. Every change in Sancha Mountain's situation affected many people's hearts. Fang Yuan had also been paying close attention to this. The inheritance had opened for more than half a month. Some people had already obtained benefits from the inheritance, this stimulated everyone's passion to explore the inheritance. But these benefits were nothing to Fang Yuan. He had his previous life's memories and knew that the true essence of 3 kings' inheritance was in the deepest part of the inheritance. To reach there were at least 100 checkpoints and it took a lot of time and effort. Sometimes, they would get lost and get trapped in the fog, unable to find the exit. Sometimes, they would be attacked by dog groups and many Gu masters would die tragically under the dogs' bites. The 3 kings were demonic path people and this was a demonic path inheritance. Demonic path inheritances were always filled with danger. They often had to risk their lives to explore it. It is still too early to go to Sancha Mountain, the time is not ripe yet. I might as well sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor while conserving my energy. Once they get through the checkpoints and get rid of the obstacles, I will go and plunder the fruits. Now, it is time to refine Gu. Fang Yuan had a plan in his heart. He was refining Gu this time, not anything else but liquor worm. Rank 1 liquor worm could purify green copper primeval essence by a small realm. Rank 2 4 flavors liquor worm could purify red steel primeval essence by a small realm. Rank 3 7 fragrances liquor worm could purify white silver primeval essence by a small realm. Rank 4 9 eyes liquor worm could purify golden yellow primeval essence by a small realm. Above 9 eyes liquor worm, there was no rank 5 liquor worm. Back then, the secret recipe master who researched the secret recipe of the liquor worm was extremely talented and very young. However, he was beheaded by his opponent in advance and died prematurely. Geniuses only represented one possibility. There were many cases of geniuses being killed before they could mature. But now, Fang Yuan and Bai Ning Bing could be considered to have matured. It would not be easy to destroy them. After Fang Yuan had refined the liquor worm into the 4 flavors liquor worm, he had not used it. He had been raising it for nothing. The reason was that he had the bone-flesh unity goo, and with Bai Ningbing's help, the 4-flavor liquor worm lost its value. But things were different now. Bai Ningbing had advanced to rank 4 while Fang Yuan was rank 3 peak stage. Not long later, he would also advance to rank 4 initial stage. At that time, their cultivation bases would truly be equal. Bone-flesh unity goo's help to Fang Yuan would be greatly reduced. At this time, if there was a rank 4 9 eyes liquor worm, it would be very convenient to cultivate. Refine 9 eyes liquor worm. While Xianxia was recruiting Zhou Quan, Fang Yuan chose to go into closed-door cultivation to refine goo. Bai Ningbing did not know what goo to refine, but also chose to go into closed-door cultivation. To refine the 4-flavor liquor worm, there needed to be 2 rank 1 liquor worms, as well as 4 types of sour, sweet, bitter and spicy wine. To refine the 7 fragrances liquor worm, there needed to be 2 4-flavor liquor worm and 7 types of spices. To refine the 9 eyes liquor worm, there needed to be 2 7 fragrances liquor worm and 9 types of 100 beast king's eyeballs. Fang Yuan was currently in Shang Clan City, which was blessed by the heavens. If it was any other place, to gather the materials to refine liquor worm, he would need to spend a lot of effort searching. But in Shang Clan City, as long as he had money, he could buy them. Fang Yuan already had a 4-flavor liquor worm in his possession. He bought 2 liquor worms, and first refined the second 4-flavor liquor worm. Next, he used 2 4-flavor liquor worm to refine the first 7 fragrances liquor worm. Up to this point, he was very successful. But in the process of refining the second 7 fragrances liquor worm, he met with difficulties. When he was refining the third 4-flavor liquor worm and 7 fragrances liquor worm, he failed once. The yuan stone consumed was all wasted, and the supplementary materials had to be bought again, so he had no choice but to start again. Fortunately, in the end, the refinement of the 2 7 fragrances liquor worms went smoothly. 3 days later, Fang Yuan obtained the 9 eyes liquor worm. The 9 eyes liquor worm was like a silkworm, its whole body was white and exquisite like a pearl. There were no eyes on its head, but the 9 eyes were of different colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue and purple, as if they were inlaid with agates or gems. 9 eyes liquor worm could raise the yellow gold primeval essence by a small realm. For it, Fang Yuan spent a lot, close to 200,000 yuan stone. Failure in goo refinement was unavoidable for any goo master. Although Fang Yuan failed many times, his luck was good overall. His failures were concentrated in the process of refining the 4-flavor liquor worm and 7 fragrances liquor worm, in the first half of the process. At the final juncture, he succeeded in one go. The most frightening thing in goo refinement was failure in the later stages. That kind of loss would be extremely disastrous. I have 9 eyes liquor worm now. Fang Yuan looked at it for a while, before putting the liquor worm into his aperture in satisfaction. He was only rank 3 peak stage now, so he could not use the 9 eyes liquor worm yet, and could only wait until he reached rank 4. Bai Ningbing could use it. But gold middle stage primeval essence had a stronger effect on the nourishment of the aperture walls. Bai Ningbing had the northern dark ice soul physique, and according to her, her aptitude had already risen to 96%. The 9 eyes liquor worm, however, had more disadvantages than advantages to her. When I reach rank 4 initial stage and use this 9 eyes liquor worm, I will have gold middle stage primeval essence. At that time, I will surpass Bai Ningbing in terms of primeval essence for the first time. Fang Yuan felt that he was not far from rank 4 realm. Although he had signed the alliance agreement, he had never forgotten the hidden danger of Bai Ningbing. Days passed, and after Kong Ri Tian, another big shot of the demonic path appeared on Sancha Mountain. He was Long Qing Tian, the one who dyed the blue sky, a famous figure in the poison path. The moment he appeared, he poisoned 3 Shang clan elders to death, causing the demonic path's morale to soar. Fortunately, 2 days later, Wu clan sent out rank 4 elder Wu Tongshen to resist Long Qing Tian. The situation on San Cha Mountain returned to a balance point once again. As for Xianxia, she met with a setback in recruiting Zhou Quan, and her progress was slow. Zhou Quan was arrogant, his attitude did not soften, and his tone did not seem to leave any room for discussion. After Fang Yuan successfully refined the 9 Eyes liquor worm, he had been cultivating diligently. Because Bai Ningbing was constantly providing him with yellow gold primeval essence, Fang Yuan was getting closer and closer to rank 4 realm. But these days, spring-autumn cicada's recovery speed was getting faster, and the pressure on the rank 3 aperture was getting more obvious. On this day, Shang Clan City welcomed the auspicious market festival. This was Shang Clan's traditional festival, to commemorate the first time the ancestor of Shang Clan set up a stall 1,000 years ago. Shang Clan's ancestor was a legendary figure. He was originally immortal, living a poor life, and set up a stall to make a living. In the end, in a certain transaction, he accidentally obtained a Gu Master's inheritance token. Relying on this token, he inherited the inheritance, and stepped into a new world in his life. Step by step, he advanced steadily, and his forces and wealth continued to grow, finally establishing Shang Clan City. On this day, Shang Clan City's inner and outer city was decorated with lanterns, and all the large shops, brothels, restaurants and so on were closed. People were in high spirits, happily walking to the streets and setting up stalls. Men, women, old and young were immersed in the lively atmosphere of the festival, treating this day's business as an interesting competitive game. But the joyous atmosphere of the festival did not seem to affect Xianxia. The young girl sat in front of her desk, her brows slightly furrowed as she stared at the invitation cards on the table, feeling melancholy. These invitations were from the 9 young masters. During the auspicious market festival, the young masters would hold a grand banquet to reward their meritorious subordinates, and invite people from all over. Brother He Tu, what do you think I should do? Xianxia felt troubled, and subconsciously asked Fang Yuan. Xianxia, we tripled our investment this time, and are one of the hottest contenders for the position of young master. They will definitely invite you. Fang Yuan smiled, continuing, but we can only choose one of the 9 invitations. On the surface, this is a joyous banquet, but it is actually a political choice. Fang Yuan spoke of the deep political meaning behind the invitation cards. Shang Clan only had 10 young masters, and among the 10 young masters, there were alliances, and also internal conflicts. Xianxia was competing for the position of young master, and was one of the 2 hottest contenders. The other 9 young masters naturally paid close attention to her. Xianxia had yet to become a young master, but they were already trying to rope her in. In the pugilistic world, one had no choice. As a higher-up of Shang Clan, one could not avoid being dragged into the political whirlpool. Should I choose Shang Qiwen's invitation? After all, she is in charge of the battle stage. It will be of great help to our future plans. Xianxia said. Fang Yuan shook his head. On the surface, there are 9 invitations, but that is not the case. Among the Shang Clan young masters, the biggest faction is Shang Qioniu. His status as the eldest son is his greatest advantage. Second is Shang Pu Lao, Shang Baishi, and Shang Baishi, they are currently in the limelight. Third is Shang Chao Feng and Shang Fu Shi, they are waiting patiently. As for the rest, Shang Qiwen has no ambition, and Shang Pai Xiu is too playful. Xianxia, your foundation in Shang Clan City is too weak. If you want to choose one of the top 3, that way, you can make up for your weakness. As for Shang Qiwen, there is no difference if you choose her or not. Is that so? Xianxia's eyes brightened when she heard this. Fang Yuan's words made her feel like the clouds had parted, and she could see the clear sky. Her previous bewilderment was swept away. She thought for a while, and made her choice. She chose the 3rd faction, Shang Qiaofeng's invitation. Right now, among the three great sects, the first and second faction are competing with each other. If I choose one, I will definitely offend the other. I might as well choose the third faction and join this whirlpool, but I can stay out of it for now. Shang Xianxia explained to Fang Yuan. Shang Xianxia was intelligent, and understood immediately. Regarding this, Fang Yuan was gratified, but also had a slightly strange feeling. Chapter 332. Here, let me toast Big Brother. Shang Yifan stood up and bowed, raising his wine cup with a smile on his face. Right now, the hall was brightly lit, people were singing and dancing, and music was playing. Everyone was toasting each other, the atmosphere was intense. Good. Shang Qianxia sat on the main seat, raising his wine cup towards Shang Yifan and drinking it. A strategist spoke for him. Young Master Yifan, it is a wise decision for you to attend young Master Qianxia's banquet. Don't worry, our young master will not mistreat you. Big Brother Qianxia has always been my role model. Actually, I have always wanted to get closer to you and learn from you. Shang Yifan smiled. Shang Qianxia was the #1 faction among the current young masters, and Shang Yifan's mother's tribe had deep ties with him. If Shang Xianxia chose Shang Qianxia's side, she would be ostracized by Shang Yifan. However, Shang Qianxia had already sent an invitation to Shang Xianxia. If Shang Xianxia came, he would definitely welcome her. Why? Because Shang Xianxia had Fang and Bai, 2 rank 4 battle strength experts. This was something none of the other young masters had. Many people were envious and jealous of this. Young master, I have found out that Shang Xianxia went. At this time, a Gu master entered and whispered to Shang Qianxia. Shang Qianxia's gaze dimmed as he heard this. Shang Yifan had been observing the situation carefully, thinking, it seems Shang Xianxia did not choose this side, could it be Shang Pu Lao's faction? Shang Qianxia's face was already well trained, he did not show any emotions on his face, his expression did not change, Shang Yifan could only guess and not see any clues. But not long after, Shang Yifan also received the news. Shang Xianxia had taken the invitation and attended Shang Qiaofeng's banquet. This meant she chose Shang Qiaofeng's faction. The moment he received this news, Shang Yifan was secretly happy. Shang Qiaofeng and Shang Fuxi might be the third largest faction, but they are suppressed. How can they be Big Brother Qianxia's match? I have a higher chance of winning this time's young master position. However, old butler Zhang shook his head and said with a grave expression, Young Master Qianxia and Young Master Pu Lao's factions are locked in a stalemate. Young Master wants to borrow Young Master Qianxia's strength to deal with Shang Xianxia, but I'm afraid it's not possible. At such an intense moment, it is impossible for Young Master Qianxia to make another enemy. Shang Xianxia's choice this time was rather ingenious. She avoided the whirlpool and temporarily watched from the sidelines. By the time the two sects have decided who is stronger, the competition for the position of young lord will also be over. Shang Xianxia has 2 rank 4 battle strengths, no matter which sect she joins, she will be recruited and become an ally. Young Master Shang Qiaofeng will definitely support her. Old Steward Zhang analyzed the situation calmly and incisively. In other words, even if I join Shang Qianxia's faction, I still can't deal with Shang Xianxia? Shang Yifan's expression turned ugly. I can only say that we cannot borrow Shang Qianxia's strength. Old manager Zhang stroked his white beard. However, Shang Xianxia has many problems. Most importantly, he still lacked competent manpower. I heard that recently, she has been trying to recruit Zhou Quan. How is that possible? Steward Zhang sneered, continuing, Zhou Quan was once the leader of a clan, he is proud and arrogant, and is 10 times more talented than me. How could he attach himself to a little girl who was still wet behind the ears like her? I have already secretly made a move and created a large amount of rumors. Zhou Quan's extremely prideful face has already blocked his path. Xianxia originally only wanted to recruit Zhou Quan secretly. If she fails this time, she will lose her prestige and become a laughingstock in Shang Clan City. He. Saying so, Steward Zhang laughed sinisterly. Shang Chao Feng's study room was decorated simply. There was a large square stone table and high-back stone chairs, giving off a rough and sturdy aura. While Shang Yifan and old manager Zhang were conversing secretly, Shang Chao Feng, Shang Xianxia, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were also discussing something. The conversation had been going on for some time. In truth, Shang Chao Feng was slightly surprised that Shang Xianxia took the initiative to join him. He had thought that Shang Xianxia would join Shang Qiu Niu or Shang Pu Lao. His faction was only the third faction, currently lying dormant and accumulating strength. Normally, they were very low profile, and would choose to give way to many problems and conflicts. But to think that they would gain Shang Xianxi's favor. Shang Xianxi's cultivation was only rank 2, her aptitude was even worse, and her faction foundation in Shang Clan City was almost 0. But she had Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing to rely on. These were 2 rank 4 battle strengths. Even when Shang Yanfei was a young master, he did not have such capable subordinates. To have 2 such powerful generals, no young master would not be envious. Shang Chao Feng naturally also secretly sighed at Shang Xianxi's good luck. Now, as long as he recruited Shang Xianxi, he could indirectly obtain Fang and Bai's help. This was an irresistible temptation to Shang Chao Feng. The atmosphere in the study room was harmonious. In the conversation earlier, Shang Chao Feng had already sincerely expressed his intention to fully support Shang Xianxi's ascension. Sister Xianxi, you have already earned 300,000 primeval stones by selling the goo worms you bought earlier. You can be said to be at the top, but just this 300,000 is far from enough. What plans do you have for the future? Shang Chao Feng added, tell me, as long as it is within my capabilities, I will give you the greatest help. Shang Xianxi and Fang Yuan glanced at each other, and Fang Yuan nodded at her. Shang Xianxi said honestly, I won't hide it from Brother Chao Feng, I want to do information business. Information business? Shang Chao Feng could not help but raise his eyebrows. Yes. Shang Xianxi explained her plan in detail. But after Shang Chao Feng heard it, his expression changed and he shook his head. You want to do information business in the battle stage? Not appropriate, not appropriate. He said, not appropriate, twice in a row, disapproving of Shang Xianxi's plan. Oh, what is inappropriate, please enlighten me, Brother Chao Feng. Shang Xianxi said sincerely. Xianxi, I advise you to change this plan. You have just arrived, so it is understandable that you are not clear. It is better not to touch the battle stage. Shang Chao Feng sighed and continued, Shang Clan City's battle stage is different from all the other clans' battle stages in the southern border. Here, demonic goo masters can become external elders of our Shang clan. This is our Shang clan's unique policy. These years, we have absorbed many talents. Among the 5 great elders of the current Shang clan higher-ups, 3 of them are external elders. However, this policy has its advantages and disadvantages. The greater the benefits, the higher the risk of disadvantages. External elders are Shang clan higher-ups, and if we invite a wolf into the house, it would be a huge disaster for our Shang clan. Demonic goo masters are demonic goo masters after all, even if they turn over a new leaf, their loyalty is still questionable. At the same time, other than demonic goo masters, there are also those righteous sects with ulterior motives. Thus, Shang clan's battle stage is the place that Shang clan higher-ups pay the most attention to. Once, there was a young master who suddenly had the idea to use his blade in the battle stage, and opened a casino. In the end, the casino only opened for 2 days, and he earned 500,000 yuan stone. But on the third day, the casino was sealed, and the young master was demoted and exiled. The battle stage cannot be touched carelessly. This example is the best warning. Shang Chaofeng revealed a secret. This secret was unknown to Fang Yuan, by Ningbing and Shang Xianxia. Although Fang Yuan had rebirth memories, it involved Shang clan's internal affairs, and such a small and secretive historical event that happened suddenly and ended quickly, it was not strange that he did not know. The battle stage was a forbidden area. Back then, a young master touched this place, and not only did he lose his young master position, he was also exiled by the clan. Now, Shang Xianxia was not a young master yet, but she had the idea of the battle stage. In Shang Chaofeng's opinion, this was truly the ignorant being fearless. Xianxia, your plan is a different path, it is a good idea. If it succeeds, you will definitely be making money every day. But this possibility is too small, don't take your future as a joke. I will be in charge of the Gu battle stage, and your brother Shursan will be in charge of the auction house. You can take care of these aspects. With our help, you will definitely be able to compete with that Shang Yifan. Shang Chaofeng advised gently. Shang Xianxia was silent. Bai Ningbing frowned. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a smile. He opened his mouth to speak, but after glancing at Shang Xianxia, he changed his mind and swallowed the words in his mouth. At once, the atmosphere in the study room became heavy. After a long while, Shang Xianxia suddenly smiled after thinking intensely. Big brother Chaofeng, regarding the battle stage, my point of view is different from yours. This matter is very possible. Oh? Shang Chaofeng frowned, staring at Shang Xianxia. Shang Xianxia felt the pressure from Shang Chaofeng's gaze, but instead smiled like a flower, showing her confidence. She continued, the previous young master failed to open a casino, he was simply a moth flying into a flame, courting his own death. He was exiled by the clan, but our Shang clan is merciful. Why? In the study room, only Shang Xianxi's gentle voice could be heard speaking. Just like Big Brother Chaofeng said, our Shang clan's battle stage is of utmost importance, a place that all the higher-ups are extremely vigilant about. Opening a casino in the battle stage, for huge profits, can easily create a mastermind behind the scenes, secretly manipulating the results of the battle stage. To Shang clan, this is a huge destruction to the external elder policy. The casino seems to have high profits, but to Shang clan's battle stage, it is a huge parasite. Sacrificing Shang clan's benefits to feed themselves. They must be removed to allow the battle stage to continue growing. Shang Chaofeng nodded continuously. Shang Xianxi's words were incisive, and had a kind of temperament that made people involuntarily believe her. But the nature of my information business is completely different from the casino. I know Shang clan's largest information organization, Fengyu Manor, has been investigating these demonic Gu masters in the battle stage. We need to investigate clearly to confirm if they have any ulterior motives. However, these investigations had always been carried out in secret, never in broad daylight. Why? Hee. This is because most of the demonic Gu masters are filled with distrust, suspicion, and even paranoia. They live in precarious situations all year round, with their lives hanging by a thread. They cannot relax for even a moment, the mental pressure is too great. If they go to Shang clan city, they will be investigated, they will definitely feel disgusted and disgusted. To ensure they can attract more and better talents, Shang clan naturally cannot investigate openly. But not investigating is also impossible, and I can't be at ease. In this situation, I do information business. I investigate every Gu master's general strength, Gu worms, battle achievements, and sell them. At the same time, I invite authoritative figures and experts to estimate the results of important battles, as well as create rankings. To the Gu masters in the battle stage, this was extremely important information. Many Gu masters rush for the position of external clan elder, hoping to advertise themselves more, and also hope to see their names in the rankings. This kind of information, of course, does not involve any privacy, and only summarizes and compares the strength they have displayed. This way, it will be of great help to the demonic Gu masters in the battle stage. At the same time, it can strengthen Shang clan's control over the battle stage. I think Lord Father must be extremely happy. Why would he ban such a thing? After Shang Xianxia finished, she smiled at Shang Chaofeng. At this moment, her eyes were shining brightly, full of wisdom and confidence, her elegance boundless. Bai Ningbing's brows had already relaxed. So it is like this. Fang Yuan laughed inwardly. Shang Chaofeng slightly opened his mouth, looking at Shang Xianxia with a dazed expression. After a few breaths, he reacted and could not help but clap his hands, praising, "Well said, your analysis is too brilliant. Little sister Xianxia, you really have a unique insight and a pure heart, I cannot help but admire you. I will definitely help you with this business. You lack manpower now, I will transfer some people for you. I can give you as many as you want." Shang Xianxia, however, shook her head. "Thank you big brother Chaofeng for your good intentions, but we already have someone in mind." On the surface, Shang Chaofeng wanted to send people to help Shang Xianxia, but in fact, he had his own people to control this information business, and at the same time increase his control over Shang Xianxia. But Shang Xianxia immediately saw through it, and tactfully rejected Shang Chaofeng. Not all the help was out of good intentions. But Shang Chaofeng was not willing to let it go. The information business that he had previously avoided, had now become a rich treasure in his heart. He continued to persuade, "Little sister Xianxia, I know that you have been trying to recruit Zhou Quan recently, but this person is arrogant because of his talent." Previously, Shang Qianyo had personally invited him, but was rejected by him, and even reprimanded him. "This junior is still wet behind the ears, how dare you recruit my 100-year-old subordinate?" Zhou Quan was already over 100 years old, and was not willing to live under someone else's roof. Especially as a subordinate to a junior. Shang Chaofeng was also not optimistic about Shang Xianxia recruiting Zhou Quan. Zhou Quan's ability was recognized, but he was too arrogant. Let's take a step back. Even if you manage to recruit Zhou Quan, what can one person do? You still do not have any lower or middle-level subordinates. These people must have a certain level of ability, and most importantly, they must be loyal and devoted to you. To build up this kind of power, it will take time, a very long time. You do not have subordinates that you can trust. Even if you do this information business, it is very likely that it will be destroyed by Shang Yifan, and even the fruits of success will be stolen. Although Shang Chaofeng had his heart set on giving up, his words were very reasonable. Hearing this, Shang Xianxia could not help but frown. Chapter 333. So it is like that. Shang Chaofeng answered. Fang Yuan had helped Shang Xianxia to reject his suggestion, he could not force it. Fang Yuan had defeated Zhu Kai Bei, and had rank 3 peak stage cultivation, but had rank 4 battle strength. At the same time, he had a purple thorn token, and was an esteemed guest of Shang clan. Thus, Shang Chaofeng had been showing goodwill to Fang and Bai. But he did not care. Building a force requires time, how can it be done in one go? Never mind, I will let you guys suffer first. At that time, I will come and help, it will be more effective. Shang Chaofeng thought, but on the surface, he had a smile. Both sides talked for a while longer, before Shang Chaofeng personally sent Shang Xianxia and the rest out. To outsiders, this was the clearest political signal. After bidding farewell to Shang Chaofeng, Shang, Fang and Bai walked on the street. Today was the auspicious market festival, all the shops were closed, and all kinds of small stalls were set up on both sides of the street. Come, sweet and sour candied haws. Let me tell you, this piece of old jade was passed down from my ancestors, selling rice, a bag of 5-spice essential oil rice, only half a yuan stone. Small stalls were set up one after another, a dazzling array of goods were sold. They formed a row, stretching out. Looking around, countless pedestrians rubbed shoulders, some stopped to watch, some haggled, some looked around. The auspicious market festival was held once a year, whether it was Fang Yuan, by Ningbing or Shang Xianxia, they were not unfamiliar with it. Thinking about it, it has been 2 to 3 years since we came to Shang Clan City. Shang Xianxia suddenly spoke, sighing. Too many things have happened in these 2 years. She sighed, continuing, if it was before, would never have thought that I am Shang Clan leader's daughter. Then, Shang Xianxia looked at Fang Yuan, smiling, revealing her white teeth, if not for you, brother Fang Yuan, would not have been able to come here. Towards Fang and Bai, Shang Xianxia had always been deeply grateful. Bai Ningbing was silent, but the corner of his eyes twitched. That's right, I also did not expect your father to be the famous Shang Yanfei. However, saving you is also because we hit it off. Fate comes and goes, meeting and parting, this is the nature of the world. Fang Yuan looked ahead as he answered. Shang Xianxi's expression changed slightly, she understood the meaning behind his words, Big brother He Tu, are you leaving Shang Clan City? Not bad. Not long after, Bai Ningbing and I will leave Shang Xianxi for Sancha Mountain. Fang Yuan answered. Shang Xianxi gritted her teeth and wanted to say something to make him stay, but in the end, she didn't say anything. She had been with Fang Yuan for a long time. Although they had never had a clear conversation, she could feel the ambition in his heart. This man's ambition was too great. It was impossible for him to stay in a place like the Shang Clan City. But don't worry. Before I leave, I will push you to the position of young lord and let you sit on it steadily. Fang Yuan smiled. Let's go, I will bring you to recruit subordinates. Today, let's build the foundation of your force. What, big brother He Tu, you really have an ideal candidate in mind? Shang Xianxi asked in astonishment. Building a force required a long time. Any loyal and devoted subordinate had to go through a long period of nurturing. Fang Yuan's current tone made Shang Xianxi feel that loyal and capable subordinates were like cabbages, they could be easily found if they wanted to. What kind of certainty did he have, to sound so confident? Not only Shang Xianxi, but even Bai Ningbing was curious. Just follow me. Fang Yuan walked in front, leading the way for the two. After several turns, they came to a small alley. Between a lantern shop and a silk shop, there was a stall. Fang Yuan walked to this stall and stopped. Behind the stall, a young man was lying down. The young man's clothes were tattered, his back leaning against the wall. His eyes were half closed, his complexion was bad, his gaze was unfocused, as if he was immersed in wine and women, unable to extricate himself. Could it be that big brother He Tu is looking for this young man? Shang Xianxi thought. Bai Ningbing was also looking at this person with a sharp gaze. Although this person was a Gu master, he was only rank 1 middle stage. Looking at his appearance, he was not young, but his cultivation level was simply too horrible to look at. Little brother, what do you want to buy, Lord Fangzheng? The young man sensed someone and opened his eyes. Halfway through his words, he suddenly raised his voice, showing a shocked expression. Fang Yuan was now a famous person in Shang Clan City, he did not hide his face and many people recognized him. Lord Bai Ningbing. Soon after, he recognized Bai Ningbing and stuttered in excitement. Although he did not know Shang Xianxi, he could recognize her Gu master aura. At the same time, Shang Xianxi's stunning beauty made him feel dazzled. This is 10 yuan stone, I will buy all your things. You can leave now. Fang Yuan took out a bag of yuan stone. The young man's face immediately showed an overjoyed expression. But soon after, he revealed a slightly hesitant expression. The junk on the stall was something he had found when he was tidying up his grandfather's belongings. Through his inspection, he found that they were all scrap metal. There was nothing valuable in them. But why did Lord Fangzheng want to buy his things? Was there really a treasure in here? If there was a treasure and he sold it, wouldn't it be a loss? Just as he was thinking, Fang Yuan suddenly raised his hand and threw the small bag filled with primeval stones to him. What are you thinking? You didn't hear me clearly. Humph, it is your honor that I like your things. You can scram now. If you don't scram now, you won't even have the chance to. Fang Yuan threatened coldly. The young man immediately shivered in fear. His lips trembled as he stuttered, Fang. Lord Fangzheng, how can you do this? When doing business, it was all about mutual consent. We can't force you to buy or sell, you are also a person with status, and this is Shang Clan City. Slap. Fang Yuan waved his hand and slapped the young man, sending him to the ground. Scram. Fang Yuan looked down at the young man with a cold gaze, speaking calmly. The young man covered his face with his hands. He was so frightened that his whole body was trembling. He raised his head and looked at Fang Yuan, but when his gaze met Fang Yuan's dark pupils, he immediately shifted his gaze. Then he got up without saying a word, stumbling as he ran away. Brother He too. Shang Xianxia looked at the young man's departing figure, feeling pity in her heart. Bai Ningbing was expressionless, unconcerned. Xianxia, I am a demonic Gu master, I have my own way of doing things, which is to do as I please. Fang Yuan casually explained, feeling justified. The surrounding stalls looked at him. His gaze swept around, and immediately, everyone avoided his gaze, not daring to meet his eyes. If it was the Fang Yuan of the past, he would naturally feign civility and use coaxing and deceiving methods to buy the goods from this stall in a friendly manner. But now, his strength had risen greatly, he was no longer the same as before. If he could use the most direct method and save time and effort, why not? Righteous path people cherished their reputation and displayed their grace, thus they often expressed kindness to the weak. Fang Yuan, however, was not a righteous path person, but a demonic path person. Since ancient times, big fish eat small fish eat shrimps, this was the law of the jungle where the strong preyed on the weak. It was just that demonic path people tore apart flesh and blood, swallowing it mouthful by mouthful. Righteous path people, on the other hand, shed crocodile tears as they ate, saying they had no choice. There were always many foolish people who were deceived by hypocrisy. Or they were foolish enough to deceive themselves, unwilling to face the cruel truth. He. In fact, it was all eating. The exploiter ate the exploited, the invader ate the invaded, the strong eat the weak, the oppressor eat the oppressed, the superior eat the inferior. There was no living being that did not eat. If they did not eat, they would not be able to survive. It was just that there was a difference in the way they ate. Fang Yuan chased away the stall owner and bent down, picking out a token from the stall. This token seemed to be made of black iron, it was black and had half a piece missing. There were words carved on it, but after grinding for so long, and with half missing, it was impossible to make out the words. But Fang Yuan knew, it was the word rice. 300 years ago, there was a demonic path Gu master who fell into the water with heavy injuries, and was saved by a little girl washing clothes by the riverside. The little girl was kind, and after saving this demonic path Gu master, she secretly placed him in the woodshed, and even sent him rice every day. After the demonic path Gu master recovered, he felt the little girl's kindness and made a black iron token, with the word rice carved on it. He broke the token into two, giving one half to the little girl and the other to himself. When the demonic path Gu master left, he carefully instructed the little girl, if she had any difficulties in the future, she could go to Dan Huashan's Wailing Ghost Cave and seek his help. Even if the little girl died, this promise would still be effective to the new owner of the half-token. The little girl remembered it well. But in less than 50 years, a huge battle occurred in Danhuashan, the volcano erupted and Wailing Ghost Cave was destroyed. And that demonic Path Gu master was captured alive by Tai clan, and imprisoned in the Demon Suppression Tower. This half of the token had lost its use. It was passed down among the little girl's descendants. Because it involved the demonic path, the little girl did not reveal any secrets to her children before she died of old age. She buried this past in her stomach. The little girl's descendants were banished by the clan. After settling down in Shang Clan City, the clan gradually declined. His descendants were unfilial and talented, only one son was left, and now there was only a young man left. This young man was spoiled, with a young master's temperament, he indulged in all sorts of things. After his parents died, every once in a while, he would rely on selling his ancestors' belongings to survive. But in a Leaf Festival, his fate took a turn. You're tuning into the Unparalleled SwordWill YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.